transformed into a fragment of a soul within a diary. How does young Tom, at the tender age of 16, escape the clutches of the nefarious Dumbledore and evade the relentless pursuit of Voldemort? Who dares to claim that a shadow cannot rise to become its own master? Chapter 1. I am Voldemort. Ginny, a boy's voice echoed from outside, familiar and hauntingly reminiscent. Following it was a flurry of hurried footsteps, accompanied by the sharp sound of a wooden stick clattering against the cold, tiled floor. With a quiver of desperation, the boy cried out, "Ginny, please don't die. I beg you, do not leave us." "Harry Potter?" muttered a passerby, still reeling from the intimacy of the Triwizard Tournament. "Does this mean I am?" He squinted, striving to muster a glimmer of light in the dim, confined space. His searching hands brushed against the slick, damp wall, while the air was thick with a pungent, sewer-like odor. What respectable person would linger in such a place? Now was not the time for trivial concerns. He had a matter of life and death to ascertain immediately. Another hurried footstep drew Harry's attention, who was kneeling and desperately shaking Ginny. He lifted his gaze, though the mist obscured the face emerging from behind the stone pillar. Instinct told him this figure was the owner of the diary. Tom Riddle?" Harry exclaimed. He could not fathom why Ginny and Tom would appear in a chamber that could only be accessed through Parseltongue. But now was not the time for such ponderings. The urgent task was to awaken Ginny and escape this wretched chamber before the basilisk arrived. "Ginny, please wake up," Harry implored, continuing to shake the unconscious girl with fervor. "She won't wake up." The time traveler cursed the recklessness of the Triwizard Tournament. Indeed, he had been transformed into Voldemort, and he had become a Horcrux of Voldemort. A 16-year-old Tom Riddle, a foolish boy who had met defeat even when dismantling four champions. This absurd fate had been penned into a book and adapted into a film. Wielding a wand yet unwilling to cast spells, insisting on engaging in fair solo combat with an 11-year-old child, neglecting to protect his own essence, ultimately falling to Harry's blood and becoming the first Horcrux to be vanquished, thus providing Harry with invaluable experience for the destruction of the others. Damn it! As the boy remained oblivious, the time traveler slapped himself repeatedly, finally coming to terms with the reality of being an idiot without any advantages. No, I must alter my destiny. Being pierced by Harry's basilisk fang might not guarantee a return to his former self, but it would certainly be painful. Moreover, the body that had been flung by the Triwizard Tournament was an uncertain variable. For now, survival was paramount. Easier said than done. How could he, a mere fragment of Voldemort's youthful memories, hope to escape under Dumbledore's vigilant gaze? "What do you mean? She won't wake up?" The boy, barely escaping death, shouted in exasperation. "She is not dead. She cannot be. She is alive, but not for long." Tom bent down and picked up the wand that Harry had dropped. The good news: he could interact with objects. The bad news: like Quirrell, who eschewed magic, he risked being obliterated by Harry. With the wand in hand, Tom ambled leisurely, discreetly tucking the diary into his robes. Regardless of anything else, Harry would not be allowed to use a basilisk fang to pierce his diary. With his life momentarily secured, Tom's mind raced, possessing all the memories of 16-year-old Tom Riddle. He subtly cast a killing curse at Harry. Regrettably, 6th-year Tom was no match for a 5th-year transfer student, lacking the potential to use a lethal curse as a mere illumination charm. Tom withdrew the wand, feeling the thrill of evasion, but failing to eliminate Harry. Complicated matters. Originally intending to use magic to dispose of Harry and silently exit through the pipes, Tom had to seek alternative methods. Exchanging time for space, he needed to manipulate. He had to deceive. She sacrificed her life force for you, or rather, the other you. The ethereal Tom continued to siphon Ginny's vitality. Perhaps soon, he would be able to wield magic. "The other me?" Harry, confused but not wholly attentive, replied. "This is not the time for idle chatter. You must assist me." He lifted Ginny in his arms while searching the ground for the wand he had carelessly discarded. "My wand. Have you seen my wand?" Tom furtively tucked the wand deeper into his sleeve. The balance was precarious. Without a wand, Harry could not perform magic, while Tom, believing himself incapable of using it, held the wand tightly. Yet the corporeal Tom feared Harry's touch. And what a lurking basilisk. Both could converse in Parseltongue. "No, help me find it." "Listen, we must leave before the basilisk arrives," Harry urged, the weight of Ginny pressing heavily upon his knees. "We need not rush." Tom's calm demeanor was akin to sipping hot cocoa by the fireplace in a boys' dormitory. "The basilisk will not emerge without your call." What do you mean?" Harry paused, bewildered. "Stop jesting. Hurry, it must be nearby." The 12-year-old Harry was more reckless than Tom had anticipated, making him easier to deceive. "Do you not see?" Tom elongated his tone. "See what?" Harry gasped for breath. "That a basilisk is contained here, and you are coincidentally a Parselmouth." "What are you implying?" Harry, exasperated, Thought Tom must be mad to accuse him of unleashing the basilisk upon the students, to attack Hermione. The basilisk only acts when summoned, and you alone possess the ability to communicate with serpents. You mean I released the basilisk? Impossible. Harry, acutely aware of his innocence, vehemently protested. Why is it impossible? I would never harm Hermione. Well, it was unrealistic to expect 12-year-old Harry to succumb to self-doubt. I'm speaking of you, not the child within you. What are you trying to say? Harry gently laid Ginny back on the ground, standing defiantly before Tom, who towered over him, even without a wand. There resides within you a fragment that does not bellow a piece of the soul that the Dark Lord inadvertently left behind when he attempted to kill you. Tom unveiled the truth. He was still too weak. Merely relying on the soul that Ginny offered was insufficient for him to maintain a corporeal form for long. He required more souls. Harry Potter? The memory of Tom's failed attempt to unleash the killing curse was swiftly dismissed. There was no telling when Fawkes might arrive should he come and Harry perish. Tom would face Dumbledore's unyielding wrath. Wait, Harry cautiously retreated a step. I have never shared my childhood with you. How do you know this? Chapter 2. The Seventh Horcrux. Although young Harry was not particularly wise, he was not utterly foolish. It is memory. When you access my recollections, you inadvertently shared your own. I am privy to all your secrets, Harry. The elation upon discovering his ability to converse with serpents, the frustration of being bullied by Dudley, the bittersweet nostalgia for his parents, the exhilaration of entering Hogwarts, and that fleeting flash of green light. Tom whispered like a demon, revealing the deepest secrets of Harry's heart. Half convinced, Harry suddenly recalled something. Wait, you accused Hagrid of being the murderer. No, you only glimpsed half of the memory before departing. Tom deliberately modulated his voice to sound sorrowful. I misjudged Hagrid, for I later uncovered the true culprit. Who is it? It is the Dark Lord. A lie must resonate with truth to be convincing. Voldemort? Harry gasped. Everything clicked into place. Yes. You mean to say you once thwarted Voldemort's schemes? Harry's voice trembled with excitement. He had finally found a kindred spirit. As a boy thrust into the magical world and told he was to be the savior, having narrowly escaped death only to thwart Voldemort's plot once more, he longed to encounter someone like himself. But how did he manage it? I mean, how did Voldemort control my body to accomplish these deeds? Indeed, having faced Voldemort directly the previous year, Harry was acutely aware of the Dark Lord's persuasive power. With Voldemort's soul residing within him, Harry shivered involuntarily. What shall we do? Leave it to me. Tom replied confidently. We ought to be grateful to the diligent Voldemort. In his study of the soul, he perpetually remained at the forefront of the world. We owe thanks to the identity of the Horcrux, allowing Tom to effortlessly communicate with another Horcrux, and to Ginny, who selflessly donated her soul, enabling him to assume dominance. Over the years, I have gleaned some insights on how to confront the Dark Lord, Tom declared proudly. This is the truth. His demise equates to the destruction of 1/8 of Voldemort's resurrection power. As Tom muttered the incantation, Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar, and a wave of oppressive black mist erupted from his mouth, enveloping the entire chamber. Voldemort! Harry could not suppress his exclamation. Tom had never anticipated that a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, inadvertently severed, could be so potent. Had this fragment not been so fragmented and yet to awaken self-awareness, it would be difficult to ascertain who would absorb whom. Merely a shard of a soul, and yet it wielded such strength. What heights must the complete entity reach? And what of Dumbledore, who instilled fear even in the Dark Lord at the pinnacle of his power? Tom's earlier disdain for Voldemort as a time traveler dissipated. Originally, he had looked down upon the most powerful Dark Lord in history, who had failed to conquer even the British magical community, a reflection of the British tendency to boast about their own. Now, a singular thought occupied his mind. Flee. The faster, the better. The farther, the better. Whether discovered by the true entity or by old Dumbledore, this frail fragment of a soul could not escape a tragic fate. He valiantly suppressed the fear gnawing at his heart and cast a glance at the savior, who stood frozen in place. Goodness, such reckless audacity from one so young. Harry stared intently at the formless black mist. I am not afraid of you. Yet his trembling legs betrayed his inner turmoil. Having been fiercely protected by his mother, he could not allow himself to flee before the murderer of her. Just as Harry raised his fist, prepared to confront the black mist in hand-to-hand combat, Tom took a deep breath and inhaled the entire mist. You consumed Voldemort? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. After 2 years at Hogwarts, he had yet to encounter a soul capable of devouring other souls. It's purification. We must not allow this little fellow to make any erroneous associations, Tom quickly corrected. Let us see if he can still speak Parseltongue. In a moment of reckless defiance, Harry directed his words at the portrait of Slytherin in the chamber. Open. Reveal the door. Stay inside, and do not emerge. Fearing that Harry might not have entirely forgotten Parseltongue, Tom hastily whispered instructions to the basilisk. Fortunately, after the fragment of Voldemort's soul was expelled, Harry's Slytherin side vanished. I can no longer speak it. It is a curious sensation, as if a language once so familiar has suddenly eluded me. Yet Harry felt no sense of loss. It was as though he had always believed he was speaking English, when in truth he had been uttering Parseltongue. Now he thought he was speaking Parseltongue, while in reality he was articulating English. The scar, which had throbbed in pain moments ago, seemed to have ceased its torment. Harry exclaimed joyfully, "But why has Ginny not yet awakened?" He turned, expecting Ginny to stir after Voldemort's soul had dissipated, yet she remained motionless upon the cold tiles. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and leave," Harry urged. He grasped his wand tightly, lifting his other hand to aim at Harry, who was still searching for an exit. Using Harry's wand against him could lead to unforeseen consequences. The Dark Lord, of course, possessed the skill of wandless magic, though it appeared he lacked the finesse to wield his wand with grace. Now, with a simple incantation, a flash of green light, he could achieve what even his corporeal form could not. Chapter 3. The Oblivion Charm. A distant cry of a phoenix interrupted Tom's reverie. What am I thinking? Tom was startled by his own thoughts. When had he become so bloodthirsty? It seemed the Dark Lord's obsession had taken a profound toll. The mischief of the Dark Lord. Silently concealing his wand, Tom stared expressionlessly at the inexplicably appearing phoenix. He could not comprehend how it had entered the chamber. Could a phoenix also speak Parseltongue? Or was there not even a self-closing door in Slytherin's lair? Fawkes. Harry, too, spotted the approaching phoenix. "What brings you here?" Fawkes landed beside Harry, its eyes filled with wary vigilance as it presented the sorting hat that it clutched in its talons. "The sorting hat? I have no need for it. I must find my wand. Where did I throw it?" Seizing the moment while Harry was entirely focused on locating his wand, Tom silently murmured, "Obliviate." A precise obliviate spell struck Ginny, while Fawkes, unfazed, continued to cast a vigilant and hostile gaze upon Tom. Such painful memories ought to be forgotten. Tom had never anticipated that the act of casting magic could evoke such joy. It was a wondrous sensation, akin to something within him being magnified by his wand and transferred into Ginny's being. Unable to contain his delight, Tom, after confirming Fawkes remained still, cast several more obliviate spells on Ginny to ensure the young girl would remember nothing upon awakening. He did not expect these trivial actions to deceive Dumbledore. It was merely a whim to satisfy his dark amusement. Wait, could I also cast an obliviate on Harry? Tom suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Just as he aimed his wand at Harry, that accursed phoenix stirred. How hypocritical! Tom hastily withdrew his wand. The phoenix remained steadfastly close to the one he sought to protect. "Tom, could you help me find my wand? I can't locate it anywhere." The most pressing concern was Ginny, fearing that Harry might linger too long in the chamber, prompting Dumbledore to intervene personally. Tom urged him onward. It would be a pity not to cast an obliviate on Harry, but opportunities would invariably arise. Ginny. Harry suddenly remembered the girl lying on the ground and rushed towards her. He lifted Ginny gently and placed her on Fawkes' back. As for the basilisk, without the summoning of Parseltongue, it could remain quietly in the chamber. The school-less authorities would manage it. "All right, let us go." At Harry's command, Fawkes soared toward the entrance of the chamber. As expected, the grand Slytherin chamber, devoid of even an automatic door, stood with its entrance wide open, leaving Tom utterly exasperated. "Aren't you coming?" Harry asked, turning back as he approached the entrance. "I am." Tom confirmed that the diary remained intact in his possession, and once Harry's wand was firmly in hand, he too advanced toward the entrance. "I think Fawkes likes you," Harry remarked, feeling somewhat more at ease. Upon realizing that Voldemort's essence within him had vanished, he experienced an unprecedented lightness. The scar that had occasionally throbbed with pain was now entirely devoid of discomfort, and many of the dark thoughts that once plagued him had dissipated. His only concern was how to prove to Dumbledore that Voldemort had manipulated Ginny. Surely Dumbledore would have a solution, as he always did. With that thought, his worries melted away. Harry looked up at Fawkes soaring ahead, noticing that the phoenix's gaze had never strayed from Tom for even a moment. Chuckling at the intensity of the phoenix's stare, Tom found no opportunity to cast the obliviate spell. After several minutes of this tense standoff, the sound of heavy breathing echoed from the movement of shifting objects. "Ron." Harry quickened his pace. "Ginny, I found Ginny. Is she all right?" Ron's face emerged through a gap, his voice laced with urgency. "I don't know. We need to hurry and find Dumbledore." "Who is this?" Ron cautiously scrutinized the older student trailing behind Harry. "This is Tom. I will explain everything later, but for now, our utmost priority is to find Dumbledore and rescue Ginny." The five of them hastily made their way to the entrance of the pipe. "How do we get up from here?" Harry stared blankly at the nearly vertical tunnel. "Perhaps we could use the levitation charm?" Ron suggested. "Your wand is broken, and mine is lost." Fawkes flew in front of Harry, flapping his wings. "It seems this bird wishes for you to seize it," Ron remarked incredulously. Yet now was not the time for hesitation. Any means to escape and swiftly locate Dumbledore to save his sister would suffice. "Let us grasp one another. Ron, you take hold of Professor Lockhart." "He means you," Ron said unkindly, directing his words at the amnesiac Lockhart nearby. "Professor Lockhart, please grasp Tom's hand." Fawkes eagerly flapped his wings, seemingly dissatisfied with Harry's arrangement. "You all go ahead. Rescuing Ginny is of utmost importance," Tom urged. He had no desire to accompany Harry. Finding an excuse to separate suited him perfectly. Very well. Harry did not linger. Every minute they delayed put Ginny in greater peril. At last, Fawkes led Ron, Lockhart, Harry, and Ginny out of the Chamber of Secrets, soaring directly towards Dumbledore's office. Moaning Myrtle stared wide-eyed. She had never imagined that Harry and the others could emerge alive from the chamber. But the Phoenix's speed left her no time for reflection as they vanished from her sight. With curiosity, Myrtle leaned toward the entrance, only to be startled by a handsome figure emerging from the darkness. All memories forgotten, Lockhart's usual bravado appeared as childish folly before Tom, now in a spectral state. Myrtle gazed vacantly, seemingly frozen in place. Slytherin's intentions were too bizarre for Tom to comprehend. The school staff had failed to notice anything amiss for so long. This institution was beyond salvation. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The unamnesiated Harry would recount everything that transpired in the chamber to Dumbledore. At present, he needed to flee the school at the fastest pace to evade the wrath of old Dumbledore. I hope it still exists. Chapter 4. Old Dumbledore. Fawkes swiftly transported Harry and the others to McGonagall's office. "Ginny!" A horrific scream echoed from within. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been softly sobbing by the fireplace until she beheld the lifeless form of her daughter hanging from the Phoenix. "Ginny!" Mr. Weasley rushed in as well. "What has happened?" Dumbledore approached swiftly, his long beard brushing against Ginny. Harry couldn't help but think that if Ginny were conscious, she would find the ticklish sensation of the beard both amusing and irritating. Yet now, she lay there in a daze. "It's Voldemort." Everyone was taken aback by Harry's words. "Harry, clarify what transpired in the chamber?" Dumbledore's voice lacked its usual certainty. Harry had never witnessed such a version of the headmaster. 3 parts bewildered, 7 parts shocked, and 90 parts furious. "Arthur, Molly, you must first take Ginny to Madame Pomfrey. Minerva, you escort them. Harry, you must recount to me, word for word, what transpired within the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore's voice was grave and unyielding. His intelligence indicated that Voldemort was likely far away in the forests of Albania, rather than lurking in the depths of Hogwarts. How could a mere remnant of Voldemort, barely clinging to existence, have infiltrated the very school he once feared to approach? Even at the height of his power, Voldemort would not have dared to set foot within its walls. After watching the Weasley family depart with a look of guilt, Harry recounted the events in the chamber in meticulous detail. In truth, he was uncertain of the specifics, relying solely on what Tom had revealed to him and what he had witnessed. When Dumbledore learned of the vanishing of Voldemort's soul from within Harry, he seized Harry by the arm, brandishing his wand against Harry's scar. In that moment, Harry was overcome by doubt. Was Dumbledore about to kill him? Upon hearing that Tom had assisted in purging the fragment of Voldemort's soul, Dumbledore could no longer remain seated. "Do not move. Under no circumstances should you move." After ensuring Harry comprehended his intent, Dumbledore vanished in an instant. Tom stood in the room of requirement, gazing at the recently repaired vanishing cabinet, releasing a sigh of relief. There were indeed other methods to discreetly depart from Hogwarts, yet none suited Voldemort's nature better than this. Just beyond lay Borgin and Berks, a place where Voldemort had once worked. "Work hard, Dark Lord," Tom jested to himself, attempting to fortify his resolve with humor. "Tom!" A powerful and wrathful voice erupted from behind him. It was Dumbledore. The headmaster had scoured every hidden passage before finally recalling the existence of the room of requirement. A mechanism even he struggled to comprehend. "Long time no see. You've aged considerably," Tom remarked with a teasing tone, struggling to suppress the tremor in his voice. What he dreaded most was now unfolding before him. Faced with Dumbledore's fury, even a novice like him would quake with fear. Yet, he possessed more cunning than Voldemort. Do not act rashly. This is the soul of that girl. If I were to be obliterated, she would follow suit. Tom's left hand conjured a sphere of light, causing the venerable headmaster to hesitate. After a century of existence, Dumbledore could not ascertain the true capabilities of this 16-year-old Voldemort. A complete and innocent soul in exchange for my freedom. Does that not constitute a most advantageous bargain? Tom tightened his grip on his wand, striving to appear nonchalant. A fragment of Voldemort's remaining soul was sufficient to liberate him from the bonds of the diary, and Ginny's essence was the perfect bargaining chip. Very well. I accept your terms. Dumbledore, without hesitation, lowered his wand. If we were never to meet again, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. A farewell tribute was paid to Dumbledore as Tom, half immersed in the vanishing cabinet, casually tossed a luminous orb towards the other side of the headmaster before vanishing into thin air. Dumbledore waved his wand, carefully cradling the orb, which contained Ginny Weasley's soul. He sighed deeply, and in an instant, a flash of red light erupted as the vanishing cabinet, meticulously repaired by Tom, shattered into countless pieces. This time, not even divine intervention could restore it. The old headmaster trudged heavily towards the infirmary, pondering the moral ambiguity of releasing a younger, more cunning Voldemort for the sake of a single student. If it were merely the Voldemort he had battled for decades, it would be of little concern. But what if Voldemort returned at the age of 16? What if he not only regained his hair and nose, but also acquired intellect? After a prolonged wait in Professor McGonagall's office, Harry finally saw a weary Dumbledore. "Professor, what just transpired?" Harry wagered his firebolt 2,000 that the headmaster's beard appeared notably more disheveled than before. "I could use a cup of honey grapefruit tea, but I have good news. Ginny has awoken." Tom was indeed correct. Only the professor could save Ginny, Harry exclaimed with exhilaration. This was the finest news he had received as the new term approached. "Harry, Tom Riddle is Voldemort." Observing the savior of his side, completely ensnared by Tom's deception, Dumbledore's heart sank even further. "What? Tom is Voldemort?" "Yes, he is the 16-year-old Voldemort, lurking within the diary until Ginny unearthed it." "So it wasn't my fault that Ginny was harmed?" Harry felt this was the second-best news he had heard that day. After Tom had revealed that it was Voldemort's soul within him that had seduced Ginny into those actions, Harry had briefly felt incapable of facing the Weasley family. "No, Harry, it was not you." "Will Ginny face punishment from school?" "No. Even the most powerful wizards cannot guarantee immunity from Voldemort's manipulation and control." Just as Harry was overwhelmed with excitement, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 5. The next step. Dobby's eyes darted around, attempting to find something on Professor McGonagall's desk. Had everything proceeded smoothly, perhaps Dumbledore would have donned a serene smile, engaging in a calm and insightful dialogue with the Board of Governors regarding their decisions. But now, if you have any inquiries, please consult the other governors. I have heard them say you threatened them with curses upon their families if they did not dismiss me. Lucius's expression turned icy in an instant. "Lucius, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not distribute Voldemort's old artifacts. You cannot fathom what they might conceal." Lucius Malfoy was taken aback. It was merely a diary, so why would Dumbledore utter such grave words? It was enough to nearly provoke him into drawing his wand from his cane. For years, the noble demeanor restrained the impulse within him. Malfoy adjusted his attire and turned to the house elf, declaring, "Let us depart." With a swift kick, he sent Dobby sprawling out the door. A chilling conjecture took root in his mind. If this were to be true, what dire retribution would the Malfoy family face upon the Dark Lord's resurgence? No, it could not be. Lucius's once resplendent silver hair withered in an instant, and Dobby, too, sensed the ominous shift. The house elf, yearning for freedom, was engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, seeking a means to attain liberation. Harry Potter remained alive, yet the diary had vanished. What could this signify? None could provide a definitive answer. The instigator, disheveled and dazed, emerged from the vanishing cabinet at Borgin and Burke's. Merlin's beard, Mr. Borgin, engrossed in tidying the counter, could scarcely fathom that one day a person would step forth from the long-abandoned cabinet. He rubbed his piercing gaze, attempting to discern the boy who had cast the cleaning charm upon him. "Is that you, my master?" Mr. Borgin's voice trembled. The once mighty dark wizard, who had aspired to dominate the British magical realm, now appeared in such a state. No, no, no. This was an opportunity for the dark arts. A younger body heralded greater potential for development. Albus Dumbledore, that ancient relic, was now over 110. By the time the Dark Lord reached old age once more, whether that old fool would still be alive was uncertain. "Caractacus, our era is on the cusp of dawning. Are you prepared?" Tom, exuding an air of nobility, looked down upon his former employer. "Of course, my master." Mr. Borgin's voice was urgent and elevated. He knew the Dark Lord would not be vanquished by an infant merely 1 year old. Excellent. First procure for me a place of quietude. Who could have imagined? Who would dare to conceive that the most formidable conqueror of the British magical realm, Dumbledore's sole nemesis, a man audacious enough to fragment his soul into 8 pieces, possessed not a single property, completely devoted to the conquest of the British magical world, with no personal desires. It was a tale that would bring tears to the eyes of listeners. And to contemplate such diligent efforts, culminating in utter annihilation, was truly disheartening for Tom on behalf of the Dark Lord. Yes, my master. Look, what it means to be the favored one. Lucius, that grand capitalist, shall never rise above the esteemed Mr. Borgin in this lifetime. After establishing a dozen magical barriers in the clean abode provided by Mr. Borgin, Tom finally allowed himself to relax the tension that had gripped him. The first step of the plan was complete. The next challenge was to fortify himself so as not to be extinguished by old Dumbledore or old Voldemort with a mere flick of the wrist. Cradling his chin, which had yet to sprout a beard, Tom contemplated the path ahead. Now, like the Dark Lord, he was in urgent need of a corporeal form. Both Old Deng and Old Fu are aware of the existence of the diary, as is Old Ma, who carelessly handed it to the young girl. The memory-impaired Ginny, along with the troublemaking Harry Potter, is also cognizant of the diary's presence, which could empower him to summon the very diary that sustains his existence and ultimately lead to its destruction, resulting in inevitable obliteration. It would be far more advantageous to create a corporeal form and embed the soul within this new vessel, thereby allowing for an independent existence of body and soul, while simultaneously absorbing the souls of several Dark Lords to bolster oneself and weaken adversaries. Once a physical body is attained, systematic study of magical knowledge is essential, as mere recollections would be woefully insufficient. The dark arts research at Durmstrang is rather systematic, and Karkaroff, a former Death Eater, could be of assistance in obtaining a legitimate identity for me. Frankly, the best option remains Hogwarts, a school steeped in history and secrets. Regrettably, during his obsession with the Chamber of Secrets, young Tom, aside from using the basilisk to eliminate a student, was rather compliant. Those secrets are far less informative than what Harry gleaned from the Marauder's map. In his hurried escape, he lacked the time to rummage through the room of requirement for the Horcrux hidden within Hogwarts. Furthermore, Tom became intrigued by Harry's wand while toying with it. My master, I have prepared what you requested. Chapter 6, Malfoy's Choice. Tom, within the room, brushed away the wood shavings from his wand. He admired not Harry's rigid wand with its substantial girth, but rather found Hermione's wand's design more appealing. Would the smoothing of a wand render it ineffective? Would a wandless Dark Lord concern himself with the notion of a wand? That is preposterous. My master, you have finally emerged, Mr. Borgin, hunched and humble, greeted him. As the proprietor of a shop specializing in dark artifacts, Mr. Borgin considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about dark magic. However, facing the rejuvenated Dark Lord, he found himself utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. This sense of powerlessness had never been experienced even at the height of the Dark Lord's reign. Shall I announce your return? He cautiously inquired, suppressing his own thoughts. No, we must develop discreetly for now. Remember, accumulate resources, fortify defenses, and delay claiming power. This is our current doctrine, Tom proclaimed from his elevated position. Our communications will adhere to traditional mail for the time being. You may address me as Mr. Fines. The surname Riddle is too ostentatious. He opted for a rather darkly humorous alias. Mr. Borgin involuntarily shivered. What achievements might a Dark Lord who understands the virtues of patience and strategic thinking realize? He daren't imagine. Spread the word that Voldemort is poised for resurgence. The time for choices has arrived. My master, the Death Eaters have scattered. Our power has been utterly decimated. Naive, Tom interrupted Mr. Borgin's pessimism directly. On the path to greatness, only those with unwavering loyalty are required. Those who remain loyal to me shall be rewarded. Those who betray me will find only death. Now, let those who cling to life tremble. Yes, my master. Indeed, this is the very essence of the Dark Lord's imminent return, a sensation familiar to Mr. Borgin. He swirled into a tempest of shadows, vanishing from Tom's sight. The resurgence of Voldemort is of no concern to Tom Riddle. He finds satisfaction in creating turmoil for both sides. Ah, old Dumbledore, do you suppose Fudge will attribute this calamity to your machinations? A sly smile crept upon his lips, reminiscent of a dragon's grin. Voldemort's return? What a farcical notion. Who, aside from Harry, would entertain such absurdity? Ah, indeed, the Weasley family as well. Yet, Fudge and his Ministry of Magic are loath to accept this reality, especially when Voldemort's resurrection is but a shadowy whisper. This cadre of inept officials would merely perceive it as Dumbledore's scheme to usurp the position of Minister for Magic. Fudge, reveling in the zenith of his power, is unwilling to acknowledge Voldemort's resurgence, for it would necessitate relinquishing authority to Dumbledore, the only individual Voldemort truly fears. To cling to his power, Fudge would resort to any deceitful means. Upon receiving the news, he would not only dismiss the threat of the Dark Lord's return, but would actively obstruct Dumbledore's attempts at reclaiming power. Ultimately fostering a wolf is coming effect when Voldemort truly resurrects. Weakening the enemy while bolstering his own strength is Tom's cunning strategy. Progress must be methodical, one step at a time. Thus, he shall first address the most accessible Horcrux. There remain 5 Horcruxes, Ginny, whereabouts unknown, the Hufflepuff cup concealed within Gringotts, the Slytherin locket in the Black ancestral home, the Ravenclaw diadem at Hogwarts, and most easily obtainable, the ring of Marvolo Gaunt at the Gaunt residence. As a wisp of black smoke dissipated, Tom vanished. He furiously called out to the house elf. What, pray tell, is the nature of that diary? Dobby, unable to respond, let out a shriek and dashed headlong into the wall. It is merely the diary of one whose name cannot be uttered. With that, Dobby resumed his self-inflicted punishment, banging his head against the wall. I inquired about the contents of the diary. Lucius kicked the house elf, still punishing itself, away, demanding to know what exactly dwells within that diary. Lucius cursed under his breath and delivered another kick to the trembling house elf nearby. You wretched creature, why did you not speak sooner? The most dreadful possibility had materialized, a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, delivered by his not-so-loyal servant, directly beneath Dumbledore's nose. If Voldemort rises, what sanctuary remains for the Malfoy family? What to do? For the first time, the ever-elegant Lucius found himself genuinely unsettled. Should he inform the Dark Lord that it was an unintentional blunder? That would surely invite a most gruesome fate. To seek refuge with Dumbledore? That old, cunning serpent is no less treacherous than the Dark Lord himself. Bringing one's family into a precarious situation may result in being inadvertently assigned to the thankless role of a double agent. Lucius, though uncertain of many things, understood that those who were duplicitous and adept at navigating treacherous waters might barely escape dire straits. However, once a traitor or spy is uncovered, their fate is often far worse than death. The only solace he found was that he had not laid eyes upon the remnants of that diary. Lucius clung to a faint hope that the journal had slipped away beneath Dumbledore's very nose. But if that were true, what would it signify? Did it indicate that the essence of the Dark Lord had gained self-awareness, or that the long-vanished Dark Lord was on the verge of returning? Lucius was acutely aware that his family stood at a crossroads that would determine their destiny. His choices would dictate their path. First, he resolved to encourage Draco and Potter to cultivate a friendship, unbeknownst to Draco, who remained oblivious to his father's intentions. He sat at the long table in the Great Hall when he suddenly heard the raucous shouts of Weasley emanating from the Gryffindor table. Chapter 7. Will you be my friend? What? Ron's booming voice drew the attention of the entire school. Keep your voice down. Hermione, who had just recovered from her petrification, desperately wished to slap Ron. The fool was nearly shouting the name of Voldemort, if only he dared. Are you saying you not only encountered the one whose name must not be spoken, but he also took your wand? Ron quickly lowered his voice and inquired in Harry's ear. Why had he failed to recognize this sooner? Harry was consumed by a mix of betrayal and foolish anger. How could he have been so oblivious, ensnared by the web of lies spun by Voldemort? If only I had been more cautious. Damn it. Don't be so hard on yourself. You've done well enough. Hermione spoke up to console him. Her words were not entirely devoid of truth. Even Dumbledore had failed to apprehend him, let alone the fact that he had vanquished the fragment of Voldemort that resided within Harry. Rather than vanquished, I believe it was more akin to consuming his soul. Harry was resolute in his conjecture. Weren't you the one who defeated the Dark Lord possessing Quirrell last year? Ron questioned, slightly bewildered. I did not destroy him. Dumbledore stated that Voldemort was hiding in the forests of Albania. Harry had always been forthcoming with information when it came to Ron and Hermione. Are you suggesting there are now 2 Dark Lords? Ron's voice escalated by an octave. Keep it down. Hermione swiftly covered Ron's mouth with her hand. Is that something you can shout about openly? She cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before burying her head again. Are you implying that this 16-year-old Voldemort is not the same one you defeated last year? I don't know, but I sense this Voldemort is not as malevolent. Harry replied uncertainly. He deceived you. Hermione exclaimed incredulously. Yes, but he did not kill me. If Tom Riddle is indeed the Voldemort who attempted to take my life twice, then why did he refrain from attacking me when I was defenseless? Could it be that he is still quite weak? Ron proposed his theory. No. After consuming the fragment of Voldemort's soul within me, I could feel his strength. Perhaps the 16-year-old Dark Lord had not entirely succumbed to malevolence. Hermione was uncertain. She conceded that Harry had a valid point. The Dark Lord, capable of commanding the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets and wielding Harry's wand, had no reason not to eliminate the savior who had twice evaded death. Regardless, the existence of two Dark Lords was utterly terrifying. One could only hope that Dumbledore would be able to contend with them. On a brighter note, this younger version did not appear inclined to kill Harry. Hermione attempted apulitaimdiest. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had announced the cancellation of exams. Otherwise, it would have posed a dilemma for the two Gryffindors without their wands. And we have now won the House Cup for 2 consecutive years. Ron added, with Dumbledore awarding Harry and Ron an additional 200 points each. Gryffindor had all but secured the House Cup ahead of time. Their names, alongside Tom Riddle's, had also been inscribed for the Special Contribution Award. It felt peculiar to share an accolade with the Dark Lord. Ron scratched his head, feeling that the value of this award had diminished significantly in his eyes. The Dark Lord had framed Hagrid to earn one. He had done nothing to merit another by merely unearthing 2 stones, and Harry had been deceived throughout to receive his. Truth be told, Ron felt undeserving of the 200 points and the Special Contribution Award. Human sorrow and joy are not uniform. While Harry and Ron grappled with studies and accolades, Dumbledore, as headmaster, had far greater concerns to contemplate. Severus, I need you to reach out to former Death Eater associates. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore spoke gravely to Snape. You want me to contact the Death Eaters? The potion's master replied incredulously. Yes. May I inquire as to why? Snape, as if he had heard a particularly amusing jest, reacted, You must be jesting. Just the other day, I informed you that the Dark Lord was languishing in a forest in Albania, constantly possessing animals to survive. Are you suggesting that he has suddenly regained power and transformed to arrive at Hogwarts? Snape rolled up his robe, revealing the faded skull insignia. This symbol represented the Death Eaters, the only means by which the Dark Lord could summon his loyal servants. During the Dark Lord's reign over Britain, the Dark Mark was a terrifying sight, far removed from its current dim appearance. Is this some sort of morbid riddle? Like your other peculiar metaphors, it is hardly amusing. I wish it were merely an unfunny cold joke, but Severus, I regret to inform you that this troubled world must now confront the torment of 2 Voldemorts. Snape's heart sank, as did that of his pupil. Draco, seated upon the Slytherin bench, fixated intently on the trio, whispering among themselves. He could not fathom why his father had repeatedly urged him to cultivate a rapport with the loathsome Potter, especially given that his father and Weasley were bitter adversaries. Yet, one could not defy parental commands, particularly when they included a request that Draco found utterly humiliating. Potter. Draco hesitantly approached the Gryffindor table, and the trio ceased their hushed conversation, instinctively lifting their heads to regard this Slytherin with whom they had clashed this year. Will you be my friend? Chapter 8. The Enchantment of Infatuation. A burst of laughter erupted from Gryffindor, leaving everyone astonished. What spell had ensnared the ever-arrogant Draco Malfoy, compelling him to awkwardly confess his feelings to Harry like a bashful maiden? The students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw observed the spectacle with keen curiosity, pondering the significance of this unusual day. Surely, it could not be that Dumbledore's favoritism towards the Savior and his loyal companion, granting them each an additional 200 points, had provoked the young Malfoy to kneel before the illustrious Harry Potter? The Slytherin table fell into an eerie silence. The sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, the seeker of the Quidditch team, and the only protege of the Slytherin head, was now diminishing himself in the presence of a Gryffindor? Had they all collectively lost their minds? Or was it Draco Malfoy who had succumbed to madness? Everyone remembered his derogatory remarks about Hermione being a mudblood, and the incident where Ron had pointed his wand at him was still fresh in their minds. It had not been long since then, and yet here he was, openly extending an olive branch to Potter, without any guise or pretense. Draco knew that Harry was aware of his insults towards Hermione, but he was determined to ignore his own disdain and accept Malfoy's overture. Setting aside the fact that he had insulted Hermione earlier this year, and that Lucius Malfoy had expelled Dumbledore from the school, not to mention the episode with Hagrid and the dragon, Harry could not bring himself to forge a friendship with Draco. I apologize to Miss Granger for my inappropriate words, Draco declared, suppressing the humiliation that churned within him as he bowed in apology to Hermione. Despite his clenched fists and fingernails piercing his palms, he maintained an exterior of humility. He was bewildered by his father's sudden directive, yet felt compelled to comply with his wishes. If he were to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Stifling his inner turmoil, Draco endeavored to appear natural, even managing a smile that he perceived as genuine. Though to Hermione, it was far more pitiable than tears. The clatter of cutlery hitting the floor echoed throughout the hall. Not only the Slytherin table, but even Gryffindor's own students were rendered speechless. The haughty Draco Malfoy, who often acted as if the school were his personal domain, was actually apologizing to a mudblood? Well, mudblood was the term used by Slytherin, while Gryffindors valued their brilliant Hermione, who, along with her two seemingly inconsequential companions, had collectively amassed 560 points for their house over 2 academic years, not to mention Hermione's frequent 10-point contributions. Sometimes, Gryffindors speculated in private about which of the trio might be Dumbledore's illegitimate child. It seemed improbable that 3 lower-year students could consecutively defeat the Dark Lord, who had already been vanquished by Harry. Regardless of the reactions around him, Ron, unable to contain himself, spewed pumpkin juice all over Draco's face. Just when everyone anticipated Malfoy's explosive reaction, Hermione rose to her feet. She drew her wand and pointed it at Draco, who was still bowing. Were they about to engage in a duel? Lee Jordan nudged George Weasley beside him. I bet 10 nuts that Hermione will undoubtedly triumph. This wager cannot proceed. I too wish to place my bet on Hermione's victory. Listening to the whispers of the Gryffindors nearby, Draco contemplated summoning a basilisk to devour this prattling group. Regrettably, he could not. He was uncertain of Hermione's intentions with her wand, yet he recognized that his best course was to patiently await her judgment. A stream of cool water cascaded over Draco, soaking him entirely, yet he remained motionless, simply bowing his head in anticipation of Hermione's forgiveness. In an instant, the pumpkin juice that marred his face and clothing was banished by Hermione's spell. "Humph," Hermione haughtily declared after completing her task. "I forgive you." "Thank you." Draco produced a box tied with a bow from behind him and extended it toward Hermione. "This is my apology, a copy of the handwritten notes of Nicodemus. Please accept it as a token of my remorse and compensation for the pain I caused you." Hermione blinked in surprise as she gazed at Draco for a prolonged moment before accepting the invaluable tome. The knowledge contained within was simply irresistible to her. The Weasley twins gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dislocating, mouths agape as wide as a pumpkin. What on earth had just transpired? Was Malfoy truly attempting to pursue the very Gryffindor he had recently insulted as a mudblood in front of the entire school? Fred nudged George, unwilling to tear his eyes away from Draco, and asked his twin with a sidelong glance, "Did you slip him a love potion?" "Not yet," George replied, his eyes darting with curiosity. Who had administered such a potent potion to Malfoy? The effect was astonishing, far surpassing their extensive research on love potions. A Slytherin noble falling for a Gryffindor mudblood. What a ludicrous tale to unfold at Hogwarts. "Is he in heat?" Fred questioned uncertainly. Could it be that noble hormones peak at such an early age? He glanced at Angelina Johnson, whose gaze was fixated on George, and mused how a pure blood like George, 3 years Malfoy senior, could be so vastly different. "Huh," George exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Upon witnessing Hermione accept his carefully prepared gift, Draco felt a sense of relief wash over him. Even if he looked down upon this mudblood, he could not deny that this girl, whose intellect was always sharp, was the true linchpin of their trio. As for Potter and the dim-witted Weasley, merely trinkets adorning her. This year, had those 2 trinkets added 400 points to Gryffindor? Bah, that was merely the favoritism of old Dumbledore, who showed no regard for fairness and openly favored Potter. And the Weasley fool, he was only elevated because of his association with Potter, being the sole friend of the boy who lived, thus receiving Dumbledore's unwarranted patronage. This year, it is truly disheartening that Father was unable to completely dislodge Dumbledore. So, Harry, what is your answer? Chapter 9, Slytherin. It is a distant memory, over a century ago, when he too had a kindred spirit, a close friend. The bond they shared was more unorthodox than a Slytherin befriending a Gryffindor. They were akin to a Durmstrang reaching out to a Hogwarts student. From strangers to friends, friends to lovers, and lovers to adversaries, ultimately, during that great battle, he was vanquished and lost his freedom, losing everything in the process. Dumbledore gazed upon the 2 boys before him, pondering whether Draco and Harry might share a fate similar to that of Grindelwald and himself. Harry stood, entranced before the expectant boy. When he first stepped into the magical realm, it was Malfoy who first extended a hand of friendship, albeit in a manner he found difficult to accept. Yet it was nonetheless a glimmer of kindness. The proud yet rejected young master and the thwarted savior. Harry felt as though this scenario was reminiscent of a novel he had secretly read while hiding it from Aunt Petunia. Let us see how you perform. Although perplexed by Malfoy's sudden change in demeanor, Harry resolved to grant this boy an opportunity. In an instant, the two were encircled by a throng of inquisitive classmates. Are you really planning to befriend Malfoy? Ron exclaimed incredulously. Yes, Malfoy. Hermione, say something. He cast a pleading glance toward Hermione, hoping she would offer some rational commentary. I think if Malfoy truly intends to reform, it might not be impossible, Hermione replied without lifting her eyes from her book. You haven't been swayed by a book, have you? Ron remarked, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. No, I was merely contemplating that if Harry must eventually confront the Dark Lord, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Hermione produced another thick tome from her robes. Preparing to be friends with Malfoy? Ron cannot fathom this. This book states that a revolution entails cultivating more friends and fewer enemies. I find this quite reasonable. Malfoy is the sole heir of the Malfoy family, a lineage of significant standing within the magical community. If they extend goodwill to Harry, should we reject it and push them away? Ron found himself increasingly bewildered by Hermione's words. That is Malfoy. His father is a Death Eater. He has insulted you, and their family is notorious. The fact that his father has not been convicted by the Ministry indicates a lack of steadfastness in his stance, and he has apologized. Such individuals, when they offer goodwill, should be engaged rather than cast aside. We ought to accept them and educate them, Hermione argued tenaciously. What on earth are you reading? Ron seized the book from Hermione's hands, previously finding her words somewhat profound but now utterly incomprehensible. Today he was completely lost. Cradling the hefty hardcover volume, he felt dizzy. Not a single page spoke of magic, nor did it bear any relation to the magical realm, even throughout the entirety of the book. It is merely the words of a single individual. Harry, what are your thoughts? Ron, reluctantly returning the book to Hermione, turned his head in hopes of gaining Harry's approval. Harry's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he acknowledged Hermione's perspective that he ought to cultivate numerous friendships and minimize adversaries. Yet, inexplicably, a feeling of resentment lingered within him. Was not the battle against Voldemort his own mission and responsibility? He had always believed so. At the tender age of 1, he bravely withstood Voldemort's death curse, emerging as the boy who lived. In his first year, he confronted an adult wizard and a fragment of Voldemort's soul, not only safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone from being seized, but also once again vanquishing Voldemort. This year, deceived by the cunning Tom, he felt he had not achieved any monumental feats, yet he still managed to expel a fragment of Voldemort's soul from the school. Not to mention, the remnant of Voldemort's soul within him had been utterly vanquished. Indeed, the struggle against Voldemort was solely his affair, not Ron's, not Hermione's, and certainly not Malfoy's. Perhaps they could accompany him part way, but when it came time to confront Voldemort, it would always be he alone. What Harry was loath to admit was that if he were to lose the title of the Chosen One, what would he become? Malfoy, I require your explanation. The president of the student council and the prefects stood before Draco, seething with anger, perceiving this as a betrayal from the Malfoy family. An explanation? This year, Dumbledore awarded Potter and Weasley an additional 400 points. That is the explanation. Have you forgotten how we lost the House Cup last year? Potter, Weasley, Granger, and that Longbottom collectively earned an additional 170 points. Those present were astute individuals, well aware of their family's extensive connections. Prompted by Draco's remark, they quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, even if Dumbledore favored the Chosen One, he could not be so brazenly biased. A total of 570 points, along with 2 special contribution awards for the house, surely indicated that this group of Gryffindors had clandestinely accomplished something significant. This year must pertain to the events of the Chamber of Secrets, but what about last year? The surrounding Slytherins exhibited expressions of contemplation. The corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor was no longer off limits, as several Gryffindors had stealthily infiltrated it. Beneath a trapdoor lay a vast expanse. It contained naught but remnants of chess pieces. What could be concealed beneath? What had Potter, Weasley, and Granger done to accrue a total of 160 points in bonuses? Are you suggesting that person? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. At long last, their time seemed to be approaching. Could they follow in their forebears' footsteps and continue their allegiance to the greatest Dark Lord in history? Should they propose that their father consider joining the Order of the Phoenix? Chapter 10, Blood, Bone, Flesh. Do not be misled by the demise and madness of those who join the Order of the Phoenix. Their offspring are thriving. Not only are they alive and well, but they have also been sorted into Gryffindor under the watchful care of that old fool, Dumbledore. As a white wizard who has stood against the Dark Lord for so many years, Dumbledore, while unable to safeguard his followers, has always shown kindness towards their progeny. However, this benevolence is significantly influenced by the Dark Lord's own malevolence. Draco remains perplexed. If Dumbledore is indeed vastly superior to the Dark Lord, why do members of the Order perish or flee? Why is it Harry Potter who ultimately becomes the savior? Why were the Death Eaters only brought to justice by the Ministry of Magic after the Dark Lord's defeat? Perhaps Dumbledore is not as formidable and influential as he has led others to believe. In a moment of uncertainty, the boy hesitates to persuade his father, who has managed to evade the Great Purge, to join the Order. The Dark Lord, still wandering in Albania, remains oblivious to the fact that his Minister of Magic has new career aspirations. He continues to seek opportunities for his resurrection. His ultimate goal remains unchanged, to conquer the indomitable force of death. As for now, he must refrain from lofty ambitions and instead allow his fractured, nearly shattered soul to find a suitable vessel to stabilize itself, to seek loyal servants, to reconstruct his corporeal form, to eliminate that boy who has been lauded as indestructible, to overthrow the decaying Ministry of Magic, and to remove all obstacles in his pursuit of immortality. He, the greatest dark wizard in existence, an immortal with 6 Horcruxes, will not be daunted by the minor challenges he presently faces. The brave Voldemort fears no adversity. He possesses 6 Horcruxes. 6. What does a temporary setback due to carelessness amount to? Voldemort boldly contemplates that even if 1 or 2 Horcruxes were lost unexpectedly, he still has plenty left. Moreover, he has entrusted his Horcruxes to his loyal servants, guarded by intricate mechanisms, hidden in the most obscure locations. How could any mishap occur? 1 Horcrux, having consumed another, resides in the Gaunt family home, where it plays with the recently discovered 3rd Horcrux. The Gaunt residence is not difficult to locate. A brief exploration of the Dark Lord's memories leads Tom effortlessly to this place, watched over by a solitary muggle. After deceiving the unfortunate individual who suffered greatly at the hands of the Dark Lord, Tom thoroughly searched the old house until he found the ring, which, although originally merely a resurrection stone, had been inadvertently fashioned into a Horcrux. Is this the fabled resurrection stone? It appears quite ordinary. After swallowing the soul that belonged to the Dark Lord, Tom licked his lips, captivated and addicted to the instantaneous enhancement of his power and soul strength. Though the path of dark arts may sound unappealing, the results speak volumes. He even finds himself pondering whether he could employ the same method on other wizards, such as absorbing Dumbledore's soul, and what tremendous benefits that would bestow upon him. Just as this thought emerges, Tom swiftly suppresses it. Absorbing the Dark Lord's own soul may yield great power, but also risks being tainted by its inherent brutality and cruelty. He was uncertain whether he could suppress the dark essence belonging to the Dark Lord within himself after absorbing the remaining fragments of his soul. Tom, toying with the ring, sat poised in the living room, faced with 2 choices: to absorb the scattered Horcruxes of the Dark Lord and subsequently create a physical form to become an independent entity, or to first manifest as an independent being and then attempt to absorb the souls contained within the Horcruxes. The crux of his dilemma lay in the uncertainty of whether, upon creating a body, he could continue to absorb souls in the guise of a Horcrux. The act of consuming another soul was a line Tom could not cross. Otherwise, what distinguished him from Voldemort? However, he found it effortless to absorb Voldemort's essence, as he was essentially a fragment of Voldemort himself. The vault of Bellatrix at Gringotts was inaccessible. The room of requirement at Hogwarts posed too great a risk, and the whereabouts of Nagini remained unclear. The only prospect left was the locket taken by Black from the ancestral home, which was guarded by a house elf, making it relatively easier to acquire. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Not yet the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, lay there, lacking a secret keeper and any special purpose, save for the presence of the aging house elf creature and the portrait of Sirius Black's mother, who jealously roared at anyone daring to enter her home. To Voldemort, these 2 layers of security would be laughable. Regrettably, Tom was not Voldemort. He was merely a 16-year-old wizard who had absorbed the souls of 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Even the Dark Lord himself was still studying at school at that age, and confronting a house elf directly was too formidable a challenge. In life, prudence was paramount. Tom resolved to prioritize his survival, engraving the words from the heart deeply within. Preserving his life came before all else. The diary, known to others as a vessel for his soul, posed too great a risk. It was uncertain whether Dumbledore would take it upon himself to seek out this embodiment of Voldemort's essence after the school break. As a Horcrux, Tom could neither create another nor switch to a different vessel. The only path to liberate himself from the diary's constraints lay in crafting a physical form. I already possess Harry Potter's blood. Old Riddle's corpse rests in the Riddle ancestral home, and the flesh of a servant is represented by the voluntarily offered finger of Caractacus. The conditions for creating a body were now complete. There was no better time than the present. Today would be the day. Transfigured to the Riddle family graveyard, Tom swiftly located the grave of old Tom. Standing before the grave, he, an unbeliever in deities and Merlin, traced a cross upon his chest, murmuring Amitabha and praising Merlin. Before exhuming the remains of this pitiful man, who had only passed on his handsome visage to his son, once desecrated, the bones would suffice, wouldn't they? Removing a rib that had turned to bone, Tom waved his hand, and the remaining remains were engulfed in raging flames, the ashes scattering to the wind. Gazing upon the remnants of the late Tom Riddle, young Tom clasped his hands in prayer, solemnly invoking blessings for the selfless soul of Tom Riddle once more, before he resolved to undertake one final task. Chapter 11. The Flesh. What is the greatest fear of the basilisk? As one who has manipulated the creature on 2 occasions, Tom was undoubtedly the most authoritative voice on the matter. The ambitious Voldemort, who willingly chose the serpent as the vessel for his Horcrux, perhaps harbored a deep yearning to embody the basilisk, an entity capable of enduring for millennia. Thus, a 16-year-old boy, caught in the throes of adolescent angst, retrieved a rooster from beneath his cloak, beheading and frying it until naught remained but a skeletal frame devoid of meat. With utmost seriousness and reverence, Tom cradled the chicken in his hands and placed it into the dark earth 3 feet below. "I hope you will find joy in this," he murmured. After offering another prayer for the late Riddle and the rooster, Tom cast a transfiguration charm upon the chicken bones and then directed a restoration charm towards the grave he had unearthed. Upon completing his rituals, Tom summoned a gust of dark wind and vanished from the cemetery, leaving behind an eerie silence. He pondered whether the old Voldemort would appreciate the gift he had prepared, and if he would come to adore singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Seeking a secluded spot, Tom stirred his cauldron, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. He found it exceedingly difficult to focus on the task at hand. The cauldron's contents were nauseating, a viscous, green sludge bubbling with purple froth, exuding a noxious aroma. Reflecting on the macabre ingredients, a few drops of blood from an 11 or 12-year-old boy, the bones of a corpse long deceased for 50 or 60 years, a finger from a centenarian, alongside an assortment of potions and herbs, Tom could not help but admire the audacity of the future Voldemort, who might willingly plunge into this concoction, perhaps even choking on the noxious brew. The Sorting Hat, in its folly, had clearly misallocated the old Voldemort, as he was undeniably suited for Gryffindor. For a Slytherin like himself to remain before this cauldron of dark culinary creation without fleeing was quite a feat. To leap or not to leap. That was the dilemma. Tom repeatedly fortified his resolve. He feared little else. The diary, as the vessel for his Horcrux, was virtually indestructible, impervious to fire, water, tearing, and slicing. Save for a few exceptional artifacts. As a Horcrux himself, he had little to fear. As long as the Horcrux remained intact, his own safety was assured. Yet, the revulsion was undeniable. To die cleanly or to live in filth, this was the question. Recalling an ancient Chinese adage that suggests a good death is better than a wretched existence, Tom steeled himself and, with a firm stomp, leapt into the cauldron, enacting a magical version of a self-cooking iron pot near the Riddle estate. 10 minutes passed, and even as Tom felt himself nearing completion within the cauldron, he discerned no sign of corporeal form. The promised flesh had not materialized. He remained a wandering soul with substance. To discard or not to discard, this was yet another quandary. Though the diary was reputed to be indestructible, such claims were merely assertions. The sword of Gryffindor, the basilisk's fang, and certain exquisite flames could inflict fatal wounds upon Horcrux. Who knows whether a bowl of that grotesque concoction, resembling a cauldron of unidentifiable slop, might yield similar effects. More importantly, if that slime, which bears an uncanny resemblance to a slug, were to seep into the diary, would it not equate to infiltrating his very essence? The sudden transformation galvanized Tom, who had previously been indecisive, into resolute action. An alarm from the mechanisms left behind in the Gaunt residence signaled the intrusion of a highly skilled wizard. There was no time to delay. With unwavering determination, Tom cast the diary into the cauldron. At present, Dumbledore was unable to summon the diary through magic. But who could say he wouldn't be capable of extracting the very diary upon which Tom's existence relied? In the realm of magic, such absurdities were entirely plausible. As the diary made contact with the cauldron, Tom was besieged by a profound agony emanating from his soul. After all, he was a Horcrux, possessing only a fragment of a soul. This was soon followed by an indescribable itch that enveloped his entire being. This sensation, unlike the previous one, originated from his long-forgotten flesh. It was unbearable, an incessant itch that permeated every inch of him. Tom flailed his newly formed hands, sometimes scratching his ears like a monkey, other times rubbing against the cauldron like a wild boar. What would I become? Amidst the relentless itching, Tom could only distract himself with fantasies of his corporeal form. Would he resemble the cinematic Tom, or perhaps the Voldemort before he became bald and noseless? Only when the indescribable substance within the cauldron had been completely consumed and the flames outside had extinguished did the itch finally relent. Had he succeeded? He clenched his fists tightly, the pain from his nails digging into his palms a sensation he had never before experienced. He had transformed. No longer merely a fragment of someone else's soul imprisoned within a Horcrux. He was now an independent entity, existing in the world. What I look like now? Tom transformed the cauldron into a mirror, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, far more sophisticated than that of the young Voldemort. Clad in a military uniform, the essence of a certain dictator was unmistakable. What do you possess to challenge me? Tom laughed, an unabashed, unrestrained guffaw, compared to that ancient figure. Sharing the same face, but marred by inexplicable deformities, a bald head, a flattened nose, serpent-like eyes, pallid skin, and bloodshot sockets, his appearance was decidedly superior. As an elegant and noble leader, Voldemort's personal image detracted significantly from his persona, unlike Tom, who undeniably resembled a future leader. The diary. Tom quickly retrieved his former vessel from the ground, gently caressing its rigid exterior. Holding the diary, he felt an inexplicable sensation. This was, opening the diary, he discovered it filled with the intimate secrets of Tom Riddle. The young Tom Riddle, who aspired to become the most notorious dark wizard in history, was, in his youth, a meticulous, sensitive, and suspicious boy. As he read the entries, the sentiment was entirely distinct from searching through memories. Indeed, he was no longer the 16-year-old Tom Marvolo Riddle, the Horcrux left behind by Voldemort. Instead, it is an entirely new character, a 16-year-old transfer student named Tom Riddle from Durmstrang. Chapter 12, The Orphanage. Engrossed in the diary of young Voldemort, Tom inadvertently tore a small piece from a page in his excitement. How fragile it is! He quickly smoothed the torn page in his hands, attempting to mend the wound, until it dawned on him. Could it really be so easily shredded? In disbelief, he continued tearing page after page, igniting the discarded fragments with a spell. It's fine, I'm fine. He laughed, somewhat maniacally. The diary, which chronicled the sensitive heart and grand aspirations of young Voldemort, was now in the hands of this reborn boy, shredded and incinerated, drifting away like his father. Liberated from the confines of the diary, becoming a true human being, Tom's third plan could finally unfold, to acquire a legitimate identity. Creating a false identity in the Muggle world through magic in the 1990s was not particularly complicated. However, fabricating the history of a wizard in the magical realm posed a far greater challenge. Fortunately, he had an old acquaintance who served as the headmaster of a wizarding school, a man of modest courage who had a secret held over him by Tom, and the identity he had just discarded was still quite useful. After tidying up the scene, Tom vanished in a puff of smoke. Moments later, a wisp of white smoke appeared, and the greatest white wizard in the world stood upon the dew-soaked earth, his weary face framed by his silver beard. Not here, old Dumbledore muttered to himself, having searched every conceivable location Tom Riddle could reach, finding not a trace. Azkaban. Though Fudge was suspicious, he was vigilant in guarding the Death Eaters imprisoned within. Anyone attempting to interact with the incarcerated Death Eaters would be deemed a suspect escaping legal ramifications, and capturing such individuals would bolster his political career. Dumbledore was unconcerned that Tom Riddle could silently infiltrate Azkaban. At least, a Voldemort without a corporeal form, a fractured soul, and devoid of power could not. Nor could the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. Are you here to adopt the children? A woman clad in the garb of a nun emerged. The expression on her face was one of clear disappointment. She had expected this gentleman, an elderly man still full of vigor, to be a benefactor ready to donate a substantial sum to the orphanage or perhaps to take a fortunate child away. For a wizard wishing to conceal his appearance, a simple disguise charm was exceedingly easy for someone of their caliber. He was a boy of about 16, exuding an air of nobility and strikingly handsome. Yet, he still described Tom's features to the nun. I'm sorry, but we don't have anyone like that here. If your son is missing, perhaps reporting it to the authorities would be quicker. The nun scrutinized Dumbledore from head to toe. From his description, She thought the boy he was referring to sounded more like his own son, or perhaps grandson, a nobleman who, while indulging in worldly pleasures, had unwittingly left behind a legacy, only to discover a son upon the child's maturity. As a result, the father and son parted ways in discord. The illegitimate child fled from home without a word. The elderly father, finally filled with remorse, yearned to atone for his past and provide the boy with a home he had never known. The nun, indulging in her imagination, concocted a dramatic tale of human relationships, growing increasingly exhilarated by the scandalous thrill of it all. Such transgressions, when occurring to others, make for the most tantalizing gossip, so captivating that even God might find it hard to look away. Oh, Dumbledore was not disheartened. Rather, he felt that his previous understanding of Tom Riddle was incomplete. Apologies for the interruption. Just as he was preparing to take his leave, the nun halted him. What is the name of the child you seek? Tom Riddle. Perhaps he would prefer another name now, Voldemort. Indeed, a spark ignited in Dumbledore's eyes. He had never imagined that Voldemort might have any connection to this orphanage. The records here revealed that a Mr. Voldemort had made a substantial donation to the orphanage half a century ago. Perhaps the person you seek is linked to this. The nun gazed at Dumbledore with hopeful eyes, eager to uncover any hints from this elder. She made the sign of the cross upon her chest, praying for God's forgiveness for her sins. This gossip was becoming increasingly sensational. Discussing others behind their backs contradicted doctrine, yet such electrifying news was hard to contain. More importantly, if this old man had donated some 50 years ago, might he not consider contributing again? The orphanage was in desperate need of funds, and a donation could significantly improve the children's meals. Thank you for your assistance. Dumbledore inclined his head politely and bid farewell to the nun. My God. Chapter 13, Azkaban. The nun stood, bewildered, gazing at the gold bars that had mysteriously appeared in her hands. She swore to God that mere moments ago, her hands had been empty save for a list of donors. Had God finally shown mercy upon this wretched place, bestowing some divine intervention? The mastermind behind a 2.5-year existence wore a smile that could not be contained, his twitching eyebrows and smoothened beard betraying his delight. Upon hearing of Tom Riddle's previous donation, Dumbledore's heavy heart lightened considerably. Calculating the timeline, it seemed this child had only recently graduated. A boy raised in an orphanage, abandoned from infancy. A poor student at Hogwarts who earned his keep through hard work. A future tyrant who never concealed his ambitions in youth. What could he have possibly acquired such funds to donate to the orphanage shortly after leaving school? One need not guess. The origins of that money were likely dubious. Yet Dumbledore was unconcerned. What mattered to him was that young Tom, upon graduating, still possessed a spark of conscience. This was a notion he had never previously entertained. It appeared that Tom Riddle had not yet transformed into the Voldemort Dumbledore had once lamented. Of course, the proud old man's ego would not allow him to be outdone by his former pupil. He, Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in the world, adorned with a legitimate profession, a wealth of titles, and vast riches, how could he possibly be overshadowed by Tom Riddle, an unemployed orphan fresh out of school? In the trivial matter of donations? With the alchemical transformation of 2 gold bars, Dumbledore departed from the orphanage. He could not fathom where the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, contained within that diary, might manifest next. Could it possibly return to Riddle's ancestral home? Dumbledore harbored significant doubts, yet he had to concede that, for the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, perhaps only the residence of the father whom Voldemort despised, scorned, and loathed could serve as a destination. It is worth noting that, at the age of 16, Tom Riddle had murdered his Muggle father during the summer of his 5th year and framed his uncle for the crime. As Harry pointed out, the soul of Voldemort within the diary was indeed a reflection of 16-year-old Tom. With a mere flicker of apparition, Dumbledore arrived at the Riddle estate. Gazing upon the still dusty residence, he found himself once again at a loss. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he approached the grave of old Tom, silently contemplating the myriad emotions swirling within him regarding the slain Muggle. Tom's very existence had been a grave error from the outset. A witch had enchanted an unsuspecting Muggle with a love potion, only to arrogantly cease administering the potion after conceiving, believing that years of deception and the unborn child would bind the man to her. Upon regaining his senses, the man resolutely chose to leave, a decision that Dumbledore deemed entirely reasonable. Old Tom had always harbored a disdain for wizards, and after being deceived by magic for so long, what positive sentiment could possibly remain in his heart, save for resentment and fury? After giving birth to young Tom, Merope lost her will to live and departed this world, leaving the young boy to grow up in an orphanage. Dumbledore sighed deeply. He gently caressed the gravestone of old Tom, though he often referred to him as Old Tom. The truth was that he had only been 38 at the time of his death. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. A handsome, affluent man with a betrothal, albeit somewhat arrogant, should have led a life of privilege and happiness. Yet, due to the infatuation of a loveless witch, his fate had taken a drastic turn. And before reaching 40, he lay beneath the cold earth. As he touched the frigid gravestone, Dumbledore suddenly sensed a magical fluctuation emanating from it, faint yet vibrant. It was in stark contrast to the oppressive stillness of the grave. What have you done? Whose handiwork could this possibly be? Without a moment's hesitation, he knew it must be the work of that 16-year-old Tom. Could it be that, even in memory, he could not eradicate his hatred for the father who had passed? To dig or not to dig, that was the dilemma. Fully aware of what Tom had done to the grave, Dumbledore found himself unable to resolve to excavate it for the truth. Those who disturb the peace of the deceased may themselves be disturbed in turn. Yet without seeking the truth, how could he discern what Tom was planning? After murmuring an apology to old Tom, Dumbledore ultimately resolved to open the grave. The peace of the world, after all, outweighed the tranquility of a deceased muggle. As Dumbledore engaged in the clandestine activities of a grave robber, Sirius Black found himself staring, wide-eyed, at a photograph of the Weasley family in the Daily Prophet. Peter, an old dog's reluctant howl echoed from Azkaban. "Huh, Sirius, you defeated hound. Have you not yet accepted your fate?" Bellatrix mocked her cousin. It was truly ironic that a member of the Order of the Phoenix, a fool who had fought against the Death Eaters, was now branded as one of them and imprisoned in Azkaban. Peter, Sirius ignored the taunts and continued to growl softly. He had just witnessed a figure before him, torn asunder. The rat, indeed a cunning rodent. How dare that wretched traitor play a trick of deception right before his eyes? How could he have failed to notice, allowing this sly rat, this despicable traitor, to linger for so many years? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. While he could postpone his own punishment, the retribution for the traitor must come swiftly. Sirius pondered. Escaping from Azkaban was a mad notion. No one had succeeded in years. Have you heard? The Dark Lord is rising. We shall be free. Bellatrix continued her verbal assault on her cousin. She had received word that the Dark Lord was poised for resurgence. And through special means, Mr. Boking had informed the Death Eaters in Azkaban that freedom was near. She longed to witness the moment her group rejoiced in freedom while leaving Sirius, the last member of the Black family, to guard Azkaban alone. Your protege, that foolish child whom the ignorant masses mistakenly believe to be the savior, his luck ends here. The Dark Lord will lead us to victory, and our first target will be to deal with that fortunate one who caused the Dark Lord to stumble. Harry, Chapter 14, Escape Black, accompanied by Sirius Black's unwilling howl. Bellatrix's screams echoed incessantly. There was no stopping the exhilaration that surged within her at the thought of the Dark Lord's return. This excitement, a positive emotion, was precisely what the Dementors craved. Why was there a Daily Prophet in Azkaban? How could Mr. Boking's messages bypass the guards? Why were the prisoners merely suffering, yet not truly having their souls drained by the Dementors? All of this stemmed from a transaction between Voldemort and the Dementors. One must not exhaust resources. The prisoners must be cultivated with positive emotions and delusions in an orderly, planned, and qualitative manner. Thus spoke Voldemort. He had originally devised this twisted scheme merely to manipulate the Dementors, not realizing that, following his downfall, it would inadvertently save the lives of his loyal followers. The Death Eaters were granted unrealistic hope in Azkaban, inciting feelings of joy, and were then devoured by the Dementors. This indulgence satisfied the Dementors' craving for souls while preserving enough hope for the prisoners to cling to life. After being kissed by a Dementor, Bellatrix appeared utterly broken, collapsing to the side, while her husband, Rodolphus, could only shout in humiliation and despair. Sirius Black paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. His singular focus directed towards devising an escape from the most formidable prison in the British magical realm. His motives were not rooted in a desire for personal freedom or the restoration of his reputation. Rather, he sought to ensure that the traitor, who had feigned death to evade retribution, received their just punishment, thus safeguarding his godson from further harm at the hands of that betrayer. The thought of how he would compensate Harry, his beloved godson, filled Sirius's heart with a flutter of joy. Aware that such excitement could attract the Dementors, he transformed into a large gray dog. One step at a time. First, escape, and then he would contemplate the rest, suppressing his longing for Harry. The last heir of the Black family concentrated all his attention on the task of fleeing Azkaban. The Dementors, drawn by an unseen force, circled the entrance to Sirius's cell, finding no delectable morsel to satisfy their cravings, and drifted away in confusion and discontent. Whether the occupant of the cell was human or canine was of no concern to them. Their appointed duty by the Ministry of Magic was to deliver a fatal kiss to all who harbored the desire to flee. But how could they discern who wished to escape? That overwhelming thrill at the prospect of regaining freedom was unmistakable to the Dementors, a rare delicacy they seldom encountered. The large dog fixated on the Dementors gliding past him, realizing that these sightless guardians were oblivious to his animagus form. Perhaps, he mused, I could brazenly stroll past them. After years in Azkaban, Sirius had come to recognize a peculiar pattern. The Dementors seemed to toy with their prisoners, occasionally feeding them snippets of news from the outside world, evoking fleeting moments of positive emotion, only to devour them whole. They were meticulous in their approach, ensuring that the torment was sufficient to crush the spirit, yet leave a flicker of survival instinct intact. Boldly, Sirius decided to take the risk. Each additional minute spent in Azkaban meant one more minute that the wretched traitor lived. This torment, which he had endured for years, filled him with rage. How could the true culprit remain free while he languished in punishment? This was utterly intolerable. The emaciated gray dog slipped out of his confinement, cautiously surveying the patrolling Dementors. Excellent. No guard's gaze had turned his way, though in truth, the Dementors possessed no eyes. Sirius stealthily navigated between cells, catching the attention of a group of audacious prisoners who noticed the unexpected gray dog. This was an opportunity for escape. Someone shouted amidst the chaos. The brave dog served as a beacon for his fellow inmates. Such an opportunity was rare, and as fellow prisoners, they should observe cautiously, hoping to replicate his actions and flee to freedom. Escape from Azkaban? What a farcical notion. Someone spat blood in derision. Having spent half a century in Azkaban, he had never witnessed anyone genuinely succeed in escaping from this abyss. The most skilled could merely slip from their cells, only to meet the Dementor's kiss at the brink of freedom, becoming soulless husks. His gaze fell upon a nearby skeleton, a living testament to the grim reality of their plight. The greyhound paid no heed to the turmoil within the confines of the cell. Instead, it silently contemplated the treachery of traitors and the foolish mistakes it had committed. The depth of resentment and pain was so profound that even the surrounding Dementors were reluctant to approach this area. Suffering, hatred, sorrow, and anger, these negative emotions were utterly insipid to the Dementors at present. With a constant supply of hope, excitement, longing, and affection nourishing them, the Dementors had even begun to disdain their former sustenance. Thus, the prisoners of Azkaban watched in disbelief as a large dog strutted boldly out of the prison's grasp. Is this truly possible? There were more unregistered animagi imprisoned in Azkaban than just Sirius Black. Clever minds inevitably devised cunning plans. An owl flapped its wings, yearning for escape. Yet before the eyes of many, it found itself encircled by 5 Dementors just a meter away from the sole exit. After a flurry of chilling kisses, the owl, marked with lip imprints, fell lifelessly onto the cold stone floor, resembling a puddle of muck. How could this happen? The prisoners gasped in astonishment. Only those who had lost their desire for freedom could walk out of here. But without that yearning, where was the difference from being imprisoned? Having already escaped Azkaban, Sirius swam in the frigid sea, devoid of any excitement at regaining his freedom. His heart was consumed by a burning rage towards the traitor and a deep-seated self-loathing for his own foolishness. Find that traitor, kill him. Find that traitor, kill him. Find that traitor, kill him. This singular thought echoed in Sirius's mind. His escape from Azkaban had not stirred any significant commotion. A few astute prisoners had attempted various methods, yet could not resist the allure of imminent freedom, ultimately becoming soulless husks after being devoured by the Dementors. However, apart from providing a sumptuous feast for the Dementors, the world had merely gained a few more puddles of flesh, while Azkaban continued to operate in an orderly fashion. That was until the unexpected visit from Fudge shattered the tranquility. Chapter 15. Fudge's Reluctance. Dolores, have you traced the source of the recent rumors regarding the Dark Lord's resurrection? Cornelius Fudge, striding confidently into Azkaban, inquired of his pink-hued deputy. Who could possibly spread such false news of the Dark Lord's return? Umbridge could surmise, with a mere thought, that the answer her weak, overly insecure, and power-hungry superior most desired and dreaded was none other than Dumbledore. As for the truth, did it truly matter? Not in the slightest. What was paramount was how to leverage each task assigned by Fudge to gain the trust of this Minister of Magic, plotting ways to ascend higher. Would the Dark Lord truly resurrect? Umbridge secretly hoped this rumor would prove true, reflecting on the last time the Dark Lord wielded absolute power, inflicting cruelty upon muggles and half-blood wizards. She believed that such a figure must conquer the magical realm once more for her own ascent to be plausible. Umbridge cast a furtive glance at the fervently ambitious yet cautious Fudge. Perhaps when the enigmatic figure is resurrected, she might finally assume Fudge's position, becoming the spokesperson for the mysterious one in the Ministry of Magic. He has long coveted your position, and now he has finally begun to act, Umbridge continued, fanning the flames of intrigue. This is a grave accusation. Do you possess any evidence? Fudge's expression was grave, as if he sought to vindicate the honorable wizards of the world from calumny, yet the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true thoughts. On one hand, he hoped the rumors of Dumbledore's ambition to usurp power were true, as it would provide him with an opportunity to launch a comprehensive assault on this wizard who had consistently claimed disinterest in authority. On the other hand, he feared the veracity of the news. If Dumbledore truly intended to seize power, what chance did he stand? Since consolidating his own authority, he had endeavored to suppress Dumbledore's reputation in the public eye. But in a genuine confrontation, how effective would that truly be? Indeed, ever since Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had been awarding him points under various pretexts. Evidence? Umbridge felt no need for tangible proof. The suspicious minister before her would readily concoct a grand narrative given the slightest provocation. This does not constitute evidence. The boy who lived, the hero who ended the reign of the Dark Wizard, naturally deserves some special treatment at school. Fudge shook his head, deeming it insufficient. Yet, Dumbledore had awarded Harry Potter a total of 360 points over 2 years, each time at the end of the term. Not only that, but he had also granted 350 points to Ron Weasley, thus elevating the two to the status of heroes capable of securing the House Cup for Gryffindor. This hardly holds weight, Fudge's tone wavering in conviction. I have also learned that although Dumbledore did not explicitly state the reasons for the point awards in front of the students and faculty, he informed the professors that it was due to thwarting the Dark Wizard's schemes that such special treatment was bestowed. Fudge's poker face finally faltered. He had always suspected Dumbledore harbored intentions of usurpation. What better excuse could there be than the resurrection of the Dark Wizard plotting to conquer the magical world once more? Did he say that? Yes, my dear minister, Umbridge replied, fully aware that Fudge's internal doubts had been magnified. It would still take a final straw to incite this timid man to confront Dumbledore outright. Where might that final straw be found? If this is Dumbledore's scheme, what might he do next? Fudge retorted, I surmise he will ensure that the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban receive word, inciting them to stir unrest. Perhaps he will orchestrate a prison break, sending the entire magical community into a state of alarm, Umbridge posited. She was already aware of the recent disturbances among the Death Eaters in Azkaban, yet she wondered whether someone might take the risk to execute a grand escape, delivering Fudge one final blow. At that moment, her promotion and recognition would be all but assured. With a heart full of doubt and resentment, Fudge approached Bellatrix's cell. Tell me, who informed you that the Dark Wizard would be resurrected? Umbridge inquired on behalf of her superior. Bella gazed at the Minister of Magic outside the door, laughing unabashedly. She was aware of the reason behind the esteemed figure's visit, yet she had no intention of satisfying the minister's curiosity. Rather than answering his inquiries, she pondered how the seemingly impenetrable Azkaban could fail to retain even a single prisoner. What did you say? Fudge exclaimed in astonishment, for no one had ever escaped Azkaban alive. Not in the past, not now, nor ever would there be. The Dementors ensured that. Umbridge had not anticipated that the last straw would arrive so fortuitously. She had dutifully assisted Fudge in scouring Azkaban. It's Black. Sirius Black has escaped. Umbridge gasped, breathless with excitement. What a remarkable choice it was. Take me there. Fudge, now devoid of any inclination to question Bella, hurried towards Black's cell. Inside, it was empty, save for a torn prophecy newspaper bearing a family portrait of the Weasleys during their trip to Egypt. Minister, the Dementors are not at fault. It is merely that Black is exceedingly cunning, having exploited a loophole. Umbridge lowered her gaze, surreptitiously assessing the minister's reaction. What loophole? Fudge could hardly fathom what kind of flaw the Dementors could possess. It is emotion. Sirius Black's intense hatred for Harry Potter overshadowed his yearning for freedom. Thus the Dementors failed to detect his escape. And in this world, there exists but one individual with such profound insight into emotions, Dumbledore. Fudge ground his teeth and bellowed Dumbledore's name. Indeed, this prison break had been orchestrated by that master of emotional manipulation, and the choice of escapee had been meticulously selected by Dumbledore himself. Releasing other Death Eaters would only result in those loyal to the Dark Mark fervently seeking their long-deceased master. Only Sirius Black, fueled by his animosity towards the Potters, would persist in pursuing the living savior. It was in this manner that Dumbledore's greatness in protecting the Savior would once again be manifested. Consequently, the illustrious Dumbledore would eclipse even the Dark Lord, becoming a formidable presence within the wizarding world. No, this cannot be allowed. Chapter 16, Identity. Issue a highest priority warrant. The Ministry must apprehend Black before Dumbledore does. Fudge was beside himself with anger, for he had long suspected that the man who professed disinterest in power was a hypocrite. At last, the fox's tail could no longer be concealed. Potter, a mere 13-year-old child, has thwarted the Dark Lord's wicked schemes 2 years running, especially at the end of term. Who would believe such a tale? Is it that the Dark Lord has nothing better to do than fixate on a small Potter? Is it that he cannot even contend with a mere child? Is it that Aurors are so inept that they cannot surpass a 13-year-old? Fudge's fury could not impede Sirius Black's movements. This member of the Order of the Phoenix, mistakenly believed to be a Death Eater, had endured immense hardship and finally escaped from the isolated fortress of Azkaban. After 2 days and 3 nights submerged in water, the large dog, nearly waterlogged, finally returned to the shore, collapsing on the coastal rocks, gasping for breath. Having endured 12 years of wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban, his body was no longer what it once was in its prime. How could he possibly seek vengeance for his fallen comrade or confront the traitor who had survived for so long, especially when he lacked even a single wand? Yet, he had rediscovered a purpose and ambition. This was not a feeling of joy, but rather an overwhelming surge of anger and regret. Fueled by such extreme negativity that even Dementors found it unsettling, he succeeded in becoming the first individual to escape from Azkaban alive. First and foremost, he needed to locate Harry and ensure his safety. The dog searched the docks for the correct cargo truck. Traversing from a North Sea to Surrey on mere paws was too great a distance. Sirius feared the traitor might act against Harry first. Soon enough, he found the right truck. As the vehicle roared to life, he forced himself into slumber, consumed by rage and suspicion toward the traitor. In his dreams, Black pondered the intent behind Peter Pettigrew's years of feigned death while sheltered in the Weasley household. Additionally, recent rumors circulating in Azkaban about Voldemort's resurrection gnawed at him, instilling a sense of foreboding. He had to reach Harry swiftly and eliminate the traitor. Whispering, Black succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, another escaped prisoner from Azkaban, a true Death Eater, faced the specter of a ghost from 12 years past. Igor, you seem to be living quite comfortably, echoed a voice that had instilled fear in Karkaroff for many years. A voice he had tried to forget, but could never escape. His master mechanically turned his head, only to find that the haunting, pale face he dreaded was not present. Instead, a noble, handsome, and elegant young man lounged in the study swivel chair, legs crossed, chin resting on his hands, surveying him with keen interest. If there was any resemblance between the two faces, it lay in their indescribable coldness. In a flurry, Karkaroff drew his wand, but before he could utter any incantations, the young man casually waved his hand, and Karkaroff's wand, which had served him for over 30 years, flew into the young man's grasp. Igor, you remain as impulsive as ever, Tom remarked, his disdain evident for Voldemort's selection of followers, a piercing and insidious choice. Even if a certain fifth-year transfer student at Hogwarts could wield the killing curse as effortlessly as a mere spell, after absorbing the souls of 3 Voldemorts, I could still adeptly employ the unforgivable curses. I have yet to address your betrayal, and you wish to usurp your master? He looked down at Karkaroff, who writhed on the floor with a mocking sneer. My master, I would never dare betray you. It was Dumbledore who spread the rumors of your defeat. I was momentarily deceived. Karkaroff pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Who would dare betray the Dark Lord while he still draws breath? Oh, is that so? Please, you must believe me. Driven by a desperate longing for survival, Karkaroff painfully crawled to Tom's feet, imploring for mercy. Trust is a rare luxury. However, for the servant who had once been loyal to me, I am willing to extend a second chance. With a flick of his left hand, Tom revealed a bottle of purple potion, bubbling ominously. Drink it and prove your loyalty. Without a moment's hesitation, Karkaroff grasped the potion with trembling hands and consumed it in one swift motion. He understood there was no alternative, to die now, or if the Dark Lord had perished, he might still entertain some other ambitions. Alas, standing before him was a Dark Lord who had triumphed over death itself. Any lingering doubts he had evaporated as he felt the searing burn of the Dark Mark upon his arm. Only the Dark Lord could invoke the Dark Mark, truly conquering death and returning as a rejuvenated version of himself. Betraying the Death Eaters, Karkaroff now found himself in a state of panic, having temporarily earned the Dark Lord's forgiveness. His hope lay in executing the orders given to him, striving to regain the Dark Lord's trust and favor as swiftly as possible. The Dark Lord has never been one to go back on his word. Karkaroff had secured his own life. But what of the other Death Eaters he had sent to Azkaban to save himself? Those who remained utterly loyal to the Dark Lord would undoubtedly wish for his demise. And Karkaroff was not naive enough to believe the Dark Lord would protect him from them. Although he was unsure why the Dark Lord had chosen him first, it was imperative for Karkaroff to demonstrate his worth. "Yes, my master, I shall prepare a temporary identity for you at once," he exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 17, Creature. Observe what it means to be unwaveringly loyal, to follow orders without question. The power that Voldemort held over his Death Eaters is no mere boast. Tom had to concede that this man, who had nearly conquered the entire British magical community over the past 30 years, possessed a unique methodology. Karkaroff's ability to shift through shadows was remarkable. His swiftness was unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing that of a grieving son. Unfortunately, for one who had already betrayed once, it was difficult for Tom to bestow complete trust. He stealthily trailed behind. To his astonishment, Karkaroff, whom he had presumed would seize the opportunity to act out of self-interest, executed his tasks with diligence, unwavering commitment, and without complaint. Regardless of whether Voldemort garnered loyalty through personal gain, fear, or adulation, this group of Death Eaters adhered earnestly to his commands. Those who did not likely lay 6 feet under. Within an hour, Tom, who had closely followed Karkaroff, acquired a new identity. Tom Fiennes, a 5th-year student at Durmstrang, age 17. Karkaroff did not dare to overstep. Who could fathom the Dark Lord's true desires? Did he seek pure-blood parents? Or perhaps a balance akin to reality? Or was he more inclined to remain ignorant of his parentage? Such sensitive matters could not be approached recklessly. Should he misstep, the life he had so painstakingly preserved might be extinguished by his own folly. Is there anything else that needs to be added to this identity? Karkaroff inquired cautiously. This is quite satisfactory, but won't my new classmates and professors be curious? Tom replied ominously, feigning ignorance. I will handle those meddlesome individuals, Karkaroff hurriedly asserted, recognizing this as an opportunity to prove his worth. If the Dark Lord were to take matters into his own hands, it would surely be a perilous affair for anyone involved, including his own life. Pray tell, what are your plans? Tom feigned interest, eager to uncover Karkaroff's ulterior motives. You have performed admirably. It is time to validate your worth. Accepting the list that Karkaroff handed him, Tom felt a sense of satisfaction as he delivered a powerful oblivion charm to this former traitor. Compared to their initial encounter, Tom's forgetfulness spell was considerably more potent than that used on Lockhart. Once he confirmed Karkaroff's vacant gaze, Tom felt justified in departing from Karkaroff's residence. To masquerade as Voldemort in front of a Death Eater? Such a dangerous endeavor was not something Tom would entertain. All he desired was an identity, one that was plausible. Dumbledore could certainly facilitate this. Yet why would Dumbledore extend such a courtesy to a fragment of Voldemort's soul? Karkaroff, as the headmaster of Durmstrang, was evidently more suitable for the task at hand. Tom pondered the revelation that a wizard's identity was not determined by the wizard themselves, nor by the Ministry of Magic, but rather by the magical institution. Those who failed to receive acceptance from a magic school could not truly be considered part of the wizarding world, nor would they be recognized as wizards. This led Tom to question how Karkaroff had managed to ascend to the position of headmaster. A former Death Eater, a traitor, a small man. How could he openly become the head of one of Europe's 3 major magical schools? It appeared that the selection criteria for headmasters were rather lenient. In light of this, Tom mused that Voldemort seemed somewhat narrow-minded in his pursuits. What was the point of seeking out a professor for the defense against the dark arts? Displacing the old man and taking the position of headmaster himself would be far more advantageous. Surely, it wasn't out of a belief that he couldn't outlive the elderly Dumbledore that he abandoned such ambitions. Regardless, with his new identity as Tom Riddle, he could now operate legally within the confines of Durmstrang's domain, effectively evading Dumbledore's oversight and surveillance, thus facilitating his plans for the remaining Horcruxes. Now an independent entity, he no longer needed to consume Voldemort's Horcrux to maintain his corporeal form. Yet who could resist a method to swiftly enhance their power? More importantly, although he had become an independent being, he remained essentially a Horcrux, merely with his vessel transformed from a diary to this current corporeal form. At least, that was what Tom speculated. The question lingered in his mind. Once a Horcrux creates a body, does it still qualify as a Horcrux? There were no precedents to guide him. He was, after all, navigating uncharted waters akin to crossing a river while feeling for the stones with Voldemort's bald head. Rather than passively waiting for the truth to emerge, he resolved to take proactive measures. Even if he couldn't absorb Voldemort's fragmented soul, destroying the other Horcruxes would suffice. At that point, Voldemort would be left as a mere figurehead, easily manageable. Who goes there? The security of the ancestral home, a testament to the pure-blooded Black family, was evidently well established. As the previous Mrs. Black unleashed her monotonous, raucous tirade, a house elf pointed an accusatory finger at the intruder. "Fool, open your canine eyes and behold who I am. You are not Master Sirius, and regardless of your identity, if you do not depart forthwith, Creature shall not hold back." A crimson light emanated from Creature's fingertip, aimed directly at the intruder's vital points. Chapter 18. The Pendant of Slytherin just managing to evade Creature's fierce onslaught. Tom realized that his understanding of house elves, this extraordinary species, was woefully inadequate. Only the most formidable wizards possessed the innate ability to perform wandless magic, a gift inherent to their race. While wizards laboriously studied incantations, house elves required no such utterances. Moreover, house elves exhibited numerous abilities that eluded the comprehension of many wizards. At least in Hogwarts, house elves could apparate, a feat beyond the reach of wizards who could not perform such transfiguration. How could such a powerful race become servants? While deftly dodging Creature's attacks, Tom engaged in a mental tumult. Though he found himself somewhat disheveled, he was not entirely flustered. If a mere house elf could render him helpless, he would be better off awaiting his demise rather than concocting schemes to defame Dumbledore or malign Voldemort. After a series of exchanges, Creature gained no advantage and was left panting and exhausted. Aside from initially catching the intruder off guard, once this faceless wizard adapted, Creature was left with nothing but impotent rage. Who are you? And what is your purpose in breaching the Black household? Do not claim Creature lacks loyalty. The Black family is nearly extinct, and he finds no place to pledge his fidelity. Creature was taken aback. In this world, apart from Master Regulus and the Dark Lord, how could a third individual possess knowledge of such an object? Squinting, he summoned all his strength to focus intently on the enigmatic wizard before him. This figure exhibited extraordinary power, strange agility, and cunning intellect, all reminiscent of the once mysterious Dark Lord. Creature discerned that the being before him was not the Dark Lord. Though strikingly similar, there were subtle differences. "You are not Master Regulus," Creature declared cautiously, pointing a finger at Tom. "Nor are you the Dark Lord." The resemblance was so uncanny that even a house elf like Creature, who had lived for ages, could be momentarily misled. Tom had thought he could continue masquerading as Voldemort, only to be unmasked by Creature, a mere house elf. He grew increasingly curious about the wizard who had once enslaved this race, wondering just how powerful he must have been to compel such a remarkable being to willingly serve wizards. "How did you come to know of the pendant's existence?" "I not only know of the pendant's existence, but I am also aware of your dear Master Regulus's fate, as well as the task you have been striving to complete, yet have failed. Most importantly, I possess the knowledge of how to destroy that pendant, a method capable of annihilating the piece of Voldemort's soul contained within it without harming the pendant itself." Tom felt an overwhelming sincerity in his demeanor, akin to the earnestness he had once exhibited when persuading Helena Ravenclaw to relinquish the diadem of Ravenclaw. This time, however, the house elf was utterly flustered. It was uncertain what to do next. Should it punish itself for the risk of exposing Master Regulus's secret? Yet it was not it that had revealed anything. Creature would wager his life that he had never disclosed Master Regulus's noble deeds or the existence of the locket to any being. Should he eliminate the wizard before him? Not to mention killing him. Even casting a memory charm was beyond its capabilities. This wizard, as slippery as an eel in a swamp, moved with such ethereal grace that Creature could hardly brush against the hem of his robes. Should it persist with the fruitless task? Countless attempts had proven futile against the locket. Was there no choice but to trust this wizard? It seemed this was the only path remaining. "Are you saying you know what lies within the locket?" Creature inquired with a flicker of hope. "Inside is a fragment of Voldemort's soul, the very essence that your Master Regulus sought to destroy, but could not. As for the locket itself, I assure you it remains intact, a memento for your Master Regulus. After all, you do miss him, do you not?" Tom was certain that the Voldemort of later years would never engage in such cordial discourse with a house elf. The power-hungry bald man would have wielded the unforgivable curse as his means of passage, ruthlessly trampling all in his path. Yet truth be told, that bald man could not compare to a certain fifth year who dared to wield Avada Kedavra, as if it were a mere spell for mundane tasks. How crude! Silently deriding the bald man, while commending his own cunning manipulation, Tom seated himself upon the floor, awaiting Creature's decision. "Are you certain you can destroy the soul of the mysterious one without harming the locket?" Creature retorted. There was no doubt. Who would jest with such a mysterious figure? This was a being who had fallen from grace for many years, a name unutterable. A dark lord so fearsome that even the thought of him sent chills down one's spine. He turned and vanished, only to reappear moments later, clutching a gleaming locket, the Slytherin locket. Are you certain you can destroy the soul of the mysterious one without harming the locket? Creature pressed once more. Yes, for like Regulus Black, I wish for Voldemort to confront his destined adversary in the guise of a mere mortal. Tom felt as though he was radiating light. The brilliance from the righteous path surely illuminated the shrouded Black Manor, and it was evident that not only Creature, but even the boisterous portrait of Mrs. Black hanging upon the wall had been rendered momentarily mute by the dazzling glow. Creature silently presented the locket, and with it, the last vestige of hesitation vanished along with the mention of Voldemort. In this world, wizards bold enough to utter the name of the mysterious one were exceedingly rare. Save for Voldemort himself, those who dared to speak his name were his most sworn enemies. Thank you. Accepting the locket with one hand, Tom silently cast a spell. Truth be told, he felt a pang of uncertainty. Since he had acquired a corporeal form, free from the confines of the diary, he could finally ascertain whether he still counted as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Tom prepared himself for a hasty retreat should things go awry. Returning the locket to Creature? That would be a concern for after he had dealt with the soul of Voldemort within. In an instant, the air in the entrance hall of the Black family estate became thick with tension. Chapter 19. Are you Voldemort? As one who had absorbed a Horcrux of Voldemort, Tom understood well that the strength of each soul within these vessels varied. For instance, his previous self, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, possessed a soul far more robust than the fragment of Voldemort concealed within Harry Potter. After absorbing the piece of Voldemort's soul from Harry, he found himself significantly stronger than that contained within the Gaunt Ring. Yet, despite having absorbed the souls from 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he still fell short compared to the soul enshrined within Salazar Slytherin's locket. Perhaps due to Voldemort's reverence for his Slytherin lineage, he had entrusted this Horcrux with his most potent and merciless soul, a force to be reckoned with, unyielding and formidable. Even his appearance had not devolved into the grotesque visage wrought by dark magic, but rather retained an air of charisma, resembling a dashing gentleman capable of commanding the world. The unfortunate Creature was utterly terrified. Before him stood the very Dark Lord, the one who had compelled him to ingest an unknown potion, leaving him devoid of any spark of rebellion. While Creature could only comprehend fear, Tom's thoughts were far more complex. His own corporeal form had been tenuously manifested through the incessant siphoning of Ginny Weasley's essence. Yet this being before him had achieved a tangible form independently, a remarkable feat born of its innate strength. Although not a clear manifestation, its surroundings flickering with an eerie strobe reminiscent of antiquated television sets, it was undeniably a physical entity, its visage strikingly similar to Tom's own. Both were Horcruxes, yet one relied on the nurturing of a young girl, while the other stood autonomous. How could such disparity exist? The soul gazed down imperiously at the wizard and the house elf who had summoned it, perplexed by the circumstances. Who has awakened me? It scrutinized the house elf before its gaze fell upon the wizard, who bore an uncanny resemblance, but remained an enigma. Voldemort had neither kin nor descendants. So could this be my son? He queried with uncertainty, unable to sense the presence of his original self, the only wizard capable of rousing the soul within the Horcrux. Apart from Voldemort's followers, could only be a descendant. What had the original been doing since splitting himself? Could it be with Bellatrix? Surely, this young wizard before him could not also be a Horcrux? The very notion seemed absurd. A corporeal Horcrux? That would imply it was the original. If it were indeed the original, a connection of souls would be inevitable. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Tom fervently recited incantations in his mind, yet failed to conjure the splitting curse for the 3rd time. This failure was not due to his inability to absorb Voldemort's soul fragment, but rather stemmed from the overwhelming strength of the opposing soul. The roles had reversed. Tom, who had believed himself to be the hunter, now realized he was merely a fish upon someone else's cutting board. Fortunately, the chef wielding the knife remained unaware of the unexpected addition to his board, having previously taken precautions by extracting a vial of venom from the basilisk fangs upon his emergence from the Chamber of Secrets. Holding a dagger tainted with the venom of a serpent, he severed the pendant of Slytherin. Devoid of the Horcrux, the soul had but one fate: dissipation into the ether. Tom gripped the pendant tightly in one hand, while his other hand reached for the hidden dagger tucked within his sleeve. My son, at what stage does my conquest stand? The soul advanced, its shimmering hand caressing Tom's crown. It was convinced that this young wizard before it was indeed the offspring of its corporeal form. Such a striking resemblance of features could not be mistaken. Without the bloodline of Slytherin, it was inconceivable for one to possess such innate nobility, elegance, and formidable presence, attributes befitting none other than Voldemort's progeny. Thus, the house elf at his side must surely be Voldemort's own familiar, the mightiest dark wizard in existence. Though capable of rallying loyal wizards without the aid of a house elf, found that the presence of one always amplified his power. You were vanquished while attempting to slay an infant named Harry Potter? The soul inquired. What? An infant of but 1 year fell the Dark Lord? Preposterous. The realization struck it. This world's most formidable wizard had been bested by a mere child, unable to stand unaided. Indeed, I have hidden and traversed great trials to uncover your existence, Tom lamented, his expression one of feigned grievance. Creature, increasingly unsettled by the revelations, felt utterly deceived. It dawned upon him that, apart from Voldemort and Dumbledore, his son too could utter the Dark Lord's name without consequence. The very notion that the Dark Lord had sired a child was earth-shattering, leaving Creature with but one thought: flee, and do so with utmost haste. How to obliterate the pendant could be addressed later. This was not even our house elf. Sensing the shift in topic, Tom deftly redirected the conversation toward the house elf. Oh, Avada Kedavra! A green light shot toward Creature with alarming swiftness, leaving him no time to react as he succumbed to the lethal curse. With a resounding thud, the house elf of the Black family met his end, having failed to fulfill the commands of his master, Regulus Black, before being slain by the essence of Voldemort. The soul, feeling the weight of knowledge acquired, wiped its fingers clean, as if touching Creature had sullied its hands. Now, child, tell me, who is your mother? It donned a facade it deemed benevolent, addressing Tom. I do not know. I grew up in an orphanage and have no knowledge of my mother, Tom replied. Upon hearing this, the soul was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. Ah, how reminiscent of his own past. Raised in an orphanage, unaware of his parents, embarking on a quest for his origins through sheer determination. Unlike him, however, this boy was blessed with a father of remarkable wizardry, unlike himself, burdened with the shame of Muggle heritage. How did you find me? The soul inquired with curiosity, eager to discern how its lineage had unearthed the secrets of its concealment. Chapter 20. The Ring of Gaunt. Tom, with a composed demeanor and unwavering heart, fabricated an inspiring tale of an orphan who grew up in Durmstrang, yet yearned for Slytherin, bravely facing countless challenges in pursuit of truth. Even the cold-hearted Voldemort was moved to tears by this narrative. His own offspring, under the relentless pursuit and suppression of Dumbledore, struggled to survive, yet the fervor of seeking his roots could not be extinguished. Are you a Parseltongue as well? The soul of Voldemort inquired with surprise. Other things may be fabricated, but the ability to speak Parseltongue cannot be faked. This unique skill, which not every descendant of Slytherin could awaken, dispelled any lingering doubts within the already feeble soul. Indeed, it was only after I discovered my ability to converse with snakes that I dared to consider myself a descendant of Slytherin, the great Voldemort. Tom feigned excitement and pride. If there was anything Voldemort cherished most, aside from the desire for immortality, it was the pride in his Slytherin lineage from his mother's side. Only by excessively emphasizing his Slytherin heritage could he hope to cleanse the shame brought by his Muggle father. As a descendant of Slytherin, awakening the gift of Parseltongue was indeed a source of great pride. Tom had deftly struck at Voldemort's vulnerable core. Although it was quite inappropriate for a Slytherin descendant to study at Durmstrang, the fault did not lie with Tom. It was due to that decayed, ignorant, antiquated old fool clinging tightly to Hogwarts, preventing his own offspring, a true heir of Slytherin, from attending the very house of Slytherin. What is your name? After conversing for quite some time, Voldemort's soul, having forgotten to inquire about his own child's name even after killing a house elf, asked. Tom. Excellent. Voldemort, previously disdainful of his name, clapped his hands in excitement. Circumstances had forced his hand, but from now on, you shall be called Little Voldemort. His child could not continue to bear such a Muggle name. It was imperative to inherit his title, a name that no one dared to utter except for a certain master of poultry. Tom was left speechless by Voldemort's self-absorption. His willingness to acknowledge this thief as a father stemmed from his own intentions and plans. Currently, he was unable to absorb this soul due to the vast disparity between them, and thus the solution was simple: either elevate himself or weaken the other. The remaining Horcruxes were beyond his reach. Enhancing himself in the short term seemed unrealistic, so he would have to weaken the other instead. Now tell me, how did I get killed by that 1-year-old infant? After the touching reunion, Voldemort's soul was exceedingly curious about how his original body could be vanquished by a mere child. A most humiliating defeat. The specifics were unclear. At the time, the Death Eaters were fleeing, and only one Harry Potter remained. Yet he retained nothing in his mind save for a flash of green light. Tom shook his head. Even if he knew the correct answer, he could not speak it now. Have you investigated the other Horcruxes? The Sword of Gryffindor resides within the Sorting Hat at Hogwarts. The Hufflepuff Cup lies within Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The Diadem of Ravenclaw is lost to time, and the Basilisk of Slytherin is likely still concealed in the Chamber of Secrets. The only relic I might encounter is the Slytherin locket and the heirloom ring of Gaunt. Tom spoke with a blend of truth and deception regarding the findings of his investigation. Voldemort's soul nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a testament to his lineage that he could deduce the selection of his Horcruxes. While there were some erroneous choices, the overall reasoning remained sound. Had he not failed to locate the Sword of Gryffindor and had a fragment of his soul already been within the Sorting Hat, he might have indeed wished to create Horcruxes from these two items. The Basilisk of Slytherin. Indeed, why had he not considered transforming it into a Horcrux back then? A diary could hardly compare to the grandeur of a basilisk. The Slytherin locket must be hidden in a very discreet location. How did you manage to find it? The sole flaw in the entire affair was how his own son had managed to retrieve the Horcrux from the intricate traps designed by his original self. Tom gestured subtly toward the now lifeless house elf. For the first time, Voldemort's soul scrutinized the deceased house elf beneath his hand, growing increasingly familiar. As for how it acquired the locket, I am uncertain. But I have learned that the house elf of the Black family had been inquiring about how to destroy an indestructible artifact, and so I thought to take a chance. Indeed, upon discovering that this treasure was the Slytherin locket, I was nearly certain it was the key to your resurrection. Excellent. You have performed admirably. Voldemort was filled with elation. The original self had erred by not disposing of this house elf at the time, yet this oversight had granted his son the opportunity to revive him. Truly, even fate seemed to favor Voldemort. As for his son's erroneous deductions regarding the Horcruxes, he would not correct them. Voldemort would never fully trust anyone. Had it not been for young Tom's miscalculations, Voldemort was contemplating whether he should create 2 more Horcruxes to guard against his son's treachery. Should the other party intend to eliminate him, the dagger, already tainted with basilisk venom, would unhesitatingly pierce the locket. After all, Creature was dead, and he no longer needed to uphold his promise to preserve the locket intact. What plans do you have? Voldemort's soul regarded his son, intrigued by his considerations. The Gaunt ring. That should also be a Horcrux you prepared earlier. First, we shall absorb your own soul fragment, and once you can coalesce a stable form, we shall plot our next steps. Tom articulated his strategy. Within the Gaunt ring lie 2 treasures. Voldemort's soul has been absorbed by Tom, and the Resurrection Stone has been replaced, leaving only Voldemort's curse and a few remnants left by Tom. Chapter 21. Hubris and Curses. Once again, stepping into the Gaunt ancestral home, Voldemort's soul was enveloped in contemplation. Since he had transformed the ring, a relic of his mother's lineage, into a Horcrux, he had not set foot in this sorrowful place. Nostalgia has never been Voldemort's forte, even as a mere fragment of a soul. He swiftly detected the traces of a recent intrusion. Had someone visited not long ago? Tom continued to feign surprise, though he was, of course, fully aware of the identity of the intruder. Is it not you? Inquired Voldemort's essence. No, I am convinced that your concern lies with the identity of Slytherin, which is why I chose the locket of Slytherin that was stolen by Black. Tom had honed his skill of lying without so much as a blink. Had it not been for the Gaunt family being heirs of Slytherin, Voldemort would have scorned this family that had mistreated and humiliated his mother, and would never have contemplated using their relic to create a Horcrux. Truly, he was his father's son, possessing profound insight into his own lineage. This child was indeed thoughtful. Voldemort harbored no fondness for his mother. She had abandoned him for a man and had left him with a name as disgraceful as that of the Muggle. This even led his son, after his downfall, to choose the same ignominious name in his memory. Indeed, Tom's immediate adoption of the title of Voldemort II seemed a cowardly act in the eyes of Voldemort's essence. As his son, he should possess the courage to inherit his father's title. Yet, he bore no ill towards Tom, for the manner of his own demise was both bizarre and humiliating, slain by a mere child who could barely stand. It was understandable that his son would shy away from the title. However, that was all in the past. His original self had turned to dust, leaving behind the most powerful, the pinnacle of his being, still untainted by madness, and even somewhat charismatic. Such disgraceful events could not possibly recur. So a thief, is it? Tom asked, feigning ignorance. Voldemort's essence offered no reply, hastening instead to the hiding place of the ring. Fortunately, the intruder seemed unaware of the location of the Horcrux. What a good son, truly a wonderful son, Voldemort's essence thought, unable to suppress the sentiment. Had he possessed such a son earlier, would the conquest of the magical world have been completed long ago? He murmured incantations, yet his thoughts drifted northward. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke erupted from the ring, not the anticipated soul of the Horcrux, but a potent curse. I nearly forgot the curse I had once cast. Voldemort's essence calmly recited the counter-curse, yet the black smoke enveloped him, showing no signs of diminishing. How could this be? The essence of Voldemort, having fully absorbed the curse, weakened significantly, no longer capable of maintaining a corporeal form. He became akin to the very black mist that had just emerged. Power, strength, confidence, all dissipated like smoke, and Voldemort's essence was stripped of the self-assurance and composure he once possessed at the zenith of his power. The reason he had not previously contemplated absorbing Tom's soul and life force was that he had still been at his peak, albeit without a physical body. He had deemed it beneath him to consume his son. But now, forgive me, my life supersedes all. I believe you would be willing to sacrifice everything for me. Would you not? The dark mist encircled Tom, who was still attempting to persuade him to abandon his resistance. What a noble act it is to sacrifice one's life for Voldemort, to offer one's soul for the sake of a father. Not all of Voldemort's followers are afforded such an honor. To resurrect your father, surrender your soul, my son. If you had a son, I believe you would also refuse such a fate. Tom laughed, a laugh both audacious and villainous, a visage of a petty man reveling in his triumph. Voldemort, regardless of the time, exuded an excessive arrogance. It was this very arrogance that he exploited to realize his ambitions. Voldemort's soul was taken aback. How could Tom, who had just shown him such reverence, suddenly adopt a different demeanor? Unwilling to engage in lengthy discourse with his adversary, Tom struck a Voldemort's heart. The dark mist sensed a force constricting its essence, and it stared at its son with incredulous eyes. You're also a Horcrux? At last, he comprehended the deception. There had never been a son. The figure beside him, bowing in submission, was merely another fragment of Voldemort's soul, one that was weaker yet sought to consume him. With a roar of reluctant fury, Voldemort's essence was entirely absorbed by Tom, who subsequently recast the curse upon the Gaunt family ring. Should Dumbledore ever attempt to steal the ring, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the curse. To obliterate Dumbledore, to vanquish Voldemort, then he would be the mightiest wizard in existence, unifying the magical realm and conquering all. Tom hastily expelled such ludicrous and ostentatious ambitions from his mind. Each time he absorbed Voldemort's soul, he found himself influenced by the foolish desire to dominate the magical world. Dominate the magical realm? And in what? What purpose would that serve? If it were status he sought, with Voldemort's mastery of dark magic, becoming the most formidable wizard in the world was merely a matter of time. If wealth was his desire, would the most powerful dark wizard lack riches? If it were to satisfy an insatiable ambition, conquering the world without bestowing happiness upon its people was a hollow pursuit. Thus, Tom struggled to comprehend why one who sought immortality would be preoccupied with such trivial conquests. A ruler entangled in worldly matters could never hope for eternal life. Do not attempt to understand the foolish. It will only lead to folly. Shaking his head, Tom tidied up the remnants and disapparated away. As a fifth-year student at Durmstrang, he still had preparations to make for the upcoming term. Chapter 22, Man and Nature. Unbeknownst to Voldemort, hiding amidst the Albanian jungle, he had lost yet another of his most prized Horcruxes while reveling in the joy of encountering his soulmate. Nagini, a serpent imbued with a fragment of his soul, had traveled great distances to find him once more. After 12 years of fleeing from the Death Eaters, only a single snake remembered the fallen one he had become. Indeed, whether wizard or muggle, humanity is unworthy of trust. Only the snake remains, a true companion to Voldemort, a speaker of the serpent's tongue. Nagini, you are indeed my most faithful companion. The Dark Lord, having possessed the form of a serpent, pressed his serpentine head against Nagini's. The two snakes intertwined, whispering to one another, creating a harmonious tableau amidst the forests of Albania, until, what have we stumbled upon? The human tongue intruded upon the serpentine exchange. Emerging from the depths of the forest, it was a film crew from the BBC, initially intent on exploring the Albanian woods in search of Balkan lynxes and the lesser spotted woodpecker. Yet they unexpectedly uncovered a sight that would astonish the biological realm: a reticulated python entwined with a four-lined snake. A man clad in earthy-toned expedition attire pointed excitedly at the entwined serpents, conversing animatedly with his cameraman. This female, reticulated python measured nearly 4 meters in length, while the accompanying 4-line snake was scarcely 2 meters. They were in the throes of mating. The man spoke as if he had discovered a new continent. Reticulated pythons typically inhabit Southeast Asia, and this was my first encounter with such a creature in the Albanian forest. Look at her beauty. She is mating with a locally common 4-line snake. It is my first experience witnessing copulation between different species of snakes. It is nothing short of miraculous. The man gestured for the camera to zoom in, eager to capture this extraordinary spectacle of nature. Ginny and the Dark Lord exchanged a glance. Their intertwined forms unwinding like spirals. Behold, they have completed their mating. Typically, snake copulation lasts over 6 hours. Perhaps the duration is shorter between different species. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the reckless man met his demise at the jaws of the reticulated python. The remaining crew members were thrown into a frenzy. The rifles in their hands felt as ineffective as mere sticks. Soon, the entire film crew was annihilated under the assault of the 2 snakes, now agitated by the onlookers. Sated, the 2 serpents, vastly differing in size, once again coiled together. Harry jolted awake from his nightmare. Drenched in sweat, he rubbed his terrified eyes. The sheets beneath him thoroughly soaked. July in England is neither particularly hot nor cold, yet his heart felt as though it had plunged into an abyss of ice. Ever since Voldemort had siphoned away what was not his from Harry's soul, his scar had not throbbed for a long time. Yet this summer, inexplicably, he found himself dreaming of Voldemort, who transformed into a handsome middle-aged man, killing an innocent house elf one moment, and into a snake, attacking small creatures in the forest the next. Descending the stairs, Harry splashed cold water on his face and dried his damp hair with a towel. At 13, he was on the cusp of adolescence, a time when hormones surge uncontrollably. It is entirely natural to feel unusual impulses toward the opposite sex, and the curiosity to explore the origins of life is not unwarranted. But is it too peculiar to encounter a mating spectacle of a former foe who has taken the form of a snake as a physiological awakening? He ran his fingers through his disheveled hair. Beyond the tumult of hormones, he also had to contend with his homework. Fortunately, picking locks was an essential skill for a 13-year-old who had grown up amidst the clutter of a storage room. Harry often pondered whether, had he not received that letter delivered personally by Hagrid, and had he not journeyed to Hogwarts, he might now be a petty thief. Much like Tom Riddle before he became Voldemort. Oh, his owl, Hedwig, was not confined to the cupboard, for once locked away, she would incessantly hoot, creating a cacophony. Should the neighbors discover that the Dursleys harbored an owl, the facade of their seemingly normal family would be irrevocably shattered. Thus, Hedwig was forcibly caged, permitted only to stretch her wings at night. Naturally, Harry had to ensure that his peculiar friends did not utilize the owl for correspondence. For who could sleep at such an hour? Aunt Petunia's curses echoed from upstairs, accompanied by the sound of her slippers slapping against the floor. Before long, the true master of the house stood before Harry, demanding to know what commotion he was causing at such an ungodly hour. She glared down at her nephew, meeting his vivid green gaze. Sorry, Aunt Petunia. I just had a nightmare, Harry meekly explained. Ever since the Dursleys had inadvertently discovered his inability to perform magic outside of school the previous year, the little assurance he had gained from being a wizard had vanished entirely. She watched her nephew, head bowed, trudging toward the staircase, her expression unchanged. Her feelings toward the nephew who had unexpectedly entered their lives 12 years prior were profoundly complex. The reality that her sister was a witch while she was not was a source of immense pain. Once, the bond of sisterhood had seemed unbreakable, but that was shattered entirely by her sister's revealed abilities. She had aspired to compete for a place at the same school as her sister. Yet the cruel truth had coldly extinguished her last glimmer of hope. A witch, their Lily was a witch. The excitement of their parents and their unconscious favoritism toward Lily had etched an indelible wound in her heart. Look where that talent has led you, she thought bitterly as she retrieved an old photograph of the sisters from the far corner of the living room cupboard. In it, 2 girls embraced, laughing joyfully. Petunia caressed her sister's face in the photograph, lamenting, "She possesses eyes like yours, gifts like yours, yet I am powerless to prevent him from following in your footsteps." Traversing the path you once walked. Chapter 23. Aunt Petunia and the Birthday. Once again, footsteps echoed on the stairs, though this time the sound was heavier. "Petunia, are you all right?" Vernon, clad in his pajamas, descended. "I'm fine." Petunia hastily tucked away the photograph. "I'm just a bit thirsty, so I came down to find something to drink." She did not wish for her husband to glimpse this side of her, the lingering pain of not becoming a witch. "I'll warm up a cup of milk for you," Vernon said, moving his portly frame toward the refrigerator. "You go back upstairs. I'll bring it to you when it's ready." Meanwhile, her wizard nephew had quietly opened the cupboard door. She gazed out at the silvery moonlight, allowing herself to imagine what it would be like to become a witch. She recalled her wedding to Vernon, where she withheld Lily from being her maid of honor out of fear that Lily would overshadow her. She reminisced about Lily's excitement upon marrying Potter and her own refusal to attend the wedding. She thought of her efforts to feign a mundane existence, suppressing her jealousy. She remembered the joy that accompanied the arrival of Dudley. Finally, she recalled the letter left at the doorstep alongside the milk bottles and the infant's cradle. To her astonishment, the very Dumbledore who had once rejected her had the audacity to request that she care for Harry Potter, the orphan of war. Such a monumental matter. And the so-called wizard, the cornerstone of the rebellion, the greatest sorcerer in history, was unwilling to clarify the situation face to face. Instead, cowardly leaving the savior like an abandoned child in a cradle with a note, placed at another's doorstep. How absurd. In her heart, Petunia spat out her disdain, convinced that her choice of an ordinary life was indeed the wisest. A leader of a war, who could not protect his loyal subordinates, had failed in his duty, and now he expected to entrust the offspring of his subordinate to the care of relatives? How could such a person ever win a war? It was all the fault of that wretched, mysterious figure, utterly incompetent, unable to eliminate even a 1-year-old infant, yet daring to stir trouble. As she observed the owls flapping their wings in the distance, her earlier melancholic mood vanished without a trace. Indeed, she still harbored a profound dislike for anything associated with magic. Initially, she had planned to prepare a cake for her nephew the next day, but she decided to draw the curtains and retire for the night. Providing this child with a refuge was enough. Expecting her to celebrate a birthday was too much. She had chosen this path, and she must bear its consequences. If Dumbledore held her accountable for not caring for Harry properly, then he should come and take him away. A coward who stealthily left the savior at another's home, never visiting for over a decade, providing no assistance or support, had no right to criticize her. The kindly aunt who took in her nephew. He said nothing, drank the milk in one gulp, and then lay beside his wife, savoring the tranquility of the night. Downstairs, Harry stealthily let in 3 owls that flew in side by side. To say they flew side by side was somewhat inaccurate. Rather, 2 owls were supporting another that had lost consciousness. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Hedwig and another unfamiliar owl carrying Errol, the Weasley family's owl. Harry hurried to the window, lifting the dazed Errol and placing him in Hedwig's cage. Errol managed to open one eye, blink at Harry, and then began drinking water eagerly. Once assured that Errol was all right, Harry proceeded to untie the string from Hedwig's talons. She had brought a parcel. The other owl bore a letter embossed with a Hogwarts seal. Harry first opened the parcel brought by Errol, and out tumbled a birthday card and 2 sheets of paper. With trembling excitement, he read the message contained within the very first birthday card he had ever received. "Happy birthday, Harry. Wishing you a tranquil and safe new year. While our adventures have been exhilarating, I sincerely hope you navigate your school life in the coming year with serenity. After all, with Hermione's assistance, your studies will be manageable. With love, Ron." To be honest, last year was relatively perilous. This year, in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only to be rescued by Fawkes and subsequently awarded 400 points for Gryffindor alongside Ron. It is worth noting that without the 165 points Dumbledore added at the end of last year and the 400 points this year, the House Cup would have undoubtedly belonged to Slytherin. It was thanks to his adventures and Dumbledore's final tally that Gryffindor managed to wrest the House Cup from Slytherin on 2 occasions. Harry secretly relished this thrill, the thrill of being the savior. If he were to spend a year in utter calm, he would merely be Harry, the boy who lived in a cupboard, frail and devoid of any extraordinary talents. Oh wait, he could still bring glory to the house through Quidditch. Harry unwrapped the parcel delivered by Hedwig, a gift from Hermione, a Quidditch broom care kit. The letter from Hogwarts also contained a gift from Hagrid, a copy of the troublesome magical creatures book that he had painstakingly managed to keep from causing a scene. Harry cherished the gifts and cards from the 3 of them and began to read their letters. The content was unremarkable. Ron and Hermione proposed meeting in London during the last week of summer vacation to shop for the upcoming term's necessities in Diagon Alley. The Hogwarts letter, as in previous years, detailed the start date and the required book list, along with a note about the necessity of a guardian's signature for the Hogsmeade visit permission. Figuring out how to have Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon sign a magical form posed a significant challenge, but Harry decided to postpone that dilemma. He gazed at the clock on the wall, where the hour and minute hands aligned at 12. "Happy birthday to me," For the first time, he felt that celebrating his birthday could indeed be a joyful affair. Chapter 24. Sirius in Surrey. Sirius Black lay quietly in the cargo hold, surrounded by frozen fish that, while cold and raw, were sufficient to satiate his hunger. The strong fishy odor was the least of his concerns, in comparison to Azkaban. The pungent scent reminded him vividly of his continued existence. After a few days of restful slumber and hearty meals within the confines of the frozen fish, Sirius felt increasingly rejuvenated. Despite spending years in prison, the rebellious spirit of Sirius Black propelled him to leap from the closest point accessible by hitchhiking near Surrey. He hadn't considered leaving any form of compensation for the driver. Instead, he swiftly vanished into the night. After all, he was a wanted man. Had he not endured wrongful imprisonment for so many years, he wouldn't have become so ruthlessly cold. Sirius deemed that the best course of action would indeed be to obliterate any traces of his ride along with the vehicle itself. It is unacceptable. Only one must perish. And that is the traitor, Peter Pettigrew. Having spent years in the desolate confines of Azkaban, devoid of any semblance of positive emotion, he felt as if he teetered on the brink of madness. What he must ensure is that this fragile line must never be crossed. Harry, I still have Harry. This thought was his sole tether to sanity, his godson, the child who had lost his parents due to his own negligence. He had originally intended to seek redemption in Azkaban, to beg for his godson's forgiveness. But now the news of Pettigrew's survival left him no choice but to act without delay. Had Voldemort truly met his end? Sirius harbored deep doubts. Though he had never confronted Voldemort directly, his understanding of the Dark Lord suggested that a power-hungry tyrant could hardly be vanquished by an infant of merely 1 year. Regardless of the protective magic Lily had employed, the notion of utterly destroying Voldemort was preposterous. He was well aware of James and Lily's capabilities. While they had managed to exploit Voldemort's momentary lapse, they lacked the strength to annihilate him. Even Dumbledore, should he wish to eliminate Voldemort, would have to risk everything. Why? Then, did Dumbledore not confront Voldemort in a final showdown? For the first time, doubts about Dumbledore began to creep into Sirius Black's mind. Using his 4 legs to navigate the Muggle world, he swiftly arrived at the location where his godson now resided. Had it not been for Hagrid's casual mention of borrowing his motorcycle years ago, he would have been at a loss regarding how to locate the child he had not seen for over a decade. It was hardly feasible to inquire within the magical realm. After all, Sirius Black's wanted poster had likely adorned every corner of that world. This was precisely why he had opted for the Muggle path, hitching rides, and traveling on foot. Hungry, he rummaged through garbage. Thirsty, he drank from rivers. Fatigued, he sought refuge beneath bridge arches for a night's rest. As a stray dog, Sirius could not maintain the genteel demeanor expected of a scion of the Black family. Constantly reminded of his status as a fugitive, he realized that he had to evade not only the magical world, but also navigate the Muggle realm with caution. A stray dog was the bane of any animal control agency. Those cruel and ruthless individuals had nearly driven him to desperation on multiple occasions. Unable to reveal his true identity as a wizard capable of transforming into a large dog, Sirius was left with no choice but to flee. At long last, after enduring countless hardships, he arrived at the place where Harry had been entrusted for Privet Drive, Surrey. How should he even approach him? Hesitating at the threshold, Sirius found himself retreating. He was at a loss for words to explain his prolonged absence. As Harry's godfather, he was meant to be his sole guardian following the tragic loss of his parents. Yet, he had been absent from Harry's life for over a decade, and his own negligence had contributed to James and Lily's demise. Dumbledore had his own plans, aside from lacking the courage to face Voldemort in a final confrontation. His other arrangements had yet to falter. Sirius reassured himself that Harry, without his presence, should be living a happy life with Lily's sister. It is essential to recognize that Voldemort, in addition to his heinous acts against wizards, showed no mercy toward Muggles. As the one who vanquished Voldemort, Harry stands as the savior of the entire world. Sirius, who covertly observed number 4, Privet Drive for an entire day, was astounded by his observations. His godson, the world's champion, was subjected to endless commands, with household chores relegated to Harry, a mere 13-year-old boy. Lily's sister displayed no semblance of familial kindness. Instead, she berated Harry, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Her husband, Vernon, was even more egregious, resembling a rotund sphere, having never afforded Harry even a cursory glance. The Dursleys' son, Dudley, mirrored his father's despicable nature. Sirius's indignation nearly compelled him to revert to his human form, longing to confront this family that offered Harry no warmth, which should have been his sanctuary. Wrongfully accused of murdering numerous Muggles, He found himself unperturbed by the prospect of vindicating those baseless allegations. Fortunately, he realized that Harry was not as pliable as he appeared. The boy stood resolutely against the Dursleys, reminiscent of James and Lily. Particularly striking was Harry's courage when a rather corpulent woman, presumably Vernon's sister, appeared to malign James and Lily, claiming they had perished in a car accident. Without hesitation, Harry rose to defend his parents' honor, employing an inflating charm that sent the woman soaring, much to Sirius's exhilaration. Truly, he thought, this is my godson. Such punishment is warranted for those who tarnish the names of James and Lily. What cowardice it would be to fail to uphold one's parents' reputation. Sirius felt immense satisfaction with Harry's actions. This was the demeanor befitting his godson. Observing Harry, who ambled down the street with only a suitcase in hand and an empty birdcage clutched to his chest, broke Sirius's heart. He nearly emerged from the shadows to assure the seemingly helpless boy that he was not alone. He had family, he had kin, slowly stepping out from the darkness. He gazed upon a face reminiscent of James and eyes that echoed Lily's, rising with determination. But suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from the shadows, interposing itself between him and Harry. Wait for me, Harry, it shall not be long. Chapter 25. Bella is a woman of considerable popularity. Harry's safety aboard the night bus was not a concern. The entire Ministry of Magic presumed they would be hunting him down. As Harry boarded the night bus, that foolish Fudge should have been prepared to intercept him at his destination, most likely at the entrance to Diagon Alley. His sole task was to devise a means to infiltrate Hogwarts. He was not worried that Peter would act in London's Diagon Alley, under the scrutiny of the public. This was not a time reminiscent of Voldemort's zenith. He lifted his gaze and spotted his wanted poster on a contraption Muggles referred to as a television. It appeared that Fudge, the imbecile, had also issued a warrant in the Muggle world. How laughable it was that the minds in the upper echelons of the Ministry were filled with nothing beyond butterbeer. If one were indeed guilty of the heinous act of slaughtering numerous Muggles in the streets, what could the Muggles discover about themselves? Would they merely embellish their own death toll? The figure, once the formidable Black Dog, lowered his head and slinked into the shadows, making his way towards Hogwarts under the cover of night. The distress brought on by the wanted poster paled in comparison to the troubles posed by the Animal Control Unit. Should the Aurors fail to apprehend him, being caught by the stray Animal Control Unit would render Sirius Black utterly ashamed to continue living. Far across the North Sea, Azkaban welcomed an esteemed and unexpected visitor. Severus, what brings you here? Seeking to amend your escaped sentence? Bella inquired mockingly. What recent developments had occurred to instigate such a transformation in her demeanor? Could this change be applied to other inmates as well? Ah, I see. You've come to plead for mercy. Haven to you? Ha ha ha. It's because the Dark Lord has risen, and you fear the punishment for evading imprisonment. So, you hope I might speak a few kind words on your behalf. Bella chattered incessantly, envisioning the moment when she would take pleasure in punishing Snape in place of her master after the Dark Lord's resurgence. Let me tell you, that is utterly impossible. Traitors to the Dark Lord must perish. Only those like me, who fear not even Azkaban, are worthy to stand by his side. As she pranced about her cell, Bella appeared as though she were not in the confines of Azkaban, but rather in a splendid ballroom, waltzing with the Dark Lord himself. Severus cast a glance at the adjoining cell holding Rodolphus, where the dimness was suffused with an eerie green glow. For all these years, Bella had never concealed her fervent devotion to the Dark Lord. Rodolphus had never hidden his passionate affection for Bella, and the Death Eaters had never masked their disdain for Rodolphus, with his own head adorned with green for many years. The grass in the meadows had long since reached 3 feet in height. Severus gestured for the Dementors behind him to grant the two some privacy. Oh, do you wish to speak to me alone? Can't you muster the words of supplication in front of the Dementors? Bella bent slightly, adopting a beguiling pose. Her bosom pressed against the iron bars, creating deep valleys in her attire. How did Sirius manage to escape? The question Severus intended to ask remained unvoiced, as Bella, unbidden, divulged her own insights, thus gratifying his curiosity. Oh, why are you so concerned about Black? Bella smirked wickedly. Ah, it's for Potter, I assent to it. That child of the woman named Lily holds great significance for you. In that fleeting moment, Severus swore to Merlin that he truly harbored murderous intent. He could easily eliminate this madwoman in Azkaban without a soul raising an eyebrow. Yet he restrained himself. As a double agent, patience seemed to define his very existence. Should you kill that boy, the Dark Lord would surely forgive your transgressions. Bella tossed her hair, pushing the voluminous curls behind her ear. P.S. at Hogwarts. It would be simple for you, wouldn't it? With but a vial of potion. You could orchestrate the demise of this false savior right under the watchful eyes of his protector. The Dark Lord will personally deal with Potter, We need only wait. However, if your silence allows that scoundrel Black to get the upper hand, can you fathom how Lord Voldemort would choose to punish you? Severus idly toyed with his nails. Black? Serious? Bella exclaimed, referring to her cousin. We all know he is not a Death Eater. He infiltrated to hunt down that rat, Peter Pettigrew. Would he truly kill Potter? What a farce. Bella seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes. Come play often, or perhaps you should step in yourself to avoid Lord Voldemort's wrath. A well-fed Dementor abandoned the somewhat dazed Bella to greet the next unwelcome guest. Bella, it was Lucius Malfoy. What day it was? With traitors evading punishment appearing one after another. Is the news of Lord Voldemort's imminent return causing you all such unrest? Upon seeing Malfoy, Bella quickly regained her composure. After all, what could a few more Dementor's kisses do to her already unstable mind? No one could strip away the joy brought by Lord Voldemort's resurgence. I have not betrayed Lord Voldemort. Rather, he has entrusted me with a significant task. Lucius tapped his cane. Oh, Chapter 26. The Wild Forgetfulness of Durmstrang. Bella was evidently intrigued by Lucius's words. A task bestowed upon Lucius by the Dark Lord himself? What could he accomplish that she could not? Pray tell, what task has Lord Voldemort assigned to you that makes this old catfish believe he can escape the justice of Azkaban? Lucius did not directly disclose the details of the task. Surely you are not feigning mystery. Lord Voldemort has not given you any special assignment. Merely your cowardice and cunning have led you to betray him. Now that you hear he is returning, you fear retribution, just like Snape. Lucius paused, then a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Very well, since your curiosity is piqued, I shall reveal a morsel. Has Lord Voldemort ever summoned you to safeguard something? Bella was momentarily taken aback. She had thought herself the sole recipient of such an honor, entrusted with the Dark Lord's important possessions. Her expression darkened upon realizing that Lucius, too, had garnered Voldemort's trust. Surely the Dark Lord had lost his senses to place faith in such a petty individual. Judging by your expression, I suspect you have been assigned this task as well. And what of it? Bella haughtily lifted her chin, as if to tower over Lucius. That is well. Lord Voldemort has tasked us with safeguarding the key to his resurrection. This is also why I cannot be confined in Azkaban. I fear that should I be imprisoned, no one would be able to revive Lord Voldemort. Lucius spoke with great fervor. Bella was convinced to a large extent. When the Dark Lord entrusted her with the item years ago, he had also mentioned that she was safeguarding his second life. Originally, I thought it was the Dark Lord's unique trust and confession towards me, but it turns out that Lucius, that slippery eel, also shares the sentiment. How could it be that the Dark Lord might favor Lucius as well? Yet now, I require that particular item you guard to resurrect the Dark Lord. Lucius pressed on. Do you know what it is? The unyielding Bellatrix inquired. The Hufflepuff's golden cup. The Dark Lord left behind his diary from his student days. Upon hearing Lucius reveal the contents she had hidden in her vault, as well as what the Dark Lord entrusted to Lucius, Bellatrix's jealousy surged uncontrollably. Why? Why was it that I poured my heart, passion, youth, and everything unreservedly into the Dark Lord, only to receive the same trust as this slippery Malfoy? The belief that she was the most special one beside the Dark Lord crumbled away. Here I am, foolishly imprisoned, awaiting the Dark Lord's resurgence. Convinced he would come riding on vibrant black clouds to rescue me. Images of her intimate moments with the Dark Lord flooded her mind, yet for some reason, her visage was soon replaced by Lucius's irritating silver hair. Like a ghost suspended in midair, she gazed down at the two men, oblivious to the world around them. Disgusting. You make me sick. Bellatrix roared defiantly, yet her heart was filled with powerlessness. What could she possibly do in the presence of that lofty man? Malfoy, that nauseating eel, was out there striving for the Dark Lord's resurrection while she languished in a dark, damp, cold cell, only able to express her loyalty in a void and powerless manner. After a prolonged silence, Bellatrix lowered her head and spoke in a tone that suggested she had given up on love. It is a duplication charm. I use it on the cup. You should be able to undo the spell without my help, right? Thank you. You have made an indelible contribution to the resurrection of the Dark Lord. Lucius extended his hand with the air of a favored consort, which irked Bellatrix immensely. Yet she maintained her poise and pride. With the Dark Lord having chosen a different path, all she could offer, as his former companion, was her blessing. This man with waterfall-like silver hair was actually indulging in delicate needlework, a pastime for women. Bellatrix cursed Lucius to forever remain beneath the Dark Lord's shadow. The wretched Lucius, having left Azkaban, transformed into the elegant youth Bellatrix envisioned, possessing a remarkably similar face. Now that Bellatrix's blood had been obtained, how to infiltrate Gringotts and unlock her vault required careful planning. Tom toyed with the sealed vial containing Bellatrix's blood. The idea of posing as Lucius Malfoy to retrieve Bellatrix's blood from Azkaban was a whimsical notion, born from Tom's boredom while preparing for the start of classes at Durmstrang. Alas, the preparations for Durmstrang were so straightforward, almost to the point of carelessness. Need to gather supplies? I'm afraid I have not a single item. Durmstrang, with its focus on the study of dark magic, does not provide its students with prior notice regarding the required textbooks. Frankly, there are no such materials to prepare. After all, how could dark magic be documented and disseminated in public? The essence of this knowledge lies within the teachings and examples set forth by the professors at Durmstrang. Those endowed with talent will continue to refine their skills in dark magic, while those who are less gifted may find solace in the traditional paths offered by other magical institutions, learning conventional spells, ordinary transfigurations, standard potions, and engaging with commonplace magical creatures. Conversely, the talented few will receive a more profound education in the arcane arts. It is a source of embarrassment for Durmstrang, the alma mater of Grindelwald, that a lackluster dark wizard has emerged from its ranks. The disgrace of such a figure engaging in scandalous activities and ultimately being imprisoned by a lover is intolerable. Durmstrang cannot afford such shameful alumni. Originally, this matter could have been put to rest, but with the emergence of Voldemort from Hogwarts, Durmstrang found itself deeply affronted. This individual not only subdued the venerable Dumbledore, who had long overshadowed Grindelwald, but also, despite being ultimately vanquished by a mere infant, remains a fact of historical significance as the greatest dark wizard to have emerged from Hogwarts. Durmstrang refuses to accept such humiliation. It is an unspoken ambition of the faculty to cultivate a dark wizard even more formidable than Voldemort. Chapter 27. An Alternative Possibility. How does one cultivate a dark wizard surpassing Voldemort? A methodical and conventional approach is clearly impractical, as the essence of becoming a Dark Lord is heavily reliant on innate talent. Thus, it is imperative to identify those with exceptional gifts and nurture them accordingly to attain a level comparable to Voldemort's. As for the mediocre, they may simply be educated in a standard manner and sent off to the Ministry of Magic. The average talent requires minimal instruction, merely enough to prepare them for a menial role. In keeping with the philosophy that the ordinary need not be excessively nurtured while the gifted require not adhere to rote learning, Durmstrang's preparations for the academic year were haphazard at best. Consequently, with nothing substantial to prepare, Tom found himself at leisure and resolved to further diminish Voldemort's power. Dumbledore and Voldemort exist as opposing weights on a scale, with Tom serving as a movable fulcrum. Every action he takes simultaneously weakens both sides. Dumbledore is burdened by the curse fortified by Voldemort, and once he succumbs to it, death becomes inevitable. Even with Snape, the master of potions, prolonging his life, it would only be by a year. Following the established trajectory of history, once Dumbledore perishes, the Order of the Phoenix is unlikely to mount a significant resistance. However, would the magical world truly fall under Voldemort's dominion in Dumbledore's absence? History has shown that this is not the case. Voldemort has a tendency to self-destruct. His obsessive fixation on Harry has led him to an untold number of defeats at the hands of the very boy he sought to control. A person who repeatedly falls into the same pit cannot be deemed wise. The current variable lies in the fact that Tom's existence has altered many outcomes. The possibility of Voldemort's Horcrux awakening an independent personality in advance remains uncertain. The one within the Slytherin locket was perilously close to usurping the original's essence, becoming a more formidable Voldemort. Might Dumbledore, foreseeing Voldemort's possession of Horcruxes, have devised any contingency plans? These elements directly influence Tom, who yearns solely for a tranquil existence. Between Dumbledore and Voldemort, who holds greater significance for Tom, their absence would render Tom's situation precarious. To persuade Dumbledore that he is an independent entity severed from Voldemort is a venture fraught with humility, especially given that his past as a Horcrux would undoubtedly prevent Dumbledore from granting him clemency. Conversing with Voldemort about joining forces to conquer the world? That notion is grotesque, as Voldemort's fragmented soul has rendered him unstable, obsessively fixated on a young boy named Harry Potter, distasteful, to say the least. Thus, it is not that Tom is overly fixated. Rather, he finds himself devoid of viable choices. As for the Ministry of Magic, regrettably, both Dumbledore and Voldemort, alongside Tom, have little regard for its authority. The Ministry's failure to mount a substantial resistance during Voldemort's reign, allowing Dumbledore to rally the Order of the Phoenix in defiance, speaks volumes. The fact that an elite Auror like Moody chooses to fight under the banner of the Phoenix rather than as an Auror further highlights this disarray. After Dumbledore's demise, the Ministry again failed to organize a meaningful opposition, nearly capitulating to Voldemort. What does this reveal? A mere collection of opportunists, saved from retribution solely due to their numbers and the disdain both sides held for their leaders. Their survival is merely circumstantial, as they have not yet received the Dark Mark. To return to the main thread, in the absence of Dumbledore and Voldemort, the Ministry's personnel are hardly noteworthy. Tom has contemplated uniting the Death Eaters, envisioning a new iteration of Voldemort to enact a global conquest. However, upon reflection, he realizes that the intelligence and sanity of Voldemort's followers are questionable, with a few rational ones being traitors. This faction serves no purpose. It would be wiser to eliminate them and reconstitute a new alliance. In conclusion, having effectively orchestrated Dumbledore's fate, Tom merely awaits the opportunity to undermine Voldemort's strength. Once Dumbledore has passed and the Horcruxes have been absorbed, he can leverage Harry to vanquish Voldemort, thereby securing a life of his own. The whereabouts of Voldemort's original form remain elusive, as do the remaining Horcruxes. Thus, the only recourse is to target Voldemort's minions. He could administer poison to Severus Snape, the double agent, allow Draco Malfoy, the treasurer, to take the fall and shatter the delusions of the madwoman regarding Voldemort's unrealistic aspirations. When Voldemort truly revives, discovering he possesses no trustworthy allies or confidants, he will be left in a precarious position. At that point, allowing young Potter to seize the opportunity would yield considerable advantage. Transformed in appearance, Tom slipped into Diagon Alley, intending to investigate the security measures of Gringotts, a place renowned as the second safest locale after Hogwarts during the summer break. A successful heist at Gringotts could indeed add a dazzling experience to his resume. Seated at the entrance of a shop opposite Gringotts, he observed the throng of wizards passing by, pondering the ephemeral nature of this illusory piece. Posters of Sirius Black's wanted notice plastered the streets, and it seemed as if every Auror had been mobilized, with a few Dementors lurking at the periphery. Tom was uncertain about Gringotts security, but Diagon Alley appeared remarkably fortified. He even caught a glimpse of Fudge, wearing a worried expression, issuing orders to his subordinates. With Dumbledore's presence, this place would arguably be the safest in the entire wizarding world. When would these fools make their move? Tom cursed silently. His summer wasn't interminable. Even a notorious fugitive like Black, the first to escape from Azkaban, could hardly warrant such a commotion. There must be more to this situation than he was privy to. His gaze swept across every passerby until it landed on the source of his intrigue, Harry Potter. Suddenly, Tom grasped Fudge's reasoning. The minister likely believed that Sirius Black intended to kill Harry, the savior who must not perish during Fudge's tenure. His attention, however, was frequently drawn to the girl beside Harry. It wasn't merely the charm of a 14-year-old. A different possibility stirred within Tom. Consider Hermione Granger, a witch from a Muggle family, who married the youngest Weasley and eventually ascended to the position of Minister for Magic. Tom found it hard to believe that there were no intricate power plays involved. Regardless of the machinations at play, Hermione's intellect, courage, and determination were undeniable. Since her entrance into Hogwarts, she had epitomized the archetype of an academic achiever. And aside from last year, when she was petrified and unable to partake in Harry's ultimate adventure, she had always been a pivotal force in Harry's battles against Voldemort. Even last year, had it not been for her, how long would it have taken Harry, the naive son of a landowner, to realize that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk? This woman, instrumental in the fight against Voldemort, had contributed all strategies and plans, save for the final blow which was reserved for Harry. She even founded a society aimed at liberating house elves. Such a woman would serve perfectly as a human shield, allowing Tom to conceal his ambitions behind her. Should he instill in her some fervent ideology, Tom was convinced that she would become a formidable tool for his covert dominion over the Ministry of Magic. Conquering the world? What significance does that hold? For years, it has been a cycle of oppression and subjugation, a mere change of facade. Since he had the opportunity to traverse this world, why not play the game to its grandest scale? Tom gazed at Hermione, a smirk curving his lips. It was not yet the time for their encounter. At present, she was not the protagonist of the story. Harry, standing nearby, was the focal point of all wizards' attention. Hermione, feeling a prickling sensation from the intense scrutiny, instinctively glanced in Tom's direction, but found nothing. The source of the fervent gaze eluded her. Hermione, what's wrong? Ron inquired curiously as he leaned closer. Nothing. I just feel as though someone is watching me, Hermione replied, shaking her head, perhaps attributing her unease to paranoia. Harry, have you bought your wand yet? All right. My wand. Harry suddenly remembered that Voldemort, in his shrunken form, had deceived him into relinquishing it. I don't know. She was disparaging my parents. And I was so furious that I can't quite recall what happened next. It was as if the glass between Dudley and the snake had briefly vanished. Without a wand, I merely thought of it, and it occurred. It's a stroke of luck that you haven't been penalized by the Ministry. This kind of magic without a wand is an indication of uncontrolled power, which must be managed. You really should procure a wand as soon as possible. Hermione admonished with concern. Were it not for Sirius Black's escape, Harry might have faced punishment for using magic outside of school as a minor. What did your aunt say to make you so furious? Ron asked. She said my parents died in a car accident. Harry growled through clenched teeth. What is a car accident? Is it a particularly vile term among muggles? Ron queried, bewildered, turning to Hermione, who hailed from a muggle background. Just think of it as an accident involving a flying broomstick, Hermione carefully explained to Ron, keeping an eye on Harry's anger. That is indeed quite malicious, Ron agreed. Understanding Harry's fury, the notion of dying in a broomstick mishap was an affront to the Potters, who had valiantly resisted the Dark Lord. She is unaware of the Dark Lord's existence, and besides, using magic outside of school, especially uncontrolled magic, is exceedingly dangerous, Hermione continued, her concern evident. Enough of this. Harry interrupted abruptly, no longer wishing to hear such discussions. Let us head to Ollivander's wand shop. It's imperative to have a wand once school begins. Noticing the tension between Harry and Hermione, Ron quickly tried to lighten the mood. I also need a new wand. Let us go together. The two wandless companions hurried towards Ollivander's shop. If it weren't for the windfall at home, I truly wouldn't know what I'd do about my wand, Ron remarked as they walked. 7 galleons was certainly no trifling sum in the Weasley household. Walking behind the two boys, Hermione understood the Weasley family situation. However, coming from a family of dentists, she found it difficult to comprehend why 7 galleons, equivalent to 35 pounds in the wizarding world, represented a fortune for many families. 35 pounds, by Muggle standards, could purchase 40 kilograms of bananas, which was approximately the cost of a typical weekly grocery run for most Muggle families. In the realm of wizards, this sum is indeed considerable. She cast another glance at the numerous wanted posters of Sirius Black plastered across the streets. 10,000 galleons, equivalent to 50,000 pounds, for a murderer who had claimed the lives of several individuals on the street. And, as the sole escapee from Azkaban, this amount is rather paltry. After all, the value of human lives surely exceeds 260,000 pounds, doesn't it? What am I thinking? If I don't hurry, the doors will close. Ron, walking ahead, turned back to call out to Hermione, who was lagging behind. I'm coming. The girl quickened her pace, and the three of them entered Ollivander's wand shop together. When they emerged, Harry and Ron each held a pair of brand new wands. Harry's wand closely resembled his previous one, 13 inches, made of ash wood, with a core of phoenix feather. As he waved it, he could distinctly feel the resonance between the wand and himself. Ash, a wood that is loyal to only one wizard, would yield no power in the hands of another if paired with a unicorn's core. Mr. Ollivander had explained this to Harry. Whether the similarity of the phoenix feather was mere coincidence or a destined connection remained unclear to him. However, he was aware of one fact. Both Voldemort and the man who called himself Tom Riddle, along with himself, were all wielders of wands containing phoenix feather cores. All sourced from the same phoenix, Fox. If my wand is picked up by someone else, can they use it directly? Harry discreetly inquired of the wand maker after dismissing his companions. Chapter 29, Strange Dreams. Spending an extra 7 galleons was not an issue. Harry merely wished to experience the thrill of wielding 2 wands, one in each hand. If someone merely picks up your wand, you can retrieve it using a summoning charm. However, if they exert force upon your wand, there is a probability that it will submit. Should they be significantly more powerful than you, your wand may completely yield to its captor, surrendering itself and no longer belonging to you, Ollivander replied calmly. For years, he had never regarded wands as mere inanimate objects. Yet not all wizards shared his perspective. There exists a faction of formidable individuals who consistently assert that wands are a conspiracy to limit wizards. What does this signify? It suggests that every wizard possesses the potential for wandless magic, which is suppressed through education in schools, daily life, and societal norms. Wizards who could run unimpeded are compelled to rely on crutches, enduring their lives with nothing more than a wooden stick. What if I encounter my former wand once more? How will I know if it has submitted? Harry pressed on. Fully aware that his fate was entwined with defeating Voldemort, he understood that many battles lay ahead against him. His previous self had shared the same core as Voldemort, and now, he too possessed a wand with that identical core, though now there were 3 wands with such a core in existence. confronted with an old master. A wand that has not fully yielded will render its new wielder incapable of casting spells through it. A wand that is not completely submitted will cause a wizard's spells to be unreliable. However, a wand that has fully surrendered will not evoke any peculiar occurrences. Truly, Ollivander is the foremost authority on wand lore within the British magical community. Harry, possessing a wand with the same core, is in possession of what is known as a brother wand, and brother wands are disinclined to harm one another. Should the owners of two such wands insist on attacking each other, an exceedingly rare phenomenon will occur. Ollivander continued, "What phenomenon?" Harry inquired. He needed to comprehend this matter, as his previous wand resided with the individual who claimed to be Voldemort. Indeed, the more powerful wand will compel the other wand to replicate the spells it has previously cast, in reverse order. Only one wand will do this? Yes. Your new wand was specifically crafted to counteract your old wand. If you were to duel against that old wand, it would be forced to unleash the spells it has already cast, Ollivander elucidated. You once mentioned that wands choose wizards, rather than wizards choosing wands. Yes. A wand designed to combat the one in the hands of the Dark Lord. Who could be more fitting than you? Was my previous wand also such? Indeed, when the Dark Lord wreaked havoc upon the magical realm, Dumbledore commissioned me to create that wand. Unsurprisingly, it chose you, the boy who lived, the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. But it fell into Voldemort's hands. My child, our options are exceedingly limited. Merlin has orchestrated this world to unfold in ways we have yet to comprehend, and we can only navigate based on a scant understanding of the known. Harry was uncertain of his expression as he exited the wand shop. What did you discuss with Mr. Ollivander? Hermione asked, gazing at Harry, who appeared dazed. Ron, meanwhile, gleefully brandished his newly acquired wand. I'm rather curious if Voldemort can wield my wand at will after stealing it. It seems the outcome is less favorable than the desire. Well, all right, mate, don't be downcast. I'll treat you all to ice cream, Ron exclaimed, affectionately draping an arm over Harry's shoulder after thoroughly familiarizing himself with his wand. Lying in bed, Harry gazed out at the full moon for what felt like an eternity before finally drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he experienced a most peculiar vision. Voldemort, that version growing from Professor Quirrell's skull, wielded two wands. With his own wand, he cast the green light from Harry's nightmares, while with Harry's wand, he conjured a blue light unknown to Harry. Harry could only feebly defend himself with his new wand, casting the red light of Expelliarmus. The three colors of light flashed back and forth. For a moment, Harry believed he was watching Star Wars, with the hideous old Voldemort resembling Obi-Wan and Luke, while he, the vibrant youth, had become Darth Vader. At long last, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, he vanquished Voldemort. The righteous evil triumphed over the malevolent justice. The formidable Dark Lord emerged from the shadows, with Tom Riddle's left arm draped around Hermione and his right arm around Ron, wearing a defiant expression. Release my friends, Harry shouted vehemently. Your friends? Tom scoffed. What friends do you possess? They are mine. Ron, Hermione, quickly distance yourselves from him. He is Voldemort, Harry cried, aiming his wand at Tom, his voice filled with unyielding rage. I am weary of feeling like a mere specter in your presence. Harry Potter, the esteemed savior, the infant who defeated the Dark Lord, the cherished pupil of Dumbledore, the epitome of greatness in everyone's eyes. Who would care about the impoverished, disheveled Ron Weasley, who couldn't even safeguard a wand? Ron approached Harry. Beside you, I am but an inconsequential sidekick. Yet alongside Tom, I am a comrade who stands shoulder to shoulder with him. What about you? Harry gazed desperately at Hermione. The betrayal from a brother was far more painful than death itself. All his hopes rested upon the core of this trio. Me? What me? Hermione wrapped her arms around Tom Riddle's, playfully tiptoeing to bestow a kiss upon his handsome face, one that even elicited envy from Harry. He is Voldemort, Harry shrieked. And so what? She retorted. He is powerful, intelligent, kind, and handsome, unlike someone who can't even comprehend an assignment. Harry, who struggled with his homework, raised his wand defiantly, casting a spell at the demon who dared to sway his friends. Chapter 30, The Kiss in the Dream. Tom raised his wand as well, wielding Harry's old one. Red light intertwined with green as they clashed. You kill my parents. I've defeated you thrice. You shall not tempt my friends again. Harry approached Tom, fueled by intense fury and resentment. With each declaration, the red light from his wand intensified. As he reached a mere breath away, their wands met, the red and green lights crackling in a symphony of sound. The two wizards resembled warriors wielding lightsabers. Harry swung his red saber as if possessed by a Sith. Tom wielded his green saber like a Jedi. In that instant, they mirrored the iconic battle between Darth Vader and Obi-Wan in A New Hope. or the duel between Vader and Luke in Return of the Jedi. Amid Tom's sinister whispering, the ethereal forms of Harry's parents materialized, accompanied by numerous wizards unknown to Harry. They encircled the two, urging, "Kill him, avenge us." The spirits joined in a chorus, "Kill him, kill him, kill him." A surge of immense power erupted within Harry. Unbeknownst to him, his wand transformed into a lightsaber, cleaving Tom in two. "I did it, Mom and Dad. I avenged you." Harry raised his saber aloft, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Is it truly so? The phantom's figures blurred and converged, transforming into Tom's visage. "You are dead," Harry exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the apparition. "If I am dead, then who are you?" The ghost produced the mirror of Ariste from seemingly nowhere, revealing not Harry's reflection, but the face of Voldemort, characterized by his yellow, serpent-like eyes, which grew from Professor Quirrell's nape. "No." Startled, Harry awoke, drenched in cold sweat. It was merely a dream. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, rubbed his still unfocused eyes, and fumbled to switch off the television and VCR across the room. He resolved never to watch movies before sleeping again. After turning off the VCR, Harry found his glasses and made his way to the bathroom. The dream had felt both surreal and vivid. It compelled him to ponder. If he were to kill Voldemort, would he not become him? This concern was not unfounded. Dumbledore had mentioned that Voldemort had left a fragment of his soul within himself, although it might not have been intentional. Who could guarantee that Tom Riddle had completely extracted that piece of soul? What if, in the future, Voldemort secretly retained a remnant within him, serving as a safeguard against the possibility of inadvertently vanquishing Voldemort? 13-year-old Harry could not suppress his apprehension, yet he had no knowledge of how to ascertain whether a fragment of Voldemort's soul lingered within him, forcing his mind to replace Tom's face with his own. The imagery grew increasingly bizarre. His height, slightly shorter than Hermione's, rendered him incapable of making her rise on tiptoes to kiss him. Feeling that he lacked Tom's good looks was already disheartening for this adolescent boy. Now, being shorter only added to his despondency. "I've defeated you twice." "No, Trice," Harry shouted aloud, attempting to bolster his confidence. "Hey, are you all right?" came Ron's voice from outside the door. "I'm fine, just had a nightmare." Harry descended from his bed and opened the door to let Ron in. "I brought you a cup of hot cocoa," Ron said, entering with 2 cups. "I think the whole pub heard you shouting just now." "Thank you." Harry's face flushed slightly. He was uncertain how much Ron had truly heard. He did not know whether he was blushing because he felt inferior to Tom in height, or because he fantasized that he was the one Hermione kissed in his dream. "Where's Hermione?" "Probably in her room," Ron replied, plopping down on the edge of Harry's bed. "You can't expect a girl to come running to your room in the middle of the night just to ask how you slept, can you?" Ron shivered, drawing from his own experiences. Lacking his own room, he often found himself awakened by Ginny's violent slaps when he spoke in his sleep, a rather brutal affair. The twins, rather than comforting him, only exacerbated the situation with their teasing. With 7 children in the family, he and Ginny were the only ones a year apart. The others were either 2 or 3 years younger. Thus, being the sole daughter in the family, Ginny had the power to reign over him. "Trust me, you wouldn't want a woman barging into your room at midnight asking how you slept. They're all mad," Ron declared emphatically. "Ginny? She seems rather gentle, doesn't she?" Harry was perplexed. "That's because she has a liking for you. Privately, she's quite ferocious." Ron was determined that his good friend should not be deceived by Ginny's outward demeanor. "If she knew you spoke of her like this, I'd be doomed. So you absolutely cannot betray me." Ron, contemplating the consequences, hastily added, "Ha ha ha, all right, I promise." Harry swore. "So what dream frightened you so much?" Harry recounted his dream in detail to Ron, including the moment Hermione tiptoed to kiss Tom on the cheek. "Are you saying Hermione kissed the Dark Lord?" Ron's imagination conjured visions of how high Hermione would have to rise on her toes to reach Professor Quirrell, and more importantly, he couldn't fathom how she could bring herself to do such a thing. According to Harry's description, it was an ugly old man, bald and noseless, with a twisted visage and yellow, serpent-like eyes. Even if Hermione were the biggest bookworm, she surely couldn't bear to kiss such a bizarre face. "Mate, you mustn't let Hermione know about your dream. Otherwise, our assignments will be a nightmare." Chapter 31. The Deal. Just the thought of revealing the consequences to Hermione made Harry's head spin. He and Ron would have to tackle the third-year assignments all on their own. Should Hermione become so enraged that she ceased to tutor them or assist with practical spells, Harry feared their third-year existence would be nothing short of bleak. Regardless of whether he and Ron were indeed inept, the fact that he dreamt of Hermione kissing Voldemort was something he could never divulge to her. "You're right," Harry said, rubbing his wildly beating heart. "Hermione, without you, how would Ron and I survive?" This sentiment resonated deeply with both boys. "You're down too?" Just as she finished speaking, Hermione appeared at the doorway. Harry, are you all right? I heard your screams from upstairs. Ginny was also peeking shyly through the doorframe, gazing at Harry in his pajamas. He looked so cozy and gentle, and she liked him all the more. Meanwhile, she consciously overlooked Ron, who was disheveled, half of his shirt tucked into his pajama pants while the other half hung out. I'm fine, Harry said, unable to meet Hermione's gaze, and spoke softly with his head down. That's good. If everything's all right, we should head upstairs, Hermione confirmed with a glance that Harry was indeed okay, then took the reluctant Ginny by the hand to leave. Throughout it all, Ginny had not managed to utter a single word to Harry. Observing the girl's departure, Ron suddenly stood up, dashed to close the door that had been left ajar, then incredulously pointed at Harry and asked, "You don't fancy Hermione, do you?" "Who wouldn't like Hermione?" Harry replied, looking at Ron in confusion. "I mean that kind of liking." Ron thought of Ginny's affections for his friend. If Harry truly had feelings for Hermione, the situation would become too tangled. After pondering for a while, Ron was unable to unravel the relationships among the four of them. Fortunately, Harry had not allowed such complex emotions to materialize. What kind of liking? Harry was completely baffled. The affection between men and women is a desire to kiss. Ron emphasized. "Oh," Harry raised his voice, "that is Hermione." "I know," Harry insisted. "I do not have those feelings for her." He could not comprehend why Ron would think he had feelings for Hermione. She existed as both a sister and a younger sibling, and at times, she resembled the mother he had lost in his memories. As for the impulse to replace Tom's face with his own in dreams, blame Star Wars. After all, Luke had kissed Leia, hadn't he? Really? Ron said, surveying Harry with a skeptical expression. What could the previous dream have meant? Lost in thought, he succumbed to sleep, completely unaware of the large dog squatting by the roadside, gazing at a place invisible to ordinary eyes. The night was lovely, was it not? Sirius was startled when had another person appear beside him. He had been so enraptured by watching Harry that he had not realized. He sluggishly turned his head, his disheveled face staring at the newcomer. The man's attire was a disheveled suit, his white shirt stained with grime, hair unkempt, and stubble adorning his face, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. This drunken man was almost a match for his own road charm. Such a waste of a handsome face, Sirius thought to himself as he resumed his distant vigil over Harry. From this distance, can you truly see your godson? Sirius Black, aware that he was an unregistered animagus, recognized that there were only 4 in existence. Discounting himself, only 2 remained alive. Among those who could move freely and have the opportunity to inform others, only 1 remained. Lupin? Sirius cautiously inquired. Regrettably, no. A figure resembling Keanu Reeves as Constantine casually crushed Sirius's final hope while smoking. Who are you? Sirius Black felt that familiar sense of helplessness once more, reminiscent of the despair he felt upon learning of James and Lily's betrayal by Peter. You may call me John. Huh, so your last name is No Name. Sirius detested those who concealed their identities. What kind of man was one who could act but not own up to it? It's Constantine, John Constantine, Tom said without a hint of embarrassment. As a wizard, changing one's appearance required little effort. Why then should one present themselves truthfully? The more aliases, the greater the safety. After all, who would dare reveal a face so similar to Voldemort's? Very well, Mr. Constantine. How may I assist you? Sirius chose not to linger on the name. The situation was clear. He was the fish on the chopping block, and the other was the chef wielding the knife, dictating how this dish will be prepared. Mr. Black, are you aware of the bounty on your head? 10,000 galleons. So, you intend to turn me in for the reward? Damn it. It seems Lupin has betrayed me as well. Otherwise, how could my status as an animagus have been exposed? That traitor Peter has not dared to show his face in the wizarding world for years. Even if I wished to act as that traitor, I would be unable to. Even the secret of being an animagus is known to the other party, which causes Sirius's heart to plummet to the depths of despair. What do you intend to do? Let's strike a bargain. Chapter 32. The Greedy Goblin. A bargain? A sense of foreboding envelopes Sirius. The individual capable of recognizing him and effortlessly exerting control over him is unlikely to propose a simple transaction. Indeed, what if I refuse? This is Sirius Black. Despite the situation being decidedly unfavorable, he manages to maintain an incomprehensible sense of pride and dignity. Tom gazes with keen interest at the large dog before him, attempting to discern the source of its enduring pride from its canine visage. After a prolonged scrutiny, unable to uncover the other's hidden card, Tom concludes that it must be a matter of character. You may refuse, but then you shall spend your life as nothing more than a stray dog. Tom speaks of this as if it were a trivial matter. However, you need not worry excessively. Stray dogs do not survive long in London. A year? At most. You might endure another year, only to perish as a stray, either beaten by a passerby, poisoned by food, or struck by a vehicle. Even a stray dog endowed with human intelligence cannot expect to thrive in the urban expanse of London. The metropolis teems with perverse individuals seeking practice, and a clever stray dog becomes their ideal test subject before they commit their unforgivable acts. Of course, misfortune may arrive sooner than tragedy. The mere thought of being confined in a dog's body for a lifetime sends a shiver down Sirius's spine. The man before him, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet charmingly roguish, now seems like a demon in his eyes. Naturally, as an animagus, dying in animal form may not be of great concern to you. But what a mere mouse might do you an old dog cannot foresee. Sirius gasps in shock. It is not surprising that this man is aware of his animagus status, nor that he knows Peter Pettigrew is also one. If Lupin were to betray him, such a secret would be impossible to conceal. Yet, he is astounded that this traitor, Peter, is still alive. How can that be? Were it not for his serendipitous glimpse of the rat perched on the shoulder of the Weasley family's youngest son in the Daily Prophet, he would have believed for all these years that he had driven the traitor to suicide. You know Peter is still alive? Very well, I shall comply. Speak. What is your plan? While the notion of dying as a stray dog is something Sirius could reluctantly endure, the idea of allowing that traitor Peter to roam free is entirely intolerable. He has permitted that wretched traitor to breathe freely for 12 long years. And each additional day of the traitor's life mocks him mercilessly. You need not do anything extraordinary. Simply employ your most adept skill. Make every effort to escape. Tom's explanation leaves Sirius in a state of bewilderment. Regrettably, before he can grasp the other's intentions, the fates seize him by the nape of his neck. He, the illustrious heir of the Black family, well, Sirius Black, cared little for his lineage. The esteemed member of the Marauders was, rather shockingly, being dragged by the neck like a stray dog into the leaky cauldron. What are you planning to do? He noticed that the man who was holding him had halted at the entrance of Gringotts. Are you insane? In an instant, Sirius Black deduced the madman's intentions. You actually intend to rob Gringotts. Even at midnight, the Goblins' protective forces are formidable. If he could exploit the weaknesses of the Dementors to escape Azkaban, then the Goblins at Gringotts represented an impenetrable defense. This is Gringotts. My strategy against the Dementors will be futile against Goblins. Abandon this idea, apart from Hogwarts. This is the safest place in the entire wizarding world. Sirius continued to implore the deranged man before him to reconsider. For the first time, Tom discovered that the aloof Sirius Black could indeed prattle on like an old woman. The safest place apart from Hogwarts? Nonsense. You remain unaware that Voldemort has infiltrated Hogwarts for 2 consecutive years, right under Dumbledore's nose. Azkaban, reputed to be an escape-proof prison, witnessed its first escapee transformed into a black dog standing beside him. Hogwarts, praised for Dumbledore's protection, allowed Voldemort to reside there for an entire year, possessing a professor with impunity. Tom did not regard Gringotts, with its similar reputation, as invulnerable. It merely required the identification of its weaknesses to be breached. And he had discovered that weakness. What? Voldemort infiltrated Hogwarts? Before Sirius could fully process this shocking revelation, he felt the binding of his animagus form forcibly lifted. Regaining his human shape, he gaped at the man who had so easily manipulated him as he rushed into Gringotts, shouting, Sirius Black, a wanted criminal with a bounty of 10,000 galleons. The Ministry of Magic is about to apprehend him. He paused, surveying his surroundings, finding no sign of the Ministry or Aurors, not even a shadow of a wizard. Just as he was contemplating the absurdity of this situation, a horde of goblins came rushing from the main entrance of Gringotts, their eyes fierce and their pace hurried, as if fearing that this grand prize might be snatched away from them. Bastard! At that moment, he realized a ruse. He was being used as bait. In the eyes of these goblins, he was not a deranged fugitive who had killed several muggles and the traitor Peter Pettigrew, but a humanoid gold coin worth 10,000 galleons. Remembering the enigmatic yet irritating man's words, Sirius wasted no time and resumed his desperate flight. Goblins are far more challenging to contend with than wizards. He should never have agreed to that man's terms. As a throng of fairies boldly rushed towards Black in pursuit of financial freedom, the once bustling Gringotts lay desolate, with only Tom remaining within its confines. The safest place indeed. He whistled nonchalantly, hands behind his back, as he ambled towards Bellatrix's vault aboard a small cart. Chapter 33, The Only Path. The fairies, an avaricious species, possessed but a singular weakness, an insatiable greed. Tom pondered the brilliance of the idea to have such a covetous lot oversee and safeguard the bank. The reason these fairies refrained from embezzling was that they regarded Gringotts as their own abode, All wealth temporarily housed within its walls was deemed theirs. Thus, they fortified Gringotts to be impervious, confident in their security measures. The only flaw lay in their misjudgment of the true owners of the wealth as villains seeking to plunder their riches. Hence, every visit from wizards to withdraw their possessions was met with the fairies' obstinacy. The fairies, brimming with confidence in their security, disregarded all caution upon hearing of Black's appearance at the entrance, recklessly rushing towards the treasure worth 10,000 galleons. While they could not pilfer from Gringotts themselves, the bounty on Black was undeniably tangible. Tom capitalized on the fairies' singular vulnerability to brazenly infiltrate Gringotts. Truly, they seem to have learned nothing from past transgressions. It was merely 2 years ago that Voldemort had once intruded, yet no enhancements to security had been made since. As Tom sat on the cart, he lamented the fairies' lethargy. Since its inception, Gringotts had only one recorded theft, when Voldemort stealthily accessed the vault while hiding behind Quirrell's cranium, ultimately finding nothing. Perhaps due to the lack of losses. The fairies appeared disinclined to discuss the incident, evidently having brushed it aside. Now, Voldemort II boldly entered Gringotts once more, intending to reclaim something that belonged to him. Perhaps the fairies would not even bother to report it. Regardless, the association of Gringotts with Voldemort rendered the concept of security laughable. Voldemort ought to embody the elegance befitting a Dark Lord. Petty thievery is beneath him, Tom mused as he sat gracefully in the cart, cradling a cappuccino, a tall candle flickering before him, relishing the breeze stirred by the cart and inhaling the enriched air of the underground. Pure elegance. Next time he visited, he would propose to the goblin manager that the descent to the vaults be less convoluted and protracted. All were dignified individuals, and conducting withdrawals, as if mining for coal, was utterly unnecessary. After a lengthy journey along the winding tracks, the cart finally halted at the entrance of Bellatrix's vault. Tom rose, dusting off non-existent particles from his attire. One day, he must reform Gringotts' withdrawal procedures. They were far from elegant. Oh, and it is worth noting that Voldemort, the Dark Lord without a vault within Gringotts, treated the entire wizarding world as his personal domain, thus indifferent to a trifling amount of personal wealth. Madame Lestrange, the vault has been opened for you. Beside him, the ring, thwarted by Tom, humbly opened the vault's door. What a world this is. It is evident that the societal order established by wizards cannot be trusted. They claim Azkaban is the most secure prison. Yet the escape of a single Black is already catastrophic, and now even the most deranged woman under the Dark Lord's command has managed to break free? How are fairies supposed to survive in such times? With a sharp slap, Tom struck the ring. Do your job, and keep your mouth shut, he bellowed, having transformed from John Constantine into Bellatrix Lestrange. A mad woman must embrace her madness. As a good actor, one cannot forsake their character. The ring, stung by the slap, could only simmer in silent rage, cursing the inept ministry of magic. That rogue Black had a bounty of 10,000 galleons for his escape, while this lunatic Bella managed to elude capture without a whisper of her flight. A dreadful suspicion began to brew within the ring. The Dark Lord must be rising again. Black was merely a decoy to divert the ministry's dullards, while the true intention was to shroud Bella's actions in secrecy. What to do? The ring scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of Rodolphus, realizing it stood at a pivotal moment in history. Bella's mission was undoubtedly linked to the Dark Lord's resurrection. Given the Dark Lord's limited resources, he had orchestrated only the madwoman's breakout, neglecting to rescue her lawful husband from Azkaban's decay. Surely, it could not be that the Dark Lord desired a romantic escapade with the madwoman, leaving her rightful husband to rot in prison? The ring grappled with the idea of rebellion, contemplating a desperate stand against the Dark Lord's return. But why should a fairy sacrifice itself for the wizard's affairs? Let them handle their own matters. He was merely a goblin of Gringotts, tasked with safeguarding the treasures within. The madwoman had already confirmed her identity through both visage and blood. He was not an Auror. If the witch sought to access her vault, what business was it of his? Was there even a bounty to be earned? The ring humbly stepped aside from the vault's entrance. Dressed as the madwoman, Tom did not even enter the vault, effortlessly casting a summoning charm to retrieve the coveted Hufflepuff cup from the vault's highest shelf. You did well. Remember to keep your lips sealed, and consider the treasures within the vault as an advance reward from the Dark Lord. Should any word leak out, I will demand every bit back from you, with interest. With that, the female guise of Tom transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from the unchanging Gringotts, leaving the ring staring in bewilderment at the wealth of the entire vault. This was only fitting. After all, the soul occupying this space was the first Horcrux of Voldemort. Even with the corporeal form restored, his cursed connection to Voldemort remained unbroken. After absorbing the soul from the Slytherin locket, Tom understood one crucial truth. Even with a renewed body, he remained a Horcrux, merely a vessel for the soul. Having transformed from Tom Riddle's diary into a body capable of housing a soul. Thus, as long as he remains alive, Voldemort shall never truly meet his demise. This circumstance has ensnared Tom in a quandary. He had initially intended for Harry Potter to lead the charge while he reaped the benefits from behind. However, upon realizing that Harry could not vanquish Voldemort, it became evident that he must confront the Dark Lord himself. How could this be accomplished? Chapter 34. Previously, Tom had diligently sought Voldemort's Horcruxes, aiming not only to augment his own power, but also to ensure that when Harry, this mere teenager, faced Voldemort in the future, the bald fiend would be but a mortal, as Regulus Black had articulated. Yet, the reality had shifted. It now seemed that if Harry, the child upon whom Dumbledore had placed such high hopes, wished to eliminate Voldemort, he would first have to extinguish his life. Tom, however, did not possess the noble spirit of self-sacrifice. Why would Voldemort not simply seek a quiet place to dig a grave and lie down in it? The notion of acquiring power only to suffer such a consequence sounded appealing. Yet he could not even best a 1-year-old child and had been vanquished time and again, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of that very child who was, in truth, merely 18. What point was there in such an existence? Tom idly tossed the golden cup in his hand, deriding Voldemort, who had caused immense trouble. A self-proclaimed Dark Lord, defeated by a mere child, and yet did not find a block of tofu to throw himself against. Tom felt a sense of embarrassment on Voldemort's behalf. Nevertheless, he still needed to absorb Voldemort's soul. He pondered whether Sirius Black had been apprehended. If Wormtail had not sought out Voldemort, could that snake-faced wretch still leverage Barty Crouch Jr. to pursue the path to resurrection? Tom had intended to take the opportunity to eliminate Nagini during the resurrection ceremony. While Harry Potter may not be able to kill Voldemort, it was undoubtedly a sagacious decision to have this boy, favored by the old man, attract Voldemort's ire and attention. While Voldemort focused on Harry during the resurrection ceremony, Tom could discreetly eliminate Nagini. In that eventuality, Voldemort would be left with only his physical form, weakened, mentally fragmented, and obsessively contemplating world domination, serving as a diversion for the Ministry of Magic while Tom stealthily matured further. As Tom reveled in his seemingly foolproof plan, a sudden sound echoed in his mind. Is my soul delectable? It was Voldemort, having reunited with Nagini in the forests of Algeria and consumed several Muggle souls. Voldemort had regained some strength, yet the sensation of his souls being siphoned away left him feeling constricted. Though he had not suffered significant losses, the experience was utterly repugnant. The soul, fragmented countless times, lay in a state of utter disarray. Initially, there was hope that the Philosopher's Stone would restore some strength to the soul. Alas, not only did it elude him, but it was also the fortunate young Harry Potter who thwarted his scheme and led to the demise of Quirrell, a uniquely foolish individual. Instead of strengthening his soul, the failed endeavor left him even weaker. In utter desperation, he retreated to a forest in Algeria, a small base he had established after his corporeal form was obliterated. For years, he had survived by consuming serpents, small mammals, and birds until he crossed paths with Quirrell. Had it not been for Nagini, Voldemort was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Reluctantly, he devoured the piece of his soul that resided within Nagini and supplemented it with a few Muggle souls, feeling a resurgence of strength. Anger simmered within him for an extended period before he managed to suppress the nauseating sensation that accompanied it. He was determined to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to toy with the soul of Lord Voldemort. Upon investigation, he was startled to discover that his earliest Horcrux had gained sentience. Startled by the sudden emergence of Voldemort's voice in his mind, Tom instantly heightened his vigilance. Was it possible that he could not even communicate with his own essence? Voldemort attempted to project his voice into the Horcrux's consciousness, only to find the connection unstable, and he, as the original, was unable to assert dominance. Had it not been for the nascent exploration of this soul link, he would have been unable to establish such a connection at all, which greatly displeased the Dark Lord. It was as if a dragon had been ensnared by mere shrimp. A moment of carelessness had led to his own downfall. After so many years, how could a mere Horcrux dare to assert its authority over him? He was Voldemort, a being who had been shattered by a mere infant, teetering on the brink of obliteration. There was no reason for fear. Tom reminded himself that if he cowered before a voice, how could he ever confront his true form, let alone seize power? Though he lacked Voldemort's profound understanding of souls, He had consumed more fragments of Voldemort's essence than Voldemort had of his own. Tom swiftly mastered this novel form of communication, even managing to probe Voldemort's condition. The great Dark Lord was not in the best of states, it seemed. As Tom forcefully inserted himself into the connection, Voldemort's earlier apprehensions were confirmed. The unstable link's dominance had indeed been usurped by his own Horcrux. To avoid revealing his current predicament and to thwart any ambitions of usurpation from the Horcrux, Voldemort severed the link between them. "Hello, are you still there?" Tom persistently harassed the aged serpent like an incessant telemarketer, demonstrating a complete disregard for the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly. Chapter 35, The Time Turner. An elderly, solitary man, over 70 years of age, besieged by relentless scam calls. What does this reveal about the erosion of morality or the distortion of humanity? Please pay attention. Deep within the forests of Albania, Voldemort first sensed that the world had transformed. It had become unfamiliar, harsh, and unrecognizable. In merely a decade or so, how could the Horcrux have gained sentience? How could such a formidable name as Voldemort lose its potency? How had he become intertwined with snakes? Admittedly, the last point was a choice of his own. Voldemort turned his head, gazing affectionately at Ginny, who lay curled up beside him in a shape reminiscent of excrement. In this strange and ever-changing world, she was the only familiar entity he had left. Voldemort frantically exercised his mental shielding techniques, striving to block the disturbances emanating from the sentient Horcrux. Although the brief connection had laid bare his frail reality, Voldemort was resolute in his belief that as long as one of his Horcruxes remained securely hidden in Hogwarts, that sentient Horcrux would not dare to act against him. How had it discerned the location of his hidden Horcrux? How had it achieved sentience? Was a remaining Horcrux still safe? Voldemort, entwined with Ginny, could not quell the barrage of questions swirling in his mind. Perhaps Horace Slughorn, that old fool, had never been entirely truthful with him. His understanding of Horcruxes was not as profound as he had imagined. However, the situation was not entirely bleak. The essential function of the Horcrux remained intact. Even if the sentient Horcrux absorbed the others, it could not alter the fact that it was still a Horcrux. As long as the Horcrux endured, Voldemort, as the original entity, would remain immortal. Yet, once a Horcrux attained a certain level of power, could it absorb the original body as well, transforming itself into the original while the original became merely a Horcrux? This was a matter Voldemort needed to clarify, lest he find himself unable to rest or eat in peace. After confirming that the Ravenclaw diadem still lay undisturbed in the room of requirement, he wrapped himself around Ginny and fell into slumber. He was no longer young, at over 70. With a fractured soul and the body of a snake acquired from the forest, Voldemort needed to conserve his strength for the long journey ahead. Knowing of his existence, he would likely seek to relocate the Ravenclaw diadem swiftly. Tom, stroking his beardless chin, contemplated the potential actions of his original self. He felt that his understanding of Voldemort deepened with each Horcrux he absorbed. At times, he feared that one day, after absorbing the original, he might become the complete Voldemort himself. No, absolutely not. That paranoid, foolish, mad, bald man who had once been outmaneuvered by a mere infant. Tom rejected such a future. Why should the destruction of a Horcrux lead to the demise of its soul, while the destruction of the original body allowed the soul to roam free? Even with a physical form, Tom questioned the injustice of fate, unable to shed his identity as a Horcrux. What exactly is the nature of a Horcrux? With the knowledge of Hogwarts sealed away, Tom resolved to seek the truth at Durmstrang. Listen, Hermione. This Time Turner is an extraordinarily powerful and perilous artifact. The Ministry of Magic permits us to grant the most exceptional students in the school access for academic research, and you, my dear, are the finest student Hogwarts has seen in recent years. Thus, I present this to you. The manual and regulations are here. You must familiarize yourself with them thoroughly before usage. Understood? Recalling Professor McGonagall's earnest counsel, Hermione had explored all the courses of interest available to her in her third year. Tomorrow marks the first day of term, which is also when she shall utilize the Time Turner for the first time. The thrill within her kept this young girl awake throughout the night. The Time Turner has one unyielding rule. One must never encounter their past self, for such an encounter could lead to dire consequences. Holding the Time Turner, she felt an urge to conduct a preliminary test before its official use tomorrow. September 1st arrived, heralding the commencement of another academic year. By the time Hermione arrived at Hogwarts via the Hogwarts Express, night had fallen. The encounter with the Dementors on the train had left her shaken, even after a soothing hot bath. The school appeared to be in a state of heightened alert, as if anticipating the infiltration of some nefarious intruder. Lying in her dormitory bed, She took out the time turner, her trembling hands betraying her excitement. Should she proceed? She pondered. Perhaps it was somewhat impulsive to choose such a moment for her first journey through time, yet the spirit of Gryffindor, filled with passion and adventure, spurred her on. She feared that if she did not seize this opportunity, she would forever regret it. Resolved, she tucked away the time turner, leaping from her bed and making her way to the common room. Still awake? Harry, seated by the fireplace, inquired as Hermione descended in her pajamas. Could I borrow your invisibility cloak? Just a moment. Harry did not press further. To him, Hermione was an embodiment of boundless capability. Her request for the cloak surely held its own justification. Aren't you going to ask why? Hermione was taken aback by Harry's acquiescence. Be safe, he merely advised, returning his gaze to the flickering flames of the fireplace. Once back in the girls' dormitory, Hermione donned the invisibility cloak and, ensuring the coast was clear, retrieved the time turner. She diligently began to twist it, and after over 100 turns, she vanished from the dormitory without causing a stir. Chapter 36. Hermione Takes Action. Professor McGonagall's solemn teachings were momentarily cast aside by this acknowledged top student of decades past. Perhaps this was the very reason she had been sorted into Gryffindor rather than Ravenclaw. When she finally managed to overcome the dizziness induced by time travel and opened her eyes once more, she found herself still in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, standing beside her bed. In this timeline, her other self should still be lying petrified in the infirmary. As long as she exercised caution and avoided Harry and Ron, she would be fine. Cloaked in invisibility, she carefully navigated past her roommates, who sat on their beds, discussing their dismal prospects as they packed their belongings, lamenting the impending closure of Hogwarts. Ginny might end up locked in the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny. She was a witch of the purest blood imaginable. Perhaps it was the individual who unlocked the Chamber of Secrets that descended into madness. If only pure-blood wizards are considered, then over half of the students in this school would be on the list. Including half-bloods would leave scarcely a few individuals remaining in this institution. Yet, she is a Weasley, a member of a family entirely belonging to Gryffindor. Could it be that the heir of Slytherin disdains the heir of Gryffindor? Is Weasley truly the heir of Gryffindor? That seems unlikely. Hermione paid no heed to her incessantly chattering roommates. She was confident that Ginny would emerge unscathed. Yet the specifics of what transpired within the chamber remained unclear, even to Harry, the very person involved. Cloaked beneath an invisibility cloak, Hermione deftly evaded several of her housemates as she exited the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. She had anticipated that, given the gravity of the situation, security measures would be heightened. But in reality, she encountered no obstacles along her path. Her unease deepened. What actions had the Ministry of Magic undertaken? Aside from Cornelius Fudge, who brazenly led away the innocent Hagrid, there was no discernible action. There was no increase in security, no personnel dispatched to investigate the events. Instead, there was a chilling indifference, a refusal to act. Only after Ginny Weasley, this pure-blood witch, was taken to the chamber did they spring into action, demanding the forcible closure of Hogwarts. Conversely, when the escaped convict targeted Harry Potter, the same group, the same ministry officials, including Fudge, hurried to Diagon Alley, to the Leaky Cauldron, solely to ensure Harry's safety. Furthermore, specific measures were arranged on the Hogwarts Express, at the school gates, and even within the school itself, to prevent the fugitive from emerging and harming Harry. Had it not been for Dumbledore's intervention, Fudge might have even considered employing Dementors for Harry's constant protection. Indeed, after Harry inadvertently overheard a conversation between the Weasley couple, he became aware that the fugitive's target was none other than himself. Upon learning this, Harry selflessly shared the information with Hermione and Ron. Thus, Hermione understood all too well that the Ministry's actions were solely aimed at safeguarding Harry, and Harry alone. Previously, when several students from Muggle backgrounds had been petrified, the Ministry remained utterly indifferent, only closing the school when a pure-blood child's safety was compromised. Now, with a fugitive targeting Harry, the entire school was placed under lockdown. Hermione did not believe that Harry was unworthy of such protection. Rather, as a victim hailing from a Muggle family, the blatant disparity in treatment deeply saddened her. Were wizards of Muggle descent truly regarded as inferior to purebloods in the magical realm? Hermione could not help but recall the era when the Dark Lord wreaked havoc upon the magical community, regardless of how the ruling authorities attempted to embellish their legacy. After the Dark Lord advocated for the cleansing of Muggleborns, the Ministry's lack of resistance and swift capitulation had been duly recorded in history. She began to entertain a troubling possibility. Could it be that those in power shared similar sentiments with the Dark Lord, yet refrained from voicing them due to their positions? Why does the enigmatic figure harbor such animosity towards wizards of Muggle descent, particularly when he himself is of mixed blood. For instance, why did Tom Riddle allow Harry to escape? Having grown up in a Muggle orphanage, it is inconceivable that Tom Riddle would be unfamiliar with Muggle methods. Yet, he did not even attempt to use them before granting Harry his freedom. In the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk, an ostensibly unstoppable force, never made an appearance. Why is that? What precisely transformed Tom Riddle into the future Dark Lord? Is there a possibility that he could have altered Tom's perspective, preventing the emergence of the Dark Lord he would ultimately become? This notion took root in Hermione's mind. How splendid it would be if a young Tom Riddle could join the ranks opposing the Dark Lord. Hermione is not Harry. She does not know how he evaded the Dark Lord's grasp at the tender age of 1. However, after confronting the Dark Lord twice in recent years, she is certain of one thing. Harry's survival was sheer luck, not prowess. In other words, had the Dark Lord possessed a modicum of rationality, Harry would have perished long ago. And now, there exists a younger, more ambitious, and more astute Tom Riddle. Should he become the Dark Lord in the future, Harry would undoubtedly stand no chance against him, and even Dumbledore might struggle to contend with such an adversary. It is worth remembering that during the Dark Lord's reign of terror, Dumbledore was already rendered incapacitated at Hogwarts. Adding a younger, more formidable, and, crucially, more rational Tom Riddle into the mix would be disastrous. It cannot be allowed for Tom Riddle to transform into the Dark Lord. Chapitre 37, Dialogue. With an almost naive ambition, fueled by the grievances of discrimination, the desire to alter the world, and the fear of the unknown, Hermione Granger, the future Minister of Magic, concealed herself in the shadows of the Room of Requirement, quietly listening to the sounds emanating from the Soul entrance. Her keen intellect deduced that if Tom Riddle wished to elude Dumbledore, this was his only option. While the Chamber of Secrets may be his domain, it does not lead outside the school. Otherwise, the basilisk would not have remained undetected for so long within Hogwarts. Tom Riddle might be privy to a few secret passages, but Hermione firmly believed that Dumbledore's knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden routes would far exceed Tom's, not to mention the headmaster's exclusive privileges. Only here, in the Room of Requirement, a place utterly incomprehensible to anyone at Hogwarts, might there be a glimmer of hope for the 16-year-old Tom. Hermione crouched in the corner, her wand aimed at the entrance. If there were any sound, should she cast Petrificus Totalis or Disarming Charm? She trembled with excitement. If, just if, she could persuade Tom Riddle to join the fight against the Dark Lord, if she could convince him to strive for a magical world devoid of discrimination, if she could, before Hermione could contemplate further, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Who could it be? Who shall arrive first? The departing Tom Riddle, or the conjecturing Dumbledore? Hermione gripped her wand tightly, squinting into the darkness. She could afford no misstep. Tom strolled into the Room of Requirement with an air of composure, conjuring several illusory doubles to lead the venerable Dumbledore in circles. The esteemed wizard, recognized as a paragon of the magical community, found himself ensnared in the quagmire of outdated traditions and conventions, devoid of imagination. Despite wielding magic, he persisted in a rigid adherence to spells, living life in a methodical manner. Ah, who truly embodies the Muggle? With but a modicum of ingenuity, Tom had mastered the art of creating illusions, employing this quintessential skill to confound a man with over a century and a half of experience. How could it be that Dumbledore, the headmaster, was so easily outmaneuvered by a mere 16-year-old, especially in the very heart of Hogwarts? Expelliarmus. A crimson light struck Tom, yet the anticipated disarming did not occur. Absurd. Did Voldemort truly require a wand to cast spells? Even Dumbledore could perform high-level teleportation without one. Surely Tom Riddle, as Dumbledore's equal for so many years, could not fall short in this regard. Had he been ambushed? Tom was taken aback to discover someone lurking in the Room of Requirement. But it must surely be mere coincidence. Though caught off guard, Tom maintained his poise. The use of such a fundamental spell as Expelliarmus suggested that his opponent was no professor. Dumbledore would not publicly announce his identity as Voldemort. Thus, the presence in the shadows could only belong to a student, one who had inadvertently stumbled upon a scheme. A student posed little threat. I mean no harm. Tom raised his hands, signaling his lack of menace. He had just concealed Harry Potter's wand, rendering the disarming spell ineffective against him. Silently, Tom used magic to probe his surroundings, seeking the location of his assailant. Hermione, cloaked in invisibility, shed her disguise and emerged from the shadows, wand pointed at Tom. Is this not the illustrious Hermione Granger? Pray tell, Miss Granger, how many school rules have you contravened by being here at such an hour? Tom's gaze fell upon the time turner adorning her neck. Why was this young girl, instead of diligently studying, meddling with time to attend more classes and seek him out. Had Harry Potter accompanied her? Tom probed once more with magic, yet he could only confirm Hermione's solitary presence. This perplexed him further. Could it be that Hermione Granger wished to intervene in the past to alter the future? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. This girl could be as reckless as her two ineffectual companions. Well then, this hardly seems the appropriate venue for conversation. If Miss Granger does not mind, I propose we relocate for our discussion. Upon realizing Hermione dared to confront him alone, Tom was suddenly seized by a mischievous impulse. Seizing the moment when Hermione was momentarily distracted, he swiftly subdued the 13-year-old girl and, amidst her astonished, furious, fearful, and desperate gaze, snatched the invisibility cloak from her. She did not underestimate the actions that a 16-year-old wizard could undertake, but she never anticipated that this young sorcerer possessed such a vivid imagination. Although his mastery of magic may not rival that of Dumbledore, his creativity was boundless. She could only watch in helpless astonishment as she found herself completely ensnared. Draped in an invisibility cloak, witnessing Tom split into two. One half remained in the room of requirement, while the other enveloped himself and stepped into a peculiar-looking cabinet. This is it, her final thought as she succumbed to darkness. When Hermione regained consciousness, she cautiously opened her eyes a crack, attempting to discreetly observe her surroundings. Now that you're awake, there's no need to pretend. Tom's voice resonated from not far away, unraveling Hermione's careful ruse. She opened her eyes fully to discover the two of them seated across from each other in a French restaurant. I wasn't sure what you might enjoy, so I ordered some dishes at random. You must be famished. Let us converse while we dine. Hermione stared at the lavish spread before her, suddenly engulfed by the illusion that she was on a date. Lifting her gaze, she fixated on the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, striving to comprehend the motives of this enigmatic figure from the future. What inquiries do you have, having traveled such a distance from the future? Startled, Hermione realized that before she could ascertain whether Tom Riddle's visage was genuine or not, he had already divulged her secret of coming from the future. Do not be so astonished. The time-turner hanging from your neck is visible to even the blind, Tom remarked, gesturing towards the pendant adorning her chest. Moreover, in this timeline, I owe you an apology on behalf of Slytherin for your petrification by the basilisk. What? Hermione gasped, taken aback by Tom Riddle's unexpected admission regarding his control over the basilisk. So, it was you who killed Moaning Myrtle, she blurted out, not entirely sure what had compelled her to voice such an indiscreet question. Chapter 38. Questions. The moment the words escaped her lips, Hermione felt a wave of regret wash over her. If Tom Riddle was indeed the true murderer of Myrtle, would he hesitate to extinguish another wizard hailing from a Muggle family? What was the significance of presenting herself on a silver platter, aside from courting death? Perhaps this time, Tom Riddle would require no psychological preparation. Killing someone from the future would pose little challenge. As this thought crossed her mind, Hermione tightened her grip around her wand. Thankfully, it remained firmly in her possession. Are you referring to Moaning Myrtle, Elizabeth Warren, the girl from Ravenclaw? Tom inquired, his voice deep and magnetic. Moaning Myrtle's last name is Warren? Hermione had never considered what surname Myrtle bore, let alone her middle name. Her previously cautious demeanor faltered slightly, but she quickly reinstated her vigilance. A killer, a depraved murderer. Knowing the full name of their victim, was it not entirely reasonable for the first victim's name to be peculiar? When dealing with a girl from a Muggle background, Voldemort's approach might simply involve a flash of green light to eliminate this curious young girl. After all, his fractured soul was ill-equipped to manage complex schemes. If it were the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, he would undoubtedly employ his unique male charm to enchant the young girl from a Muggle family, whom he secretly scorned, manipulating her to fulfill his desires, much like he did with Ginny Weasley. Yet, Tom remains Tom, albeit no longer Riddle. His ambitions have grown far more sophisticated. He certainly wishes to exploit the evident intelligence of this witch, who would eventually ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, but not through romantic entanglements. Such a path is fraught with uncertainty. He has far superior options. The illustrious Dark Lord would never shy away from acknowledging a kill, would he? Hermione nearly uttered the derogatory term mudblood, which Malfoy had once flung carelessly. Firstly, I do not believe that wizards from Muggle families are inferior. On the contrary, I posit that they possess advantages that purebloods cannot fathom. Tom gazed earnestly into the girl's eyes and declared, I too was raised in a Muggle orphanage and am of mixed blood. In fact, I find the term Muggle itself to be inherently pejorative. The number of wizards is so small. The majority are non-magical, ordinary people, and we, as wizards, are the aberration. Hermione was utterly taken aback by Tom's perspective, which starkly contrasted with her own education. What should have been a straightforward matter became convoluted, as this 16-year-old Voldemort insisted on complicating things. If he kept his secrets well guarded, who could unveil them? In the realm he traversed, he bore no disguise, dismissing Harry Potter simply because of his youth. The real question is Harry even an ordinary person? After all, he has an ancient homosexual wizard standing behind him, a centenarian who knows all about Tom's past. I inadvertently awakened the basilisk, but I did not command it to kill. He asserted, "You are lying. It was you who awakened the basilisk last semester. You attacked us and took Ginny." Hermione exclaimed, "Did Mr. Potter convey this to you?" Tom responded with a serene calm, untouched by the embarrassment of being caught in a lie. "It was my deduction." Hermione pointed her wand at Tom, wary of his potential outburst. "Then you owe me an apology. I was not responsible for what transpired last semester." Tom replied with unshakable confidence. "You may even administer Veritaserum to ascertain the truth of my words." Faced with Tom's unwavering composure, Hermione found herself wavering in her conviction. Had she truly misjudged him? The true culprit from last semester was Voldemort. "You are Voldemort." That claim deeply saddens me. I am a remnant of Voldemort's past, but he does not define my future. Tom feigned an expression of hurt. "Yes, I apologize." Hermione realized her abruptness. If she firmly believed that Tom would inevitably become the Dark Lord, what was the purpose of her visit? "It is of no consequence. When I refer to Voldemort, I speak of Harry." Harry? Indeed. Within Harry resides a fragment of Voldemort's soul, left behind when he attempted to kill him. It appears you are hearing this for the first time. Unlike me, that is the genuine soul of Voldemort. Last semester, it was this very soul that manipulated Mr. Potter, enticing Miss Weasley into committing those shocking acts. How am I to know it is not you? I am but a fragment of a soul, incapable of maintaining a corporeal form for any length of time before the eradication of Voldemort's essence within Mr. Potter. In my ignorance of being a Parselmouth, I inadvertently awakened the basilisk, which in search of sustenance, encountered Miss Warren hiding in the restroom, leading to that tragic incident. And you dare to accuse Hagrid? It is not an accusation, but a reasonable conjecture, akin to your earlier speculation regarding me. At that time, the school faced imminent closure due to the death of a student, and in my unawareness of being a Parselmouth, I sought out the true culprit. Hagrid, known for his affinity for magical creatures, became my prime suspect. I merely inquired whether he was responsible. Upon his denial, I simply reported my suspicions to the headmaster. Nothing more. As for how Hagrid ended up in Azkaban, I am entirely uninformed. Indeed, Hermione increasingly believed Tom's words. Over 50 years had elapsed since the last attack. Yet when calamity struck, the Ministry of Magic prioritized finding a scapegoat rather than seeking the truth, a pattern that had remained unchanged through the years. But why could the Ministry condemn Hagrid without interrogation? Why is there a perception that students from Muggle families deserve to be purged? Why did the Ministry seek a scapegoat after the death of a Muggle student, yet only acted when a pure blood student was apprehended? Tom's trifecta of inquiries plunged Hermione into contemplation. Chapter 39. Comrade, have you ever witnessed that hue symbolizing miracles? After a prolonged silence, Tom continued to speak in his beguiling, magnetic, and profoundly gentle voice, providing Hermione, who had been unable to find answers, with a revelation, because wizards emerging from the so-called Muggle world, which they disparagingly regard as inferior, possess far greater foresight than those of pure blood lineage. This threatened the interests of pure blood wizards. "We must be more visionary?" Hermione asked uncertainly. This assertion completely captivated Hermione. For the first time, a wizard was telling her that a Muggle heritage was not a disadvantage, but rather an advantage. Moreover, this individual was none other than Tom Riddle, the past of Voldemort. If you truly believe this, then why have you become a figure of doubt? With Hermione unable to steady her grip on Tom's wand, her arm dropping as she whispered her inquiry. Voldemort's obsession with immortality led him astray. He believed that by fragmenting his soul, he could evade death. It must be said that he indeed managed to escape death once through his Horcruxes. Otherwise, he would have perished during his attempt to kill Harry. Fragmenting the soul? Hermione could scarcely believe her ears. Can a soul truly be divided? Indeed, he sought to split his soul, so that when his corporeal form perished, other fragments would persist in this world. Is this truly effective? Hermione could not fathom the sensation of a soul being torn asunder. What resolve would be required to endure the agony of such a rupture? The soul that was severed from him could not save him. However, the fragmented soul, divided numerous times, inadvertently became his salvation. I found it perplexing that the seemingly astute Hermione had absorbed an overwhelming amount of previously unknown knowledge, rendering her momentarily unable to process it all. The soul that had been split from him could not rescue him, For once Voldemort's essence was divided, he ceased to be Voldemort. They gained their own consciousness. Much like you. Indeed. Thus, his endeavor to create Horcruxes for the purpose of immortality was utterly doomed to failure. Tom had spun a falsehood. Yet at that moment, Hermione had come to fully trust everything this man before her proclaimed. What was it that saved the mysterious figure? Hermione pressed for answers. It was his soul, already shattered into countless pieces. When he attempted to kill Harry, a fragment of his soul inadvertently split away. But you mentioned that the severed soul could not save him. Hermione noted the inconsistency and immediately inquired further. So, did the mysterious figure ultimately bring about his own demise, leaving behind a wisp of a ghost? Hermione felt her perception of the enigmatic individual shatter. The once formidable, ruthless dark wizard she had been taught about was merely a mentally fractured soul. Had he truly been vanquished by Harry, leaving only a restless spirit akin to a school ghost? How utterly demeaning. Reflecting on Dumbledore and the Ministry's fear and aversion towards such an existence, Hermione realized that Tom's words held truth. Those in positions of power feigned submission to Voldemort, who pretended to share their ambitions, merely to eliminate dissent. The absurdity of the situation was staggering. The truth of the matter? Tom was indifferent to the actual truth. It was a narrative that served to justify his actions while achieving his ends. As for the genuine truth, the principal actor frolicked with snakes in Albania, and Dumbledore would never refute his own statements. The Ministry's officials were eager to bury their past misdeeds as deeply as possible. Who would dare to challenge the veracity of Tom's claims? Hermione suddenly questioned whether her time at Hogwarts had been beneficial or detrimental. Did receiving an education under such a conservative and regressive system truly foster her personal growth? As the daughter of dental practitioners, had she lived in the Muggle world, she would have access to exceptional educational resources, free from material concerns, able to pursue her interests with fervor. This was precisely why she had chosen Hogwarts. Magic, indeed, was magic. Yet ultimately, the wielders of magic, the rulers of the magical realm, turned out to be such a disappointing assembly of individuals. However, there is no need for excessive despondency. A saying rings true: where there is darkness, there will surely be light. Sensing the moment was ripe, Tom prepared to serve. Really? Indeed. Even if this world is utterly wretched, as long as there are those who cling to the embers of hope, as long as there are individuals striving to effect change, as long as there are people willing to sacrifice everything to bequeath a better world to future generations, then such a world shall undoubtedly come to pass. Is there truly anyone willing to do so? Hermione, whose worldview had been utterly upended by Tom, inquired with a hint of skepticism. I am willing. Are you? With only a moment's hesitation, she clasped Tom's outstretched hand. But how shall we enact the change we desire in this world? The vision is splendid, yet it must ultimately be transformed into action. Hermione yearned to glean from Tom a concrete program of action that could truly alter the course of their world. Comrade, have you ever beheld that vivid hue of red that symbolizes miracles? On that day, what thoughts Tom had instilled within Hermione remained a mystery to all but the two involved. What could she have possibly consumed recently to provoke such a shift? After their potions class with Ravenclaw, Ron, deliberately lagging 2 steps behind the advancing Hermione, turned to Harry and whispered, Is she, on her period? Huh? Which one? Harry responded, bewildered. Ignoring Harry's confusion, Ron continued, No, that doesn't make sense. If she were, she would be irritable, grumpy about everything, looking for a chance to lash out. That's Aunt Petunia's daily routine. Does she have it every day? Harry remained clueless about what Ron was insinuating. Yet he could not help but find Ron's description eerily reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's demeanor when she faced him each day. You don't understand. But it can't be like this. Ron stared at Hermione, who was walking ahead, laughing and conversing amiably with Cho Chang, utterly perplexed. Where had the Hermione gone who used to shun social interactions, deeming them a waste of time, preferring the company of books in a library? Observing the girl before him, now presenting herself with a more polished appearance, her once unruly brown hair tamed, Ron felt a fleeting flutter in his heart. Almost immediately, he attributed this feeling to a lapse in judgment. After all, this was Hermione, a figure reminiscent of a maternal presence, overseeing his and Harry's studies, assignments, exams, and daily lives. Such infatuation must surely be a mere illusion born from the tumult of adolescence. Was it normal for Hermione to desire friendship? We are, in fact, her friends, Harry remarked, sensing Ron's rudeness. True, Hermione had previously been reluctant to socialize, but she at least had him and Ron as friends. It was inaccurate to claim she had none. Besides them, she had no other companions. Yet now, observe her proximity to Cho, such closeness was characteristic of old friends. How do you know so much? Harry looked up at Ron with admiration. It appeared that children from magical families possessed a greater understanding than those like him, who hailed from Muggle households. Ron seemed to comprehend not only this, but also the concept of friendship, unlike Harry, who felt at a loss. Ginny has a few friends, doesn't she? Speaking of Ginny, Ron casually inquired. She hasn't contacted you, has she? No, Harry believe. Ron pondered how his younger sister had developed feelings for Harry. Was he truly the right object of her affections? Their academic performances were quite comparable, with Harry's grades being the kind that would falter without Hermione's assistance. His practical skills were commendably high, but they were honed through perilous experiences. In the first grade, he encountered a mysterious figure. In the second grade, he faced a serpent monster. Now, as the third grade is yet to conclude, Ron can already foresee that the prisoner of Azkaban is likely to bring some turmoil into Harry's life. As Harry's steadfast companion, Ron finds it rather inconsequential to experience such events alongside him. After all, young boys in their adolescent phase often yearn for excitement and adventure. However, as an elder brother, Ron vehemently disapproves of his sister having to endure similar trials. Are such experiences truly suitable for an ordinary teenager? The enigmatic figure, that is a being surpassing Grindelwald. The serpent monster, a creature that has lived for a millennium. The fugitive from Azkaban, the sole prisoner to have ever escaped from that notorious fortress. Each encounter is perilous. Yet inexplicably, Harry seems to face them all. Even more absurd is the fact that he, a Weasley, finds himself entangled in these events. It is often said that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, yet Ron scoffs at this notion. Which school can boast of providing such life-threatening experiences for 2 consecutive years? All of this can be attributed to Harry. Ron even harbors an unorthodox thought. Might Dumbledore, the guardian of Hogwarts safety, one day fall victim to Harry's unfortunate fate? And what of love, regardless of Ginny's thoughts? Ron believes that the source of danger should be kept at a distance from her. Love? Harry's gaze drifts toward Cho Chang, who walks alongside Hermione. Yet before his eyes reach Cho, he notices something familiar within the stack of books nestled in Hermione's embrace. So familiar, in fact, that Harry must remove his glasses and rub his eyes to ascertain whether he is mistaken. Hermione. Harry strides forward, seizing Hermione, who is engaged in laughter with Cho. Ron is taken aback. Is his good friend truly so bold as to develop feelings for the nurturing figure within their trio? This young Weasley is quite conflicted. On one hand, he must concede that Hermione and Harry make a splendid pair. Throughout the past 2 years of Harry's adventures, she has been a constant presence, caring for his well-being. Indeed, without her, Harry's daily life would undoubtedly be far more challenging. Yet by that logic, Ron realizes he too is well suited to Harry. Hermione is equally compatible with him. Surely, they cannot all share a harmonious existence together? May I take a look at that notebook? Harry abruptly demands, yanking the familiar notebook from Hermione's grasp. Regardless of Hermione's reaction, Ron breathes a sigh of relief. His good friend remains blissfully oblivious to matters of romance. How could his little sister possibly admire such a person? Harry, Hermione exclaims. When did Harry become so rough and discourteous? I apologize. I thought you were retrieving Tom Riddle's diary, Harry stammers, only to discover that it is merely an ordinary diary belonging to Hermione. Embarrassed by the blunder in front of the girl he admires, Harry wishes he could vanish into the ground. Especially when he caught a glimpse of the bewildered expression on Xiao Zhang's face, he sincerely wished he had not acted so rashly and rudely moments before. The boy, left standing there, was at a loss. Come on, don't take it to heart. Girls, after all, have their own secrets. Ron quickly stepped forward, trying to comfort the disheartened Harry. Chapter 41, Draco's Transformation. The resurrection of Voldemort was merely a matter of time. The decline of the Ministry of Magic was an undeniable reality, and Dumbledore no longer possessed the decisive spirit he once had. This progressively deteriorating world was not what she desired. Thus, while there was still time, as Tom had advised, she needed to discern her enemies from her allies. Uniting all possible forces, gathering numerous friends while minimizing foes to strengthen herself. Only then could she alter the predetermined future. Not only would Muggle-born wizards face no discrimination, but magic would cease to be the exclusive domain of wizards. Just as Tom had envisioned for her, she would strive her entire life for a world of equality, prosperity, devoid of oppression and invasion. Reflecting on the past, Hermione could conceive no second possibility for why the three of them had survived to this day, aside from sheer luck. However, luck was a fickle companion. When it ran out, the three students, confronted with the treachery of the Ministry and Voldemort's relentless desire to eliminate Harry to prove himself, saw no alternative but death. Yet, if they could find like-minded comrades and awaken the collective consciousness of the populace to resist, it would be Voldemort and the complacent leaders of the Ministry who would face defeat. Women, right? Ron patted Harry on the shoulder, uncertain of how to console him. The changes were apparent, though Ron had not noticed them. The derogatory term mudblood had almost vanished from school. A Slytherin upperclassman, who inadvertently insulted a Hufflepuff student, was immediately surrounded by a dozen girls, forced to apologize. How terrifying! Ron felt that merely in 1 week, he barely recognized the Hermione before him. I think Hermione is doing splendidly. Harry gazed at the academically exceptional girl with admiration. The feeling of having someone stand up for him during moments of bullying was something Harry had never experienced before entering Hogwarts. Now, witnessing Hermione leading a group of students in such a noble endeavor filled him with envy and reverence. Before Harry could further ponder, Draco's loud voice pierced the air. Why would the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family question Harry Potter for not answering his calls? He hasn't sunk that low. Draco, unjustly berated, could only surmise that the esteemed Harry Potter did not wish to befriend him, an exceptional Slytherin student. As he spoke, he shot a disdainful glance at Harry. Though it was said a madman had escaped from Azkaban, who among those with connections did not know that the intended target of that madman was none other than the illustrious savior, Harry Potter. The school has descended into this state, all due to that troublesome individual. Last year, the old fool Dumbledore unceremoniously awarded Gryffindor an additional 165 points, thereby relinquishing the House Cup, which Slytherin had held for 7 consecutive years. He, the illustrious Draco Malfoy, in his inaugural year at Slytherin, allowed that Harry Potter to snatch the House Cup from Slytherin. The following year, it was even more outrageous, without any justification. An additional 400 points were granted to that scar-headed Potter and the Weasley family's little rat. Is there any justice left? Any semblance of fairness? Any rule of law? Defeating the Dark Lord? Harry Potter? A mere first-year student? Upon hearing this news, Draco's first instinct was to check if his father had lost his mind. After receiving a slap and witnessing his father getting a smack from his mother, Draco confirmed that his father was not jesting. That scar-headed Potter had indeed triumphed over the Dark Lord once again. After coming to terms with this revelation, Draco posed a soul-searching question to his father. If the Dark Lord is so inept as to be defeated by a 1-year-old infant and subsequently by a first-year student, what is the purpose of following him? Lucius was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry and then delivered a fond yet firm reprimand to his son. It may be a rainy day, but one cannot deny that Draco's words held merit. Such a diminished Dark Lord is certainly not worthy of the Malfoy family's allegiance. Thus, Lucius issued a stern decree to Draco. He must cultivate a favorable relationship with Harry Potter. It is astonishing that Lucius would place the honor of the Malfoy family upon the shoulders of a Dark Lord who was bested by an infant and a novice. Now he expects to elevate the family's reputation through that Potter, who has gained undeserved fame through mere luck and the folly of the Dark Lord. Absolutely not. As the sole heir of the Malfoy legacy, Draco vowed to demonstrate to his father what it means for the old wave to be overcome by the new. Lucius, open your eyes and behold my astute choices, Draco. Of course, Draco dared not voice these thoughts aloud. To do so would invite the affectionate reprimand of his father. As for the so-called savior, that boy who had miraculously defeated the mindless Dark Lord twice, he would rather refer to him as Scar-Headed Potter. How could Lucius expect the esteemed heir of the Malfoy family to befriend him? Potter, this hollow figure, even had the audacity to reject the overture and sought the company of an uncouth muggle who insulted him through a contraption known as a telephone. Remember, no one can compel a Malfoy to plead for friendship. No one. Forming an alliance with Scarhead is far less appealing than befriending Hermione. That extraordinarily studious Muggleborn has begun to assert herself in school, rallying her peers and embodying the role of a quintessential student leader. The head girl of Gryffindor seems to willingly submit to the leadership of this mudblood. Even the ineffectual female student council president from Hufflepuff finds it quite agreeable. Remarkably, even the ever-controlling Dumbledore has not intervened to halt her actions. Within merely half a semester, apart from the female students of Slytherin who have evaded her persuasion, most of the girls from other houses have shown curiosity towards her rhetoric, with several from Muggle families even joining her cause. If a mudblood can achieve such feats, there is no reason to believe that the scion of the Malfoy family cannot do the same. Draco contemplated that had he been born a mudblood, he too might have been beguiled by Hermione Granger's proclamations. Should the mudbloods unite, the advantages of pure blood wizards would cease to exist. If this group were to devise a means of popularizing magical supplies among Muggles, the entire wizarding world would face a substantial upheaval, causing chaos not less than that instigated by Voldemort. After confiding his concerns to Lucius, Draco began to rally students from Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor whom he deemed worth allying with, in order to establish his own influence. Unlike Hermione Granger's gradual member development through mutual assistance, Draco leveraged the Malfoy family's reputation to directly attract children of pure blood families who stood to benefit. With the connections and resources that the Malfoy family could provide, he quickly garnered the support of the heads of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Compared to Hermione Granger's illusory ideals, the prospect of graduating with a recommendation from the Malfoy family and securing a promising position in the Ministry of Magic is far more tangible. Embracing this pragmatic mindset, aside from the Weasley family, who dismissed Malfoy's assertions, the vast majority of students from pure blood backgrounds began to rally behind him. Fortunately for Hermione Granger, she still had the support of the student council president. The rationale was quite straightforward. Percy Weasley, having always regarded the Malfoy family with disdain, would never accept their charity, despite his personal ambitions to join the Ministry of Magic after graduation. The support from the Hufflepuff student council president for Hermione was even simpler. Draco looked down upon everyone in Hufflepuff, and only Hermione was willing to engage with them. In a fleeting moment, the school witnessed two opposing forces vying for dominance, rendering the escaped Azkaban prisoner almost inconsequential. Upon learning of his son's endeavors, Lucius Malfoy contemplated his course of action and resolved to support Draco's ambitions. With Draco's current maneuvers, pure blood families would be united as one. Under the threat posed by these wandering factions, their descendants would finally be willing to set aside their prejudices and stand together. This bodes exceedingly well for the future of the Malfoy family. Whether it is the Dark Lord or Dumbledore, Malfoy is a vital resource that both must strive to secure. Should his son muster even more strength and truly accomplish something significant, the Malfoy family may very well ascend further once the turmoil subsides. In contrast to Lucius Malfoy's supportive enthusiasm, Dumbledore has far more to worry about. He gazed at Harry with an expression of exasperation, lamenting that the young boy still chose to confront the Weasley family's scion alone. The young lady from the Granger household had already imparted to Harry the significance of teamwork and collective strength. How could he remain so obstinately set in his ways? The scion of the Malfoy lineage had already assumed the role of leader among the new generation of purebloods, yet what of Harry, whom he so revered? Even within Gryffindor, his influence paled in comparison to that of the rising star, Hermione. Were it not for Hermione's vibrant engagement, which continued to draw Harry into her sphere, Dumbledore might have felt compelled to intervene himself to dismantle the Malfoy family schemes. At present, the focus must be on preventing the resurgence of Voldemort, or rather, preparing for his inevitable return. A savior nurtured under his meticulous guidance, capable of rallying the masses, would prove far more effective than a campus leader blossoming unchecked outside his influence. Hermione was indeed remarkable, yet in Dumbledore's estimation, she lacked the stature necessary to helm the wizarding world's resistance against Voldemort. Only Harry, whom he had chosen, possessed that gravitas. Once he unraveled the enigma of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he would assist Harry in bolstering his reputation. For now, however, he could only clandestinely seek out these Horcruxes alone. A solitary endeavor against a Dark Lord intent on conquering the world. An undertaking that evoked melancholic reflections from Dumbledore. At times, the aged wizard contemplated relinquishing his burden, allowing the world to fall under Voldemort's dominion. After all, the Ministry of Magic was comprised of imbeciles mired in power. How much worse could a reign under Voldemort truly be? Yet, upon reflecting on Voldemort's malevolence and the circumstances, the choice between a cadre of power-drunk fools and a fragmented soul was indeed a daunting dilemma. Chapter 43, Dumbledore and the Horcruxes. Occasionally, this venerable man, having lived for over 150 years, mused about seizing power for himself. It was not an insurmountable task. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he held dominion over the institution and its staff. He had witnessed the divine from an era long past. He was acknowledged as a pinnacle of one-on-one dueling. Was it truly difficult to usurp authority? Were it not for potential objections from the current ministry hierarchy, particularly from Fudge, most would likely support his ascension. Yet, he genuinely did not desire power. How could one entrenched in the mire of authority continue to refine their magical prowess? How could an elder beset by mundane concerns maintain longevity? How could a leader, constrained by narrow-minded colleagues, care for his own well-groomed beard? Ultimately, this was Dumbledore's most compelling reason for shunning the pursuit of power. The British wizarding world had decayed, necessitating a potent remedy to excise the rot at its core. However, he cherished his reputation, remained vigilant against Voldemort, and was simply too weary to engage in further turmoil. While the inept bureaucrats of the ministry fixated on their own trifling domains, Voldemort had nearly completed his conquest of the European magical realm. Nearly. Because of him, Dumbledore, the last hope of the European wizarding community, remained steadfast within the walls of Hogwarts. Yet, the ministry's capitulation had been astonishingly swift. Reflecting on Voldemort's path of conquest, Dumbledore felt his blood pressure rise. How long has it been since the Second World War? Have the lessons learned by England and France in nourishing Nazi Germany been truly absorbed? Had it not been for Voldemort's sudden blunder, Dumbledore would have been at a loss as to how to lead the Order of the Phoenix in resisting the resources plundered by Voldemort. Yet, he decided to set aside such thoughts and ponder what objects Voldemort might transform into his Horcruxes. Hastily, he extracted the swirling thoughts from his mind using his Elder Wand and cast them into the pensieve. Upon discovering that Voldemort's soul resided within Tom Riddle's diary, Dumbledore had been diligently searching for Voldemort's Horcruxes. This wizard, who harbors a deep disdain for Muggle blood, aspired to fulfill Slytherin's unfinished desires and took immense pride in his Slytherin heritage. Accompanying him was a serpent named Nagini. The known Horcrux was the diary from his student days. Dumbledore frowned as he read the parchment containing his notes on Voldemort. Given Tom's personality, he would undoubtedly divide his soul into 7 parts. Excluding his original body, he would create 6 Horcruxes. It was certain that Slytherin-S relic would be among them, and Ravenclaw-S relic should also exist. Gryffindor-S relic might be possible, whereas Hufflepuff-S relic would likely not pique his interest. This accounted for 3, plus the diary made 4. Nagini should also count as a 5th, and the heirloom of the Gaunt family would likely be the last. If there was no Gryffindor relic, could he have fashioned a Horcrux from his Muggle father-S remains? No, that would be unlikely. Given Voldemort's animosity towards his father, one might suspect that he would scorn the Gaunt family had they not been descendants of Slytherin. During Dumbledore's last infiltration of the Gaunt family, he had found no trace of anything. Could it be that he has hidden the Horcruxes? Dumbledore was troubled. Merely deducing the vessels of Voldemort's Horcruxes was already a taxing endeavor, let alone locating them. The most renowned legacy of Gryffindor is the Sorting Hat. It was clear that Voldemort's soul was not contained within. Regarding Gryffindor's sword, Dumbledore extracted the sword from the Sorting Hat, but upon examination, it bore no trace of soul. That hurts. Could he not be a bit gentler? The Sorting Hat lamented, squirming in pain. This outcry inadvertently roused the portraits of past headmasters who had been slumbering in their frames. Why are you disturbing the Sorting Hat at this hour? Phineas Black grumbled. Ever since Dumbledore had awarded Gryffindor 165 points, snatching the House Cup from Slytherin after 7 consecutive years, this Slytherin headmaster had taken a particular disliking to Dumbledore. This year, it appeared the imbalance continued, as Dumbledore added 400 points to Gryffindor. By the way, did Slytherin leave anything behind? Dumbledore inquired of the Phoenix. Instead of toiling in solitary contemplation, it would be far more fruitful to converse with the portraits of the headmasters who were unwaveringly loyal to the current headmaster. Indeed, the chamber, along with the basilisk within, was a significant aspect. Under your direction, young Harry had ventured inside and even encountered Tom. Phineas spoke with a distinctly unfriendly tone. I refer to the basilisk. Suddenly, Dumbledore recalled the creature that had coiled within Hogwarts for a millennium, left behind by Salazar, Slytherin himself. This formidable, mythical being, closely associated with Slytherin, indeed represented the ideal choice for a Horcrux. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Nagini was likely Voldemort's Horcrux, given Voldemort's pretentious and aristocratic demeanor. If he had chosen the basilisk, he would not have opted for Nagini. If Nagini were not the basilisk, why would Voldemort keep it close at hand? Surely not out of friendship or love. It is Voldemort, Phineas. Indeed, it is Voldemort. Nevertheless, I wonder if Slytherin did not leave some legacy for future generations. The chamber and the basilisk, coupled with the resolution to eradicate those who ought not to be learning at the school. After all, he has long since passed. Here, he is but a portrait, and no one can contest his words. It is a locket, declared Dolores Umbridge. Chapter 44. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. The Slytherin locket is indeed a strong possibility. Dumbledore stroked his beard, sensing that matters were finally progressing favorably. And what of Ravenclaw? That makes 2 items, to my knowledge. The Gaunt family possesses an heirloom ring, which counts as 3. With the diary and Nagini, we have speculated 5 potential Horcruxes. What could the 6th be? Dumbledore racked his brain, struggling to conceive what else Voldemort might consider as a vessel for a Horcrux. All of Gryffindor's relics are accounted for. Could it be that he could not locate Gryffindor's heirloom and resorted to Hufflepuff instead? Did not the soul within the diary claim that Harry Potter was also a Horcrux? Phineas inquired. That should be an inadvertent Horcrux created when Voldemort's already fragmented soul splintered further, outside of his original design, Dumbledore asserted with certainty. It is comprehensible for the soul to be divided into 7 parts, but into 8, it serves no purpose. Voldemort would not undertake such an action. Just as we pass our missions to the next generation, the existence of a Horcrux does not genuinely evade death. As for why the severed soul attained sentience, any soul, once divided, no longer shares memories with its original form. If it can absorb life force, developing self-awareness is entirely plausible. Dolores, the headmaster who emerged from St. Mungo's hospital, explained with calmness. So, young Tom busied himself for an extended period, cleaving himself into multiple fragments, becoming neither man nor ghost, and accomplishing nothing? Phineas had not anticipated such an answer. Essentially, yes. Then why pursue Horcruxes? Why not eliminate him while he is in this liminal state of existence? Phineas turned to Dumbledore with a question. That is not feasible. Upon the death of the original body, the souls within the Horcruxes would awaken one by one. If the Horcruxes are not dealt with beforehand, the next Voldemort might emerge in an entirely unforeseen guise and identity. Delirious articulated the paramount function of Horcruxes. Although they are no longer the original entity, they still retain the will and obsessions of their progenitor, potentially rendering them even more formidable. Dumbledore recalled his confrontation with Tom in the diary and concurred with Delirious' assessment. It was imperative to first address the Horcruxes. The fragment of Voldemort's soul, now splintered into pieces, posed a lesser threat. The primary objective was to identify the Tom Riddle who had developed an independent consciousness. Dumbledore resolved to first deal with the stationary Horcruxes, subsequently tackling the sentient one, leaving Voldemort himself as the final adversary to confront. Have you not attempted to summon the diary with a summoning charm? Phineas inquired. I have never encountered that diary, Dumbledore replied. Then teach Harry, Phineas suggested. Dumbledore found this notion sensible, wondering why it had eluded him. I understand now. He briskly exited the headmaster's office and arrived at the room of requirement. The venerable headmaster sought to test his luck, convinced that Tom would conceal the diary in plain sight, shrouded in the darkness beneath his very gaze. Before entering the room of requirement, Dumbledore concentrated intently on the desire for a chamber capable of harboring objects, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was cluttered with an assortment of peculiar items that students had hidden over the years, primarily love letters and contraband potions. I seek a diary, Dumbledore exclaimed, brandishing his wand, causing the diaries hidden in the corners of the room to levitate. Not this one, nor this one. After perusing over 100 diaries, Dumbledore felt his mind teeter on the brink of madness. Did the students come to school with nothing but matters of romance in their thoughts? I shall search for a locket. The headmaster, disheartened by his failure to locate the diary, decided to test his fortune in another regard. Undeterred by successive failures, fortune smiled upon him at last. He indeed discovered a potential Horcrux within the room of requirement. Ravenclaw's diadem. Is Ravenclaw's diadem? Phineas recognized it at once, sensing the ominous aura surrounding it. Delirious could also perceive the dark mist enveloping it. The diadem bore no curses, defenses, or traps. Dumbledore even questioned whether it was truly a Horcrux. Shouldn't Voldemort have adorned it with curses and traps, placing it in an indestructible location as a safeguard for his soul? It is a Horcrux, but how shall we destroy it? Delirious inquired. Dumbledore attempted various spells upon it, yet the diadem remained unscathed. Perhaps we should try to pry it apart? Phineas suggested, intrigued by Dumbledore's futile attempts. Excellent idea. Enlightened by the suggestion, Dumbledore once again drew Gryffindor's sword from the sorting hat. He raised the sword high and struck the diadem with force. With a resounding crack, Ravenclaw's diadem shattered in two, and within it, Voldemort's soul dissipated into the office amidst black smoke and anguished cries. Far away in Albania, Voldemort's soul trembled. His Horcrux had been obliterated. It was destroyed, not absorbed, signifying that a third individual in this world had become aware of the existence of his Horcruxes. It is imperative to swiftly locate a loyal servant and restore my corporeal form. Otherwise, the situation could become dire. Voldemort, who had crafted 6 Horcruxes, never anticipated that he would once again feel the chilling threat of death. Yet, how could he find a servant still faithful to him? In Albania, a land seldom touched by wizards, the quest to find his former followers seemed utterly fanciful. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle, who was simultaneously on the radar of both Voldemort and Dumbledore, thrived amidst the halls of Durmstrang, navigating the realm of dark magic with ease. Unlike Hogwarts, which regarded dark arts as forbidden, Durmstrang welcomed them with open arms. Gifted and talented students were free to explore various intricate forms of dark magic, some concepts of which left Tom thoroughly enlightened. With his striking appearance, remarkable aptitude, and careful cultivation of his image, he had begun to embody the role of a student leader. As for next year's Triwizard Tournament, Crumb would have to take a back seat. Chapter 45, The Safest Place. In addition to his daily explorations in the world of dark magic, Tom also devoted his leisure time to mentoring Hermione on how to swiftly establish her own team and discern allies from adversaries. Tom, I've heard that Malfoy has started to rally students at school. Should we prepare ourselves? Hermione inquired through her diary. The diary that Harry had mistakenly identified was indeed Tom Riddle's, merely altered in appearance, akin to Harry Potter's wand. Within this revamped diary, Tom retained the last page, preserving some of its original functions. He encouraged Hermione to write genuine thoughts befitting a 13-year-old girl on the other pages. Thus, when Harry rudely seized the diary, he unwittingly read Hermione's entries, leaving him in an awkward predicament. As for the last page, who would pay attention to it before the diary was filled? On that page, Tom retained the basic functions that allowed for written communication and facilitated face-to-face discussions with Hermione, offering a sense of authenticity that surpassed later video calls. What was removed was the detrimental side effect of absorbing the holder's life force. Now, Tom was in robust health, and Voldemort's soul was well fed, no longer requiring the additional sustenance of life force to maintain his physical form. When the path of righteousness is available, one must surely choose it. There is no need for concern. The Malfoy family poses no threat to our ambitions. As representatives of pure-blood wizards, they must outwardly uphold the facade of safeguarding the honor of purebloods while simultaneously engaging in commerce with the ordinary world to sustain their lavish lifestyles. Such duplicity renders them incapable of leading any reform. Tom incisively identified the inherent flaws within the Malfoy family. Shall we then disregard them entirely? Hermione, under Tom's patient tutelage, was rapidly maturing. However, witnessing numerous potential allies from Ravenclaw being drawn to Malfoy's side left her somewhat anxious. But won't the Ministry of Magic intervene and impede our efforts to promote our ideals? Hermione's greatest concern was the Ministry's involvement. This academic year they were preoccupied, at least until they apprehended Sirius Black. Tom was quite certain of this. This year presented a fortuitous opportunity. Sirius Black had escaped from the impregnable fortress of Azkaban, and before his escape, he had been obsessively murmuring the name of Harry Potter. What could be more terrifying for the Ministry of Magic? The fact that the highest security prison could not contain a prisoner was already a scandal of the highest order. If this fugitive were to eliminate Harry Potter, then everyone might as well resign en masse and take up lives as muggles. What if they failed to capture him this year? Would we continue to live in such a lax environment? If they did not apprehend him this academic year, Dumbledore would never permit Dementors to linger around Hogwarts. The officials at the Ministry would surely devise some grand event to divert public attention. Tom seemed to grasp why the Triwizard Tournament was reinstated during Harry's 4th year. It was to shift everyone's focus from the escaped Black to this prestigious event that had been dormant for years. Ironically, this decision ultimately delivered Harry into Voldemort's hands, leading to Voldemort's resurrection. Sirius Black's escape paled in comparison. One must admit, this scheme of misdirection was rather successful. At least no one seemed to question how Sirius Black managed to escape from Azkaban. And what of Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and the other Death Eaters also imprisoned there? Are you referring to the Quidditch World Cup? Hermione inquired sharply. Yes, if they failed to capture Black this year, the Triwizard Tournament might indeed return. While Hermione and Tom engaged in spirited conversation, Draco Malfoy stood nearby, exuding an air of ownership over the school as he gestured grandly. If it were me, I wouldn't make such a show of the guard's presence. His entourage nodded in agreement with the sole heir of the Malfoy family, completely ignoring the fact that Draco's voice amplified each time it passed Harry, almost deliberately. What had gotten into Malfoy? Ron noticed Draco's peculiar behavior, startled by the longing gaze he directed at Harry, reflecting on the end of the previous school year. When Malfoy had almost professed his desire to befriend Harry in front of the entire school, Ron genuinely worried that the Malfoy family might sever ties with Draco. Within Gryffindor House, wagers were already being placed. Who would receive the Dementor's kiss first, Sirius Black or Harry Potter from Draco Malfoy? Harry? Ron said, a hint of concern in his voice as he nudged the dazed Harry beside him. As they walked through the corridors of the school, Harry felt an unsettling sense that a familiar gaze was watching him from the shadows, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Was Sirius Black truly coming to kill him? If so, why had he remained silent in Azkaban for years, only to suddenly start murmuring his name? All right, mate, there's no need to fret. This is Hogwarts, surrounded by Dementors outside, with Aurors patrolling the school, not to mention Dumbledore himself. He cannot enter, Ron reassured Harry. Dementors are also present in Azkaban, and there are Aurors outside. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Hogwarts has Dumbledore, yet Voldemort has infiltrated before, Harry said gloomily. Even Gringotts has been robbed. There is no place that is entirely safe. How could Ron refute that? He had accompanied Harry for 2 consecutive years, experiencing far too much. The security measures set by the professors had been effortlessly breached by the 3 of them, suggesting that the safety of Hogwarts was indeed somewhat overestimated. Hey, is that a large dog over there? Chapter 46, Grindelwald. Following Ron's pointing finger, Harry also spotted an enormous black dog at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was on all 4s, staring intently at him, as if it were gazing at its stolen puppy. It looks like it's watching its son, Ron exclaimed, noticing the dog's unusual behavior. When did a black dog appear in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione, who had managed to carve out time to tutor Ron and Harry, was equally surprised. Shall we inform Dumbledore? Inform Dumbledore of what? That a dog has appeared in the Forbidden Forest? It's probably Hagrid trying to keep Fang from feeling lonely, Ron replied, believing it trivial to trouble Dumbledore over such matters. Besides, Dumbledore was currently busy negotiating with Fudge. Negotiating? Harry inquired curiously. Yes, it's been a while since we've seen any sign of Black, as if he has vanished. The Ministry is losing face, considering calling in Dementors to search the school. Dumbledore had vehemently refused. You should have seen Fudge's expression. Ron animatedly recounted the scene to his friends who had no connections at the Ministry. Cornelius, this is a school. Dementors absolutely cannot set foot here. Dumbledore had firmly rejected Fudge's suggestion. Albus, it's just a matter of letting them search the school. You know Black's target will only be Harry. Our people have searched everywhere outside. The only possibility left is within the school. Fudge was still earnestly discussing with Dumbledore. The burden he carried was heavy, on one hand. A prisoner had escaped from Azkaban, leading the public to question its security. On the other hand, rumors of a mysterious figure seeking to resurrect were circulating in a small circle. After much investigation, Fudge discovered the source was surprisingly linked to Snape. Just as Dumbledore assured that Snape was not a Death Eater, what was the outcome? The Dark Mark was present, and Snape had visited the imprisoned Death Eaters around the time of Black's escape. Fudge harbored one thought. This rumor was likely spread by Dumbledore himself. And perhaps Black's escape was also orchestrated and assisted by Dumbledore. Otherwise, why had Black remained unscathed in prison for over a decade, only to escape now? How could Black have escaped from Azkaban on his own? Why, then, did Dumbledore prohibit the Dementors from entering Hogwarts to conduct their search? The Aurors were already stationed within the school. If the Dementors were to come inside, it would not only instigate panic among the students, but could also lead to unforeseen consequences. Dumbledore, with great earnestness, pondered how he might persuade Fudge to recognize that the Dementors were not wholly loyal to the Ministry of Magic. The 2 men, unable to reach an agreement, parted ways in discontent. Dumbledore wished to avoid straining relations with the Ministry, and Fudge, wary of confronting Dumbledore, seemed to have established a tenuous balance. While the students of Hogwarts continued their lessons under the utmost security, those from Durmstrang were treated with far less concern. After having their encounters erased by Tom's use of the Oblivion Charm, Karkaroff found himself once again beset by rumors of the Dark Lord's impending return. His gaze often fixated on the faded dark mark upon his arm. As a former Death Eater who had betrayed his comrades to secure his own freedom, Karkaroff was acutely aware that should the Dark Lord rise again, his own fate would be dire. Death, in that scenario, would be the most favorable outcome. Whom could he ally with? He stroked his goatee, attempting to discern the future behind each potential choice. If the Dark Lord were to resurge, only 2 figures would stand firm against him, Dumbledore and Fudge. Dumbledore would never capitulate to Voldemort, serving as the banner of resistance. Conversely, Fudge would quash any threat to his position before it could take root. It was uncertain how long the Ministry would hold out in the event of the Dark Lord's return, but Fudge, as the Minister, would undoubtedly face accountability and resignation. Choosing Dumbledore? The inevitable result would merely be a second Severus Snape, the esteemed headmaster of Durmstrang, reduced to a mere professor at Hogwarts. A disgrace. Only Fudge remained, a connection to the Minister of Magic, which might even lead him closer to the heart of power. With clarity of thought, Karkaroff executed a disapparation, heading to the Ministry to align himself with his new patron. Meanwhile, the architect of all this, Tom, was engaged in a private conversation with his former mentor in another prison. Has the British magical world no longer room for you? Grindelwald sat cross-legged in the center of his cell, mocking the newcomer. Voldemort, do you prefer that title? What do you seek from me? He saw through Tom's disguise, still toying with what he believed to be Voldemort's heart. In his mind, Voldemort sought him solely for one matter, the whereabouts of the Elder Wand. Tom gazed helplessly at the dark wizard, who, after being imprisoned by Dumbledore, had not even attempted escape. Rather than dwell on himself, he found himself more curious about his predecessor, the illustrious Grindelwald, a prodigy of Durmstrang, wielder of the Elder Wand. How had he been defeated by that petty domestic drama of a child from Hogwarts? When it came to treachery, Tom was the consummate professional. Could have been love? He raised an eyebrow, recalling the era of same-sex affection. Remember Turing? Such an exceptional individual, having made tremendous contributions to the victory of war, had been forced to endure chemical castration due to his sexual orientation. Could it be that his predecessor? Grindelwald glared at the audacious young man before him. Even if Voldemort were to appear before him in his entirety, he would not dare to speak so boldly. How does this wretched hybrid, so fundamentally flawed, possess the audacity to challenge him? Is this the reason you have remained incarcerated all these years? Your physical deficiencies have stripped you of the courage to meet your beloved, and your cowardice has robbed you of the resolve to embrace this wretched existence. You seek death. Chapter 47. Fudge in Action. The furious Grindelwald had not felt such rage in a long time. He would make this disrespectful upstart pay dearly. What? Unable to confront your old rival. Do you take your frustrations out on the younger generation? Yet you cannot even best Voldemort, can you? Tom continued to drive the knife deeper. For the one teasing Grindelwald here was not his true self. Merely projecting an image was the proper course. Were it not for Grindelwald's ability to see through souls, Tom would have preferred to disguise his projection. While he was still unable to unify the magical world, with both Dumbledore and Voldemort alive, it was prudent to bide his time. You have languished in prison for so long, while Voldemort has rampaged through the magical realm without ever seeking to recruit you. Perhaps he dislikes the idea of a diminished counterpart. With a resounding crash, the prison cell shattered. The once mighty dark wizard was incensed by Tom's provocation. Dumbledore, I will not rest until I confront you. It is no wonder Grindelwald's thoughts wandered astray. The intimate romance he shared with Dumbledore was known only to the two of them. Now, a young man, strikingly similar to Voldemort, appeared to taunt him, akin to a youthful temptress intruding upon a cherished memory. Grindelwald's realization struck him. No wonder Voldemort had ravaged the magical community for so many years without ever assaulting Hogwarts. And no wonder Dumbledore could have slain Voldemort yet never took action. It became clear why Dumbledore had not visited him even once in all these years. It seemed there was a new love in his life. The unfortunate projection could not withstand the onslaught of magic and was instantly reduced to ashes. Emerging from his cage, fueled by resentment, Grindelwald paid little heed to such a trivial projection. He sought to confront his former lover and demand clarity. Despite having spent half a century in prison, his power remained undiminished. Disregarding the terrified guards, he transported himself to the exterior of Hogwarts Castle. After more than 50 years, you have not progressed beyond this. Observing the Dementors patrolling the grounds, Grindelwald's heart sank. While he was not surprised that Dumbledore would guard against him, he found it utterly insulting to think that Dementors could effectively thwart him. Indeed, a man with a new love quickly forgets his old flame. With a heart heavy with betrayal, Grindelwald summoned his Patronus. A flash of pure silver light illuminated the surroundings, and the Dementors that roamed near Hogwarts were swiftly consumed, becoming sustenance for Grindelwald. Albus Dumbledore, come forth and face me. His voice thundered, since his adversary had abandoned all pretense of decorum. He would no longer cling to the past. Dumbledore, who was currently engaged in a discussion with Fudge regarding whether Dementors could enter the school, was taken aback. Grindelwald? Fudge was equally astonished. Is there some cosmic misfortune at play? How is it that prisoners cannot even be contained within their cells anymore? If it were suggested that Black's escape only affected Harry Potter, then Grindelwald's impact reverberated throughout the entire magical realm. What could have prompted Grindelwald, who had been languishing in prison in contemplation, to emerge from his self-imposed exile? Countless thoughts flickered through Fudge's mind, yet he could not pinpoint a definitive answer. I shall step outside for a moment, Dumbledore said apologetically to Fudge. There was no alternative. Grindelwald was not a foe that could be easily vanquished. At long last, you have deigned to emerge, Dumbledore. Grindelwald gazed at his former lover, now noticeably aged, with a tumult of emotions. But since the other party had abandoned all decorum, he felt no obligation to extend any courtesies in return. I am aware of your clandestine affair with Voldemort. If you still consider yourself a man, come forth and relinquish the wand that took your sister's life. I shall await you at our old rendezvous." Before Dumbledore could utter a word, Grindelwald vanished with a flick of his wand, leaving only chaos in his wake. Did I hear correctly? Voldemort and Dumbledore were involved? Ron pinched his own cheek, the pain sharp and real, dispelling any notion of a dream. Have you perhaps indulged too much in butterbeer? That is Dumbledore we are speaking of. Hermione was taken aback by Ron's incredulity. Yet it was Grindelwald who had made the claim. He was the first figure of significant weight in Dumbledore's illustrious history. Ron elaborated, concerned that Hermione might not grasp who Grindelwald was, the original Dark Lord. Harry remained silent, simply waiting for the conversation to unfold. I always suspected that old Dumbledore had secrets. It seems his disdain for Slytherin was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, he was entangled with the Dark Lord. Draco appeared invigorated by the revelation. He had always believed that his endeavor to build his own power base was visionary, unlike his foolish father. Had he followed his father's counsel to align with Dumbledore, the Malfoy legacy would have been doomed. These two had clandestine affairs, and no matter who they allied with, they were ensnared in the same web. Draco did not question Grindelwald's words. After all, he was the original Dark Lord, a formidable figure who had been incarcerated for a century. Suddenly escaping to confront Dumbledore about his alleged affair with Voldemort, there was certainly a complex dynamic among these three. Draco was not alone in his musings. Within Slytherin, offspring of prominent families began pondering the twisted relationship between Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, and Grindelwald. While the students were largely captivated by the gossip, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, had much weightier concerns. I always knew Dumbledore was in league with the Dark Lord. I knew it. In Fudge's eyes, Dumbledore was the one capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord, yet had refrained from taking action. For what reason? Clearly, it was for the sake of his position and power as Minister of Magic. For years, Dumbledore refrained from taking action, as the position of Minister for Magic could not satiate his ambitions. He relied on Voldemort's existence to enhance the authority of the ministerial role, unaware that the ministry would soon descend into chaos. Eventually, Dumbledore must have altered his strategy, opting to nurture the Dark Lord's power, positioning himself as the sole bastion against Voldemort. However, Voldemort's unfortunate fate befell him when he attempted to eliminate Harry Potter, leading to his own demise. Thus, Dumbledore remained in the shadows, leveraging his status as the foremost opponent of Voldemort to suppress Harry Potter's reputation as the savior, waiting until Harry reached school age to meticulously devise his nefarious plans for domination. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. At this moment, Cornelius Fudge felt a profound sense of duty, as the magical world awaited his salvation. Chapter 48. The reputation of the elders is ruined. Grindelwald floated in the air, surveying the scattered Dementors. No matter how numerous they were, he could easily dispatch them with a flick of his wrist. The creation of such entities would surely not impede his progress. Thus, why did that fickle old fool Dumbledore resort to such tactics? This ancient being, isolated from the world for half a century, pondered deeply. The world had transformed so rapidly that this reclusive old man struggled to keep pace with the times. He could not fathom why Dumbledore dared to disclose past secrets to Voldemort. Surely, it could not be that this era had embraced the notion of love between equals? I understand now. You anticipated that I would use the Patronus charm to dispel the Dementors, and that invoking such a spell requires me to conjure my happiest memory. Were you so certain that my happiest moments were spent with you? Albus? Grindelwald. It has been a long time. Dumbledore emerged from the school gates, gazing up at Grindelwald in the air, his tone eerily calm. Naturally, the students of Hogwarts were not focused on their studies. A place where the Dark Lord could infiltrate at will, where the Chamber of Secrets was opened periodically, and where a host of deadly creatures lurked in the Forbidden Forest. This school, the prime target of an escaped prisoner from Azkaban, was hardly conducive to learning. Surviving each academic year was their stark reality amidst relentless dangers. Thus, the tantalizing gossip regarding their headmaster was simply irresistible. Danger? Huh. The Dark Lord had already breached their defenses twice. What did it matter if Grindelwald attempted once more? So what is the situation? Ron pulled Harry aside. Hearing about Dumbledore's scandal for the first time, as a child from a magical family, the drama of a principal confronting an interloper at the door was utterly captivating. Ron dared not blink, fearing he might miss a moment of the unfolding spectacle. What are you thinking? Ron nudged Harry. Startled, Harry quickly removed his arm from Ron's shoulder. Ron winced in confusion, wondering what had gotten into his best friend. I'm not doing anything, Harry protested, shifting closer to Hermione. As a result, The girls surrounding Hermione were thoroughly disdainful of Harry's approach. It was inevitable. The savior was hardly handsome, and while his athletic prowess was commendable, he was undeniably plagued by misfortune. Ever since he entered Hogwarts, the danger associated with Quidditch had escalated dramatically. Not to mention last year, when Professor Snape's robes ignited during one of Harry's matches. This year, the bludgers seemed to possess a will of their own. Whether bullets could curve in the Muggle world was uncertain, but they had witnessed enough of the bludgers' antics. Moreover, Harry had nearly been choked by the golden snitch. Thus, the girls at Hogwarts silently reached a consensus. Cherish life, stay away from Potter. Of course, there were those undeterred by superstition. The little princess of the Weasley family took 2 steps back without complaint, making her one of the few exceptions alongside Hermione and Cho. She even dared to sneak a couple of steps closer to Harry. If I take Ginny's hand, will Ron be infuriated because I am pursuing his sister? Or will he be vexed by his unrequited love for me? Harry pondered, as his mischievous hand reached towards Ginny. After all, he needed to prove to his good friend that he, Harry, was a male who fancied females. He dared not grasp Cho's hand. Hermione had long transcended gender in Harry's mind, existing as a divine entity. Only Ginny remained, and he recalled Ron mentioning that Ginny had a fondness for him. At last, Albus, you have emerged. Without delving into the trivial disputes of the younger generation, Grindelwald proclaimed haughtily upon seeing Dumbledore's figure. It was also plausible that the old recluse mistakenly believed that the times were advancing, and he was thrilled. With Voldemort on the verge of resurrection. What were you still doing? As Grindelwald spoke, the tardy Fudge felt a jolt of apprehension. See, I knew it. Dumbledore harbored conspiracy. This ancient one seemed to believe that the news of the Dark Lord's return lacked persuasion. And now he allowed the original Dark Lord to announce that the second Dark Lord was about to rise. Did this not effectively extinguish the revelation of the Dark Lord's revival? If the Dark Lord were to return, who could permit Dumbledore to teach peacefully at Hogwarts? Surely, this would compel the previous banner of resistance against the Dark Lord to once again rally in defiance. As the Minister of Magic, one must instinctively relinquish power, right? As the Minister, even if the Dark Lord resurrected, it should be the Ministry of Magic leading Hogwarts and the various factions in resistance. Even if it meant kneeling, the Minister of Magic should be the one to do so first. What did your escape from Nurmengard signify? Fudge was determined to uphold the prestige of his position as Minister of Magic. Even at the gates of Hogwarts, it remained under the jurisdiction of the Ministry. With him as the Minister, it was not for the headmaster of Hogwarts to speak. Were you unable to vanquish Voldemort? Did you show him mercy? I, who had been so ruthlessly confined in Nurmengard for so many years, remained steadfast in that empty cell. And what did you achieve? What does this mean? Draco's face was a picture of disbelief. Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore and Grindelwald? My heavens! Upon regaining his composure, young Malfoy found his jaw nearly unhinged. Where, pray tell, had Lucius, that unreliable old man, dispatched him? As the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, did Lucius truly wish to sever his own roots? Chapter 49. Who was the most beloved of Hogwarts? The most illustrious wizard of this century, universally acknowledged as the most formidable among all Hogwarts headmasters, had always been a gentle, cheerful, and benevolent mentor. Yet, it was revealed that he harbored a hidden truth. Moreover, he shared a tumultuous history with the previous Dark Lord. Alas, if only Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet were present. How enchanting this tale would have been if narrated by her, just as anticipation hung thick in the air. Dumbledore made his move. All eyes widened, ears perked. Colin Creevey even brandished a video camera, having traded a shattered camera from the previous year for this device, courtesy of his Muggle upbringing. Regrettably, Dumbledore could not fulfill their expectations for a dramatic revelation. This epic tale was far from over. As he levitated to the same height as Grindelwald, he conjured with a single hand a barrier that shielded them from prying eyes and muffled the sounds within. One might question Dumbledore's choice in love, yet no one, mind you, no one, could cast doubt upon his formidable prowess. This once dignified elder, upon realizing that all faculty and students were fixated on him and Grindelwald, understood the gravity of the situation. He had assumed that Gellert, having secluded himself for half a century, would possess some semblance of decorum. However, by the time he grasped that the other party had no shame, it was too late. Gellert had not only lost his own dignity, but had also tarnished Dumbledore's. True, love is never erroneous, even when it exists between souls of the same gender. Yet, in this intolerant society, when everyone strives to maintain their propriety, should such unaccepted love not be veiled, at least to some extent? Now, with everything laid bare, how could Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, have a heart-to-heart with Minerva? How could he assign tasks to Severus in solitude? How could he continue to embody the savior archetype of a kind grandfather? What would the spirits of former headmasters in his office think of him? While others may refrain from speaking, Phineas, that scoundrel from Slytherin, would undoubtedly mock him. Moreover, would Fawkes, his loyal phoenix, still choose to accompany him? After all, he too is a male phoenix. A myriad of questions surged within Dumbledore, causing him to simmer with frustration. However, as the most exceptional white wizard in 2 centuries, Dumbledore was not merely a figurehead. His renown and stature were earned through relentless effort. Lo and behold, Dumbledore, who had been standing on the ground, now floated in mid-air, lifting the barrier to obscure the outside world's gaze and sounds. Ultimately, how Dumbledore resolved this matter remains a mystery to all except the 2 directly involved. When the barrier was reopened, the gossiping students and faculty of Hogwarts could only observe the headmaster, who moments ago had appeared vibrant and full of life. Now staggering with unsteady steps, a vacant expression, and a pallid face, drifting toward his office as if utterly spent. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the satisfaction radiating from the crowd. This exemplified the stark divide between a supreme wizard and mere mortals. Did he acquire another wand? The warden discreetly inquired of his assistant. Should you inform him that wands are prohibited in the prison? While she could reluctantly accept some playful prison cosplay, the thought of asking the Dark Lord for his wand was far too reckless for her liking. Very well, the warden conceded, understanding the futility of pressuring her. Everyone was aware that Nurmengard could not contain this formidable individual. Presently, he seemed content to remain within his cell. Though the reason was unclear, his satisfaction was palpable. The mortals breathed a sigh of relief. They genuinely feared their somewhat misguided warden might foolishly provoke trouble during the night, a torment they had already endured. They wished to see the dawn of the next day. What could the guards and warden do? They complied. In comparison to the guards of Nurmengard, those of Azkaban faced a far more dismal fate. Recently, Grindelwald had summoned the Dementors, who had been living a sustainable existence in Azkaban, only to be dragged out for overtime without compensation, causing them to disintegrate into nothingness beyond the confines of Hogwarts. Fudge was naturally displeased. If Sirius Black seized the opportunity to infiltrate, it would be dire. While Grindelwald's presence was significant, Sirius Black was not to be overlooked. Fudge could not let such an opportunity to diminish Dumbledore's reputation slip by. Without the Dementors, how could Harry's safety and that of Hogwarts students be ensured? Fudge nearly blurted out his inner thoughts as he confronted Dumbledore. I am here. Not even a fly can enter. Dumbledore weakly cast a magical field, leveraging his authority as headmaster to keep a watchful eye over every inch of Hogwarts. He had never before utilized his powers to surveil the entire school. Firstly, he believed his mere existence was a deterrent to any nefarious elements, and secondly, he felt that students and faculty were entitled to privacy, free from the headmaster's scrutiny. Additionally, this magic was quite taxing, even for someone as formidable as him. It required 3 large cups of honey lemon grapefruit tea for recovery after each use. Having just dealt with Gellert, he was reluctant to employ this method unless absolutely necessary. As he activated the field, gaining control over all of Hogwarts, Dumbledore soon detected an unwelcome visitor. However, it was misleading to call him unwelcome. He had been a recurring presence on Hogwarts grounds for 3 consecutive years. He was none other than Dumbledore's old acquaintance, Voldemort. Chapter 50. Voldemort? No, the Serpent, a graduate who has cherished memories of his alma mater for over half a century, even harboring resentment towards it after a failed job pursuit, to the point of cursing the positions he sought, and who, after enduring physical destruction, stealthily infiltrated the school for 3 consecutive years, is indeed the one who holds the deepest affection for the institution. Voldemort epitomizes such a devoted alumnus of Hogwarts. Despite his current existence as merely a serpent, is infiltrating Hogwarts a daunting task? Voldemort would recount from his own experiences that it is as simple as consuming a piece of cake. Hogwarts, a sieve perpetually leaking, saw him accidentally unleash a calamity in the Chamber of Secrets over 50 years ago. What actions did the school and the Ministry of Magic undertake in response? Aside from contemplating the closure of the school and apprehending Hagrid as a scapegoat, nothing of substance was done. A school, aware of a hidden chamber housing a murderous beast. Yet the Board of Governors, Ministry officials, and parents continued to send their children here without a flicker of concern for their safety. Had the chamber been sealed, the serpent slain, and the instigator captured, it would have been understandable. Yet, he continued to lurk within the school, pursuing his studies. At that time, Voldemort recognized that he was not the only one deprived of parental affection. All were of similar ilk. The notions of love and affection espoused by Professor Dumbledore were mere fabrications. The school posed such peril, yet this professed lover of students failed to caution them against attending, despite the evident dangers. To digress, the security of Hogwarts has been a farce for half a century. Even when his physical form dissipated, he managed to infiltrate through Quirrell's mind. Did not the great fool Dumbledore fail to notice this? Voldemort accomplished quite a bit while concealed in Quirrell's thoughts, and Dumbledore remained oblivious. Surely, it cannot be that Dumbledore intentionally allowed him entranced to train Harry Potter, could it? The idea of first year confronting the Dark Lord is a preposterous notion indeed. Just 2 months prior, a rampaging Horcrux had reopened the chamber and petrified several students. Yet the matter was brushed aside, and the school continued its operations as if nothing had occurred. Thus, Voldemort, in his serpentine form, held unwavering confidence in his ability to breach Hogwarts. He had prudently chosen not to bring Nagini along. So, what was the worst that could happen? At worst, this serpentine body could face destruction once more. After all, he possessed Horcruxes and was immortal. Boldness was the order of the day. As Voldemort meticulously approached the gates of Hogwarts, the atmosphere shifted ominously. Just as he suspected he had been detected, he beheld a wizard materializing in the air, Grindelwald. Voldemort held no interest in the old fool, a has-been who had been bested by Dumbledore and languished in prison without contemplating a resurgence. He was unworthy of being mentioned alongside Voldemort, the true Dark Lord. Yet upon speaking, Grindelwald ensnared the genuine Dark Lord's attention. I know of your illicit affair with Voldemort. Grindelwald bellowed at Hogwarts, stirring Voldemort, who was adeptly concealed. What? Dumbledore and his scandalous affair? If it weren't for Voldemort's loss of corporeal form, wand, and the instability of his soul, he would ensure this loquacious old fool, whose mind knew no bounds, truly opened his mind, perhaps even joining the Kennedy package. However, he was devoid of a body, a wand, and his soul remained precarious. More crucially, this was at the gates of Hogwarts. Should he manifest, it would be tantamount to delivering a meal to Dumbledore. In such a scenario, he would unwittingly confirm the truth of his liaison with that ancient white-bearded man. No, I refuse to listen. Inwardly muttering and striving to block out the noise, Voldemort continued his ascent towards Hogwarts. Immediately, Grindelwald shouted again, "Voldemort is about to resurrect. What are you still doing?" This further startled Voldemort. He is resurrecting? How is he unaware? When did this come to pass? Which loyal Death Eater was concealing such crucial information from him? Perturbed about how the news of his resurrection had leaked, Voldemort had no choice but to pause his infiltration plan, erecting his non-existent snake ears to listen intently. To his astonishment, Dumbledore ascended, parting the barrier. Such petty trickery dared to challenge me? Dumbledore's barrier could obscure the prying eyes of Hogwarts students and faculty, as well as the inquiries of the idle Minister of Magic. But before Voldemort, it naturally bore no efficacy. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of dark magic accumulated over the years, Voldemort swiftly discerned all that transpired within the barrier. Inside, 2 ancient beings, with their combined age exceeding 3 centuries, engaged in activities that left the young ones outside, all under 70, utterly astonished. So, this is how the elderly indulged themselves. The bewildered Voldemort did not lose himself in the enchanting world within the barrier. Fortunately, with his ambition to conquer the world intact, he hastily seized the moment when the only 2 individuals capable of harming him were preoccupied with inflicting harm upon one another, and he infiltrated Hogwarts, making his way towards a room of requirement. After searching extensively within the room of requirement, Voldemort could not locate the diadem he had previously placed there. The diadem flew to him. Even as a mere serpent, Voldemort could effortlessly wield a simple summoning charm. Were it not for the special wards within Hogwarts, he could summon Ravenclaw's diadem even from the forests of Albania. Soon, a severed Ravenclaw diadem soared into the room of requirement. Who did this? Before Voldemort could unleash his anguished cry, accompanying the diadem was a wrathful Dumbledore, sporting dark bags under his eyes, a grizzled beard, and an ethereal presence. "Tom, how dare you show your face at Hogwarts?" With a fierce strike, the old headmaster unleashed a beam of golden light, striking the coiled form of the serpent that was Voldemort. The outcome is indeed a pitiful mystery, an existence whose false name cannot even be mentioned. A ghost that nearly conquers death, a being embodied by a serpent's form, craving for a hammer to strike. Once again, it experiences the exhilarating sensation of corporeal annihilation. Chapter 51, The Aftershock of Gossip. Without delving into the tragic lives of Voldemort and the serpentine existence, the gossipmongers of Hogwarts found themselves at a loss upon witnessing the headmaster's sudden disappearance from their sight. The esteemed Minister of Magic, Fudge, was left waiting in confusion, pondering whether this farce had concluded or was merely an intermission. It was imperative that the Ministry of Magic did not perceive the faculty and students of Hogwarts as mere spectators. They needed to understand that the Hogwarts community was also adept in the art of survival. With a command from Professor McGonagall, the students and faculty of Hogwarts executed a spectacular vanishing act before Fudge's very eyes. Although not as swift as Dumbledore, the scale of this retreat evoked memories of Dunkirk, leaving Fudge convinced that this group could indeed achieve remarkable feats, even while he stood alone, disheveled by the winds of chaos. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Ron, slow to grasp the situation, finally understood why his dear friend had reacted so vehemently. It turned out that Dumbledore was indeed a true comrade, and he wished him well. In the past, Ron might have felt jealousy over Harry's special treatment by Dumbledore, but now, all that remained was a sense of relief. He, Ron Weasley, had recognized his steadfast friend in their first year, and after enduring trials and tribulations together for over 2 years, it became evident that their bond had been tainted. Even in the foreseeable future, he would have to bear the weight of humiliation. Tragic, lamentable, yet commendable, even if Dumbledore favored men. It did not diminish his status as the most exceptional wizard of the past 2 centuries. Hermione was still defending Dumbledore. She could not fathom why his affection for men would cause the school and the ministry to lose respect for him, despite Hermione's formidable intellect in her studies. Her understanding of such nuances paled in comparison to Ron's insights. In the Muggle world, perceptions may vary, but within the magical realm, love between the same sex is heavily constrained. Due to the scarcity of wizards, it is universally accepted that only those who are married and have numerous offspring contribute significantly to the magical community, Ron explained. And what a Malfoy family. Hermione immediately recalled a counterexample. Given the history and wealth of the Malfoy lineage, had it not been for their dwindling numbers, their standing would be even more elevated. It is noteworthy that Lucius Malfoy, now merely a nominal advisor, holds no real position or power within ministry. However, his extensive connections and substantial resources enable him to economically suppress dissenters. Strangely enough, despite Malfoy's incessant derision of mudbloods, he seems to thrive in business with Muggles. Perhaps, at this very moment, Malfoy is convening with the Board of Governors, seeking to depose Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. Ron's assertions were indeed accurate. Upon learning of the commotion that transpired at the gates of Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy promptly convened all the board members to hold a meeting of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The agenda was to deliberate whether Dumbledore, an unorthodox figure who showed no inclination towards contributing to the proliferation of the wizarding population, should continue in his role as headmaster of Hogwarts. Esteemed colleagues, we gather here today to assess Dumbledore's fitness for the position of headmaster, was Malfoy's opening statement. And it was the sole occasion this topic was mentioned during the meeting. One board member, who preferred to remain anonymous, disregarded Malfoy's agenda entirely, posing a new question: when did the affair between Dumbledore and Grindelwald commence? Their dialogue abruptly veered off course. Over the course of a day and a half, the board found itself engrossed in discussions about Dumbledore and Grindelwald, revisiting the topic of who held dominion over whom 8 times, debating who had swayed whom 12 times, and examining declarations of love between the two on 21 occasions. The question of whether Dumbledore visited his old flame, who had remained hidden in Nurmengard for years, was raised 35 times, and the tragic speculation regarding whether Dumbledore's sister was mistakenly killed due to her disagreement with her brother's choices was brought up 53 times. Ultimately, amidst the exchanges among this affluent, influential, and time-rich assembly of board members, a poignant and tragic tale of forbidden love unfolded between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, with Dumbledore's sister and the enigmatic figure playing less than honorable roles. As for the original agenda, no one seemed to care or even remember it. After the meeting concluded, the board members, satiated by their gossip and desire for sharing, failed to recall the purpose of their gathering, perhaps merely an opportunity for these wealthy, powerful individuals to convene and share resources and interests. In stark contrast to the unreliable board members, Cornelius Fudge took decisive action. Upon sensing the potential implications of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's relationship, the Minister for Magic wielded his authority to swiftly unveil the true nature of the situation. Clutching the report in his hands, Fudge was indifferent to the truth. His sole concern was how to manipulate the situation to secure his position. Indeed, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had not committed any egregious acts previously, yet Fudge deemed it necessary for them to engage in something scandalous. He recognized this as a rare opportunity, a moment to eliminate the threat posed by Dumbledore once and for all. Chapter 52: Wizards and Muggles. If anyone emerged from the Hogwarts debacle with a smile, it was undoubtedly Fudge, even though he had spent over an hour alone, exposed to the elements at the school gates. Previously anxious about Dumbledore's dominance, he now wished to sing a jubilant tune, reveling in what he deemed a fine day. As for the future, Fudge dared not speculate. However, in 1990s Britain, one could remain in the closet, but emerging from it was utterly unacceptable. Those who dare to come out should not expect to lead the world. If he refrained from chemically castrating them, it would be a testament to Fudge's magnanimity. Wait a moment, what is chemistry? It is but a mere castration of potionology. From the intelligence he has gathered, it appears that Dumbledore and Grindelwald share only a platonic bond, rooted in affection yet restrained by decorum. Such a tempered love, however, is detrimental to his grand designs. Minister, you summon me? Rita Skeeter, under Umbridge guidance, stepped into the office of the Minister of Magic Fudge. Come, let's converse seated. Umbridge, with her keen insight, poured 2 cups of red tea for the pair. Have you heard of the commotion that transpired at the gates of Hogwarts? I have heard a whisper or two. The audacity of Dumbledore to conceal such matters so deeply is nothing short of a betrayal to the entire magical realm. Skeeter instantly grasped the essence of the minister's words. Then you know what must be done. As one in a position of power, with Dumbledore's threat now diminished, he could finally exhibit the demeanor befitting his stature. Dolores, assist Rita in uncovering the truth. The public has a right to know. Remember, it is imperative that we restore history without embellishments. Do you understand? Understood, my esteemed minister. Having served alongside Fudge for many years, Umbridge was well aware of her superior's intentions. What he emphasized as forbidden was, in fact, a mandate. Watching his 2 capable aides depart, Fudge reclined comfortably upon the sofa in his office, even pouring himself a glass of brandy sans ice. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a beautiful haze. Through the office window, Fudge surveyed the bustling wizards below with a sense of dominion. Never before, since his ascension to the role of minister, had he felt so at ease. Do not blame me, Albus. That looming presence above you, capable of dropping its burdens at any moment, is invisible to you. Yet I see it clearly. Fudge savored a generous drink, celebrating the absence of that oppressive presence above him, leaving Dumbledore's burden for that old wretch Grindelwald. He dared to fabricate tales about Dumbledore solely because he understood that even if Dumbledore were aware of his machinations, he would refrain from any extreme actions. A gentleman may be deceived by propriety. No matter how displeased Fudge might be, he had to concede that Dumbledore was indeed a true gentleman. A man betrayed by his beloved, sidelined by his brother, backstabbed by a student he had personally invited, and who had even killed his own sister, yet remained uncorrupted. If this does not define a gentleman, Fudge mused, then such figures do not exist in this world. Ah, a gentleman. You have stood guard at Hogwarts for so many years. May you continue to do so for a lifetime. The true instigator of all this, Tom, had vanished without a trace at the very moment Grindelwald erupted in fury. Absurd. That is the original Dark Lord. Despite being captured by Dumbledore and imprisoned for over 50 years, only to be easily dispatched by Voldemort later. Tom believed that Grindelwald was merely reflecting upon the repercussions of his actions driven by love. Upon learning of Dumbledore's demise, he offered no resistance, choosing instead to embrace a tragic end. Love, it invariably blinds us. Tom struggled to comprehend this sentiment. He remained steadfast in his belief that it is always better to endure a wretched existence than to meet a noble demise. The rise of Voldemort could be postponed further, and Dumbledore's reputation had already begun to tarnish. Fudge was incapable of effecting any substantial change. The environment had finally become more favorable for me. The destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem caught him off guard, prompting Tom to incite Grindelwald's ire, ensuring that the old man was preoccupied and did not fixate on the Horcrux that Voldemort had painstakingly created. That object was sufficient for Tom's watchful eyes alone. The Death Eaters were also misled with false news of Voldemort's resurrection, a ruse orchestrated by me through Bode, ensuring that even the most devoted followers of Voldemort would not seek him out, but rather pursue Bode. An opportunity to dispose of Wormtail and Barty Crouch Jr. would soon present itself, allowing me to focus on my own development. Tom continued to plot his envisioned future. As for Hermione's endeavors, merely a trivial ruse to deceive the future Minister of Magic. To expect her to succeed? That is preposterous. In the magical realm, instigating a radical revolution is sheer folly. Essentially, wizards and muggles have become 2 distinct species. Wizards may masquerade as muggles at will, yet muggles cannot wield magic. The relationship between wizards and muggles resembles that between mutants and ordinary humans. If there is any distinction, perhaps mutants are slightly more numerous? The current dilemma in the magical community lies in the wizards' excessive isolation, having distanced themselves from muggles for far too long. They do not only forfeit the advanced technology of the muggle world, but remain entirely ignorant of it. This results in muggle technology holding an advantageous position over wizarding magic. If revolution were to be contemplated, Tom believed it should entail guiding wizards into the muggle realm to fervently absorb muggle scientific knowledge, master their technology, and enhance magic and spells, thereby reclaiming the status of celestial beings. Certainly, if a method could be devised to enable muggles to utilize magical artifacts as well, the dream of a harmonious world could genuinely become a reality. Until then, Tom did not hold much faith in Hermione's minor movement. Born under the red banner and raised in the gentle spring breeze, how could one be so reactionary? All the blame rested on Voldemort. A single rat's droppings had spoiled an otherwise splendid broth. He quickly shook his head, vowing not to let Voldemort sway him. After all, Voldemort's endeavors were doomed to failure. Chapter 53, The Chronicles of a Cad. Tom did not disdain Voldemort. Rather, he recognized that the grandiose, seemingly near-successful scheme for world domination lacked any substantial core from the outset. How hollow is the proclamation of conquering the world? Who are friends? Who are foes? Who could be won over? Who must be guarded against? What are our advantages? What are the enemy's advantages? Are our advantages long-term or short-term? Are the enemy's advantages long-term or short-term? What strategic objectives do our actions aim to achieve, and what tactics will be employed to realize them? Such fundamental questions seem to elude him. If only he could wield the deadly curse as effortlessly as a mysterious fifth-grade transfer student, whose true name is shrouded in obscurity. However, Voldemort possesses neither the prowess of this enigmatic classmate nor the capacity to contemplate the matters at hand. He merely rallies a throng of Death Eaters, fervently chanting slogans of purifying wizard bloodlines and subjugating muggles, while wreaking havoc with his wand. Since the inception of the title Voldemort, it has been over 50 years. What accomplishments does the so-called Dark Lord possess? Personal wealth? Not a penny. Political capital? None whatsoever. Historical renown? It resembles a farce. Tom has begun to doubt that the fear of Voldemort is fundamentally different from the fear of a deranged individual wielding a firearm in a school. In contrast, there are indeed some astute individuals among the Death Eaters. Take Lucius Malfoy, for instance. After years of allegiance to Voldemort, his family has amassed considerable wealth and political influence, rendering the already affluent Malfoy lineage even more prosperous. Should Voldemort fall, they would effortlessly distance themselves from the chaos. This is the mark of intelligence. Others, though less fortunate, are not entirely destitute. Individuals like Snape and Karkaroff, while not reaping tangible benefits, at least possess a dark history and rather intimidating tattoos. Of course, the likes of Bellatrix and her husband represent a more foolish breed, contemplating their life choices in Azkaban, oblivious to the folly of their allegiance. Yet, they are not the most foolish. That title belongs to Voldemort himself, who has experienced death twice already. Even more foolish than the dimmest of Death Eaters is Voldemort, who has succumbed to oblivion on 2 occasions, having been reduced to ashes twice, sacrificing 2 corporeal forms and 6 Horcruxes, and squandering over half a century. He bears a name that cannot be uttered, possesses no material possessions, and his spiritual legacy is a disarray. In Tom's view, Voldemort's life epitomizes failure, akin to a hapless fool who has been bested in a game of cards. Tom cannot help but wonder how he would act if he were Voldemort. Conquering the world? What significance does that hold? At Voldemort's level, material desires have largely dissipated. Observe the old Voldemort, who, even upon resurrection, dons a filthy black robe, potentially devoid of undergarments, approaching the fray in utter vacuity. It is no surprise. When Wormtail placed him in the cauldron, he was merely wrapped in a piece of black cloth. After his rebirth, Voldemort, in the presence of his Death Eaters, could hardly parade about in undergarments. Yet, driven by overwhelming spiritual desires, he yearns for all wizards to submit to him. To achieve this, he ought to delve deeply into the study of the soul-capturing curse. After all, he is no Gellert Grindelwald. One cannot expect free-thinking individuals to willingly submit to him. With a certain indescribable predecessor to learn from, why not study? If the 5th grade transfer student seems too extreme, one could learn from Magneto or Professor X. If one seeks to engage in more sophisticated pursuits, one could study the headmaster or even the educators at a higher level. Amidst the myriad of exemplary cases worthy of emulation, it is rather astonishing that Voldemort has chosen none, instead forging a path of singular self-destruction. Perhaps it is futile to attempt to comprehend the psyche of a fool, for he will inevitably drag you down to his level, depleting your vitality with his extensive experiences. Tom, with a playful flick of his luxuriant hair, mused that Voldemort has indeed lost far too much along this tumultuous journey. Allow me to share a tantalizing piece of gossip. His thoughts, however, were abruptly interrupted by a message from Hermione. Oh, what hidden past do you speak of? It is rather hypocritical of the instigator to feign ignorance. The evolution of a rogue often transpires subtly. He harbors affection for him. Oh, are you not surprised? Hermione, taken aback by Tom's nonchalance, noted that her two trinkets had witnessed the gossip firsthand, yet were still reeling from it. Could this be the calmness characteristic of a mature man? It is entirely natural for Dumbledore and Grindelwald, two individuals of similar age, power, and ideals, to be drawn to one another, especially when there are no outstanding witches of their era to capture their attention. This theory is quite novel to Hermione. Do you not harbor any biases against them? Why would one discriminate against them? Tom feigned a righteous demeanor, asserting that to judge others for their emotional choices is a base act. Moreover, who possesses the authority to disparage Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Do you believe that in the new world we are destined to create, such discrimination will be permissible? Hermione inquired, her anxiety palpable. Having always championed equality, she feared Tom might utter something that would shatter her hopes. As a consummate rogue, he would surely craft his words to leave no room for misinterpretation. Will such a day, such a world, truly arrive? Hermione, hailing from a Muggle background, found herself wholly captivated by Tom's vision of a splendid future, a realm where all are equal, devoid of discrimination and exploitation. Yes, it shall come to pass, provided we believe and strive together for it throughout our lives. One day, this envisioned world will become a reality. Chapter 54. The Transformation of the Trio. How could the future Minister of Magic possibly endure this? Yet this boy, no, this man, regarded her with an intensity that transcended mere attraction. It was devoid of lust, brimming instead with the exhilaration of discovering a kindred spirit. In that moment of shared gazes, when warmth passed from hand to hand, and the mingling of palms bore witness to their mutual fervor, Hermione suddenly grasped the intricate entanglement between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Perhaps, from the very outset, the mutual attraction that sparked between them at their first encounter was an inevitable fate, a joyous and thrilling discovery of kindred souls in their shared solitude and misunderstanding. Does gender truly hold significance in such moments? Not in the slightest. It is utterly inconsequential. As for the subsequent evolution into love, Hermione perceived it as an unavoidable consequence of their profound connection. Two comrades, united by the same ideals and aspirations, striving together for a common goal throughout their lives. What could be more romantic than this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Such a bond embodies the ultimate expression of romance. How could the trivial affections of youthful love ever compare to the ambition of transforming the world together? Hermione began to understand Dumbledore's persistent emphasis on the importance of love for Harry, even if his later expressions of love became narrow and somewhat distorted. As someone who had once experienced profound love, she could grasp Dumbledore's deep yearning for it. In the current magical realm, who else could possibly be worthy of Dumbledore's great love? Hermione couldn't help but glance again at the pure-eyed Tom. No, she nearly exclaimed. Tom belonged to her. As her guide and mentor, she would not accept that the one who opened the doors to her new world could be tarnished by an old fool. With her conviction solidified, Hermione grasped Tom's hand tightly, intertwining their fingers, allowing their palms to meld with each other's sweat. Through her actions, she aimed to convey to her guiding light and mentor that she, Hermione, was willing to dedicate her life to the ideal world that belonged exclusively to them. Tom gazed at the future Minister of Magic, molded entirely in his image. While he couldn't fully decipher the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind, he could certainly make an educated guess about her inclinations. He too tightened his grip, hoping to communicate his unwavering spiritual support through this gesture. Buoyed and fulfilled by this exchange, Hermione willingly withdrew from Tom's ocean of consciousness, fully aware that she had much work ahead of her. Now was not the time for trivial affections. She must fight for the shared dreams of both of them. As Hermione regained her focus, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Harry, who was sweetly gazing at Cho. Just childish antics, she thought to herself, no longer interested in the two newly smitten lovers lost in their own world. Such juvenile emotions bored her. Cho, the first to be captivated by the ideals she and Tom shared, exhibited such wavering resolve. How could one become ensnared in the tender embrace of love when their envisioned world had yet to materialize? Members who prioritize petty love while neglecting the greater love require ideological education from the organization. She needed to contact her loyal deputy to reinforce their collective faith. Hermione turned to call upon Ginny, her steadfast second-in-command, only to be met with disappointment. Ginny was propped up with her chin resting on her hands, staring blankly at the affectionate couple with an expression of utter resignation, her melancholic demeanor unmistakable. Well, it seemed even Hermione's loyal deputy needed a bolstering of faith. At this moment, the strength of brotherhood was of utmost importance. Hermione cast her gaze toward another ineffectual ornament of hers. Ron sat beside Ginny, resting his chin on his hand, mirroring his sister's posture as they both eagerly gazed at the sweethearts exchanging tender words. Hermione found herself at a loss for words regarding this scene. Should she remark on the undeniable bond of siblings? Or should she jest about whether it was Ginny or Ron who had experienced heartbreak? With a sigh, the boy Hermione had become acquainted with forcefully closed the open book, lifted his journal, tossed his hair, and departed from the couple indulging in romantic displays and the sibling duo basking in their shared moment. In comparison to Tom, these two attachments seemed insignificant. What did a boy have to offer against a man? Immature. Hermione left a parting remark and vanished into the school hall. What is wrong with her? Harry inquired belatedly. I don't know, perhaps it's because of him, Ron sighed. It is often said that one fears for a brother's hardships, yet fears even more for a brother who drives a luxury vehicle. Ron found himself in such a state of mind. While he genuinely wished for his dear friend to find love, he lamented the fact that this chap had not ended up with Ginny. He believed that after all Harry had endured, having a romantic support system was indeed beneficial. Yet, he was even more envious that his good friend had discovered love before him. Why was that? He, Ron Weasley, who played chess better than Professor McGonagall, had once boldly compelled a full-fledged professor to venture into the Chamber of Secrets to confront a basilisk, had faced his fears of spiders and emerged unscathed from under the monstrous arachnid's 8 legs, had contributed 250 points to Gryffindor, and was a holder of the Hogwarts Special Contribution Trophy. Aside from having one less scar than Harry on his forehead and not having had the opportunity to vanquish Voldemort personally on 2 occasions, what did he lack? Why was it that no girl was eager to seek him out? He, Ron, was destined to be the man of Gryffindor. Hermione, yet, more pressing than the future was the present. With Hermione gone, what were he and Harry to do about their homework? That ungrateful Harry had the audacity to seek help from Cho Chang, while he lacked a supportive, studious girlfriend. Where are you going? As a mere appendage. Until he found a new pillar to lean on, he needed to cling to his current one. Ron hurried after her, unable to bear witnessing his good friend flaunting affection while he remained solitary. Chapter 55, Trelawney's Prophecy. In the end, Ron did not catch up to Hermione and instead found himself confronted by his own twin brothers. How could someone who's seen the ocean still linger in a stinky gutter? George teased his younger brother. A toad that doesn't aspire to eat swan meat is not a worthy toad, Fred chimed in, not letting Ron off the hook. Give it up. She is not someone you can reach, the twins said in unison. We are the ones who will leap from the stinky gutter to the ocean. Fred gazed into the distance, convinced that he and his brother were destined for great fortune. So, it's best to be a cleaner toad. Ron realized his knack for witty retorts was becoming increasingly refined. Upon hearing Ron's remarks, Angelina, who had come to find George, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Angelina, what brings you here? George, ever curious, noted that even after falling in love, she still remained inseparable from the twins. Certainly, I am here to observe which swan my toad aspires to devour. I never fathomed the implications of George's constant companionship with Fred until the incident involving Angelina at the school gate heightened my vigilance. It is often said that twins share an extraordinary connection. They are inseparable and possess a remarkable ability to finish each other's sentences. More importantly, both hail from Gryffindor, once the house of Dumbledore, and the Weasley family were staunch allies during the Great War. Angelina must remain cautious. How could that be? In my eyes and heart, there is only you, George fervently declared. Yet he was promptly whisked away by Angelina, who insisted, come, let us go on a date. Watching his close companion, who had just been jesting with him, being led away by a woman, Fred stood alone and desolate. Stay put. I am off to find Hermione for some tutoring, Ron said as he patted his somewhat misguided brother on the shoulder, preparing to make his exit. You're not going anywhere. You can handle your assignments with me. Do not trouble others. The mere thought of it filled Fred with ire. With Percy now having a girlfriend, George in a relationship, if Ron were to find a partner as well, who would remain single in a Weasley family at Hogwarts? Absolutely not. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. As the farce concluded, classes resumed. During the divination lesson shared with Ravenclaw, Professor Trelawney finally ceased to have the third-year students observe the floating tea leaves in their cups, and instead distributed crystal balls to each of them. A crystal ball, A mystical object capable of transcending time and space could reveal one's deepest desires for the future and aid in navigating fortune and misfortune, provided one believed in its power. Trelawney, halfway through her explanation, cast a pointed glance at Hermione, who had recently been espousing the fallacy of human determination over destiny in her class. Dismissing divination as a serious discipline. You must channel your consciousness into the crystal ball and then tell me what you perceive, Trelawney instructed. As she finished speaking, the third-year students placed their hands upon the crystal balls, with earnest students murmuring nonsensical incantations, while the less academically inclined whispered amongst themselves. No longer are we dealing with tea leaves and water. Every time I attend divination, I feel the urge to visit the restroom, Ron quietly lamented. You shouldn't drink the tea every time, Hermione retorted, believing Ron deserved his predicament. Yet you constantly proclaim your disbelief in fate and your desire to defy destiny. Why are you still enrolled in this class? Ron expressed his confusion regarding Hermione's choice. Though I do not believe my attendance and assignments are exemplary, she replied. Occasionally, one must indulge in a diversion to unwind. Watching Trelawney's eccentricities is rather relaxing. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the mindset of Scholar. So, what did you see? Ron inquired, leaning closer to Hermione, gazing at the white mist swirling within her crystal ball, which seemed no different from his own. The struggling students found some solace in this. She did not require such ethereal illusions to inform her of her future. She was acutely aware of her own path. With aspirations, pursuits, and a lifelong goal to devote herself to, divination was merely a comfort for the weak. Ron glanced at Hermione's crystal ball, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, pondering why he could discern nothing within it. He turned his head to discover that Harry's crystal ball was equally unremarkable. Harry, what do you see? He inquired, feeling utterly perplexed. In moments of uncertainty, it was comforting to have a good friend, both being academically challenged. Ron found solace in this shared struggle. If viewed from this perspective, the path unclouded by mist represents your future, diverging here to symbolize the choices you will encounter, said Cho, who had sidled over, taking Harry's hand and assisting him in interpreting the imagery within the crystal ball. Instantly, Ron felt a pang of envy. Why was it that Harry, equally a student of mediocre standing, appeared so competent? Cho, you possess such profound knowledge, he mused. Harry grasped Cho's hand, relishing the joys of having a girlfriend. Ron lamented that he would never receive such gentle assistance with his homework, and as for Hermione, every time he sought her help, he felt intellectually dwarfed. Yet now, with Cho by his side, the burdens of his past struggles seemed lighter, his lips no longer parched, and he no longer felt the sting of being outshone by a genius. Life had taken a turn for the better. Hermione, could you perhaps assist me? Ron implored, seeking solace as he was inundated with envy. Do not invest excessive energy in the intangible. The future is carved by one's own steps. Divination is a mere charlatan's trick. As anticipated, yet another lecture ensued. Now, who will enlighten me on what you all have perceived within the crystal ball? Professor Trelawney interrupted the students' murmured conversations, striding purposefully towards Hermione, the class's outlier. Place your hand upon it. Allow me to glimpse your future, Trelawney commanded. Hermione nonchalantly placed her hand atop the crystal ball, unimpressed by the woman who, day after day, declared Harry had an arch-nemesis, perpetually threatening doom. As Trelawney grasped Hermione's hand, her heavily bespectacled eyes suddenly lost their focus, her voice transforming from its usual eccentricity to a hoarse, hollow tone, as if emanating from the void itself. Chapter 56, Students and Prophecy. The man who lurks behind it all shall emerge from the darkness, bearing the phoenix's tail feather. With the sun in his left hand and the moon in his right, who shall grasp whom's fist? It is those standing beside him who will be the true architects of the world's fate. Hermione was taken aback by Trelawney's sudden shift into prophetic fervor. She had always known Trelawney to be eccentric, often seeking others' fates from teacups, crystal balls, or even from bizarre falls. Yet witnessing such a level of fervor was a first for Hermione, while she held disdain for soothsayers and their prophecies. The sight of a seer in a state of frenzy, while gripping her hand, unnerved her deeply. Professor Trelawney? Hermione attempted to free her hands, feeling trapped. She was but a child, uncertain of the seer's intentions. Following the incident at the school gate, Hermione had become highly sensitive to any displays of intimacy between individuals of the same gender. Where was I? Professor Trelawney, jolted by Hermione's movements, returned to her peculiar, high-pitched tone. Oh yes, the crystal ball. Your path ahead appears shrouded in uncertainty, a haze enveloping the crystal ball. It has been quite some time since I have encountered such an indistinct spectacle. Professor Trelawney, her pupils regaining focus, gazed intently at Hermione's crystal ball. Perhaps the only one harboring such thoughts was Hermione herself. Behold, Lavender Brown raised her hands high, as if fearing that Professor Trelawney might overlook her. Professor, look at mine. Look at mine. Pray tell, dear, what do you see within the crystal? Trelawney inquired with her piercing voice. Lavender stared intently at her crystal ball, yet, to be frank, she discerned nothing. A swirling mist lay within, not unlike Hermione's. However, she was reluctant to allow Professor Trelawney to think her akin to Hermione. So she strained her eyes and declared, I believe I see a rabbit. Indeed, my dear, your crystal ball reveals that your greatest fears are destined to manifest. The event is unavoidable. You must endeavor to accept it. Lavender's complexion paled, losing the curiosity and vigor she had moments before. Let us continue to glimpse into the futures of our fellow classmates. Professor Trelawney ignored the now cowering Lavender and turned her attention to the next student. You cannot possibly believe this, can you? Ron inquired, leaning closer, curiosity etched upon his face. However, his attempt to lower his voice inadvertently caught Professor Trelawney's attention. Let us examine your crystal ball. Her tone dripped with unfriendliness. Well, I seem to see a figure from behind. Ron, rather uncertain of the contents of his crystal ball, merely ventured a guess. You are quite astute. You possess a gift. Professor Trelawney commended him. It is indeed a figure, a woman from behind. What does that signify? Am I to have a romantic encounter? Ron jested, even nudging Harry, who sat beside him. No, quite the opposite. Your destined connection is gradually slipping away from you. Trelawney's words rendered Ron, who had been merrily laughing, momentarily speechless. Oh no, just as he intended to inquire about the whereabouts of his own destined partner. He was startled by the professor's sudden interjection. Professor Trelawney dashed to Harry's side, raising his crystal ball with such vigor that she nearly lifted Harry along with it. My heavens, this is ominous, a portent of death. Trelawney's voice echoed with the gravity of someone who had witnessed death firsthand. Huh? Harry could hardly muster the energy to be alarmed. Since entering the magical realm, he had brushed shoulders with death on numerous occasions. Such occurrences had become rather routine. Death. You shall witness death. Trelawney's countenance was grave, devoid of any jest. At least it is not your own demise. Ron attempted to lighten the suddenly tense atmosphere with a joke. Professor Trelawney fixed him with a disapproving glare and continued. You will witness the death of someone who will have a profound impact on your life. This future is inexorable. Ron's half-smile hung, suspended in the air, realizing that attending divination class today might have been his gravest error. Apologies, truly apologies. As Professor Trelawney spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. And after failing twice to compose herself, she declared the class dismissed. Exiting the divination classroom, the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws clustered in small groups, conversing about the events that had just transpired. You can't possibly believe her, can you? Hermione inquired with a serious expression. To be honest, I'm not surprised at all. Remember at the beginning of the term when Trelawney mentioned that Harry had a nemesis? Do we really need her to tell us that? Harry quipped. The person capable of vanquishing Dumbledore, even Voldemort couldn't manage it. I doubt such a being exists in this world. Ron concurred, dismissing Trelawney as a charlatan. His fated partner? He is a bachelor with no romantic prospects. How could he be drifting away from anyone? The prophecies might hold some merit, perhaps derived from statistical analysis to yield a plausible outcome. However, gazing into a crystal ball to foresee the future, if she truly possessed such abilities, why did she not foresee Voldemort's rise and fall? Hermione scoffed. If she did predict that Neville would drop the cup, remarked Cho from the side. Neville is notoriously clumsy. It's hardly surprising for him to break a few cups, Hermione retorted, aligning with her earlier notion that someone as accident-prone as Neville would naturally topple items in a classroom filled with fragile objects. But she also predicted that Malfoy would suffer an unexpected misfortune, Cho continued. Just the other day, Malfoy appeared bruised and battered, just as Professor Trelawney foretold. That is not unusual. At the end of last term, Malfoy approached Harry so earnestly to befriend him, yet this term, he has shown no initiative. Surely, he must have defied his father's orders. In any case, take divination with a grain of salt. It's best not to take it too seriously. Having just emerged from Transfiguration class, Malfoy overheard Hermione's remarks, shot her a glare, and silently made his way to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 57. The Malfoy Family in Motion. Just the thought of Dumbledore's expression upon receiving news of his impending dismissal must have been quite grim. Lucius, whose face had not genuinely smiled for quite some time, was now adorned with a broad grin. Let us see how you navigate this predicament, he mused, only to realize midway that something was amiss. The group of dim-witted governors had convened without adhering to their agenda. neglecting to discuss Dumbledore's unsuitability as headmaster of Hogwarts. Instead, they've busied themselves gossiping about Dumbledore and Grindelwald's tumultuous history. What good is that? They were neglecting serious matters, engrossed instead in trivial chatter. What purpose do you serve? Lucius, having mentally cursed the ancestors of the other governors, had to concede a disheartening truth. His scheme to oust Dumbledore had once again failed. With these thoughts in mind, Lucius stood at the entrance of Hogwarts, surveying the precise locations of the gossip he had overheard in the board meeting. After all, having come this far, it would be a disservice not to explore the sites where Dumbledore battled Grindelwald. As his gaze lingered in the air, Lucius found himself perplexed and ultimately abandoned the notion of transforming this place into a tourist attraction. Instead, he shifted his focus to Draco, whose significance was paramount in the absence of new lucrative opportunities. As a board member, Lucius Malfoy could navigate the school with relative ease and freedom. Before long, he located the son upon whom he had placed high hopes. Contrary to his expectations, Draco was not closely positioned beside Harry Potter. Rather, he was leading a group of pure-blood wizards, engaging in grand discussions as if they were the sovereigns of the magical realm. Though anger simmered within him, Lucius maintained the composure befitting a nobleman and the elegance expected of a father. His restraint in not chastising Draco publicly was a testament to his decorum. "Draco!" Lucius called out. Observing the entourage behind his son, he found himself at a loss for how to express his feelings. Here stood the offspring of Death Eaters who had evaded retribution. "Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me as I borrow Draco for a moment." He directly took hold of his son's arm, leading the way outside Hogwarts. "Please continue. I have a matter of family to address." Coincidentally, Draco was also inclined to enlighten his father about the significance of choosing sides. What is there to discuss? What good does it do to be friends with Potter? That Scarhead possesses no talents beyond Dumbledore's patronage. Just then, Lucius remembered he had yet to inquire about Draco's intentions in sending him to that old fool Dumbledore's school. Seated in the main chair of the study, with his feet propped upon the desk, the young master exuded an air of nonchalance that only aggravated Lucius further. "You dare question me?" Lucius realized that while his son might enjoy a brief reprieve, in his own household, Draco would not ascend to a position of authority over him. Demonstrating the dignity of a father, Lucius resolved to make it clear that his ability to navigate the aftermath of events was not merely luck. "Do you dare strike me, the illustrious savior of the Malfoy family? I shall inform your mother." Helpless against his father's overwhelming affection, Draco, bruised and battered, resorted to weeping for his mother. When he returned, dragging a fuming Narcissa behind him, Lucius remained remarkably composed. Who was he? The current head of the Malfoy family. A pivotal figure steering the family towards unprecedented strength. A political savant who had profited during the Dark Lord's reign while skillfully evading the ensuing reckoning. In this capacity, he intended to correct the misguided path of his wayward son, and surely Narcissa would not hesitate to discipline him as well. The answer, indeed, was affirmative. After an hour of tumultuous expressions of love, the men of the Malfoy family sat bruised and battered in the dining room. With the seat of honor naturally reserved for the true matriarch of the Malfoy lineage, Narcissa. "Pray tell, what was the reason for summoning Draco from school and administering a thrashing?" Having dealt with her husband, Narcissa surveyed the ineffectual men of the Malfoy household with a discerning gaze. Was it not due to this foolish boy's reckless antics? I instructed him to befriend Potter, and instead, he gathered the offspring of Death Eaters, as if to ensure the Ministry of Magic remained oblivious to the one who had evaded retribution. Lucius, too, felt a sense of helplessness. The signs were all too clear that the Dark Lord was poised to return, and he had to prepare for the inevitable. For the Malfoy family, who had not been imprisoned in Azkaban, the choices were stark. Either demonstrate their fealty to the Dark Lord through substantial sacrifices or seek refuge elsewhere and openly defy him. What to choose? Initially, I must let Draco befriend Potter, the child whom Dumbledore wishes to elevate as the savior, yet whom the Dark Lord views as a thorn in his side. Based on the unfolding events, we will determine whether to support Potter in vanquishing the Dark Lord or to offer Potter as a tribute to him. If the Dark Lord appears to be on the brink of death, even in a state of delirium, I would not hesitate to facilitate his second demise, adding yet another layer to his numerous deaths. Yet, the foolish Draco utterly fails to grasp the ulterior motives behind this arrangement. Is the Dark Lord truly making a resurgence? Narcissa inquired, her keen insight once again illuminating the matter at hand. Indeed, the whispers have been disseminated by that old wretch, Bakken. It must be accurate. Chapter 58, The Seat of Authority. The news released by Mr. Bakken was not lost on Narcissa, the de facto leader of the Malfoy family. who was well aware of the existence of the Dark Lord's first employer, even during the Dark Lord's reign of terror across Europe. That old man never firmly aligned himself with the Dark Lord, not even bearing the Dark Mark. Thus, the release of such news by him is indeed intriguing. Have you discerned the significance of that diary? Narcissa continued to inquire. The importance of that item to the Dark Lord would determine the future positioning of the Malfoy family. It is the diary from the Dark Lord's 16th year, likely containing a fragment of his soul. Lucius felt a wave of shame. He had unwittingly placed a piece of the Dark Lord's essence into the hands of the Weasley family's youngest daughter, who had then brought it directly under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Should the Dark Lord truly return, the Malfoy family would have no option but to present Harry Potter, beautifully wrapped, as an offering, for they would find it impossible to navigate their existence with ease in the Dark Lord's presence. Dobby. Narcissa summoned the house elf, who had attempted to seek freedom but had failed. My master Dobby, clutching his clothing and bearing numerous wounds, appeared in the dining room. You attended school with Lucius. Tell me, has that diary been destroyed? Despite the softness in Narcissa's tone, there lay an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. How did Dumbledore explain this to the school board? How does one explain to the Weasley family that their daughter has been ensnared within the Chamber of Secrets? Truly, they are a collection of inept individuals. Narcissa pondered whether the position of Hogwarts Board of Governors should be entrusted to her own feckless husband. Such a grave incident transpired within the school, and yet the headmaster offered no explanation. The governors have yet to take any action. The absence of an explanation speaks volumes. Draco observed his father's humiliation, realizing it was time for him to shine. Oh, Narcissa raised an eyebrow, noting that her offspring was indeed unlike his useless father. Mother. After the incident, Dumbledore awarded both Weasley and Potter an additional 200 points and presented them with a special contribution award. At this moment, young Master Malfoy ground his teeth in frustration. Why is it that every time Potter arrives, that insufferable Dumbledore incessantly bestows points upon him? It is one thing to grant points to that Scar boy, but why must it always include that Weasley imbecile? Where does this leave the Malfoy heir? Oh, Narcissa tenderly stroked her eldest son's hair, finding him far more reliable than his ineffectual father. So, it was the soul within that diary that caused the disturbance, which was then thwarted by Potter. Narcissa inquired. I believe not. Otherwise, Dumbledore's actions in placing the diary would have surely warranted an explanation from him. Draco felt an overwhelming sense of confidence surging within him. Narcissa fell into contemplation. If her son's assertions held any truth, it likely indicated that a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul had awakened and was wreaking havoc within the school, all while evading Dumbledore's scrutiny. She was certain that this fragment could not be Voldemort himself. The absence of a grand announcement regarding Voldemort's return from Dumbledore suggested that even he lacked certainty about the nature of that entity. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Narcissa quickly reached a conclusion. There were now 2 Dark Lords at large, one of whom was merely 16 years of age. Yet, this was not the most alarming revelation. Narcissa realized that the Dark Lord had previously chosen to fragment his soul, and it was improbable that he would do so only once. Who could fathom how many pieces this ancient creature might sever? It was common knowledge that if the Dark Lord began to split his soul, he would undoubtedly divide it into 7 parts. You may leave now, Dobby. After dismissing Dobby from the dining hall, Narcissa began to strategize the future actions of the Malfoy family. If her assumptions were correct, since the Dark Lord had once split his soul, he was likely to do so again. His soul fragments, having awakened consciousness once, could certainly do so again. Thus, it would be unrealistic and contrary to their interests to pursue a Dark Lord whose whereabouts and identity remained uncertain. Narcissa's words immediately illuminated Lucius. Indeed, if there were multiple Dark Lords, which one should they choose to follow? Furthermore, they had personally delivered a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul to Dumbledore, leaving their choices rather straightforward. They must seize the opportunity to pledge their allegiance to Dumbledore before the whispers of the Dark Lord's resurrection spread far and wide. If we could procure another fragment of the Dark Lord's soul to present to Dumbledore, we would possess leverage when it comes time to settle accounts with him. But what if Dumbledore were to falter? Lucius had once been in the Dark Lord's service. He understood just how fearsome a fully intact Dark Lord, complete with a nose and hair, could be, let alone a mere 16-year-old version of him, with time itself favoring his ascent. Dumbledore already finds himself in a precarious position against a singular Dark Lord, not to mention multiple. Thus, Draco, you are the savior of our family. Narcissa cast her gaze upon Draco. I am the savior? For the first time, Draco was addressed with a title he had long envied, and found it hard to believe. Indeed, you are Mother-S savior. So, will you follow Mother-S plan to rescue her? Whatever Mother says, I shall do. unlike his defiance towards his father. Draco was more than willing to heed his mother's words. You must keep a constant watch on Potter's movements. Should the Dark Lord take action, our quickest means of understanding his intentions would be through Potter. Ensure the task is completed. After sending their son off, the atmosphere in the Malfoy household grew heavy, leaving only Lucius and Narcissa. Do you truly believe Draco can manage Potter? Lucius inquired. Chapter 59, The Body and the Horcrux. Why has Voldemort not come knocking? He has. But he saw Tom instead. After Dumbledore crushed his serpentine form, Voldemort was weary of wandering aimlessly, starved and existing in a grotesque semblance. He yearned to regain his stature. Lacking devoted Death Eaters to assist in restoring his corporeal form, and unable to absorb quality life force to solidify his being, Voldemort resolved to solve his predicament once and for all. He fixated on his 16-year-old body. Unbeknownst to Tom, who was in the boys' dormitory at Durmstrang, sipping coffee, singing, and enjoying hot pot, a wisp of spirit emerged from the pot, its crimson essence rising slowly, startling him into tossing his ladle in fright. Family, who understands? In the dead of night, he encounters a repulsive specter. In the middle of the night, instead of seeking Nagini, why was he here? Facing his corporeal self for the first time, Tom, with a wave of magic, tidied up the spilled oil, his expression one of annoyance. Who could fathom that a hormone-driven young man would prefer anything but an old man devoid of a nose and hair emerging from a pot at such an hour? Engaging in a midnight soul exchange with Hermione or a rendezvous with an unknown ghost would be acceptable, but not sharing a delightful evening with a bald, serpent-faced elder. Soul to its rightful place. Voldemort had no time to bicker with this Horcrux that had absorbed his own. He intended to seize this youthful form and make Dumbledore pay the price. No, before exacting Dumbledore's reckoning, he must personally eliminate Harry Potter, proving that his previous failures were merely strokes of misfortune. What are you doing? Lamenting the emergence of Voldemort from a once delectable pot of oil. Tom could only hold his bowl, sulking over the preemptively extracted enoki mushrooms. Afraid? Certainly not. Upon acquiring a corporeal form, he remained a Horcrux, yet now resonated solely with the essence of the Horcruxes, establishing a remarkable symbiotic relationship where they could consume one another in a peculiar manner. The notion of a true self was rendered insignificant in the absence of a Horcrux. Each time the original perished, a Horcrux would awaken anew. The first among them was Nagini, who fortuitously managed to suppress the ambitious spirit of Voldemort, preventing the initial uprising of the Horcruxes from succeeding. Perhaps sensing Voldemort's yearning, Nagini traversed vast distances towards him, ultimately locating the wandering soul of Voldemort after many years. However, it is a rather poignant truth that the integrity of the original soul was inferior to that of these Horcruxes, aside from Nagini, which Horcrux would not disdain a master who squandered a promising hand. If you do not mind, partake in a morsel, Tom suggested, gesturing towards the red oil floating above the old Voldemort. Oh, I forgot, you lack a physical form to grasp it. Voldemort, chided by his own Horcrux, rushed forward, uttering incomprehensible sounds. You cannot consume what I have. I took precautions against that, Tom explained, observing Voldemort's essence diving towards him from various angles. A fragment of a soul, grotesque in appearance, barreling towards him was too unsightly for Tom to bear. Impossible. How did you gain self-awareness? The breathless Voldemort finally halted, astonished that his Horcrux had surpassed his control. Awakened by your own foolishness. What else could it be? Tom spread his arms in a gesture that conveyed a strange sense of satisfaction. Audacious. Do not succumb to impotent rage. You, an ancient being of over 60 years, possessing a wand, were vanquished by a first-year student. How shall we converse on this day? Voldemort stood frozen. When it was time to employ magic, you chose to address matters physically. Conversely, when physicality was warranted, you resorted to magic. We, the Horcruxes, can no longer bear witness to this. Should you continue in such a manner, what will others think of us? What will the other Horcruxes think of us? Though lacking an understanding of physics, it seemed to resonate with profound logic. Have you not reflected upon your demise at the hands of Potter over the past decade? Observing Voldemort's bewilderment, Tom could not help but scorn the British educational system. An 11-year-old, even one raised in an orphanage, had evidently not received 9 years of compulsory education. Alas, had Voldemort undergone even a modicum of formal primary education, he would not be so foolish. It is a systemic failure of society. Faced with Tom's inquiries, Voldemort felt an overwhelming desire to excavate a hole to bury himself. Unfortunately, as a mere soul without corporeal form, he was incapable of digging. Sit down, I implore you. Do not float about incessantly. You are weary, and I find it visually distressing, Tom remarked, conjuring a small stool for Voldemort to perch upon. Voldemort glanced at the stool, barely reaching his ankles, then at Tom's luxurious leather high stool, and with his essence in the bubbling red oil, he had no choice but to bow his head. Reluctantly, he complied and took a seat. Not bad. There's still hope. Tom praised Voldemort's compliance. Do not be deceived by Voldemort's current state of disarray. He still possesses the capacity to destroy his Horcruxes in a blaze of glory. Indeed, it sounds rather melancholic. Yet Tom does not intend to meet his end alongside his corporeal form. What a splendid strategy it is to place such a useful target at the forefront to attract the ire of Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, thus plunging the wizarding world into chaos. The greater the turmoil, the better the opportunity to exploit the situation. Can one genuinely hope for tranquility in the magical realm, allowing that foolish girl Hermione to pursue reform and revolution? Such notions are absurd. It is in times of unrest that heroes emerge, and only through upheaval can transformation occur. After all, in the magical world, he is neither kin nor concerned for collateral damage. Why not aim for something grand? However, those are considerations for another time. For now, he must first stir the waters. With Voldemort's limited intellect, having self-destructed within mere years of his resurrection, he cannot even create a ripple, which does not align with Tom's interests. He, Tom, must select a formidable shield to propel him towards an epic enhancement. Come, let me feast while you observe. I shall speak, and you shall listen. I will inquire, and you shall respond. After finishing his golden needle mushroom soup, Tom set down the bowl. This was his first instance of gazing directly at the ghost whose name was never to be uttered, a being perhaps unparalleled in the annals of magical history for his wealth of death experiences. How did he meet his demise this time? Tom was well aware that Voldemort had previously possessed a serpent, a stark contrast to his current ghostly form. Both sides had perished foolishly, leaving Tom to conclude that this world was beyond salvation. Chapter 60, Psychological Counseling. Tom had contemplated the possibility of Voldemort's mind deteriorating, yet he had not anticipated it could fracture into such a grotesquely incomplete soul, a being loathed by Dumbledore, a fool who had perished at Harry Potter's hands twice, tirelessly returning to Hogwarts without a shred of certainty. What was his aim? The original Voldemort had exhibited considerable intelligence. After orchestrating Quirrell's demise, he waited patiently until regaining strength before launching a full-scale assault on Hogwarts, setting aside his momentary lapse into a one-on-one confrontation with Harry. He at least understood the necessity of waiting until old Dumbledore had departed before making his move. Why then was this version so reckless? A descendant of Slytherin should not be so reckless. Did he truly aspire to make a decision that defied his ancestors, betraying Gryffindor? Could it be that the devastating realization that he was the last Horcrux, aside from Nagini, was too much for him to bear, leading him to contemplate his own demise? No, Tom still relied on Voldemort to charge forward as a vanguard. Perhaps he should inquire about Voldemort's intentions in returning to Hogwarts. Tom needed clarity. Otherwise, if Voldemort were to perish, his plans to stir the waters would be utterly thwarted. Are you not capable of sensing the state of the Horcruxes? Although reluctant to admit it, Tom had to concede that aside from engaging in a soulful discourse with that young girl Hermione, he could also communicate with this bald, noseless relic. The Horcrux in question is unlike the one you absorbed before. It has been utterly destroyed. I wish to ascertain who it is that has either uncovered the secret of the Horcrux or inadvertently obliterated it. What meticulously crafted and carefully safeguarded treasures could possibly be so coincidentally destroyed by another? In the entirety of Hogwarts, who, besides Dumbledore, could commit such an act? Is there truly a need for you to foolishly rush to witness this for yourself? Voldemort remained silent, merely gazing at the Horcrux before him with a look of forlorn contemplation. He prided himself on being an expert in concealment, yet he could not escape the betrayal of his own design. Such well-hidden artifacts were ultimately unearthed and consumed by this individual. Were it not for Nagini's relentless pursuit of her own path, this young fool might have remained lost. Voldemort was certain that Nagini too would not evade this creature's sinister grasp. Do not regard me with such lamentation. Being consumed by me is far preferable to destruction by Dumbledore. Tom felt a twinge of guilt, for indeed, he had relished the act. If only he could ascertain Nagini's whereabouts to consume her as well. However, old Dumbledore was remarkably swift, with but a single Horcrux in Hogwarts. The old man had obliterated it, rendering Tom's ambition of achieving the status of Horcrux Devourer 77 utterly unattainable. Why not simply create more? Is it as simple as you suggest? The crafting of Horcruxes is exceedingly rare and arduous. I painstakingly created 6, and now only 2 remain. What Voldemort refrained from voicing was the stark reality that, at his current soul strength, further division could lead to his utter collapse. Very well. Have you contemplated the repercussions of invading Hogwarts? Upon receiving the answer he sought, Tom deftly redirected the conversation. What repercussions? I could simply die again. With the existence of Horcruxes, I cannot truly perish. Voldemort's countenance was one of disdain. This disdain was directed at the dim-witted Dark Lord. Had Dumbledore not been equally lacking in acuity, Voldemort might have met his end within Hogwarts. Have you ever considered what would transpire if Dumbledore chose not to kill you, but to imprison you instead? Imprison me? I would merely take my own life. After all, I cannot truly die. The state of his soul did not deter Voldemort's disdain, which gradually transformed into unease. Indeed, what if Dumbledore chose not to kill him, but instead to confine him, while one could end their physical life? What if Dumbledore sought to imprison his very soul? It seems you have also contemplated this. Should Dumbledore confine your soul and systematically eradicate your Horcruxes, when only your essence remains, you would be akin to a fish upon the butcher's block. Voldemort ceased his bravado, fully aware that, under such circumstances, he would have no recourse but to watch his Horcruxes be destroyed and to await the inevitable arrival of death. You ought to be grateful that Dumbledore, at over 150 years of age, is still prone to impulsiveness. Had he been but a touch more composed, your fate would be sealed. For the first time, Voldemort regarded the Horcrux before him with a serious demeanor. The prior disdain had morphed into a palpable terror. Who was truly the Dark Lord? This particular Horcrux should only possess the memories of his 16-year-old self. Why, then, did it evoke such dread, such extremity, such a haunting presence? In comparison to him, I appear as innocent as a pure white rabbit, someone who almost conquered the magical realm. Very well, you acknowledge your mistakes, and that suffices. Let's now discuss our future. Tom observed Voldemort, whose expression was tinged with fear, and once again diverted the conversation. He was apprehensive that the dejected former Dark Lord might become disheartened and withdraw from the world entirely. What is your dream? At this moment, Tom exuded a gentleness akin to that of a mentor in Voldemort's life. Since it is a dream, should it not be grander? Speak aloud once more. What is your dream? A splendid idea. How do you intend to realize it? Tom continued to inquire. A comeback, you say? Do you believe your previous actions were truly successful? Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. Who dares to claim they have not conquered the magical world? Aside from Hogwarts, which Dumbledore protects from his minions, the entirety of Europe and the magical realm are well aware of Voldemort's infamous reputation. Who would dare utter their own name in such context? Such a successful conquest. Why does it seem so trivial in this man's eyes? Conquest, tell me, in your heart, what constitutes a true achievement of conquest? Chapter 61, Another Path. What defines the realization of conquest? What a perplexing question. Voldemort had never contemplated this. Wielding a wand, causing fear among all, and having them submit to me. Would that not signify conquest? Since this thought had never crossed his mind before, he endeavored to provide an answer he deemed fitting. As he gazed upon Tom's increasingly displeased countenance, he realized the gravity of his misunderstanding. To instill fear and to command submission are entirely different matters. Tom was nearly rendered speechless. In this era, how could both villains and heroes exhibit such a lack of political acumen? What distinction exists? Voldemort straightened his back. If only he had a physical form, he would surely be jotting down notes at this juncture. To provoke fear does not necessarily entail submission, and to submit does not inherently require fear. The simplest method to instill terror is to wield your wand indiscriminately, lacking motive, plan, or target, merely indulging a whimsical desire to harm someone for amusement. Such erratic behavior, given your prowess, would indeed evoke fear, and remarkably so. Is this not madness? You are aware it borders on insanity. Tom exclaimed. What difference is there between your past actions and those of a lunatic? Do you possess any genuine objective? You have merely been led around by the nose. Voldemort wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The facts speak for themselves. He had indeed failed. Observing Voldemort, who appeared genuinely open to criticism, Tom resolved to impart a lesson to this ancient being, guiding him to become someone with ideals, aspirations, and goals that would ultimately benefit Tom. If one wishes to conquer the world, there are two paths. First, through unparalleled strength, compelling all to submit to you. This sounds appealing. Voldemort immediately opted for an impossible road. Indeed, but one must possess extraordinary strength, ideally surpassing the combined might of all others. Furthermore, one must remain unafraid of assassination and underhanded tactics. As your reign endures, the multitude of those who wish to overthrow you will only increase. Should your strength falter, the consequences will be dire. Tom understood that Voldemort, this creature, would often opt for the path of least resistance, devoid of critical thought. However, such a choice was detrimental to Tom's plans, and he needed to dissuade Voldemort from this unreliable notion. "I shall not perish," Voldemort feebly argued. Yet he was eager to discuss an alternative approach. Compassion is a virtue, even for one as formidable as the Dark Lord. There are moments when one must embrace it. After wandering alone for over a decade, he was acutely aware that his current state was merely one of survival, devoid of the power and dominance he yearned for, which had no connection to the heights he aspired to reach, standing upon the vanquished Dumbledore. He desperately needed to discern where he had strayed, leading to his current predicament from the pinnacle of power. While he may not heed the words of others, the individual before him was no mere stranger. It was himself. The second method, albeit challenging, was the sole righteous path, to seek out a cadre of like-minded individuals to collectively alter the world and pursue a shared objective. Tom once again employed the rhetoric he had used to manipulate Hermione. "How does this differ from my previous endeavors?" Voldemort inquired, believing he had already undertaken such actions. He had a group of loyal Death Eaters, all striving for the common goal of his world domination. Unfortunately, his venture had been abruptly thwarted, a matter of fortune rather than fault. Given Voldemort's cultural literacy and educational background, he struggled to grasp this semi-vernacular distinction. It is vastly different. How so? Firstly, as a leader, you lack a clear objective. How can that be? "I seek to conquer the world." Voldemort detested being labeled as aimless or devoid of ambition, akin to a lifeless fish. His aspirations reach for the stars. You must possess a more defined target, a highly specific aim. For instance, purging all impure-blooded wizards and restoring the former glory of purebloods would constitute a concrete goal, Tom suggested, casting his bait. "Indeed, that is something I have pursued." Voldemort was evidently ensnared. "That is merely a specific objective. It does not signify it is suitable for you. Is it not folly for a half-blood wizard to aid purebloods in reclaiming their former glory? Your lineage is tainted. Pureblood wizards perceive you as a mere jest." Tom incisively highlighted Voldemort's shortcomings. "Do they dare?" Tom remained silent, merely regarding Voldemort with a look of incredulity. Voldemort soon recognized the flaw. He indeed lacked a legitimate stance to support purebloods, leaving him with nothing while inadvertently benefiting families like the Malfoys. It seems you have come to realize the crux of the issue. Yet, this misguided goal harbors another fatal flaw: the sheer number of wizards. You have indeed excluded the wizards of mixed blood and those hailing from Muggle families from the ranks of sorcerers. How many pureblood wizards could possibly remain? There may not even be enough to sustain the normal functioning of society. I could enslave them, compelling them to labor for my benefit. Of course, this is feasible. However, given your origins, should you lead this movement, it would not merely be a confrontation between pureblood wizards and those from Muggle households, at least not in terms of rhetoric. What you ought to proclaim is the restoration of the former glory of wizards. Chapter 62, Two Choices. Tom finally revealed his fangs. What he desired, and what he had been pursuing ever since securing his legitimate identity, was deceptively simple. There were two paths, and he wished to traverse both. Thus, he appointed two agents to guide the same group of individuals along two distinctly divergent paths within the same world. Would Voldemort lead wizards to embrace Muggle science, enhancing it with magic to restore the glory of wizards? Or would Hermione guide wizards and Muggles to harness both science and magic to elevate productivity, achieving a grand unification? Or, regardless of the chosen path, when productivity reaches a certain threshold, would the evolution of societal forms inevitably follow the trajectory laid out by the path of the Red Road, independent of individual will? He eagerly anticipated the outcome. Restore the former glory of wizards? Voldemort murmured to himself. He recognized that his previous actions lacked a concrete objective. Indeed, his assertions were pathetically naive. He believed himself to be leading his followers toward the realization of his ideals, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was merely a tool wielded by others. It seems you have begun to comprehend. However, before you embark on this journey, you must clarify several questions and seek their answers. This will facilitate the achievement of your new objectives. Pray tell, Voldemort, though puzzled as to why this 16-year-old version of himself appeared far more potent, pondered if this was the cost of creating Horcruxes. Was his soul's fragmentation the reason for his diminished capacity for growth? Despite his uncertainties, he understood that now was not the moment for such reflections. He had loftier ambitions and aspirations, destined to restore the glory that belonged to wizards. What of Dumbledore? What has that old man accomplished? Has he not merely concealed himself within Hogwarts, like a cowardly ostrich? Has he ever contemplated leading wizards back into the sunlight? No. Dumbledore is merely a figurehead, a charlatan seeking prestige. Only Lord Voldemort is the true savior, poised to rescue wizards from peril. He may not have possessed such power before, but that is inconsequential. What matters is that he possesses it now. Tom observed Voldemort's expression twist into one of fervor and fervid zeal. He realized his persuasion had succeeded, perhaps even surpassed expectations. Very well. The first question is, what is our ultimate goal? Is it not to restore the glory that wizards rightfully deserve? To conquer the world is but an empty slogan. It necessitates concrete measures and tangible outcomes. For instance, wizards should be the paramount beings in this world, rather than scuttling about like mere rodents. Moreover, that wretched International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Act deserves to be discarded into the annals of history. How astute. Voldemort resonates with this sentiment. If only wizards could truly stand at the pinnacle of society, and if they were not obliged to conceal their existence from muggles. Who would dare to bully him in his youth, flaunting his magical prowess? Who would isolate him? Who would dare to disregard him? Without the Secrecy Act, if wizards were inherently at the forefront of society, that insufferable muggle father of his would never have cast him aside. He would not have had the audacity to do so. Tom smirked, for Voldemort's current demeanor was entirely within his expectations. It is often said that individuals continually strive to rectify their childhood selves. For Voldemort, who emerged from an orphanage, the need for such rectification was profound. However, it is evident that Voldemort harbored differing views. He held no objections to the subjugation and dominion over muggles. Yet he exhibited some resistance towards the acceptance of muggle-born children with inherent talents. Broaden your perspective. The entirety of the wizarding community across the British Isles comprises merely 3,000 individuals. If they do not embrace the children from the muggle world, this scant number cannot forge a respectable ruling class. Furthermore, instilling hope for advancement among muggles is essential for maintaining the stability of dominion. Voldemort listened with increasing astonishment. The title of Dark Lord seemed a waste in his hands. There existed a more competent figure, though that figure was, in essence, himself. Of course, we must ensure that the offspring of wizards, even those born of muggles, are no longer condemned to poverty and neglect due to their lineage. Those children represent the most precious resources within our wizarding realm. Tom's words struck a chord in Voldemort's heart, which still retained a flicker of softness. Just if, Voldemort pondered, had there been such a person in his childhood, undertaking such an act, perhaps his early years would have unfolded in a vastly different manner. Ultimately, when our ideals attract followers, they shall continue along the path we have meticulously designed, which could be considered a form of achieving immortality, could not. Oh, but that notion cannot hold. Initially caught off guard by the persuasive discourse, Voldemort suddenly regained his sagacity when the topic of immortality arose. Could that truly not be counted? Very well, Tom conceded his impatience. This must not be counted. Immortality signifies my triumph over death. Yet, maintaining a semblance of existence through Horcruxes does not equate to conquering death. Since he could not sway Voldemort's convictions, he decided to pierce through his defenses. Voldemort was left reeling from the blow, yet he remained alive. Thus, he considered it immortality. In his somewhat specious reasoning, Voldemort had reached this conclusion, leaving Tom with little recourse. I am curious about one matter. If you are so preoccupied with immortality, why do you not devote all your efforts towards its pursuit? Conquering the world, a mundane affair, consumes energy and dedication. No one intent on achieving immortality would waste their efforts on such trivialities. If I am immortal, yet cannot reign supreme over the world, what then is the purpose of immortality? Tom had to concede that Voldemort was a figure who desired it all. So, have you achieved immortality? Voldemort remained silent. Have you thus become the sovereign of the world? Voldemort remained silent. Choose, my lord. Would you evade death, scurrying like a defeated dog, or would you conquer it like a valiant warrior, ensuring your spirit endures? Chapter 63. The Dog Catches the Mouse. Alas, I knew it all along. My beloved poet has aptly stated, relying on mountains may lead to collapse, depending on others may lead to flight. In the end, it is best to rely on oneself. Tom gazed mournfully at the empty hot pot. Unsurprisingly, the Dark Lord fled. When faced with the ultimate interrogation of the soul, the Dark Lord, having experienced death thrice, opted for what he did best, escape. He vanished before even discerning friend from foe, leaving old Voldemort without hope. Perhaps it was for the best. Leading wizards on this elaborate ruse would suffice, but truly, Voldemort could not be the emblem of this path. His past was tainted, and he was too extreme. Let him engage in his forte. Destruction, senseless and without pursuit of any outcome. Once he muddied the waters, the ministry would undoubtedly falter, and Dumbledore would continue to cower within Hogwarts. At that moment, the two candidates for savior could take the stage and seek wisdom through action. Let's take a breather. A balance of labor and rest is essential, or else one risks becoming as bald as old Voldemort. Just as he began to doze off, Hermione appeared, seeking his counsel within her diary. Are you truly still permitted to venture to Hogsmeade? Dementors are stationed at your school's entrance. Grindelwald has blocked your way, and the infamous Sirius Black is rumored to lurk nearby. I presumed Dumbledore would disallow your aimless wandering, Tom remarked in confusion. Has the news even reached Durmstrang? The entire magical realm is aware. Two individuals over a century old, and both esteemed wizards, pique everyone's curiosity. The architect of the incident heard more sensational rumors at Durmstrang than the truth he knew. Though the ministry promoted fertility, enhanced wizarding living standards, and integrated Muggle technology to resist Voldemort, they excelled in the art of gossip. A certain unnamed minister of the British Ministry of Magic played a pivotal role in this. I must confess, while the gossip circulated fervently within our school, I felt a twinge of embarrassment upon learning it had spread beyond, Hermione admitted. Rest assured, Karkaroff is a Death Eater, and Maxim is of giant blood. The choices and backgrounds of the heads of Europe's 3 premier magical schools are rather unconventional. What? Madame Maxim is of giant blood? Hermione suddenly realized she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. I thought you would be more shocked by Karkaroff being a Death Eater. Tom chuckled. It's not that. I merely feared you might assume I held biases against those of giant heritage, Hermione replied nervously. Fear not. One cannot choose their lineage. And whether from a conventional family or of giant blood, it is not a matter of shame. On the contrary, such a lineage is indeed something to take pride in. Is that truly your sentiment? Certainly. The hybrid vigor of giants bestows upon one not only extraordinary physical strength and remarkable resistance to spells, but also spares one from the inconveniences associated with their colossal stature. The advantages are manifold. Wizards hailing from ordinary families are not constrained by the antiquated education imposed upon purebloods, allowing them a broader perspective and the ability to embrace the conveniences brought forth by scientific and technological advancements. Why should one feel inferior? Only those purebloods who confine themselves within their self-imposed cages and refuse to open their eyes should feel a sense of shame regarding their choices to remain ensnared. Indeed, the progress of science is not inferior to that of magic, is it not? The young girl was utterly elated. Previously, friends had reassured her that there was no reason to feel inferior due to her Muggle heritage. Despite her background, her accomplishments were among the finest in the school. Yet, it was only Tom who explicitly told her that she need not feel inferior because of her origins. This sentiment had nothing to do with her achievements. It was solely the nature of her lineage that bore no reason for shame. In fact, it should be a source of pride. Yes, if one could merge science with magic and enable ordinary individuals to revel in the benefits of magic, how splendid this world would be. Unbeknownst to him, as he contemplated Hermione's intentions of usurping her parents' livelihood, Tom felt satisfaction with their conversation today. His image as a life mentor had ascended once again. This young woman, destined to ultimately assume the position of Minister of Magic, this child imbued with his fiery ideals, this representative molded into his desired form, would surely have her favor maximized in a gal game. Oh, by the way, we can visit Hogsmeade tomorrow. Would you be able to join me? Hermione recalled the purpose of her visit to Tom today. Hogsmeade, Tom pondered for a moment. He contemplated whether it was prudent to venture under Dumbledore's watchful gaze at this juncture. After deliberation, he concluded that there was no risk in visiting Hogsmeade now. Had it not been for Dumbledore's destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem, he might even have taken the opportunity to stroll around Hogwarts. Sirius Black was lurking near Hogsmeade. Should I perhaps caution Wormtail not to let the dog catch the rat? Chapter 64. Horcruxes and Memories. Under Tom's audacious machinations, Voldemort was significantly weakened. If the desperate Wormtail were to be eliminated by Sirius Black, who knows how long Voldemort's corporeal restoration plan would be delayed. Presently, among the Death Eaters not imprisoned in Azkaban, loyalty to Voldemort was non-existent. Witnessing the frail state of the Dark Lord, it would not be surprising if they sought to curry favor with Dumbledore or take matters into their own hands regarding a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Without Voldemort, the quintessential harbinger of hatred, stirring the pot, how long would it take for this illusory piece in the magical world to undergo transformation? Who knows? The spectators merely wished for entertainment. They longed for it to unfold swiftly. Would my presence benefit your current endeavors? Even if one were resolute, there would still be a need to exert some effort. This is the fundamental demeanor of a cat. Of course it would, eagerly expressing her thoughts. Hermione felt a slight blush of embarrassment, yet she quickly reassured herself. It was all in the name of revolutionary work. Thus, she resolved to attend. The two agreed upon a time and place, and with flushed cheeks, the young girl withdrew from Tom's consciousness. Clutching her diary tightly, she lay upon her bed, softly murmuring Tom Riddle's name, eagerly anticipating their second face-to-face encounter the following day. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who was patrolling the Gryffindor Tower, seemed to sense something unusual. He lifted his gaze, attempting to penetrate the walls with the vision concealed behind his half-moon spectacles, seeking the source of the peculiar sensation emanating from the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. However, the feeling was fleeting, leaving Dumbledore uncertain whether he was merely being fanciful or if he had indeed perceived something significant. In this tumultuous period, the over-a-century-old headmaster stroked his grizzled, somewhat tangled beard, reflecting on his fading youth. It was but a decade ago when he staunchly defended Hogwarts against Voldemort's encroachment, yet now he found himself feeling helpless in the face of a mere fragment of Voldemort's soul. After the destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem, he had concluded two critical truths. Voldemort had evaded death through his Horcruxes, and that diary, which Lucius had thrust into Ginny's cauldron, was also a Horcrux imbued with self-awareness. Yet, how could he rely on Harry? Even if Dumbledore held steadfast faith in the prophecy, he dared not wager that Harry Potter could vanquish both Voldemort and Tom Riddle simultaneously. One issue at a time, he sighed deeply. He continued to utilize his extensive network to search for potential objects that Voldemort might have chosen as Horcruxes, though he questioned the efficacy of such efforts. If the fragment of soul within the diary remained intact, what purpose would be served by destroying the other Horcruxes? This negative sentiment intensified as he noticed the curious and scrutinizing gazes of those around him. First, accomplish what can be done. Do not leave burdens for future generations. Born in 1881, Dumbledore was now 112 years old. His formidable will and years of experience fortified him against the encroachment of despair, propelling him to persist along the path he had chosen. The Golden Cup of Hufflepuff remained in the possession of Hepzibah Smith until it was tragically taken by the house elf Hoki, who ended her life. It is imperative that I delve into the truth behind this matter. If Voldemort intends to transform the cup into a Horcrux, it could very well be his customary method of deception. The Slytherin locket was sold by Morphin Gaunt to Galatea Marathon, who subsequently passed it on to Hepzibah Smith, only for her to meet a fate akin to that of Hepzibah at the hands of the elf Hagi. The Gaunt family's ring, however, has not circulated any information. If Voldemort has not concealed it, it should still reside in the Gaunt ancestral home, a place I had previously overlooked in my search. The remaining diary, imbued with self-awareness, has vanished, and Nagini, the serpent that was never far from Voldemort, is nowhere to be found. Coupled with the Horcrux of Ravenclaw that I have already destroyed, these should comprise the entirety of Voldemort's creations. Drawing upon his understanding of Voldemort and the intelligence he has gathered, Dumbledore deduced the existence of all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Had Voldemort not inadvertently split his soul further while attempting to kill Harry, his meticulous plans would not have faltered. Holding the sword of Gryffindor, I might not have been able to destroy the Horcruxes. The more Dumbledore learned about Horcruxes, the more fortunate he felt. Had Voldemort succeeded in killing Harry and that fragment of soul not unexpectedly been divided and attached to Harry, the 7 pieces of soul, resonating with powerful magic, would have rendered Voldemort untouchable. In that scenario, the Dark Lord could indeed have proudly proclaimed his triumph over death. Alas, how could one who revels in murder cease their bloodlust? Having the opportunity for immortality, yet choosing to destroy, is a bitter irony. Dumbledore reflected on the delicate balance of the world. To achieve true immortality through the sacrifice of 6 lives, one must renounce further killing after personally taking the lives of 6 innocents. However, such a method must not be allowed to persist in this world. Even though Dumbledore understood that those who chose this path would not relent, he was unwilling to see more innocents fall victim to the ambitions of those seeking eternal life. With a clap of his hands, flames enveloped his form in an instant. When the fire subsided, only ashes remained on the ground. A house elf, grumbling, materialized in the headmaster's office, magically clearing away the ashes before vanishing in a huff. I always said that Albus's tactics were lacking, much like his character, requiring others to clean up after him. Phineas opened his feigned, slumbering eyes, offering his critique. He never spared words in chastising the rogue who forcibly wrested the house cup from Slytherin and handed it to Gryffindor. Chapter 65, A Few Matters Regarding Horcruxes. Riding in a bird-drawn carriage, Dumbledore appeared halfway up Godric's Hollow, just a few miles from the Potter residence. On clear days, one could gaze down and witness the sight of that miraculous event. Horace certainly chose a picturesque location. Dumbledore halted before a traditional English countryside residence, its garden blanketed in snow, barely concealing the desolate scenery. He gently pushed open the arched wooden gate, stepping onto the gravel path, leaving behind a trail of footprints. Upon reaching the door, which lacked hanging lanterns on either side, he knocked softly. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Dumbledore drew forth his wand, nudging the partially ajar door wide, as a chill breeze swept in from outside, stirring up dust that nearly obscured his vision beyond the round lenses of his glasses. Horace, is I Albus? I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to discuss a matter of utmost importance with you. The room remained enveloped in silence. With no other option, Dumbledore enchanted the drafty door shut and waved his wand, magically isolating the entire house from the outside world. I am aware that Voldemort has created Horcruxes. No sooner had he spoken than the carpet beneath Dumbledore began to tremble. Goodness, I must have stepped on you. Dumbledore quickly stepped aside. No harm done. No harm done. It was unintentional. The face of Horace Slughorn materialized on the carpet, soon followed by a figure rising from it. He stood upright, dusting himself off, and then seized Dumbledore, who watched him with an amused smile. By Merlin's beard, you cannot be serious. He truly created Horcruxes? Slughorn quivered, his corpulent frame shaking in waves. The nightmare he had regretted for a lifetime had finally caught up with him. I'm sorry, my friend. I have already destroyed one of his Horcruxes. Dumbledore firmly restrained his old friend, whose dizziness was exacerbated by the tremors. By Merlin's beard, he has made more than one Horcrux? Unfortunately, Dumbledore's attempts at reassurance bore no fruit. Merely contemplating the preparations and the pain endured to create a Horcrux filled Slughorn with regret for having shared that knowledge with his most gifted pupil. If I am not mistaken, he has made 6. 6? He divided his soul into 7 pieces? 8 pieces, but that is inconsequential. Dumbledore corrected. So he is not dead. He will return, will he not? That question, do you not already know the answer? Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings. This was not Horace's parents' home, nor the residence where he had lived in retirement. This was a Muggle dwelling, and it was evident that the true owner of the house was not present. How did you manage to get them to leave? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. I forged a lottery ticket and bought them 2 tickets for a holiday in the Caribbean. Slughorn sat down, suppressing his fear. Yeah, honey grapefruit tea, please. Dumbledore also pulled up a chair and sat down. So, why have you come to see me? You are already aware that he has created Horcruxes. The secret you have long sought from me is no longer a secret. As Slughorn prepared his honey grapefruit tea, he posed a question. In the realm of Horcrux research, you possess far greater knowledge than I do. I have several inquiries I wish to discuss with you. Do not say that. Slughorn's hand trembled, spilling honey grapefruit tea across the floor. He ultimately surrendered to the futility of his objections. In his youth, Slughorn, much like Tom Riddle, harbored an extraordinary fascination for the dark arts. As a member of a pure-blood family, the young man sorted into Slytherin was endowed with remarkable talent, a trait common among his peers of that era. Slughorn's own justification was that in order to cultivate relationships of social parity and practice elitism, it was imperative for him to understand the curiosities and proficiencies of others, with dark magic being one such area of interest. However, as he matured, Slughorn realized that his aspirations lay elsewhere. He was never captivated by politics or power. His sole desire was to forge connections and mingle within elite circles. What better avenue to achieve this than through the study of potions? Thus, he gladly accepted the invitation to become a professor of potions at his alma mater and enthusiastically established the Slug Club, gathering talented students to become his protégés, with Tom Riddle being the most distinguished among them. Regarding Horcruxes, I possess only theoretical knowledge. I am aware of the process of their creation, their purpose, and their adverse effects. However, when it comes to their destruction, I am utterly at a loss. Resignedly exclaimed Slughorn. That is sufficient. I happen to know the method for destroying a Horcrux. Dumbledore refrained from exposing his old friend's insincerity. So, what is your inquiry? Slughorn sighed with relief. As long as Dumbledore had destroyed Horcrux, Tom Riddle would have little inclination to pursue him, the knowledgeable informant. If a Horcrux were to awaken consciousness, what manner of existence would it embody? By Merlin's beard, are you suggesting that there are now 8 mysterious figures? Slughorn was nearly paralyzed with dread at Dumbledore's question. He ceased to sip his tea, abandoned his chair, and disregarded his dampened garments, rising with an agility that belied his years, ready to apparate away. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's reflexes were quicker, and he grasped his fleeing friend. I know you are unafraid of death, and that you possess a noble spirit, Albus. However, as a longtime friend, I must caution you. You might barely manage one mysterious figure. Barely, indeed, to the point of risking your life. But this world is beyond saving. Seize this last moment of tranquility and pursue whatever you desire. Slughorn struggled against the grip that restrained him. The good days were dwindling, and he was no Grindelwald. He would not squander his remaining time on Albus. Chapter 66, the original textbook. Ah, yes. Slughorn realized he had no time to waste languishing here. One final question. If Voldemort is intent on killing Harry, will the other awakened Horcruxes also seek to end his life? Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with light, causing Slughorn to forget his attempts to break free. He couldn't help but wonder what animosity existed between Albus and young Harry. Well then, Horace, there are not 8 Voldemorts. However, I must inform you that indeed, one Horcrux has awakened self-awareness and even manifested a physical form. Are you suggesting that there are merely 2 mysterious figures? Slughorn ceased his struggles. If only there were merely 2 enigmatic figures, life might still seem bearable. So, which unfortunate soul was drained of life by the Horcrux? It was Voldemort. You are aware that Ginny Weasley was ensnared in the Chamber of Secrets, are you not? The poor girl, yet in the end, did she not emerge unscathed? Slughorn held a certain disdain for the Ministry of Magic's prior inaction, which only prompted a semblance of response when a pureblood, a member of the influential Weasley family, was captured in that chamber. However, the ever-cautious Slughorn would only express his discontent internally. Indeed, after that Horcrux absorbed Voldemort's soul within Harry, it exchanged Ginny's life for its own freedom. Dumbledore candidly confided in his friend. Did the Dark Lord strike a bargain with you? Slughorn's mouth gaped in astonishment. This is a matter I find perplexing. Harry was also present in the chamber. He had ample opportunity to eliminate Harry, and he could have taken 3 students hostage. Yet ultimately, he did nothing. I even suspect that had he not required Ginny's life to maintain his corporeal form before absorbing Voldemort's soul, he might not have harmed her at all. Dumbledore racked his brain, unable to decipher Tom's actions. This is inconceivable. If you assured me that the entity in the chamber was an awakened Horcrux, after absorbing the fragment of the soul left by the Dark Lord's attempt to kill Potter, I would assert that it would stop at nothing to annihilate Potter. This is precisely where my confusion lies. His actions are rife with inexplicable anomalies. Wait a moment. You are not suggesting that the news of the Dark Lord's resurrection was orchestrated by this Horcrux as well? Slughorn suddenly had a revelation. What? The influx of new information is nearly overwhelming my mind. He was merely a wraith inhabiting the serpent's body, attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts, which I discovered. You must tell me you managed to subdue him. Slughorn inquired with hope. Regrettably, at that time, I was blinded by rage, and I allowed him to be utterly obliterated. He possesses a Horcrux. He cannot truly die, Slughorn lamented wistfully. Yes, I too harbor regrets. However, for the foreseeable future, he should not reappear before us. Not necessarily. What if that Horcrux allies with the Dark Lord? Would they? Dumbledore asked cautiously. Under normal circumstances, they would not. An awakened Horcrux typically does not assist its original form. Yet the Horcrux you speak of has never adhered to normalcy. Achoo! The subject of their discussion stood at the entrance of Hogsmeade, shivering from the cold. He had not wrapped himself securely with magic. The adolescent Tom, in all his flamboyance, donned a gray wool hat, a matching gray cashmere coat, a deep blue cashmere scarf, and brown marten boots, making him appear as if he had stepped from the pages of a noir tale, starkly contrasting with the wizarding robes of the villagers. This is his meticulously designed attire, intended to convey to Hermione that he seeks to transform the world through his identity as a wizard from a conventional family, rather than assimilating into it. You're here, Hermione exclaimed, spotting his flamboyant figure from afar. She hurriedly approached Tom, while Ron followed cautiously, aware that anyone who could dress so conspicuously in Hogsmeade and yet exude such undeniable charm was likely not of good character. He felt it was his duty to protect his house's goddess. Carefully, he watched, wary of stumbling. Tom gazed tenderly at the thoroughly transformed girl before him. She was the finest gift he could offer this mundane world. Contemplating the potential difficulty of procuring gifts in England, pondering her preferences, and considering their future, he produced a thick, elegantly wrapped gift box from behind and presented it to Hermione. Thank you. I wonder what it could be. Hermione responded. Curiosity piqued as she accepted the hefty box. Ron, a couple steps back, mentally scoffed, assuming it must be either gaudy flowers or sickly sweet chocolates. He couldn't fathom the current state of affairs. First, it was Malfoy gifting Hermione, and now a stranger was doing the same. Why were attractive boys always bestowing gifts upon Hermione? He mused that he and Harry had also given her gifts, Thus they too must be considered handsome boys. Wow, is this a first edition? Hermione exclaimed as she opened the box to reveal 5 neatly arranged, vintage books. Ron, standing on tiptoe, recognized the distinction between himself and Harry versus those charming boys. Each of the latter had given Hermione books. I guess you might be interested in the original edition, and I thought it would be beneficial for you to learn a language along the way. I happened upon this remarkable set. I hope you like it, Tom remarked, believing that translated books could never encapsulate the essence of the original author. Thus he sought out a rare first edition for Hermione. I will cherish them and study diligently, Hermione declared, valuing this gift far more than the notebook from Malfoy. Chapter 67, Muggles in the Magical World. The book Malfoy gifted was replete with knowledge. Yet compared to knowledge, thought is paramount. Thought is the key to guiding the proper application of knowledge. This isn't merely a gift. It serves as a textbook, Tom stated as he extended his hand toward Ron, who scrutinized him with a cautious gaze. Ah, nice to meet you two. Who would have thought that in 1990s Britain, 2 Englishmen would replicate the contents of a Chinese English textbook? I'm heading to Honeydukes to bring back something for Harry. Would you like to come along? Ron inquired after reluctantly shaking Tom's hand, turning to Hermione. Are you going? Hermione asked Tom, turning to him. I'd prefer to find a quiet place to continue our previous conversation, he replied. Oh, that sounds lovely. Let us go to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. The ambience there is much nicer, Hermione suggested with hopeful anticipation. Very well, Tom agreed readily. Ron, Tom and I will head to Madame Putafoot's tea shop first, and I shall join you later at Honeydukes. Very well. Ron observed Hermione closely nestled beside the newcomer as they made their way to the renowned romantic haven of Hogsmeade. Feeling a tumult of emotions within, he was at a loss regarding his own feelings. Was it the sight of his sister running off with a blonde? Or was it the realization of his mother seeking companionship anew? Perhaps it was the torment of an empty homework notebook, scolded by various professors? Look at the Weasleys. It's as if they resemble a lost dog. In the distance, Malfoy continued to mock this family, so fond of muggles. As he sauntered towards the 3 broomsticks with his entourage, Hermione led Tom to a secluded corner within Madame Putafoot's, where she gazed at the lace decorations adorned with pumpkin lanterns casting a soft yellow glow. The small round table was covered in pink lace, surrounded by couples of all sorts. It seemed that, following the incident at the school gates, the ratio of couples at Hogwarts had not significantly declined. Where do we leave off last time? Tom, with a gentle smile and eyes as deep as the ocean, elicited a sudden awareness in Hermione that her face must be crimson. Unperturbed by her fluster, Tom continued, let us resume from here. Indeed, to analyze who our friends and foes are, we must first comprehend the current state of our world. However, the world seems overwhelmingly vast for us at present. Let us narrow our focus to the magical community in Britain. Hermione, the epitome of a top scholar, immediately retrieved her notebook and pen as Tom began his lecture. Intent on taking notes. Using magic would indeed be swifter. Tom chuckled upon seeing her prepare, yet writing it down will engrave the concepts more deeply in your mind. Noticing that Hermione had not succumbed to his deliberate resistance to magic, he continued, since 99 of the employees in the British Ministry of Magic hail from Hogwarts. Understanding the ideologies instilled in students at Hogwarts essentially illuminates the prevailing thoughts within the British magical community. Hogwarts ideologies? Hermione inquired, unconvinced that Hogwarts imparted any specific ideas, as there was even a dedicated course on political philosophy. True, while Hogwarts does not offer a specialized curriculum on ideological education, the daily conduct and handling of special events subtly shape the students' thoughts. These students will eventually enter society, becoming its administrators, thus influencing the overarching societal mindset. So, what ideologies does Hogwarts convey? Reflect on it, and then we shall articulate our conclusions together, Tom suggested. After a brief pause, the two locked eyes and calmly articulated the harsh reality. Beneath the facade of false equality lies the truth of blood supremacy. Tom smiled, genuinely pleased. His extensive guidance to Hermione had not been in vain. The young girl had significantly elevated her awareness. Always the intelligent one, she had awakened to easily discern the essence of the matter. Indeed, this encapsulates the unspoken ethos that Hogwarts has quietly imparted to its students over the years. The safety of children from ordinary families is not prioritized, whereas those hailing from wizarding households are regarded as the institution's invaluable assets. Hermione remained silent, as she herself was a first-hand witness to this reality. Do you recall Miss Warren? Moaning Myrtle? No one ever shared with you the aftermath, did they? I attempted to search through the school's history, yet found no record. Following the tragic demise of that unfortunate girl, her parents were subjected to a memory charm by the Ministry of Magic. rendering them utterly oblivious to the existence of their daughter, a fact that she was a witch. A similar occurrence has recurred this year. Children from ordinary families were petrified, and the school, along with the Ministry of Magic, did not even attempt to notify their parents. Yet, when Ginny Weasley, a child from a pure-blood family, was taken into the Chamber of Secrets, her parents were summoned immediately. Fudge even generously granted Arthur Weasley an extended leave with full pay. Hermione remained silent, a personal witness to the truth. This is the underlying reality of Hogwarts, subtly instilling within students the notion that children from wizarding families are inherently superior to those from ordinary backgrounds, thus encouraging them to become wizards, ensuring their offspring enjoy preferential treatment. This brutally honest truth made Hermione feel nauseous. If this is the state of students, how much better could the adult world be? Are you aware that wizards using love potions on muggles is not deemed illegal? It contravenes the laws of the ordinary world, yet does not violate those of the wizarding realm. Chapter 68, The Unblinking Dead. In such a world, do you know who our natural allies are? Tom's objective is not merely to critique the world's darkness, but to unveil the foundational codes that govern its operation, compelling Hermione to relinquish her illusions. It is the ordinary people, vilified by wizards as muggles, and the witches and wizards emerging from mundane backgrounds. Hermione asserted vehemently. Indeed, they have been subjugated by wizards for far too long, even forgetting their inherent right to resist. Thus, our mission is to awaken them, arm them, and liberate them. Our cause, our ideals, our pursuits are equally theirs. They simply require leadership, our leadership. So, how shall we proceed? We must liberate them intellectually and arm them materially. Both aspects hold equal importance. Arm? Does that refer to firearms? Hermione questioned, pondering the advancements in modern technology which rival magic, even surpassing the magical world in the development of war machines. No, not firearms, but rather the means for ordinary families to withstand the onslaught of magic. A means that assures wizards from mundane backgrounds that their families will not be subject to the whims of their magical counterparts. This is the crux of this revolution. If we cannot effectively regulate magic, then the ideals of equal dialogue and coexistence remain mere rhetoric. The contents of the investigation report on the Hunan peasant movement. Hermione was surprised that Tom could aptly quote from a book that had profoundly resonated with her. It seems you have not been dismissive. This is commendable. Reading is beneficial, and one should read well. Having thoroughly read this book, one comprehends the world. Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement. Those who seek to isolate, bully, and infringe upon wizards and individuals from ordinary families. I am gratified that you have not rigidly expanded the conflict to encompass all pure-blood wizards. That is commendable. Indeed, anyone desiring a privileged status, seeking to be exceptional, wishing to enslave others, and considering themselves superior, while refusing to integrate with the masses, is an adversary. Enemies come in various forms. Some are obstinate, while others can be educated and reformed. How then shall we discern which enemies must be vanquished and which can be enlightened? Any individual wishing to wield power over the populace is unequivocally our foe and must be defeated. In the early stages of the revolution, they will staunchly oppose our movement, retaliating against our actions through their resources, connections, and influence. There are also those who verbally profess a pursuit of equality, yet inwardly revel in the conveniences and vanity that their elevated status affords them. Such individuals are often fickle, the so-called clever ones. When they sense a shift in the tide, they will switch allegiance faster than anyone else. We must remain vigilant against such people, maintaining continuous education and scrutiny as we accept them. If we neglect this, the repercussions they bring may be even more severe than those from the former group. They could seize our revolutionary fruits, rendering our prior sacrifices and endeavors futile. Achoo! Achoo! Slughorn, ensnared by Dumbledore, could not cease his sneezing. You actually caught a cold? Dumbledore jested as he stood at the threshold of the gaunt family residence, teasing his old friend. It must be someone speaking ill of me from behind. Slughorn retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the nasal discharge and inquired, "What do you need me for regarding Horcruxes?" "Merely to prevent you from wallowing in self-reproach and to occupy you with tasks to alleviate your guilt," Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. "Isn't this akin to breaking and entering? Surely, it is improper for the greatest wizard of 2 centuries to engage in such acts." Slughorn never imagined he would find himself as an accomplice in robbery. The real estate market in the wizarding world must be quite bleak. Riddle's ancestral home has changed hands multiple times, now having had 3 different owners. Yet the gaunt residence remains abandoned, untouched by anyone. "Are those footprints yours from before?" Slughorn pointed to the somewhat stale prints on the ground. It was evident that they did not belong to a human, but but Slughorn felt compelled to ask Dumbledore. Those are the footprints of a house elf. Dumbledore crouched down, quickly identifying the true owner of the prints. Following the trail, the two ventured deeper into the Gaunt residence. The footprints ceased at a certain point. Dumbledore stroked his beard, surveying the surrounding decor. Perhaps there is a secret chamber inside? Slughorn suggested. Open sesame. Slughorn scoffed. A family with such a rich history. And you think a simple unlocking charm would suffice? However, he was taken aback as the bookcase smoothly slid aside, revealing a dark entrance. Sometimes, the most straightforward and unpretentious methods yield the most unexpected answers. Dumbledore articulated a consensus known only to the magical realm. Slughorn, reflecting on the marvels of potion-making, drew forth his wand and followed closely behind Dumbledore. Have you arrived? He inquired, nearly colliding with Dumbledore. Dumbledore's voice was deep and somber, devoid of its earlier lightness. What is it? Slughorn, familiar with his old friend's habits, peered over Dumbledore's shoulder to discover a house elf lying motionless on the ground. It is dead. Dumbledore crouched down, tenderly smoothing the elf's wide-open eyes. It was the killing curse. So, have we arrived too late? Chapter 69, The Curse of the Ring. Dumbledore rose, his expression grave. The events unfolding here were beyond his expectations. Whose house elf was this? Why had it perished here? The entire situation was perplexing, leaving Dumbledore at a loss. I shall examine the surroundings to see if I can uncover further clues. You investigate the elf to see if anything can be discerned. But exercise caution. Everything here is amiss. After advising Slughorn, he ventured off to explore other areas. He truly wished not to be the one to discover the Horcrux alongside Dumbledore, nor did he desire to witness its destruction. Merely assisting Dumbledore in seeking clues about the Horcrux was his limit. Who could have predicted such a significant discovery at their initial destination? Whether to deem it fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. There might indeed be a Horcrux here, Slughorn mused, questioning whether the Dark Lord was overly presumptuous to leave a Horcrux in his family estate, neglecting to design a more sophisticated safeguard for it, as if inviting discovery. What if there is a curse upon it? Who would be so idle as to inadequately conceal a Horcrux simply to ensnare others in a curse? Slughorn chuckled to himself. Yet as he smiled, a sudden realization struck him. What is it? Dumbledore, with long fingers gripping the ring, looked quizzically at the approaching Slughorn, whose belly was jiggling as he hurried. There's a curse upon it. You didn't T-insert your finger, did you? As Slughorn's words became increasingly clear, Dumbledore forcibly extricated himself from the pleasant reverie he had been lost in. What has transpired? Slughorn inquired breathlessly. Dumbledore remained silent. Moments earlier, while probing Kreacher's lifeless form, he had employed a sophisticated spell capable of accessing the memories of the recently deceased. Though it was not wholly mature or stable, it was the most expedient method available. From Kreacher's recollections, he witnessed a formidable Voldemort arriving at the Gaunt family estate with the pitiable house elf, cruelly murdering it, and utilizing the act of slaughter to transform the Gaunt family ring into a Horcrux. There were vast gaps in Kreacher's memories, which Dumbledore deemed entirely unsurprising, given Voldemort's extreme nature. However, following the void, the figure of a girl emerged in Kreacher's recollections. Ariana! Ariana! Dumbledore exclaimed with delight. Unlike the reticent and often tempestuous sister etched in his memory, the Ariana that Cleach recalls dances vivaciously around him and Aberforth while they sit upon a bench, sipping tea and indulgently observing her joyous play. In a fleeting moment, the scene shifts. His childhood sister has blossomed into adulthood, adorned in a splendid gown, standing in a grand hall, clutching a ring, her lips curved into a smile of blessing. Dumbledore turns his head, only to find himself equally resplendent at the center of the hall, alongside the youthful Gellert, who gazes tenderly at him. Ariana presents the ring to Gellert, playfully declaring, "May you find happiness, dear brother." As Gellert receives the ring from Ariana's hand, he gently clasps Dumbledore's hand in a tender embrace. Enough, enough! Dumbledore presses down on Grindelwald's hand, seizing the ring. All illusions are reduced to ashes, scattered by the winds. The visage of his sister Ariana, once radiating with blessings, morphs into the haunting image of her fall, as Dumbledore collapses to the ground in anguish, the torment, pain, and guilt that plague him day and night surging forth like a tidal wave. Don me, and all that you perceive will continue to don me. Don me, and you need not endure this agony any longer. Don me, and you shall attain joy and happiness. A peculiar voice whispers in Dumbledore's ear, seducing him to wear the ring from Cleach's memories. Don it, brother, Do you not wish for me to return to normal? Don it, brother, don it, and I shall dwell with you. Don it, brother, don it, and Aberforth shall have no reason to reproach you. Ariana's voice echoes once more, each utterance piercing Dumbledore's heart like a dagger. Don it, Aberforth, this is the testament of our bond. Don it, Aberforth, for our shared ideals. Don it, Aberforth, and thereafter we shall never part. Gellert Grindelwald's magnetic voice joins the chorus. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tears brim in Dumbledore's eyes. Unable to stem the tide of sorrow, he finds himself at a loss for words beyond mere apologies. He forces himself to rise, compelling his mind to shudder the haunting echoes of Ariana's voice, striving to awaken from this torment. At last, he stands, carrying the weight of nostalgia, regret, and an expression that Slughorn cannot comprehend, gazing at the ring that he does not recall picking up. Truly, it is a powerful curse. Dumbledore's voice, hoarse and strained, reveals his distress. You have discerned it as well. The potion inscribed within the ring's inner band, combined with the enchantment of seduction, is nearly irresistible. Slughorn responds, filled with trepidation. He does not approach Cliche's lifeless form, yet merely drawing near the ring, he is besieged by a multitude of enticing whispers. Adorn yourself with me, and you shall become the most radiant presence amidst the throng. Don me, and all shall regard you with elevated esteem. Wear me, and your brilliance shall attract a multitude of illustrious figures, encircling you as stars encircle the moon. Slughorn disdainfully spat, swiftly dismissing the cacophonous voices. How audacious to flaunt such trivial skills. Chapter 70. The Dark Mark. Slughorn considered himself a man of modest desires. His singular ambition throughout life was to cultivate relationships with influential individuals within the magical realm, expanding his network to satiate his vanity. Remarkably, he had largely fulfilled this ambition. The most formidable white wizard alive, Dumbledore, stood beside him, a colleague and dear friend for many years. After unveiling the secret he had long harbored, who could deny that Albus Dumbledore was not a cherished friend of Horace Slughorn? While he would not dare compare his connection with Dumbledore to that of Grindelwald, a man who could rival Albus, it was undeniable that he ranked among the top 10 in Dumbledore's esteemed circle. The most feared Dark Lord in existence had once been his prized pupil. Even upon the Dark Lord's resurrection, the one who instilled terror across the globe would either seek his demise or desire to recruit him. Was that not a unique relationship, aside from a newly anointed savior? Harry Potter, who had yet to forge such connections, Slughorn felt his life was remarkably complete. Do you wish to prattle incessantly by my side? Slughorn muttered, feeling irked, and spat once more. How dare he attempt to bewilder the illustrious Slughorn? Observing Dumbledore still somewhat lost in his reverie, Slughorn deftly used his wand to extract the ring tightly grasped in Dumbledore's hand. He feigned a meticulous examination of the cursed ring, striving to suppress the exhilaration of outshining Albus. Wait a moment. This antidote is rather challenging to concoct. Fortunately, you have not come into contact with the Inner Circle's potion. Otherwise, even Merlin's resurrection would not save you. That is an exceedingly potent corrosive potion, affecting both your soul and flesh, causing you to decay into nothingness amidst endless remorse. Slughorn forcibly seated Dumbledore and began to prepare the potion. How fortunate it is to have you here, even in the absence of a vacancy. I shall arrange a separate position for you. Dumbledore could not comprehend Slughorn's yearning to associate with the famous. Yet, one had to acknowledge that this singular desire made Slughorn, in some respects, far more formidable than the insatiable self. Well then, it seems we are indeed blessed by Merlin. Our first stop has led us to a Horcrux. Slughorn quipped, harboring no doubt that the ring was indeed a Horcrux left by the Dark Lord. Had this ring encountered someone with greater ambition, would they not have fought fiercely over it, ultimately succumbing to the curse? Such insidious and treacherous tactics could only be the handiwork of the Dark Lord himself. The curse above is beyond my ability to dispel. All I can do is concoct a stronger antidote, and you must find a way to destroy it. Slughorn knows the method to annihilate the Horcrux, yet he is reluctant to be the one who directly obliterates the Dark Lord's fragment. Accompanying Dumbledore in locating a Horcrux would already be an extraordinary feat for him. The sword of Gryffindor will suffice. Dumbledore returned to his former gentleness. Do not tell me, he said, if it weren't for both hands engaged in potion-making, Slughorn would undoubtedly cover his ears with both hands. Observing his old friend attempting to ignore the obvious, Dumbledore felt a flicker of joy. One must have something to hold on to. These small, mundane delights are the reasons he has persevered until now. Did Slughorn truly believe that casting a silent silencing charm was a daunting task? This individual, averse to trouble, merely habitually evaded it. So whose house elf is that? Slughorn attempted to divert the conversation. The Blacks. Thus, he suppressed the inquiry that lingered on his lips. Are we heading to the Black residence next? Perhaps inquiring with Sirius Black would yield swifter results? Sirius is not a Death Eater. Dumbledore suddenly revealed a shocking secret. Weren't you a witness in court? Slughorn exclaimed in astonishment. I merely attested that he had indeed served as the Potter's secret keeper. Nothing more, Dumbledore replied. What difference does it make? With the Potter's residence exposed, the secret keeper must be a traitor. The Fidelius charm is rather straightforward. Once it is revealed to a third party, the secret keeper has undoubtedly betrayed the one they were to protect. There is no other possibility. He bears no dark mark. Due to the extraordinary circumstances at the time, compounded by the deaths of several Muggles and the involvement of Voldemort's already fallen minions, the Ministry of Magic was eager to close the case, hastily erasing Voldemort from history. The entire trial was rushed and somewhat irregular. Dumbledore later discreetly inquired with relevant individuals. Was there any evidence of a dark mark on Sirius Black? He was reluctant to overly interfere with the Ministry's decisions, knowing that Sirius had served as the Potter's secret keeper and that Sirius himself had not lodged any appeals or protests. Dumbledore did not dwell further on the matter. Chapter 71, Painful Memories. All right, Horace, I will fulfill my promise to you. However, before that, I must first destroy that ring. All these years, Horace had remained unchanged, still the easygoing, well-connected individual pursuing quality relationships. Yet he was often overly indulgent towards his talented students, seemingly eager to cater to their every request. Indeed, he still harbored thoughts of his elite club, and Dumbledore could even envision who at the school might join it. Curiosity pales in comparison to the value of life. The war between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore was on the verge of commencing. Two mysterious figures would confront one. Dumbledore. Who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Slughorn resolved to participate as little as possible. While Dumbledore was alive, Hogwarts would remain safe. Dumbledore remained silent, merely exiting the room and vanishing with a flicker. Upon returning to the Gaunt residence, he interred Creature and, clutching the sword of Gryffindor, proceeded towards the location of the ring, with Fawkes perched upon his shoulder. As anticipated, upon entering the Chamber of the Ring, the hidden room of the Gaunt mansion vanished, replaced instead by an orphanage. Tom? Dumbledore gazed intently at the pale-faced, 11-year-old Tom Riddle sitting at the edge of the bed, marking the moment of their first encounter. I can effortlessly accomplish what others cannot. I can inflict grievous harm upon those who have wronged me, Tom Riddle stated coldly, his expression devoid of emotion as he met Dumbledore's gaze. At that moment, familiar figures began to materialize around Tom Riddle. Dumbledore, why? You know he is dangerous, prone to losing control, indifferent to others, yet you stubbornly insist on bringing him to Hogwarts? The figures questioned in unison. Are you a wizard too? Prove it, commanded Tom Riddle with an unwavering tone directed at the crouching Dumbledore. Forgive me, sir. I mean, Professor. Could you demonstrate it for me? Tom Riddle's voice instantly transformed into one of politeness, even respect, as he greedily eyed Dumbledore's wand. You were aware of his perilous nature from the very beginning. You recognized his restraint, discerned his capriciousness and adeptness at disguise from the outset. Yet, without remorse, you brought such a dangerous individual to Hogwarts. Ariana emerged from the throng of figures. Dumbledore then discerned the full extent of those apparitions, each one familiar, loyal to him and the Order of the Phoenix. Every soul lost to Voldemort and his minions. Why, Dumbledore? Why? The figure spoke not in anguished cries, but in hushed murmurs, yet to Dumbledore it resonated like the wails of the guilty, threatening to drag him into despair. Your persistent arrogance has led these innocent, devoted souls down a path of no return. A path you have forged, Ariana continued, articulating the deepest guilt residing within Dumbledore. You believed you could temper his rebellious spirit. You believed you could alter his haughty demeanor. You thought you could train a lone wolf to become an obedient dog. Little did you realize, it was your very actions that transformed a solitary wolf into a serpent feared by all. Dumbledore stood in stunned silence. There had been precedents that illuminated the folly of your pride, your confidence, your reckless wagers. Have you forgotten my death, Albus? As Ariana's words echoed, the scene of the orphanage shifted, morphing into the day of Ariana's demise. Do you remember your intentions? Ariana stood beside the kneeling Dumbledore. You rejected Aberforth's suggestion to drop out and care for me, insisting instead on embarking on a grand pursuit with me, a silent one, and Gellert. Abuphis stood there, as did Gellert, while you found yourself kneeling in the present moment. I, your sister, a silent observer, stood beside them, clearly terrified by the unfolding scene. Ariana returned to her former position. Bufus remarked that with them, nothing could be accomplished. In a fit of rage, Gellert unleashed the Cruciatus curse upon Bufus. Do you recall what you did then? Ariana's voice was devoid of emotion. Please stop. I beg you, do not utter another word. When the stopper was forcibly removed from my heart, who could comprehend that excruciating, soul-rending pain? Ah, indeed, you two joined the fray. At that time, red light, blue light, yellow light, all flitted through the air. I was beside myself with fear, yes, utterly frightened. Ariana's tone shifted from calm to one of terror, panic, and trembling. I implore you, do not continue. What was it that killed me? Was it silence? Was it Gellert? Was it Bufus? Or was it you, dear brother? Suddenly, Ariana was engulfed in flames. The pain was unbearable, so intense. Brother, I am in such agony. In my suffering, quickly as you once did. No, brother, save me. That ring, please save me. Ariana's anguished screams shattered Dumbledore's sanity. As he disregarded the blood streaming from his arm and reached for the ring that had appeared out of thin air. With a resounding thud, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and Dumbledore's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Truly, that old man is a source of constant worry. Chapter 72. Wizards fear the frying pan. Observing Dumbledore, who had been struck with a blunt object, Slughorn weighed the cauldron in his hands. Venturing into such a perilous place as the Chamber of Secrets without even donning a helmet, he deserved to be knocked out. Everyone had warned him to be cautious, yet he still fell victim to the curse. And you, pecking at the painful spots, what good does that do? As Slughorn's gaze shifted, Fawkes realized that as a phoenix, he was far too naive compared to a wizard. Which bird could withstand such an onslaught? Aware of his own shortcomings, Fawkes made no resistance and vanished as Dumbledore's arm returned to normal. What has happened to me? After a while, Dumbledore awakened from his stupor. What else could he do? Ariana's incessant cries echoed. Wait for me. Slughorn seized the sword of Gryffindor from Dumbledore's hands and struck down heavily upon the ring. With a resounding crash, the ring shattered into pieces. Isn't it strange that there is no black smoke? This is my first time destroying a Horcrux. Slughorn turned to ask Dumbledore, who still sat on the ground. Under normal circumstances, he would never have involved himself in such an overtly partisan act, but after directly saving Dumbledore, all of that became trivial. To stand idly by while witnessing Dumbledore cursed was unacceptable. Having rescued him from the Dark Wizard, he found himself no different from one who openly declared allegiance. Hoping for Dumbledore to triumph over curses and stir up further complications is far less appealing than having Slughorn, a man whose ambitions have nearly been realized, take the lead. In the instant he struck at the ring, he beheld an illusion, a vision of Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, Harry Potter, and many other esteemed figures from the magical realm surrounding him, each presenting him with a gift. There were tickets to the World Cup, complimentary vouchers from pubs, and autographs. Though none of these items held great monetary value, they were perfect for daily displays of his status, lacking any grand aspirations. Slughorn was utterly unperturbed by the illusions conjured by the ring, effortlessly severing the manipulative piece of jewelry. At times, I genuinely envy you, Horace. Dumbledore, leaning on his knee, slowly rose to his feet, although hailed as the finest white wizard of several centuries. His allegiance to his own heart and living with such transparency paled in comparison to that of his old friend, who had no secrets left. Let us set aside the matter of envy. The Horcrux is of utmost importance. There is no dark smoke, no malevolence, no revulsion swirling forth, nor any accompanying shrieks of despair, resentment, or regret. Could this truly be a Horcrux? At this moment, Slughorn was solely concerned with this question. He had finally conquered his fear and accomplished something even Dumbledore could not. He fervently hoped not to be told that his efforts were in vain. We have arrived to, late Slughorn, unable to finish his sentence, recalled Dumbledore's earlier revelation. There exist two Dark Lords in this world. It must be that the awakened Horcrux had orchestrated everything we witnessed, creating a trap designed for us to easily access this ring, which was no longer a Horcrux. Are you so certain this was not the Dark Lord's doing? Slughorn inquired. No, if it were Voldemort, he would not resort to such psychological manipulation. He employs only the simplest and most direct curses. This exploitation of human frailty can only originate from the awakened Horcrux. Dumbledore recalled his first encounter with Tom, the young man skillfully bargaining with Ginny Weasley's life, a transaction eerily reminiscent of today's curse. But does he not fear the Dark Lord may also fall victim to this curse? Perhaps in his mind, both Voldemort and I are entities that should not continue to exist in this world. Eliminating either would not weigh heavily on him. We have all overlooked that the awakened Horcrux is still a Horcrux. while the Horcrux endures, its original form cannot perish. Thus, his target must still be you, Slughorn suddenly realized, poignantly pointing out the harsh reality. You have a valid point. Yet, this journey has not been in vain. At least we have discerned that Voldemort and his Horcrux do not operate in unison. Perhaps that Horcrux will ultimately absorb all the others if your hypothesis holds true. There is but one method to verify it. Let's pay a visit to the Black Residence. Slughorn handed Dumbledore the potion he carried. Consuming the potion, Dumbledore grasped Slughorn's arm, and they vanished from the ancestral home of the Gaunts. He was acutely aware that this matter had been a source of anguish for the White Wizard, Dumbledore, and the timing felt opportune to voice it. I have revealed to you the secret of the Horcruxes, a knowledge you now possess. I have saved you twice. In exchange for this secret, I believe your loss is not insubstantial, is it? Slughorn, fearing that Dumbledore might remain silent, employed a tactic of provocation. I killed my sister. He confessed, struggling against the pain, yet compelled to articulate the truth he had long evaded. I killed my sister. Dumbledore, suppressing his anguish, endeavored to maintain an outward calm as he spoke the innermost secret he dreaded to acknowledge. I'm sorry. On that fateful day, Aberforth had uttered a few harsh words, chastising him for his irresponsibility. In a fit of rage, Gellert had unleashed the Cruciatus curse upon Aberforth, who, in self-defense, retaliated. In an attempt to mediate, Dumbledore had intervened, and thus the tragedy unfolded. The narrative is, in essence, quite simple. Two powerful wizards exchanged spells, while another, although presumably formidable, was overshadowed by their might, merely a bystander to the chaos. The outcome was inevitable. During the exchange, one or several spells were deflected towards Ariana, the very individual at the center of the incident, who had remained a passive observer. The entity that had taken possession of her body, the Obscurus, was unwilling to endure the assault and forcibly seize control of Ariana. Subsequently, as her soul burned away, only the body of Ariana remained, which was shattered by Dumbledore, who had come to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Gellert, acutely aware of the value of love and recognizing the calamity he had wrought, fled. Dumbledore, burdened by the knowledge of his actions, collapsed, while another facet of Dumbledore remained frozen in disbelief. It was I who failed to care for Ariana. It was I who fancied I could bring her along. It was I who allowed her to vanish completely from this world. Slughorn remained silent, for as a man of knowledge, he understood that the fate of the Obscurus, having overtaken its host, was one of utter annihilation, devoid of soul, devoid of body, as if it had never existed, leaving only the painful memories for those who mourned. For years, I lacked the courage to confront Gellert, fearing that when I finally met him, my suspicions and doubts would solidify into irrefutable truths. Yet after that fateful battle, I found no further excuses. The Cruciatus curse Gellert had aimed at Aberforth had rebounded onto Ariana. From beginning to end, it was entirely my fault. Is it true, then, that you deliberately succumbed to the curse as a means of atonement? Slughorn inquired solemnly. If you seek death, I shall not hinder you. But once I retire from Hogwarts once more, do continue your reckless pursuits then. Until that time, you must live well to ensure the safety of this employee you forcibly extracted from retirement. Slughorn earnestly demanded Dumbledore's promise. Should Dumbledore persist in this self-destructive and life-neglecting demeanor? Slughorn is convinced that in an era populated by two enigmatic figures, one of whom is willing to engage in cerebral pursuits, Dumbledore might quite easily achieve his wish, perhaps even meeting his demise in the process. Come, let us discover what surprises Tom has left us in the ancestral Black Residence. Perhaps the long-buried secrets will finally be revealed, and Dumbledore's tone noticeably lightened. Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me. Slughorn hastily drew his wand and hurried to catch up with Dumbledore, who was briskly pushing open the grand door. As the door of the Black ancestral home swung open, the two seasoned wizards were taken aback by the darkness emanating from within. The mysterious figure has chosen this place as their headquarters, Slughorn mused, shrugging his shoulders. He was decidedly unaccustomed to such an atmosphere of gloom, distortion, and dampness. Merely the lingering scent of death curses, Dumbledore illuminated his wand, casting a green glow that briefly illuminated the room before surrendering once more to darkness. No need to exert yourself. The voice of Mrs. Black suddenly startled the two men. It is the Dark Lord. He has slain creature. Esteemed Mrs. Black, could you enlighten me as to who else accompanies Voldemort? Dumbledore addressed the portrait of Mrs. Black with a respectful bow, inquiring in a tone that brooked no argument. A young man, disguised as Regulus, is a complete charlatan. Mrs. Black wept softly. This long-deceased woman could hardly fathom that even in her portrait form, she would endure such tribulations. The betrayal of her eldest son, who had fled to Gryffindor, was already disheartening enough, and now her youngest son had also turned against the Dark Lord, even pilfering his most treasured possession. Had her upbringing faltered? Why did both sons choose the path of resistance against Voldemort? Within that locket lies a fragment of Voldemort's soul, his slain creature. And the other young man, leading Voldemort's soul, claimed to be heading to the Gaunt residence. This is all I know. With that, the portrait of Mrs. Black vanished, leaving none to ascertain her whereabouts. The two wizards in the Black residence exchanged glances, digesting the revelations they had just received. So, that young man is a Horcrux, and the locket is also a Horcrux. Have both Horcruxes awakened? Now there are three mysterious figures. Slughorn quickly retrieved the locket he had found at the Gaunt house. Casting it aside, how terrifying it was. He had merely intended to examine the exquisite locket he found on the ground at Gaunt's residence, never imagining it to be a Horcrux. Dumbledore poked the locket, which lay shattered on the ground, with his wand. Fear not, for at least this locket is no longer a Horcrux. If I am not mistaken, the little fellow I encountered previously discovered the Gaunt family's ring first, and, utilizing the curse upon it, absorbed two souls in one fell swoop. Dumbledore stroked his graying beard, contemplating the intentions behind that diary. Absorption? When you found it, it was unharmed. Gunter's ring remained intact, which suggests that he did not destroy the Horcrux. Thus, the soul within the Horcrux absorbed another soul. It grew increasingly powerful until it surpassed Voldemort. The master and servant became inverted. The Horcrux transformed into the corporeal form, and the corporeal form became a Horcrux. Dumbledore assisted Slughorn in completing the sentence. No, that cannot be. Slughorn's expression reflected disbelief. I understand your apprehensions. Voldemort's soul did not divide as he originally intended into 7 portions imbued with magical prowess, but rather, it unexpectedly fractured into 8 segments. This is also another reason I sought you. I have erased all references to Horcruxes from the Hogwarts library. Only 3 individuals in this world are aware of the means to attain immortality, so I implore you not to disclose this method to anyone else. Could the 8th fragment possibly be Harry Potter? Chapter 74, Slughorn and Harry. Yes, poor Harry. Even if the soul within him were to be removed, he would forever remain inexplicably linked to the Dark Lord, as the vessel of the 8th soul, which disrupted the mystical number 7. Harry Potter is bound to an unexplainable connection with the Dark Lord, regardless of whether either desires this bond. You must teach that boy the art of mental shielding. Otherwise, how could a 13-year-old child withstand the temptations of the Dark Lord? Slughorn quickly cautioned. Dumbledore, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, seeking Slughorn's counsel was a most astute decision, for this longtime friend always provided the most crucial advice at pivotal moments. What a splendid idea, Horace. Perhaps you might consider mentoring Harry in mental defense, and, come next year, I will arrange a formal position for you based on the circumstances. Mentoring Harry Potter exclusively? Slughorn was taken aback by Dumbledore's proposal. Yes, the school year is quite busy, and I cannot spare the time. Moreover, who could surpass your expertise in mental defense? Dumbledore's mind briefly conjured the image of Snape, merely contemplating the potential of this professor, who often sought to provoke Harry. Teaching him mental defense seemed rather daunting for both. Slughorn was just the right fit. Understanding his old friend's nature, Horace would undoubtedly find ways to provide Harry with personalized instruction, forging a closer bond with the Chosen One. The boy who had triumphed over Voldemort twice. From when would this begin? Slughorn felt a surge of anticipation. How could his collection be complete without the illustrious Harry Potter? This wizard, who was so enamored with the idea of establishing intimate connections with celebrities, was even contemplating what he might request from Harry in the future. A signed imprint of his scar seemed a splendid choice. To my dear Professor Slughorn, your wise teachings have rendered my scar painless. Harry Potter. The mere thought invigorated Slughorn. As Dumbledore ignited the fireplace and sprinkled in Floo powder, transforming the red flames into green, he stepped into the office first. Professor, you called for me? As Harry strolled through the school in solitude, he hastened to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor upon hearing that Dumbledore sought him. Before he could knock, the gargoyles on either side of the entrance shifted aside, revealing a spiral staircase. In a flurry of excitement, Harry bounded up the stairs, his heart yearning for a significant task from Dumbledore. Having missed the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade, he found himself wandering the campus alone, unable to concentrate on his studies. Desperately in need of an adventure to validate his existence as the boy who survived, the hero who had vanquished Voldemort twice, and the formidable adversary loathed by Voldemort. rather than merely the boy who had spent years in a cupboard, living a life of neglect and disarray. Slughorn gazed intently at the breathless Harry Potter, then turned his attention to the kindly, smiling Dumbledore, feeling that merely refraining from expressing his thoughts was a display of considerable decorum. In the depths of Slughorn's subconscious, he believed that someone who had been tutored by Dumbledore for 2.5 years and had once triumphed over the Dark Lord should embody the poise and composure of a gentleman, much like the illustrious Tom Riddle had once done. Yet what did he see? A brash, impulsive, and emotionally transparent 13-year-old, exhibiting every flaw one might expect. Was it possible that Dumbledore, having been so deeply wounded by Tom Riddle, had deliberately nurtured Harry in stark contrast to him? It seemed that Professor Dumbledore had never fully elucidated matters to him. However, Harry did not dwell on this too long. He regarded it as just another task in his role as a savior. Well, there are several fine rooms in the basement that could serve as your classrooms, Dumbledore began, only to be interrupted by the portrait of a former headmaster. I apologize, but I must speak with Fudge and cannot accompany you further. Horace, you are familiar with the school's layout, are you not? I will take Harry with me, Albus. With that, Slughorn grasped the bewildered Harry and led him out of the headmaster's office. Professor, I am somewhat uncertain about this individual I have only encountered once. Who is he, and what does the closed mind spell? You must certainly be perplexed right now. However, before we commence, I must say, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. Save for your eyes. Like my mother, Harry interjected, having learned to respond quickly. It seemed that everyone who knew his parents felt compelled to express this sentiment in his presence. Indeed, Lily was one of my most esteemed students, especially considering she hailed from a Muggle family. My friend Hermione also comes from a Muggle background, and her academic prowess is remarkable. Oh, do not misunderstand me. I hold no prejudice against students from Muggle families. On the contrary, I believe their achievements in potions class are even more commendable. Were you previously a potions professor? Harry recalled Snape, and in an instant his fondness for the portly, balding wizard before him dissipated. Indeed, I remain the head of Slytherin, Slughorn proclaimed with an air of self-importance. Chapter 75, The Serpent and the Boy. As Harry gazed at the rotund old man, his expression grew increasingly disdainful. He could easily envision Snape's face superimposed upon this bald figure, pondering whether this would be Snape's appearance in old age. Well, we have arrived, Slughorn announced, oblivious to the boy's contemptuous demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the admiration and reverence evident in his gaze when directed at Dumbledore. Slughorn questioned himself. Although he had not achieved the lofty heights of Albus, he believed his modesty was a deliberate choice. After all, he had just saved Albus's life. What could a mere child possibly understand? I could discern numerous inquiries in your eyes. Please, feel free to voice any questions before class begins. Slughorn conjured 2 chairs and took a seat, gesturing for Harry to join him. What is the brain-blocking charm? Harry bluntly inquired, voicing his perplexity. Slughorn sighed. Is that all? Such a discourteous child. Is it so difficult to add a please when addressing a professor? Clearly, he has been groomed as a counterexample to Tom by Albus. Despite his inability to fathom the boy's hostility and his slight irritation at Harry's conduct, Slughorn chose to overlook these sentiments. What truly mattered to him was Harry Potter's reputation as the savior who had defeated the Dark Lord at least once. As for the spoiled disposition fostered by Albus, there would be ample time to rectify the boy's attitude toward him. The brain-blocking charm is an advanced piece of magic that shields your thoughts and memories from being pilfered by intruders. In contrast, the mind-reading spell allows one to infiltrate another's mind and extract thoughts and memories at will. Who would wish to know my thoughts? Harry questioned, bewildered. Slughorn observed Harry with increasing discomfort, pondering what Albus had imparted to this young lad. Why did he appear so naive, utterly clueless? Voldemort. Harry's impression of Slughorn diminished further. A balding, corpulent man who had once served as head of Slytherin and potions master. Too timid to utter Voldemort's name and excessively eager to flaunt his connections. He would rather confront Snape. At least Snape had hair, was not overweight, and lacked the compulsion to boast. He left you this scar, along with something else, a fragment of his soul, I know. However, Voldemort has since absorbed it, or rather, another piece of his soul has done so, Harry retorted defiantly. I am aware, but I refer not to the soul that has long since departed from your being, but rather to another kind, an existence that even the most astute wizards cannot elucidate. Professor Dumbledore would comprehend. Slughorn scrutinized Harry anew, perplexed by what enchantment Albus had instilled in this boy. Regrettably, I must inform you that in this regard, I possess slightly more knowledge than Albus. Observing Slughorn, who was passionately defending his viewpoint without granting Harry a chance to interject, he posed a curious question. Have you recently experienced any peculiar, yet profoundly vivid dreams? Indeed, Harry had dreamt of Voldemort morphing intermittently into a middle-aged man and then into a serpent, engaging in unmentionable dialogues with him. Surely, he could not disclose to a stranger that he had witnessed a snake's mating ritual in its entirety within his dream. Such a revelation would surely cast him in a most bizarre light. Harry wished to avoid embarrassment before this older version of Snape. As Slughorn waved his wand, Harry felt his thoughts slipping beyond his control, unwittingly fixating on notions he desperately wished to conceal. Among these were fantasies of Slughorn resembling the antiquated Snape, the exhilaration of being summoned by the headmaster, a sense of glee at Aunt Marge's expense, the pain and confusion brought on by visions of Voldemort, and a simmering indignation at being manipulated. Within mere moments, Slughorn had delved into the brief span of Harry's 13 years, his expression one of poignant reflection. Get out of my head. Harry could sense an alien thought meandering through his mind, akin to a burglar rummaging through his home and lamenting its lack of riches. Slughorn, ousted by Harry's sudden surge of defiance, regarded him with a look of intrigued interest. This so-called savior was not devoid of merit, though somewhat misguided by Albus. He possessed potential for redemption. You exhibit commendable talent. Recognizing that another is traversing your thoughts is no small feat, and successfully expelling me on our first encounter is quite impressive, Slughorn remarked appreciatively. He exerted little force, yet Harry, being merely 13, had accomplished something commendable. Do indulge in some hot cocoa. Defending your mind can be quite taxing. Slughorn conjured 2 steaming cups of cocoa. Professor, are you suggesting that my dreams are not dreams at all? Harry discerned the disparity between them. Although he had expelled Slughorn from his mind, he found himself trembling, akin to being pulled from frigid waters, in stark contrast to the composed intruder before him. He acknowledged Slughorn's capabilities. This was a man worthy of imparting knowledge. Indeed, after the Dark Lord inadvertently left a fragment of his soul within you, an inexplicable bond formed between you. This connection will endure even if the fragment is removed, which is why Dumbledore fears he might exploit it to your detriment. But I could also leverage this connection to investigate Voldemort's whereabouts. Harry replied eagerly. Having encountered Voldemort once in his first year, he wondered if knowing his location could allow Professor Dumbledore to confront him directly without fail. Slughorn had to concede that he was taken aback by Harry's audacity and bravery. Regrettably, he has chosen a path of no return. Your idea is commendable, and your courage admirable. However, how can you be certain that what the Dark Lord allows you to perceive is not merely an illusion he has crafted for you? Voldemort had long been adept at manipulating minds during his school days. How could Harry ascertain that he would not weave a bespoke web of deceit specifically for him? Harry had intended to respond. Having witnessed the mating scene, surely Voldemort would not voluntarily show me images of snakes. As the words lingered on his lips, he recalled Tom Riddle in the chamber, the man who had deceived him thoroughly and absconded with his wand. Achoo! Achoo! Chapter 76, The Boy's Thoughts. Is it cold? Hermione gazed with concern at Tom, seated across from her. His dashing appearance bore the chill of the season, leading her to believe that conjuring a basic warming charm would pose no challenge for Tom. The young girl preferred to think he was merely imparting a lesson to her. That shouldn't be the case. Well, it's getting late. Aren't you supposed to bring something to Harry? Hermione glanced up at the window, where the lace curtains failed to conceal the encroaching darkness, finally realizing how late it had become. Will we meet again? She asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Certainly. We share common ideals and pursuits. Tom reassured her. I will continue to strive. Let us keep working hard together. They embraced in farewell, while Ron, standing outside, felt like an unnecessary presence wherever he went. At school, Harry had his autumn break. Outside, Hermione had her fellow students. In their trio, he was left alone, and it felt rather disheartening. What on earth did you two talk about for so long? Ron hurried to catch up with Hermione, perplexed by the notion of what a boy and girl could possibly discuss. Tell me, and I'll understand, Ron retorted. Oh, the girl halted. Her interest piqued as she regarded the youngest Weasley. Do you know why no one came to fetch my parents when I was petrified? Yet Ginny's parents arrived on the very day she was taken to the chamber. Because you could be revived by Mandrick soon? Ron ventured uncertainly, adding, not just your parents, Colin and Justin's parents weren't notified either, nor was nearly Headless Nick. The only one whose parents were informed was Filch's cat. Indeed, I'm not the only one. Hermione tossed her hair dismissively, unwilling to engage with someone who could not grasp such simple reasoning. Wait, so, is that what you discussed with Tom? Ron asked, the strands of her hair brushing against his face as he hurried to keep pace. Do you know the fate of Moaning Myrtle? Hermione offered Ron a second chance. No, it was 3 forgetfulness charms, They didn't spare even the ghosts. Upon learning this, Hermione remained skeptical of Tom's claims. She secretly sought out Myrtle to verify, and indeed, as Tom had said, Myrtle had forgotten even her own parents. Does the forgetfulness charm truly work on ghosts? Ron's attention often wandered to peculiar topics. Hermione found herself momentarily speechless yet again by Ron's words. "You're hopeless," she declared, turning away towards the shops of Davies and Bands. They sold an assortment of curious magical items, and she intended to see if anything might prove useful. What, then, is the difference between ghosts and wizards? Capable of being subjected to forgetfulness charms, petrification, and apart from not being able to die again, they seem hardly distinguishable. Perhaps the Dark Lord should consider becoming a ghost? Ron stood rooted in place, his remarkable capacity for divergent thinking leading him to an odd conclusion. Women. After pondering for a considerable time, he ultimately arrived at a singular conclusion. What could he do? Aside from uttering a series of bizarre and incomprehensible phrases, he could only assign Harry an array of perilous tasks as a subtle hint. And thus, his foolish friend eagerly rushed forward. "Professor Dumbledore sought you out alone?" Hermione exclaimed, her surprise evident. It was rare for Dumbledore to request Harry's presence without the presence of others, as if he were deliberately attempting to maintain a certain distance. Indeed, he introduced a new professor to me, who is to instruct me in the art of mental occlusion. Harry suppressed his overwhelming urge to boast. At the tender age of 13, it is challenging for a boy to refrain from displaying a sense of pride before his closest companion. Mental occlusion? That's an exceedingly difficult form of magic. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The allocation of a professor solely for Harry to learn such advanced magic must indicate that something significant was afoot, prompting Dumbledore to make such a decision. To shield one's mind, did he suspect that the Dark Lord could penetrate his thoughts? Remarkably, Ron posed a pertinent question. Professor Slughorn stated that such connections were bidirectional. Voldemort could infiltrate my mind, and I could likewise access Voldemort's thoughts. Harry recalled the dream he had previously experienced, realizing that the terrifying image of Voldemort had significantly diminished in his eyes. Despite having thwarted Voldemort's schemes on 2 occasions, he was acutely aware that luck played a considerable role in his success. Now, even though Voldemort remained formidable, Harry had glimpsed a different facet of him. "Cool. What have you seen inside the Dark Lord's mind?" Ron inquired, brimming with curiosity. Harry hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his experiences. Should he admit to witnessing Voldemort, or rather, the serpent performing a classic scene from a BBC nature documentary under his gaze? That was hardly impressive. Hermione vehemently chastised Ron for his reckless notions, reminding him that it was the Dark Lord they were discussing. Countless adult wizards have been deceived and manipulated by him. If he could freely traverse Harry's thoughts, I shall not be swayed by him. He murdered my parents, Harry retorted, feeling that Ron understood him. Indeed, one could glean crucial information from an adversary. Why not take advantage of that? Is passive defense more effective than proactive offense? The trio concluded their dinner without reaching a consensus on the matter, joining the other Gryffindor students as they made their way to the common room, until a sudden exclamation silenced the commotion. Who is it? Chapter 77, Long Time No See. As the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, the fat lady had always fulfilled her duties with diligence. She consistently brought warmth and cheer to the Gryffindor youngsters, nurturing them even during the most trying times. The passage of time once again attested to the fat lady's dedication to her role. Just then, the security booth had been thoroughly demolished. Yet the entrance to the Gryffindor common room remained firmly shut. The younger Gryffindors in the front row gasped, covering their mouths in shock, pointing at the shattered picture frame, tears welling in their eyes, particularly among the second years hailing from Muggle families. In their inaugural year, they encountered the enigmatic petrification incident, followed by the disastrous event involving the destruction of a picture frame this year. Had it not been for the upcoming debut of Detective Conan a few months later, they might have begun to suspect that a 17-year-old Reaper, masquerading as a primary school student, was clandestinely recruiting at Hogwarts. The first years, hailing from wizarding families, had grown up hearing tales of Dumbledore's greatness, nurturing a fervent admiration for Hogwarts. Yet, the school was rife with peculiarities. Who among them was so deranged as to spare even the fat lady? As the prefect, I demanded to know what transpired. Percy squeezed through the throng from the rear, akin to an excess of toothpaste that had carelessly spilled onto the floor, transforming from figure of authority into a frightened chick with a shrill cry. "Quick! Summon Professor Dumbledore. What has occurred?" Harry, being of shorter stature, could not reach the front and could only stand on tiptoe, striving to ascertain the reason behind the commotion. The fat lady's frame had been slashed. Hermione, with a perceptive gaze cutting through the crowd, spotted Percy hastily waddling away. In her mind, she replayed the scenario. What would she do if she were the prefect? Her first course of action would be to stabilize the students. All the Gryffindors were clustered here, and any outbreak of panic could lead to catastrophic consequences. Therefore, managing the students' emotions was paramount, regardless of her internal fears and turmoil. She had to project an air of calm. The second imperative was to ensure the safety of their surroundings. Whoever perpetrated such a terrifying act had demonstrated a clear intent against Gryffindor students, indicating that the assailant might still be lurking nearby, waiting to exploit the chaos. The male and female prefects should collaborate, and after securing these two priorities, discreetly seek out the headmaster, rather than like Percy, barreling through like a panicked elephant, eager for all to see his frantic rush. It must be black. It has to be black, screamed Seamus Finnegan, igniting a wave of panic among the students. Amidst the cacophony of screams and sobs surrounding her, Hermione wore a knowing expression. She tugged at Ron and Harry's arms and then brandished her wand. "Are you intending to silence them?" Ron inquired, perplexed, staring at Hermione's wand. "It is to ensure our protection," Hermione replied, subtly conveying a message to Ron. Fortunately, Ron grasped her intent and drew his wand as well. "I know, he is after me," Harry declared, brandishing his new wand. Uncertain whether his emotions were fueled by excitement or exhilaration, yet undeniably devoid of fear. Perhaps the shattering of his fear of Voldemort had rendered him impervious to dread towards any of Voldemort's followers. Voldemort himself was but a shadow of his former self, reduced to a mere specter of humanity. How terrifying could his minions truly be? If only he could avenge his parents himself. The trio formed a triangular formation, their wands firmly grasped as they vigilantly surveyed the surrounding students while cautiously advancing towards a more spacious area at the back. Their actions did not escape the keen eyes of the Weasley twins, who exchanged a glance, each finding a spark of golden excitement reflected in the other's gaze. "Blake? George, shall we?" If not for the Marauders map being left in the dormitory, Fred would have eagerly rushed out with George at that very moment. "We are on the same wavelength." George's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a wealthy aristocrat. That was a staggering 10,000 galleons. Capturing Blake would mean that their already planned venture would no longer require meticulous budgeting. "How do you suppose he managed to slip through the Dementor's encirclement?" Ron inquired, curiosity piqued. Dumbledore firmly believed that the Dementors no longer heeded the Ministry's commands, and stationing them around the school only heightened the risk. Fudge insisted that the Dementors bore no bias, and would eradicate any intruder attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts. Given that he had escaped from Azkaban, it was hardly surprising that he could evade the Dementors as well. Hermione felt that Fudge's actions were nothing more than theatrical displays, devoid of any practical benefit. Professor Lupin had already demonstrated on the train that Dementors posed no lethal threat to adult wizards, while Grindelwald had shown at the school gates that top-tier wizards easily dispatched the Dementors. Azkaban had proven that the Dementors could not detect black. Thus, the presence of Dementors around the school served only to impose unnecessary risks on the students, acting merely as a facade. Since her profound discourse with Tom, Hermione had begun to address issues with clarity, easily discerning the roles and intentions of everyone involved. Silence. Soon, Dumbledore's resonant voice echoed throughout the school, accompanied by the heads of the four houses. Additionally, Lupin and Slughorn followed closely behind. Harry noticed that Slughorn's expression was far from pleasant. "We must first locate the fat lady. Remus, please find her image in the portraits around the school as swiftly as possible. Minerva, Severus, Filius, Pomona. Gather your respective students in the Great Hall. Horace, I know, patrol the grounds to ensure safety," Slughorn interjected, adhering to Dumbledore's directives. Internally, Slughorn grumbled about the promised safety of Hogwarts, yet remained dutifully committed to Dumbledore's orders, if only to prevent the Dark Lord from taking advantage of the chaos. Long time no see. Chapter 78, The Dog and the Stag. Gasping for breath, having navigated from the Whomping Willow in the Forbidden Forest to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, Sirius Black had certainly indulged in a thrill today. Who would have thought that a notorious Azkaban prisoner, impervious even to the Dementors, would find himself thwarted at the door by the fat lady? The exasperation of knowing that the traitor was just behind the portrait, yet being powerless to confront his nemesis due to a mere painting, left the weary Sirius feeling utterly frustrated and famished. After a series of threats and enticements, he finally lost his patience. Since Madame Pomfrey fails to comprehend the nuances of the situation, she must not blame him for his ruthless actions. Destroying her frame serves only as an outlet for his frustration, failing to alter the fact that a door stands before him, obstructing his path to vengeance. Furthermore, Her agonizing screams are likely to attract the attention of the faculty. He believed he could operate in the shadows, only to find that a wand had sprouted from the back of his head. Long time no see, Sirius Black. John Constantine, that is a sum of 10,000 galleons. A temptation no goblin could resist. Their mutual suspicion and efforts to sabotage one another are indeed among the factors that might allow one to escape unscathed. No, more crucially, the betrayal by Lupin is an irrefutable truth. As a dog, you would do well to keep your distance from that rat, Pettigrew. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Pretending to be John Constantine is rather ludicrous. How could he possibly come to protect Peter? Had Voldemort not stirred the waters, Hermione's student activism would have amounted to nothing significant. In a state of utter helplessness, Tom could only intervene to persuade Black to distance himself from Peter. Who knows if Peter still possesses the luck to escape the onslaught from Black and Lupin? The diminutive Peter, such a useful pawn, must survive. Are you also a Death Eater? Sirius Black struggled to pull away the sleeve of the arm, pointing a wand at his head, eager to reveal the dark mark once more. Thud! Behave yourself. Tom rapped the head of the snarling black dog with his wandless hand. Quite a nice head you've got, though it's utterly vacant. If I were a Death Eater, you would have long since met your demise. I would still have an extra 10,000 galleons, and Fudge might even award me a certificate. How dare you slander me as a Death Eater? I am, after all, a servant of Voldemort. Even if Voldemort were to arrive, his soul would not be as intact as my 5-in-1 Horcrux. Were it not for the need to keep that bald, noseless, brainless figure outside to attract hatred, he would have already seized Voldemort's fragmented soul and shown the original what it means to occupy another space. What it means for a Horcrux to embody the essence of its master. Never mind, it is futile to argue with a dog. You are but a stray, destined to be captured by the Animal Control Unit for sterilization and euthanasia, perpetually chasing after that rat, Pettigrew. You know full well that is Peter Pettigrew. He is a Death Eater. The scene grew increasingly bizarre as a struggling black dog spoke human words, thrashing about in vain. What Death Eater remains? The mysterious figure has been out of power for over a decade. Tom regarded him with a look of incredulity. Do you truly believe everything I say? At Hogwarts, beneath Dumbledore's watchful eye, what could he possibly gain by eliminating Harry Potter? Having survived for over a decade, has he not had enough? Do you think everyone is as deranged as you? Sirius Black fell silent. This man had spoken on both sides, yet still expressed disdain for him. And you, having narrowly escaped Azkaban, infiltrating Hogwarts to kill a rat, what is it? Is life too monotonous? And do you seek to inject some excitement into your existence? The Dementors gaze upon you as if to bestow a passionate kiss, leaving Harry, your poor protégé, destined to live among muggles for the rest of his days. The poor child, having lost his parents at a tender age, resides in a storage room, inadequately nourished and poorly clothed, while enduring relentless exploitation. Just when he found a godfather, the latter met his own demise through reckless folly. Yet, apart from his obstinate demeanor, he exhibits a remarkable softness in other respects. I admire your steadfastness in enduring a decade behind bars without a hint of complaint, your resolute escape from betrayal to seek vengeance, thus embodying a sense of loyalty. This warrants a few exchanges of words between us. However, should you insist on obstructing my path, I would not hesitate to procure 1,000 galleons to obtain a kiss from a Dementor. With that, Tom vanished from the screaming shack, leaving Sirius Black, a defeated hound, sitting vacantly in place. Upon his return to Durmstrang, Tom found the hour late, rubbing his swollen temples. Eliminating Sirius Black might be the simplest and most direct approach. He would not face repercussions for murder, but instead earn accolades and 1,000 galleons from the Ministry of Magic. With 5 fragments of Voldemort's soul within him, Tom felt little moral restraint. Yet, he refrained from taking action, for regardless of Sirius Black's dark past or foolishness, this large dog exhibited an unwavering friendship towards James Potter. Loyalty, devotion, and camaraderie, such are the bonds that develop between two Englishmen. Having grown alongside you, witnessing your romances, marriages, and the births of your children, I willingly serve as bait for your safety, even risking my own life to avenge you. What a sorry state for the men of this country. Tom sat in the Durmstrang Hall, resting his chin in thought while indulging in a late-night snack delivered by a house elf. A rugged voice interrupted his contemplation. Can you not walk without making a sound? Tom looked up and, as expected, found the only person still roaming at this hour. Tall and robust, with strikingly handsome features exuding masculinity, it was Victor Krum, the pride of Karkaroff, seeker for the Bulgarian Quidditch team, undisputedly a world-class athlete, uncharacteristically perched on a bench. As someone dedicated to absorbing boundless knowledge and wisdom within a limited time frame, It was difficult for Tom to maintain a low profile at Durmstrang. His original plan was to establish himself firmly there, and then, in due course, to become the warrior representing Durmstrang, allowing him to closely observe Voldemort's resurrection ritual while continuing to undermine him. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes, and Tom had not anticipated Voldemort's resilience. The current Voldemort, aside from being immortal, bore no resemblance to the Dark Lord. Having forsaken all material pursuits, the Dark Lord, fixated solely on immortality, had lived less than 70 years, having tasted death on 2 separate occasions. Servants? They fled or were imprisoned, none truly loyal to Voldemort. There were a few die-hard followers in Azkaban, but their minds were feeble, hence their confinement, rendering them useless. The idea of reconstituting his physical form? The lifeless body of the venerable Tom Riddle was consumed by flames, ignited by an unnamed individual sharing his name. Moreover, a rooster was employed in place of the serpent-faced antagonist, leaving one to ponder if this new incarnation of Voldemort could truly be perceived. The solitary remaining Horcrux capable of sustaining his existence was merely Nagini, a long, obedient serpent, while the other Horcrux was preoccupied with extracting the vestiges of its original self, revealing the true, grotesque visage of capitalism. Faced with such numerous adversities, Tom surmised that Voldemort's lack of tears and yearning for his mother stemmed from an inability to find her. Victor Krum, akin to Tom, was a fifth-year prodigy at Durmstrang, initially harboring no fondness for this new transfer student. A frail individual who had never graced the school with his presence prior, arrived only to become enraptured by the abyss of dark magic. Victor, a paragon of integrity and justice, could scarcely tolerate the notion of a fellow student succumbing to such dark enchantments. Had Karkaroff and Durmstrang not gleaned any lessons from past events? Evil could never triumph over justice. However, Victor's attitude towards Tom soon underwent a complete transformation, for he discerned that Tom, despite his fascination with dark magic, never wielded it. This transfer student exuded humility and kindness, perpetually adorned with a smile that enveloped others in warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Curiosity compelled Victor to inquire why such a gentle soul would be intrigued by dark magic. Receiving an answer that filled him with guilt. Only by understanding dark magic could one combat it. Only by comprehending darkness could justice be upheld. He realized that his previous misjudgment of this peer named Tom Riddle had been profound. After months of observation, Victor became convinced that if justice were to take form, it would undoubtedly resemble Tom. This boy, nay, this man of his own age, was valiantly advancing toward a noble and righteous cause. He felt extremely fortunate to collaborate with someone who genuinely cared for the interests of the marginalized. Do be cautious. Recent rumors suggest that Europe is no longer tranquil. The dark wizard from Britain appears to be regaining his strength, Victor remarked as he plucked a fry from Tom's plate and savored it. None of Voldemort's former minions contemplated aiding their erstwhile master in a resurgence. Yet this did not imply that this group had turned over a new leaf. Many among them, having narrowly escaped punishment, were quick to embrace their nefarious nature upon hearing whispers of Voldemort's return, engaging in acts of destruction. In the past few days, unrest had escalated, with a marked increase in attacks by dark wizards. The Aurors were overwhelmed with activity, Tom noted. After instructing Boggins to disseminate information, he observed that the Death Eaters scattered across Britain remained relatively subdued, while followers from other regions exhibited an unsettling excitement, eager to eradicate the so-called mudbloods, indulging instead in acts of murder and pillage. Victor Krum, a public figure who harbors immense goodwill towards Muggles and is drawn to Tom's ideals, is undoubtedly a potential target for their frustrations. Should they dare to approach, I shall demonstrate to them the essence of justice. The Crimson Iron Fist. This man from Bulgaria reignited his fervor after Tom articulated the reasons behind the Soviet Union's failures and proposed a comprehensive corrective approach. If you can disregard personal safety to venture into England for first-hand intelligence, I cannot allow myself to be outdone. Victor lightly thumped Tom's chest. Do you know where I went? Tom inquired, taken aback. Vera informed me. Vera, is it truly surprising? A woman with cascading golden hair silently appeared behind Tom. In accordance with your instructions, I arranged for classmates to portion the remaining potions from our potions class and sell them at cost to families in need, based on the information gathered from our student household surveys. The gratitude received has been plentiful. She produced a parchment inscribed with meticulous records of every potion's distribution. Moreover, I've inquired about the situation at other schools. Like us, many potions are going to waste. If you have the time, Please speak with Miss Granger at your earliest convenience to ensure she becomes useful swiftly. Victor wrinkled his nose, suddenly catching a whiff of a sour scent. He glanced at Tom's plate. It must be the aroma of German sauerkraut. Chapter 80. The issue. Do not regard me with such peculiar eyes. I, too, possess friends and connections, you know. As the president of the Durmstrang Student Council, the heir of the Gustav lineage, and a loyal executor of your ideals. Is it truly strange that I, Vera Gustav, have several acquaintances at Hogwarts? Vera emphasized the word executor with particular stress. Victor, standing nearby, appeared puzzled. Is English intonation truly like this? Vera tossed her golden hair lightly, introducing a hint of youthful vigor into the dim, tranquil hall. Even the worldly Victor had to concede that Vera Gustav was exceptional in terms of appearance, intellect, lineage, and character. Alas, her flirtations were cast upon the blind. Despite Tom's unwavering gaze fixed upon Vera, his attention bore no trace of appreciation for her femininity. It was the most pure and resolute look directed towards a comrade. A person of such excellence cannot maintain a low profile. Even under the regime of the former Death Eater Karkaroff at Durmstrang, Tom found kindred spirits, guided by the belief that a singular spark cannot herald spring's brilliance, but that only the collective struggle of the exploited populace can. Tom acknowledged that he presently lacks the power to rally the world. Nevertheless, within the 3 most renowned magical schools in Europe, he has already sown the seeds of victory in 2. As for Beau's batons, he finds himself barred by issues of gender. However, it matters not. Next year, seizing the opportunity presented by the Triwizard Tournament, he shall surely find a way to impart something into that all-female institution. Well, enough of jesting. Let us address the matter at hand. At Durmstrang, there is indeed little that can be done. The institution does not accept children from conventional families, and in addition, it is quite challenging for ordinary families in the Nordic region to gain access to the magical world. Even if the Dark Lord intends to make a resurgence, the impact on us would likely be minimal. Vera has never let Tom down in matters of significance. However, we cannot afford to be overly optimistic. Given Durmstrang's emphasis on dark magic education and the prevalence of conservatism across the Nordic nations, should the Dark Lord truly return, there will undoubtedly be individuals seeking to exploit the situation. Furthermore, we must prepare for the eventuality of the Dark Lord's resurgence. Tom, with an impassive expression, countered Vera's somewhat naive fantasies. If the Dark Lord dares to approach, I shall ensure he tastes the flavor of justice. Beside him, Victor clenched his fist, eager for action. Victor, do not underestimate our adversary. When the Dark Lord returns, it will be a time of blood and turmoil. Many innocent, exceptional, and righteous individuals may sacrifice themselves before victory is attained. All we can do is find ways to minimize casualties and prepare thoroughly. Vera gazed at Tom with admiration. This was the essence of what a man should embody: mature, composed, aware of the broader picture, yet retaining a heart full of compassion while grasping the essence of the issues at hand. I need a moment to reflect on our future direction. With that, Tom waved his wand, cleansing the plate before him, and exited the hall alone. Who is Miss Granger? Victor suddenly inquired, his eyes never leaving Tom. A know-it-all, Vera replied calmly. Even though the German sauerkraut before them had vanished, Victor still sensed a lingering sourness. Does she, like you, come from an aristocratic background? Meanwhile, Hermione, the subject of discussion among the elite at Durmstrang, had retreated to a corner of the hall with her 2 seemingly useless companions, clutching her sleeping bag. The pumpkin lanterns and bats adorning the hall attempted to create a terrifying atmosphere, yet it paled in comparison to the disarray of the tattered canvas. Sirius Black, having breached the Dementor's encircling grasp, infiltrated Hogwarts right under Dumbledore's nose, and the news quickly spread throughout the British magical community. I said Dumbledore is unfit to continue as headmaster. First year had trolls, second year had serpents, and now third year has an escaped convict. For 3 consecutive years. Significant safety issues have plagued the school under Dumbledore's administration. As children of the board members, as descendants with influence. Are you content to have your safety disregarded by that old fool? He does everything solely for Potter, that so-called savior's safety. He has never cared about us, the true future of the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, the leader, Draco Malfoy, was orchestrating a clandestine meeting among the second generation. Unlike their gossiping elders, this group was genuinely intent on attempting to overthrow Dumbledore's reign. At the very least, they aim to make that old fool aware that there are 4 houses in the school, not just Gryffindor. The biased actions of granting points to Potter and his entourage to bolster their prestige must come to an end. Is the student council president merely going to stand by while Malfoy prattles on? Ron exclaimed, a look of indignation etched across his face. Unsure whether his frustration stemmed from Malfoy's intent to target Dumbledore or from the fact that Malfoy had reduced him to the status of Harry's sidekick. Alas, the student council president had also been swayed by Malfoy, leaving Hermione in a state of helplessness. Such was the dismal state of the wizarding world in Britain, which only reinforced her belief that reform was imperative. Why? Why would he choose today? Harry's thoughts were far removed from Malfoy. He was perplexed as to why Sirius Black would select the evening of the banquet, a time when most were absent from the common room, to strike. Perhaps he had been on the run for so long that he had lost track of time, Ron suggested. That is unlikely. A man capable of escaping from Azkaban. Someone who has declared his intention to kill me. Harry began, but Hermione nearly cried out in protest. I know that Black escaped to kill me. Yet, if his sole purpose was indeed to take my life, why would he choose this year? I have lived with Muggles for so many years. He had ample opportunities. Why not during the summer? Why, of all places, would he choose Hogwarts, a location rife with Dementors, Aurors, and Dumbledore himself? Harry was beset by a multitude of questions, all devoid of answers. Chapter 81. 2 Frantic Ideas. He must be mad. One cannot hope to comprehend the mind of a lunatic. Ron concluded, finding a rationale he deemed plausible. No, Harry is correct. A madman cannot escape from Azkaban. Black has been incarcerated for over a decade. His sudden escape this year must have been prompted by some revelation or provocation. Perhaps the Dark Lord is on the verge of resurrection, and he intends to kill Harry to gain favor? Ron offered another theory. That is illogical. The other Death Eaters remain imprisoned in Azkaban, Hermione countered, dismissing Ron's suggestion. She recalled Tom's words. Do not fall in the trap of seeking answers. Instead, leap forth to find the right questions. At this moment, what indeed was the right question? What if Black was not here to kill Harry? Hermione proposed the most improbable of scenarios. Then who was he intending to murder? Surely Black is not here to kill Dumbledore, huh? Ron chuckled dryly, finding such a notion even more ludicrous than suggesting he had come to slay Fang. Why couldn't it be Fang? Hermione retorted. I mean, if Black specifically chose a time when we were all absent from the common room, then his target could not possibly be Harry. He must desire something left in the Gryffindor common room. What could be so significant that Black would risk the Dementor's kiss and the discovery by Dumbledore to forcibly intrude? Ron queried. No, that is not the correct question. The right question should be how he knew such an object would undoubtedly be present in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione felt she had unearthed a glimmer of enlightenment hidden in the shadows. I overheard Fudge mentioning that Black had been muttering about Hogwarts before his escape. That he was in Hogwarts. Harry timely provided the crucial information he possessed. That is a person. However, Black chose to intrude upon the common room at a time when all the students were absent, seemingly convinced that the person he sought must indeed be within those walls rather than in the Great Hall, as Hermione pondered the thoughts swirling in her mind. I believe you are overthinking it. Black has simply lost track of time after so long on the run, Ron remarked, feeling that Hermione and that individual named Tom Riddle had become somewhat delusional after prolonged exposure to each other. No, I think Hermione's reasoning holds validity. The very fact that Black could infiltrate Hogwarts indicates that he is not insane. On the contrary, he is quite lucid. Yet, we cannot assert that the murderer is indeed Black, interrupted Ron in his argument. Have we located the fat lady? Dumbledore inquired. Yes, but her emotional state is rather unstable. When Sirius attempted to force her to open the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, she refused. Leading him to tear her portrait, came the dispassionate reply from Lupin. Thank you for your efforts, Remus. However, I must trouble you to rendezvous with Horace. If he can slip in quietly, we must identify and rectify this vulnerability. Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles glimmered with a silvery light, obscuring his thoughts from view. Very well. As Lupin departed, the trio concealed in the corner noticed that Snape had approached Dumbledore. Headmaster, I suspect that Black's ability to easily infiltrate the school suggests the presence of a spy within. Snape's oily voice, amplified by Hermione's ears, left Harry feeling somewhat nauseous. Are you implying something, Severus? Dumbledore's tone was laced with annoyance. What I mean is Black's companion from his school days. Enough. I trust every individual within this institution. Dumbledore interrupted Snape. Once the faculty had moved on, the trio exchanged astonished glances. Who could Black's schoolmate possibly be? Harry felt as though his mind had turned to mush. It must be Professor Lupin. Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief, never having imagined that Professor Lupin could have been a close ally of Black during their school years. How do you know this? Ron inquired. Only Professor Lupin refers to him as Sirius. Hermione was baffled as to why such a straightforward fact required explanation. Are you suggesting that Professor Lupin assisted Black in infiltrating Hogwarts? Ron gasped in disbelief. Impossible. If Professor Lupin had aided Sirius Black, then he would certainly know the password to the Gryffindor common room. A professor could easily inquire about the password. Hermione countered, diligently analyzing the information at hand. 1. Black was muttering about being at Hogwarts just before he escaped from Azkaban. I am now quite certain that this he is not Harry. Even after spending years in Azkaban, I firmly believe that Black could not possibly have known Harry was at Hogwarts. But who is this he? How did Black come to know he was at Hogwarts? At this moment, Hermione remained utterly perplexed. 2. Professor Lupin is indeed a former companion of Black's from their school days, yet he is not an accomplice in aiding Black's infiltration of Hogwarts. Thus, perhaps Professor Lupin could provide further insights into Black, at the very least offering Hermione additional clues about his identity. He is not a student, yet Black is undeniably certain of his presence in the Gryffindor common room. In an instant, Hermione conceived a wild idea. I have a new thought. I shall verify it tomorrow. With that, she zipped up her sleeping bag and turned away. What idea? Don't leave us hanging. Ron shouted for a while, before quieting down under Percy's stern gaze. Right, woman? Harry ignored him, lost in contemplation about who else Black might be targeting, if not himself. He betrayed James and Lily. Harry recalled Mr. Weasley's words. Sirius Black betrayed his parents. He is the very murderer of them. What reason could there be for Black not to target himself? What could possibly be of greater value to Black than Harry? Suddenly, Harry remembered Tom Riddle, and another wild idea struck him. Chapter 82. Animagus and the Diary. The following morning, the students of Hogwarts discovered a profound transformation in their school life. Moreover, all extracurricular activities were suspended, including Quidditch matches, leaving Oliver Wood utterly despondent. Now in his 7th year, he saw this as his final opportunity to grasp the Quidditch Cup. Initially, it was believed that this state of affairs would persist until Black was apprehended or the term concluded. Yet who could have anticipated that it would last a mere week? After Dumbledore found a temporary replacement for the fat lady's portrait as the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, he declared that everything would return to normal. This week has been unbearable. Confined to the hearth in the Gryffindor common room, Ron stretched. By the way, what was that crazy idea of yours? The trio had failed to find a secluded spot over the past week, leaving Ron's curiosity unquenched. Hermione and Harry cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before Hermione spoke first. My hypothesis is that there is an unregistered animagus concealed within the Gryffindor common room. What on earth is that? Harry, who had expected Hermione to share his thoughts, appeared somewhat bewildered. Do you remember Professor McGonagall transforming into a cat during Transfiguration class? Hermione inquired. Some wizards possess the ability to transform into a specific animal at will. We refer to such wizards as animagi, she explained to the academically challenged Harry. Despite having lived in a magical world for over 2 years, Harry was lamentably lacking in this fundamental knowledge, which was well documented in textbooks. But animagi must be registered with the Ministry of Magic. Ron interjected, being born into a wizarding family with a father employed at the ministry. He had a more comprehensive understanding of these matters. No, I looked into the registration regulations for animagi. The Ministry of Magic lacks a comprehensive procedure for the discovery of animagi, relying primarily on the self-awareness and reports from wizards to regulate animagus registration. Thus, within the Gryffindor common room resides an unregistered animagus, who is the target of Black. But how did Black know he was at Hogwarts? Even aware of his presence in the Gryffindor common room? Ron inquired. A pet. It must be a pet belonging to a Gryffindor student. Hermione articulated her speculation, only to be interrupted by Ron's exclamation. You just can't stand scabbers. As Ron reflected, his scabbers fit the description perfectly, having lived for a long time and exhibiting peculiar behavior lately. His family even had a scabbers that had been featured in the Daily Prophet. Harry, say something, Hermione urged. Hermione, your reasoning is sound, but there's one thing. Why would Black want to kill an animagus instead of me? Harry interjected. Well, being a ghost, one has lived long enough to not be too concerned about what students ask Professor Binns in a spectral state. Provided information regarding Sirius Black's time as a student without needing Hermione to insinuate further. After diligently organizing the connections Sirius Black had during his school days, Hermione discovered that only 2 individuals were closely associated with the fugitive and still alive. One was a quartet known as the Marauders, and the other, a solitary figure at odds with them. Among the Marauders, Harry's father, James Potter, had perished due to betrayal by Black. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, had met his end at Black's hands, which was the reason for Black's capture. Professor Lupin was alive and well, but he was not Black's target. Otherwise, Black would not have gone to such lengths to infiltrate the Gryffindor common room. There was also Professor Snape, who had always been at odds with the Marauders. Like Professor Lupin, and he too could not be Black's target. Black's parents had long since passed away, and he had a brother, Regulus Black, who was a Death Eater and had died in obscurity. Aside from the prospect of resurrection, Hermione truly could not think of anyone else who could evoke such intense emotions in Black. I speculate that if Black is not here to kill me, then he must be here for Voldemort, Harry asserted with conviction. The Dark Lord? At Hogwarts? Ron found this notion even more outrageous than Hermione's theory. He would rather believe Black was there to eliminate Scabbers than to pursue Voldemort to Hogwarts, especially to the Gryffindor common room. It's not Voldemort in his corporeal form, but rather something akin to Tom Riddle's diary. Harry remained steadfast in his conjecture. Hermione's expression tightened. Could it be that her possession of Tom Riddle's diary had been discovered? Are you suggesting that Black believes Tom Riddle's diary is in the Gryffindor common room? Hermione struggled to keep her voice steady. That's improbable. I have carried that diary with me everywhere, concealing it well, with no reason for anyone to discover its existence. No, it's not the diary. It is something else entirely. Harry's words provided a slight reprieve for Hermione's fraying nerves. What was it? I am uncertain. Yet if the diary contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul, why could he not divide his soul into several parts and conceal them in different locations? Harry was resolute in his belief that he had discerned the truth. That is not the soul of the mysterious one, Hermione exclaimed. Ron and Harry stared at her in astonishment. I mean, if the diary holds Voldemort's soul, why did he not eliminate Harry in the Chamber of Secrets? That is an accomplishment he himself could not achieve. This was the first instance Hermione openly uttered Voldemort's name. It was for Tom. Tom Riddle was not the same as Voldemort, nor was he the same as Tom Riddle. This was a conviction Hermione clung to steadfastly. Otherwise, why would a dark wizard poised to conquer the world spare Harry? Why would he entertain the noble notion of making the world a better place, allowing ordinary people to enjoy the conveniences of magic? She preferred to believe that Tom Riddle represented the uncorrupted side of Tom, who, having inadvertently slumbered for half a century, awakened by chance to continue pursuing his grand ideals and aspirations. Hermione recalled a set of comics she had stumbled upon in her mother's bookshelf. Chapter 83, The Marauder's Map. She felt a sense of relief that her family had not produced another wizard apart from herself, and she was grateful that Tom had not yet awakened. In any case, the chaotic events involving Peggy Carter and Sharon Carter in Captain America's story could never transpire between herself and Tom. Even Dumbledore asserted that the diary contained Voldemort's soul. Thus, if Voldemort could split his soul in two, he could certainly divide it into three. Perhaps this was the very reason he had not perished, for he possessed other fragments of his soul elsewhere. Although Harry was unfamiliar with Horcruxes, he was perilously close to uncovering the truth. Are you suggesting that the mysterious one concealed a piece of his soul at Hogwarts, and that Black intends to use that fragment to resurrect him? Ron felt as though his worldview had been thoroughly upended today. The existence of multiple souls belonging to the mysterious one was hardly a novel concept. But how could one explain his failure to inform the other Death Eaters? Hermione pressed on. The glory of resurrecting Voldemort is one Black would be unwilling to share with another. The mysterious one would not disclose the vessel of his soul to anyone else. Even Malfoy was unaware, let alone Black. Ron added, "How do you know Malfoy is oblivious?" Harry retorted, unwilling to concede. If he had any inkling, he would never dare to toss the diary into Ginny's cauldron, allowing her to bring it under Dumbledore's very nose. Ron could not claim profound knowledge of Malfoy, but after years of rivalry, he understood Lucius's character well enough. Harry fell silent. Ron's assertion held merit, given the cowardly and cautious nature of the Malfoy family. It was indeed improbable that they would knowingly hand over a diary containing Voldemort's soul to Ginny. "I believe we should share our discovery with Professor Dumbledore," Hermione interjected. "No, we cannot divulge this to the professor." Harry promptly dismissed Hermione's suggestion. Surely, Hermione could not have perceived the familiar expression in Harry's eyes. It was unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. That was Black, the notorious murderer with a bounty of 10,000 galleons on his head. His treachery had led to the demise of my parents. As their child, should I not seek vengeance with my own hands? Harry exclaimed. Such a wild notion had taken root in his mind after overhearing Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's conversation. This impulse intensified after his encounter with the Dementor, compelling him to hear his mother's anguished pleas. "Your mother would never wish for you to take such risks. She would want you to survive safely." Hermione struggled to comprehend how a 13-year-old boy could harbor such unrealistic thoughts. How can I know her thoughts? She is dead, Hermione. Sirius Black is responsible for her death. It was Voldemort. Yes, and Voldemort. I have faced him for 2 consecutive years, thwarting his schemes and emerging unscathed. If I am not afraid of Voldemort, Should I fear his servant? Ron, talk some sense into Harry. I believe Harry is right, Ron quietly remarked. If someone were to kill my parents, I too would seek vengeance with my own hands. What a true friend. Harry embraced Ron. Yet I cannot allow you to take risks. This is my revenge. You don't intend to shake me off, do you? When have I not been by your side during your adventures? Ron playfully punched Harry's chest. Hermione raised her hand, casting 2 petrifying spells, her fists clenched tightly, yearning to rush out and locate Black at once. George, we must ensure that this dreadful woman is kept in the dark. Fred, who had just descended from the boys' dormitory, witnessed Hermione's every action with trepidation, warning his twin brother. We cannot let her know. Otherwise, we too shall be petrified. Despite being 2 years their senior, George could barely discern Hermione's movements. The Weasley twins stealthily evaded Hermione's gaze as they made their way toward the Gryffindor common room door. They too were intent on uncovering Black's whereabouts. Oh no. Rather, they were in pursuit of the 10,000 galleons. What are you two up to, sneaking around like that? Hermione's peripheral vision caught sight of the twins, who were already at the door. Ah, the moonlight is enchanting tonight. We intend to go moon gazing, right, Fred? George hastily nudged Fred. Ah, yes. Gazing at the moon and stars, what a beautiful night. Fred quickly chimed in. Hermione glanced outside at the pitch-black night sky, obscured by dense clouds, utterly perplexed by the twins' apparent guilt. No wonder Mrs. Weasley always held such strong opinions about them. Hermione suddenly felt as though she were witnessing the follies of a troublesome son. 2 rather clever individuals, yet their thoughts were often fixated on the most peculiar matters. However, she was not Mrs. Weasley, and the twins were not her troublesome sons, so she did not dwell on it too much. She simply observed the petrified troublemakers, hoping they would regain their composure. That was truly a close call. Indeed, we nearly faced the same fate as Ron. Let's quickly find out where Black is. George urged Fred to produce the Marauder's map. We solemnly swore we would not engage in virtuous acts. Fred lightly tapped his wand upon the ancient, blank parchment, and in an instant, names and a map materialized upon the aged sheepskin. We are here, George declared, pointing at the Gryffindor common room displayed on the map, which was densely populated with numerous names. Let us check here to see if Black has found an opportunity to invade the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 84, The Deadly Question. What year is this individual, Peter Pettigrew, in? That name seems so familiar. George rubbed his eyes, which were sore from the shaking, as he vaguely recalled having heard the name before, but could not place it. Perhaps a mischievous first year? Our foremost task now is to ascertain whether Black is still roaming the school. I did not find his name in the common room. Shall we search elsewhere? Fred was indifferent to the other Gryffindor names. With so many students in the school and new ones arriving each year, it was entirely normal for a couple of names to sound familiar. The priority was to locate Black, secure the 10,000 galleons, and promptly advance their endeavors. Where do you suggest we look? George inquired. The Forbidden Forest. It is the best hiding place. Fred was certain that if Black were to conceal himself at Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest would be his only refuge apart from the Room of Requirement. Unfortunately, there is no map of Hogsmeade. Many of the secret passages lead there, and Black could be hiding in that village. George lamented. Hogsmeade? Impossible. The Dementors there at night are no less numerous than those surrounding the school. Black has no place to hide. As the twins speculated on Black as potential hiding spots, they made their way towards the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the twins scrutinized each name on the Marauder's map. But alas, the only presence in the Forbidden Forest was Hagrid. Is it possible that Black is an animagus, and his name does not appear when he transforms? George said, disappointment evident in his voice. Impossible. Whether as an animagus or under the effects of Polyjuice Potion, the Marauder's map only reveals the original wizard's name. We tested this with Professor McGonagall and Snape, did we not? You might as well claim that Black is not a wizard. Fred tousled his red hair, astonished that Black was not in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps he's a ghost? That would explain how he escaped from Azkaban. George shuddered. The thought of a deranged murderer being a ghost, especially so close to the Forbidden Forest at midnight, sent chills down his spine. A ghost cannot shatter a portrait. Fred tapped George on the head, incredulous that such a fundamental fact could be mistaken. So, he is not at Hogwarts? Let's check the Room of Requirement. If he is not there, it can only mean that Black is not at Hogwarts. The twin brothers deftly evaded Filch patrols and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Room of Requirement. What kind of room must we seek to encounter Black? A chamber that allows unrestricted access to Hogwarts. The twins gazed eagerly at the Marauder's map and the entrance to the Room of Requirement, yet nothing materialized. There is no room that permits such freedom. George scratched his head. Just then, as Fred spoke, a door appeared upon the wall of the room of requirement. The twins, wands raised, entered, only to be met with the acrid scent of burnt ashes. Who set fire to this room? George covered his nose, wielding his glowing wand, while gripping Fred's shoulder tightly. It must be that cabinet. Fred pointed towards the charred remains of the vanishing cabinet before them, unrecognizable in its devastation. It appears this path has been obliterated as well. George lamented as he caressed the singed surface of the cabinet. It seems Black has made his escape, Fred conceded, acknowledging their disconnection from the 10,000 pounds. Have you both calmed down? After the twins vanished, Hermione unpetrified them. You lack honor and resort to ambush. Ron's face flushed with embarrassment. Having been petrified by Hermione, he felt utterly powerless. Harry, too, shared in the embarrassment. He had always believed that, having evaded Voldemort thrice, his combat prowess was at least among the top of his peers, only to be outmatched by Hermione, despite her extensive theoretical knowledge. Should not have had such practical experience. Will Black adhere to any code of honor? Hermione asked darkly. After undergoing Tom's practical training, her abilities had soared, yet she would never naively assume she could confront Black. He is the only prisoner to have ever escaped from Azkaban. How many Death Eaters and Dark Wizards has Azkaban contained? Only Black has succeeded in fleeing. Furthermore, he evaded capture amidst a goblin blockade and infiltrated Hogwarts without alerting anyone. Even Voldemort has achieved less than Black. Two 13-year-old third-year wizards intend to confront such a being armed only with wands that have seen better days? You haven't informed Dumbledore, have you? Harry inquired with a grave expression. Not yet, but I believe it is imperative that we share our suspicions with Professor Dumbledore. Harry fell silent, aware that informing Dumbledore was the wisest course of action. However, a fire of frustration burned within him, urging him to seize Black, to avenge his parents by his own hand. He wrestled with his discontent. Don't push yourself too hard, Harry. Even if you locate Black, what then? What can you do? Kill him? I don't know, Hermione. But if I do nothing, I will never forgive myself. You have indeed done much. If, as you suggest, Black is risking everything to resurrect Voldemort by coming to Hogwarts, wouldn't it be crucial to prepare Dumbledore in advance? You have once again thwarted Voldemort's scheme. Hermione's fluency in uttering Voldemort's name had noticeably improved. However, a fatal question lingered in her heart. If Harry's conjecture held true, would Tom remain unscathed? And would Voldemort perish? Or, if Voldemort were to die, would he resurrect within Tom? Chapter 85, Quidditch. Harry remained oblivious to Hermione's inner turmoil. As he incessantly pondered, if he were to spare Sirius Black, would he ever find solace in sleep again? Could he, haunted by his mother's pleas in the dead of night, assert that he had done all he could? When next confronting Voldemort, would he be able to stand tall and confront the Dark Lord, revealing that the fearsome wizard was not as formidable as others believed? No, I cannot let him go. Harry was resolute. If he could not capture Sirius Black with his own hands, he would be condemned to a lifetime of restless nights. Mate, before we even consider sparing Sirius Black, we must first locate him, Ron interjected. After all, Dumbledore and Fudge were scouring the school for any sign of Black. Yet to no avail. Ron did not oppose Harry's willingness to take risks. He merely insisted that such risks should have purpose. Fortunately, before Harry's reckless endeavors could begin, the Quidditch matches were reinstated. I have never cherished Quidditch as I do now, Hermione reflected as she watched Harry train on the pitch, grateful for Wood's unwavering commitment. Holding the House Cup for 2 years was splendid, but the Quidditch Cup had eluded them for far too long. If she could clutch one House Cup in her left hand and a Quidditch Cup in her right, she believed her satisfaction would be complete. Thus, Professor McGonagall tirelessly negotiated, ensuring that Professor Hooch would oversee Harry's safety, allowing Quidditch to resume its rightful place in student life. Professor Snape remained indifferent. He was unaware of Black's intentions. Yet he was fully aware of what Black could not possibly do. Could Sirius Black, who had spent his days in the company of James Potter without any romantic entanglements, ever betray the Potters? Could this straightforward, impulsive fool be an undercover agent for the Dark Lord? Snape chuckled. Only the fools at the Ministry would believe that Black would join the Death Eaters and betray the Potters. He was well aware of Black's innocence. Yet he chose to remain silent. Why speak? Observing his former adversary from school meet their fates, some dead, some unfortunate, some imprisoned, and others vanished, was quite satisfying. As for whether it was Wormtail who betrayed or the werewolf Remus Lupin, Snape was entirely uninterested. Well, Snape had yet to uncover evidence of Lupin's betrayal. Otherwise, he would never have allowed that werewolf to roam free. So, the next match would pit Gryffindor against Slytherin. Oh, and by the way, Draco, eager to present himself as a leader among the pure-blood elite, refrained from any peculiar antics with a hippogriff during Hagrid's class, thus avoiding injury. Doctor, I wish for you to comprehend that I am far more advantageous as a friend than as an adversary. Prior to the match, Draco, also in pursuit of the golden snitch, stood opposite Harry, exchanging taunts. I would rather befriend a slug than ally with you. With a sharp whistle from Professor McGonagall, the long-awaited Quidditch match finally commenced. The stands were filled with students who had been restrained for too long, exuberantly cheering for their respective teams. Unlike previous occasions, aside from the Slytherin students rallying for their team, numerous upperclassmen from Ravenclaw also began to chant for Malfoy. Meanwhile, Gryffindor endeavored to drown out the cheers from Slytherin and some Ravenclaw supporters with boos. At this moment, the scores were closely contested, with Draco tightly pursuing Harry, his gaze unwavering. Through a year of experiences battling Gryffindor, he had concluded that Harry's flying skills and ability to locate the snitch surpassed his own. Not by much, but certainly enough to be notable. Thus, this year, Draco had grown wiser. He merely needed to cling to Potter's tail and keep a watchful eye for the snitch. If Potter spotted it before him, he could harness the superior performance of the Nimbus 2001 to outpace the Nimbus 2000 and seize the snitch first. Potter, what are you searching for? The rain must be obscuring your glasses. Harry felt a pang of frustration, realizing that no matter his maneuvers, he could not entirely shake off Malfoy, the annoying pest, who had appeared as innocuous as a post seeking his friendship last semester, had now morphed into an unshakable piece of chewed gum stuck to his shoe. Are you looking for your mother? Where has she gone? Draco incessantly taunted from behind Harry. What did you say? Harry abruptly halted his broom. Draco nearly collided into him. I asked if you were searching for your mother. Potter, where is she? Seizing the opportunity to rattle Potter's composure, Draco regained his balance. At that moment, the two seekers hovered in midair, glaring fiercely at one another. Was Harry contemplating a kiss for Malfoy? Ron, armed with Hermione's rain-repelling enchanted binoculars, scrutinized the two seekers, unable to discern their words, but noticing their proximity steadily diminishing. No, please spare Harry. Suddenly, a familiar woman's plea echoed in Harry's ears, sending a chill racing up his spine. A blinding green light erupted in his eyes, and then darkness enveloped him. Draco, too, was not faring well. Bizarre images flooded his mind. He envisioned Hermione, adorned in regal attire, trampling him, while dim-witted Ron and Potter sat nearby, tongues out, laughing at his expense. No, no, no. Immediately thereafter, the trio from Gryffindor vanished, replaced by a shadow enveloped in dark mist. The figure pointed its wand at itself. Beside it lay the lifeless body of a father and a mother bound tightly. Choose, the shadow intoned. Will you betray me like your foolish father, or remain loyal like them? Numerous dark figures emerged behind shadow. Draco strained to discern their faces, but was met only with a succession of green lights. The scene descended into chaos, with only two beams of silver light cutting through the fog. Chapter 86. Hermione's Decision. One silver beam emanated from Dumbledore's wand. His white beard swayed in the wind like that of a silver-maned lion, his furious brows knitted tightly, and the fire in his eyes seemed poised to melt the semicircular lenses of his glasses. The second silver beam came from Hermione. She realized that two individuals were plummeting unconscious from the air. A simple levitation charm slowed Harry and Draco's descent. Had been only one person, she could have easily saved him. But with two falling and only one wand at her disposal, she apologized to Harry before using her wand to catch Draco, utilizing Harry as a cushion, and then guided both of them to descend gently. It was only after accomplishing this that she noticed, in such a perilous moment, none of the professors present had offered assistance. All were frozen in place, staring blankly. Make way! Make way! The two teams of players, having regained their composure, quickly surrounded the fallen seeker. Professor Hooch had to blow her whistle to disperse the crowd, allowing Madame Pomfrey to rush onto the scene. He then instructed Professors McGonagall and Snape, Minerva, Severus, you, and Pomfrey must ensure their safety. After watching the two headmasters follow the injured students away, he called Hermione over. You did exceptionally well. Gryffindor earns 200 points. With that, Dumbledore stormed toward the school gates, ready to settle a score with Fudge. Hermione felt no joy from the added points. She hurried to catch up with Professor McGonagall, her heart heavy with concern for the unconscious Harry and Draco. Though the levitation charm would shield them from severe injury in their fall, she could not fathom why they had not yet regained consciousness. In that fleeting moment, she had felt a chill, but it quickly dissipated. What the professors? Why had they not reacted? Quietly sitting in the corner of the infirmary, Hermione gazed at the Quidditch players surrounding Harry and Draco, perplexed as to why they had not taken action. Surely it was not too difficult to ride a broom and rescue the falling seeker? Weak, too weak, Hermione muttered to herself. What are you mumbling about? Ron, who had been unable to squeeze through, emerged from the crowd. I said we are too weak. Don't say that. You just saved Harry's life. Oh, and Malfoy's too. Though I believe that was unintentional. Just think about how Malfoy will strut around in front of you in the future. Even his life was saved by you. Ron, feeling somewhat relieved after Madame Pomfrey reassured them that both were unharmed, began to jest. We are still too weak. When confronted by a Dementor, I nearly failed to cast the correct spell. Even without the Dementor, I wouldn't know how to rescue both of them simultaneously. Black managed to escape from Azkaban unscathed. Hermione calmly stated the indisputable fact. But that is Black, the only escapee from Azkaban. Ron exclaimed, bewildered by how Hermione could discuss Black with such casualness. As if he were merely a potato on the street. This is merely Black. If Voldemort truly returns, he will indeed return. At that moment, what feeble means do we possess to defend ourselves? What has happened to you lately? Ever since you encountered that student named Tom, you seem to have become rather peculiar, even uttering the name of the Dark Lord with such ease, and now considering resisting his resurgence? Goodness, Dumbledore is still alive, and there are Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Surely, these matters should not concern us mere third-year students. Ron lowered his voice. Your family, being purebloods, may have options, but I, a mudblood from a Muggle family, am destined to be killed by Voldemort, and my parents, merely by knowing of my existence in the magical world, would find themselves on the Death Eater's purge list. Ron fell silent, unable to refute Hermione's assertions. Yes, the Weasley family would not ally with the Dark Lord, but their pureblood status means that as long as they do not raise the banner of resistance against him, he will merely turn a blind eye, addressing matters as they arise without further escalation. And what of Hermione? As she herself stated, the more accomplished one is, the quicker they meet their demise, leaving no room for choice. So what do you intend to do? What more could Ron say? In moments like these, only action could express one's stance. Acquiring genuine skills. Merely learning about defense against the dark arts from textbooks is far from sufficient. We must engage in practice, in real-world application. What if the school disapproves? Then we shall learn in secret. Hermione's expression was earnest. She had absorbed much theoretical knowledge from Tom, but lacked practical experience. The intelligent girl now needed to bridge her own gaps. As Tom once taught, revolution is not a dinner party. Armed force is an indispensable key element of a revolution. What Hermione aims to do is to establish her own armed force at Hogwarts. Although the current moment is not ripe for forming an army, it is the best time to elevate her own abilities. Once the time is right, she can disseminate her accumulated experience to her recruited comrades, and soon, a well-trained armed force will take shape. Let us first consult Professor Lupin. Chapter 87, Peter Pettigrew. Having just survived the full moon after consuming the potion brewed by Snape, Lupin felt utterly drained. He slumped in his office chair, looking as though he had been thoroughly worn out. This year, accepting Dumbledore's challenge was inherently daunting for Lupin. As a werewolf capable of transformation, the paramount concern was to navigate the night of his metamorphosis without revealing his true nature. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to catch a glimpse of Harry and, more importantly, to prevent Sirius from engaging in any reckless actions toward Harry, Lupin consented to Dumbledore's proposition. At least, from his current perspective, everything remained within the realm of expectation. Although Sirius had infiltrated the school and even intended to breach Gryffindor's common room, Lupin was increasingly convinced that his target was not Harry. As a member of the Marauders, Lupin was well aware of Sirius's intentions. While others might speculate that Sirius Black had lost track of time during his prolonged fugitive state, Lupin harbored no such doubts. Who was Sirius? His mind was perfectly lucid. Yet, if his intentions did not revolve around Harry, what could possibly be hidden within Gryffindor's common room? Lupin absent-mindedly stroked the remaining tufts of fur at the nape of his neck, grappling with uncertainty. A knock at the door interrupted his muddled thoughts. Come in, Professor Lupin. Hermione and Ron burst into the room with great urgency. Hermione, Ron, why aren't you with Harry? Has he awakened? No, Professor. I came to seek your assistance. Hermione replied breathlessly. Oh, what is it? Lupin ruffled his tousled hair and took a sip from his teacup, intrigued to discern what was troubling the diligent young student. I want to learn genuine defensive magic against Death Eaters. Lupin sputtered, nearly choking on his tea. Defensive magic against Death Eaters? How did you come to such a notion? I believe that what we are currently studying is insufficient to prepare us for the dangers that exist in the real world. Upon hearing this, Lupin felt a wave of dismay wash over him. The dangers in the real world couldn't possibly refer to the Dementors lurking on the Quidditch pitch, could it? Such creatures were not typically encountered under normal circumstances. The only place where one might regularly encounter Dementors was Azkaban. Learning how to combat them would only be useful for escaping from Azkaban. Yet, Lupin did not believe his abilities could teach students to contend with wizards of Dumbledore's or Grindelwald's caliber, who could effortlessly clear a space with a Patronus charm. As for the Death Eaters, most of them were imprisoned in Azkaban. Those who roamed free were beyond the reach of the Ministry of Magic. What utility would it serve to learn how to deal with Death Eaters? If Voldemort did not return, which Death Eater would dare to cause trouble? The deluded ones not in Azkaban had already been dealt with by the Aurors. Hermione, what you are currently learning is designed to equip you with the skills to confront magical creatures and dangers that you might encounter in everyday life. Lupin waved his wand to clear the remnants of tea he had spilled. As for the Death Eaters, they have long since vanished from the scene. You will not encounter them in your daily existence. The Dementors, if you are willing, I can impart to you the methods of combating them. However, I must preface my remarks by stating that these techniques may suffice for 1 or 2 Death Eaters, yet confronting a multitude, as one might encounter in a stadium, necessitates a wizard of formidable strength, at least on par with Dumbledore. With trepidation, Remus sought to convey to the girl that the dangers they might face in the current world are indeed akin to those magical creatures taught in textbooks. Death Eaters, Dementors, Giants, Dragons, all are to be managed by specialized teams of adult wizards, matters not meant for a third-year girl to fret over. But Professor, we encountered Voldemort in our first year. In our second year, we faced the basilisk. This year, we have Dementors and an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. Remus fell silent. What kind of institution allows a 13-year-old girl to face troubles that even an adult wizard might never encounter in a lifetime? Well, you have a point, he conceded. However, the curriculum is determined by Headmaster Dumbledore. If you're willing, I can spare some time after class to instruct you on how to confront Dementors. Thank you so much. Hermione eagerly pulled Ron along to express her gratitude to Remus. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Let's commence tomorrow evening, right here. After setting the time, Hermione led Ron out of Professor Lupin's office. Voldemort has not perished, and it is inevitable that the Death Eaters will resurface alongside him. Do you not think it prudent to be prepared, rather than caught unawares? Well, you make a valid argument. But how can you be certain that Professor Lupin is not a Death Eater? Ron retorted. He is a person whom Dumbledore has brought in. Hermione looked at Ron in bewilderment, questioning how he could pose such a query. Professor Quirrell was too, Ron calmly replied, and that idiot Lockhart as well. All right, I must admit that the caliber of the defense against the dark arts professors seems rather lacking. He is a close friend of Harry's father. Hermione found yet another point to bolster her argument. Sirius Black was also. He betrayed Harry's parents, leading to their demise at the hands of the Dark Lord. I seriously doubt that Sirius Black is not a Death Eater. If Sirius Black is not a Death Eater, then he must have killed Pettigrew, right? What did you just say? I said that Sirius Black betrayed Harry's parents. Not that sentence, the one after. That he killed Pettigrew, the traitor? Yes, that one. Suddenly, Hermione felt as though everything was falling into place. No, it has nothing to do with that. I had been perplexed about who could evoke such strong emotions in Black. And now I realize it was Pettigrew. Chapter 88, The Cat and the Mouse. But Pettigrew is already dead. Hermione, he died 12 years ago. Ron was baffled by Hermione's insistence, as he was a certified corpse by the Ministry of Magic. Really? Where's his body? Hermione displayed a calm smile reminiscent of a Grim Reaper's apprentice. His corpse was shattered into fragments by Black's magic, along with the surrounding muggles, leaving behind only a severed finger. Aren't you fond of examining records? These are documented facts. There are numerous muggles who can testify. Hermione retorted. You can't possibly be suggesting that Pettigrew is still alive? Ron questioned incredulously. If we assume that Pettigrew survived, then everything Black did becomes comprehensible. Pettigrew betrayed Harry's parents, and Black was actually pursuing the traitor. Cornered, Pettigrew detonated himself, causing chaos among the muggles while faking his own death, leaving merely a finger behind. Believing he had slain the traitor, Black remained in Azkaban in peace, awaiting death. It was only many years later, upon learning that Pettigrew was indeed alive, that he became enraged, realizing the loathsome traitor had been alive for over a decade. Thus, he sought every means to escape Azkaban, driven solely by the desire to fulfill his unfinished vengeance. Yet, Dumbledore testified that Sirius Black was the secret keeper for Harry's parents. This is where the brilliance lies. Everyone assumed Black was the Potter's secret keeper, but what if they had switched the secret keeper to Pettigrew at the last moment? Little did they know that Pettigrew was the true Death Eater, and it was Sirius Black who conceived this idea, who felt guilt and chose not to contest any accusations from the Ministry of Magic. He believed that had he not proposed this idea, Harry's parents would not have perished. Ron was rendered speechless by Hermione's reasoning, struggling to refute her claims. This makes sense. Black never intended to kill Harry, which is why he did not attack him on the way to Godric's Hollow. Nor when we all went to Hogsmeade. His target was never Harry. Ron felt himself being swayed by Hermione's argument. Hagrid had once mentioned that he rode on Black's flying motorcycle to fetch Harry. At that time, Black did not harm Hagrid, nor did he attack the infant Harry. Surely, Black could not be incapable of dealing with Hagrid? What more could Ron say? Should he assert that Hagrid was actually quite formidable? We should ask Hagrid what truly transpired that day. Everything will become clear, Hermione declared as she headed towards Hagrid's hut. Yes, this is crucial, especially regarding how you managed to borrow the motorcycle from Black. Hermione added, there's nothing much to tell you. That day, following Dumbledore's orders, I went to the ruins to rescue Harry, and then Sirius Black appeared at the door, riding his motorcycle. He looked pale and was trembling, so I comforted him. Wait, are you saying you encountered Sirius Black at Harry's home? Hermione pressed urgently. Indeed, he even asked me to hand Harry over to him, claiming to be Harry's godfather. However, I had Dumbledore's orders, so I refused him. He engaged in a brief debate with me, but ultimately conceded, even relinquishing the flying motorcycle, claiming he had no further use for it. So, Sirius Black appeared at Harry's doorstep? Indeed, did I not mention this earlier? What's the matter with you all? Why the sudden inquiry into such a distant memory? Hagrid looked perplexed. If Sirius Black was not the one who killed Peter Pettigrew, it signifies that Harry possesses a godfather and a home. No longer would he endure a life of bullying with the Dursleys. How thrilled he would be if he awoke to this revelation. Hermione felt a surge of happiness at the thought. Well, even if you are correct, Sirius Black did not betray Harry's parents. It was Peter Pettigrew who was the traitor. How did Sirius come to know that Pettigrew was alive and still in Gryffindor's common room? Ron posed the pivotal question. Indeed, how'd he know? Hermione walked towards the Gryffindor common room, still pondering how Black discovered Pettigrew's whereabouts. After uttering the correct password to Sir Cadogan, disregarding his absurd challenge to duel a 13-year-old girl, Hermione entered the common room and settled by the fireplace. She felt she was but a step away from the truth. Yet that seemingly short distance felt insurmountable. What have I overlooked? Hermione racked her brain, yet yielded no insights. Blast it! Hermione, control your cat. Ron, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. Hermione looked up, frowning as she observed Crookshanks pursuing Scabbers, who was darting about. Damn it, you beast! Crookshanks chased after Scabbers, while Ron pursued Crookshanks. Not every cat is transformed by Professor McGonagall. After a strenuous effort, Ron finally rescued Scabbers from Crookshanks' clutches. Breathing heavily, Ron attempted to gently soothe the trembling Scabbers, trying to smooth down his gray and white fur. This one-handed rat was his first pet, and despite his complaints, Ron cherished it dearly. I'm sorry, but cats catch mice. Hermione's pupils dilated at that moment, recalling the pet shop clerk's words before the term began. Chapter 89, Run Peter. A jolt of realization struck Hermione, causing her to shudder uncontrollably. She fought against the discomfort, striving to maintain her composure. How old is this rat? The clerk inquired as he took Scabbers from Ron's hands. Not sure, he's quite old. I got him from my brother. Ron was uncertain as well. Nearly 10 years? Oh, for 10. I'm not entirely sure. Does it matter? Like most domesticated rats, their lifespan rarely exceeds 3 years. Yours has lived a long life. Perhaps you might consider adopting a younger, more lively one? The clerk set down Scabbers and turned to introduce the more spirited rats in the shop. The recollection made Hermione tremble even more violently. Bane, a rat whose typical lifespan is merely 3 years, astonishingly lived for around a decade, albeit missing a toe on its front paw. Its appearance alongside Ron on the front page of the Daily Prophet might have easily caught the attention of Black. After his escape from Azkaban, Black's presence instilled an unsettling anxiety that permeated Hogwarts, particularly as the rat, now a mere shadow, lingered exclusively in the Gryffindor common room, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the treacherous Peter Pettigrew. In a flurry of urgency, Hermione hastily retrieved her wand from her pocket, yet Bane's reflexes were swifter. In a sudden twist, it bit Ron's finger, and taking advantage of his momentary pain, it leapt to the ground, scurrying along the wall in frantic retreat. Everyone petrify it! Petrify it! Hermione cried, her focus fixed on Bane as she unleashed a barrage of petrifying spells, convinced that Bane was indeed Peter Pettigrew. Have you lost your mind? Ron exclaimed, unable to tend to his bleeding finger as he seized Hermione's wand-bearing hand. Have you been assimilated by that beast? Why are you so intent on destroying Bane? That is not Bane, Hermione retorted, shoving Ron aside. But alas, she could no longer discern Bane's whereabouts and could only keep her wand raised, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. You must be mad, just as mad as your wretched cat. Ron was bewildered. All he desired was to quietly care for a rat. Why did Hermione and her hideous feline feel the need to oppose him? Bane is merely a rat. How could he possibly be Peter Pettigrew? Do you know Peter Pettigrew? The voices of the Weasley twins echoed from the doorway. George and Fred, looking utterly disheartened, returned from their futile excursion around the Forbidden Forest. They hadn't even found a single hair of Sirius Black, let alone the promised 10,000 galleons. Hermione must have lost her senses, believing Bane to be Peter Pettigrew. Ron turned to the twins, pointing an accusatory finger at Hermione. Bane, that rat Percy discarded? How could he possibly be Peter Pettigrew? George dismissed the notion of who Pettigrew might be, more focused on resting than engaging with Ron's evident madness. Exactly. Ron appeared emboldened, standing tall against Hermione. Who is Peter Pettigrew? Fred threw himself onto the couch, wearily inquiring. He is the man whom Sirius Black supposedly killed 12 years ago. Hermione believes he survived and transformed into Bane. Ron declared defiantly, now with newfound conviction. Who? George and Fred both leapt from the couch, exchanging incredulous glances as they interpreted the shock in each other's eyes. I don't have time to explain. The most pressing matter is to inform Dumbledore. Hermione, unperturbed by the accusations, was not interested in vindicating herself. Her sole focus was to alert the headmaster and apprehend the transformed Peter Pettigrew. He was the true betrayer of Harry's parents, a concealed Death Eater, a deranged individual who cared not for the lives of others, but only for his own survival. And now, this very individual was roaming freely within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. What must we do? George and Fred asked in unison. Others may have been oblivious, but they were not unaware. The Marauder's map had unmistakably revealed the name of Peter Pettigrew mere moments ago. I shall notify Dumbledore. George, you inform Professor McGonagall. Fred, take Ron to Harry. Hermione, puzzled by the sudden change in the twins' demeanor, realized she could not afford to waste another moment. Everyone, be cautious. He is an unregistered animagus, capable of transforming into a rat, and he is unarmed. However, it would be trivial for him to seize a wand from a student. After issuing her urgent warnings to the Weasley brothers, Hermione hurried towards the headmaster's office. Stop dawdling, let us move, Fred exclaimed, pulling the dazed Ron along as they rushed to the infirmary. George sprinted off towards Professor McGonagall's office. Why did you two believe her so quickly? Ron, bewildered, failed to comprehend why his brother trusted Hermione's nonsensical claims over his own. There is no point in explaining. Just trust me. Fred, disinterested in elaborating on the existence of the Marauder's map, brandished his wand as he hastened towards the infirmary. Fortunately, Harry was surrounded by nearly half of the Quidditch team, so if they encountered Peter Pettigrew, they should not be utterly outmatched. Hermione dashed onward, oblivious to the rat hidden in the corner. How was I exposed? Quivered Pettigrew, still in his rodent form, trembling in the shadows. He never anticipated that the day of his discovery would arrive so swiftly. As he watched Hermione rush past him, he stifled the urge to revert to human form and eliminate the girl who had unveiled his existence. Revealing himself now would only validate her suspicions. No, he must not expose himself. The only fate that awaited him upon revelation was death. He needed to flee, to escape Hogwarts as quickly as possible. Only then could he negate everything the girl had claimed. The Ministry of Magic would never admit to their errors until they had no other options. This was his sole chance to remain hidden, to continue evading capture. Realizing this, Pettigrew began to contemplate an escape route from Hogwarts, exercising utmost caution. His animagus form, Sirius Black, was aware of his existence. The secret passageways he knew were also known to Sirius, who had infiltrated Hogwarts and attempted to enter Gryffindor's common room to eliminate him. Pettigrew understood that he must swiftly find a route that would not lead him to Sirius Black and escape from Hogwarts without delay. Professor, Chapter 90. This is rather extreme. Professor, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Soon, as the statue turned aside, revealing the spiral staircase, Dumbledore's figure descended slowly, calm and unhurried. His demeanor exasperated Hermione, who was truly the headmaster here. Had she not worried about his lengthy beard potentially tripping him as he navigated the stairs? She might have been tempted to pull him down herself. Hermione? What is the matter? Speak slowly. Perhaps we should first enjoy a cup of honeyed grapefruit tea? Dumbledore finally reached the bottom of the stairs, his ever-present smile gracing his face. Professor, I have discovered Peter Pettigrew. He is not dead, he is. Indeed, he is transformed into a mouse, a creature with distinctive markings, and has been lurking in the Gryffindor common room. This explains why Sirius Black wishes to breach the Gryffindor quarters. Are you suggesting that Peter Pettigrew is an unregistered animagus? Yes, Professor. If we do not act swiftly, he may escape. Or worse, he may attempt to harm Harry. After Hermione spoke, she still awaited a response from Dumbledore. Professor, I trust that aside from reaching out to me, you have made other arrangements? Dumbledore stood quietly at the staircase. Yes, Professor. I instructed Ron and Fred to alert Harry while sending George to find Professor McGonagall. That is reassuring. I have faith that Professor McGonagall will safeguard Harry. Let us sit and converse at a leisurely pace. Contrary to Hermione's expectations of Dumbledore deploying a comprehensive strategy at Hogwarts, he instead invited her into his office for a discussion. Professor, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Puzzled by Dumbledore's demeanor, Hermione complied with the headmaster's wishes and took a seat in his office. Would you care for a cup of honey grapefruit tea? No, thank you, Professor. Let us discuss your findings. Hermione recounted her deductions with astonishing speed, eager to persuade Dumbledore of Peter Pettigrew's existence, that he was indeed at Hogwarts and posed a potential threat to all students. Your reasoning is impeccable. Therefore, Professor, if we proceed now. I understand, but I cannot, at least not at this moment, Dumbledore replied with resignation. Why not? If your deductions are correct, it implies that the act of annihilating half a street of Muggles was not committed by Sirius Black, but rather by Peter Pettigrew. Do you believe he would refrain from repeating such a desperate act to save his own skin? If we do not alarm him, Dumbledore could still apprehend Pettigrew without his awareness. Yet now, with Pettigrew already on edge, a rash move could lead him to take students hostage, placing Dumbledore in a precarious position. As the headmaster, the safety of his students is Dumbledore's paramount concern. But we could wait until he's outside the school to capture him. Hermione protested. And then what? Dumbledore retorted. We would hand him over to the Ministry of Magic for trial, restore Sirius's reputation, and provide any necessary reparations. Dumbledore chuckled, though it was uncertain whether he found Hermione's naivety amusing or was simply relieved that she retained such innocence. I trust you are aware that Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban without a trial. Yes, the implications of such a grave error, one that would compel the Ministry to acknowledge its blunder, are significant, and I believe you can surmise the potential consequences, not only for Sirius, but all the Death Eaters confined in Azkaban might seize this opportunity to evade punishment. Hermione suddenly conceived a possibility. Dumbledore regarded the student from a Muggle family with deep appreciation. She was astute, clever, perceptive, and courageous. In his extensive educational career, only Tom Riddle could be compared to her. In her first year, she had learned through Harry that Voldemort had not perished. The thought of Tom Riddle, who had transformed into Voldemort, tugged painfully at Dumbledore's heart. He recalled the other Tom, who had bartered with Ginny's life in the Chamber of Secrets just before the end of the previous semester. What would have happened if that Tom had ensnared Hermione? Dumbledore was taken aback by his own fanciful musings. He scrutinized the girl anew. Since the beginning of the semester, her behavior had seemed somewhat peculiar. Initially, he attributed it to the aftereffects of overusing the time turner. Yet, upon reflection, the changes in her demeanor bore the striking mark of someone who had been indoctrinated with a certain ideology. Hermione remained silent. Indeed, the world appeared as Tom had described, a path of righteousness overshadowed and forgotten for various reasons, ultimately overgrown with weeds and abandoned. Therefore, do you believe that upon learning of Peter Pettigrew's continued existence, the Ministry of Magic would not only fail to exonerate Sirius Black, but would also allow the Dementors to clandestinely bestow a kiss upon a man who should have been dead for 12 years? Indeed, it is highly probable. To conceal their blunders, the Ministry's most prudent course of action would be to discreetly eliminate him, while the majority remain oblivious to his survival. As for Peter Pettigrew, having lived this long, could be considered fortunate. A single kiss from a Dementor would ensure he could divulge nothing. Sirius Black could meet the same fate. Once captured, a swift kiss would suffice. After all, he was a fugitive, and no one would question it. Hermione's empathetic insights into the Ministry's predicament chilled Dumbledore's heart. On one hand, he remained wary of her extreme thoughts. On the other, he had to concede that Hermione's suggestion was indeed the most pragmatic solution from the Ministry's perspective. Given his understanding of Fudge and the entire Ministry, he was convinced that if Fudge were to learn of this matter, the Minister would execute the plan without hesitation. Dumbledore offered a reluctant defense of the Ministry, hoping that Hermione, the finest talent from Gryffindor, would retain a cheerful and optimistic outlook. This era was particularly unique, and the Ministry was disinclined to see him overly involved in their actions and decisions. He endeavored to remain aloof, ensuring Hogwarts' independence. What could Dumbledore say? In the aftermath of Voldemort's recent downfall, the Ministry needed to swiftly restore their credibility and authority among the populace to amend the consequences of their hasty surrender. A man still loyal to the Dark Lord, who had callously slaughtered half a street of muggles, was the very figure they would employ to re-establish their dominance. Dumbledore? If Dumbledore were willing to step forward, the public would undoubtedly welcome it, even disregarding the Ministry of Magic stance. Yet, Dumbledore remained silent. Professor, does the truth not matter? This concerns the lives of 12 individuals, the innocence and freedom of a wizard. Should the real perpetrator go unpunished? Dumbledore's silence was deafening. He feared the uncertainty of controlling the skittish Peter Pettigrew. The explosion had gone unnoticed, even by the most seasoned Aurors. Everyone assumed it was orchestrated by Black. He was afraid of what he might become if a student were to perish before him, just as he had refrained from speaking out in the past. Fearing that immense power could give rise to darkness within him. It is crucial to remember that in his youth, he nearly strayed onto a perilous path. Who could prevent the darkened version of himself from emerging? Safeguarding the school and its students became one of Dumbledore's few pursuits. My apologies, I misjudged. It was indeed Peter Pettigrew who died 12 years ago at the hands of Black. I sincerely apologize for wasting your time, Professor. Hermione understood, truly and completely. Dumbledore cared for the safety of his students, the stability of the ministry, and many other matters. Yet, among them, he did not include Black's innocence, nor did he consider whether Harry could find a home that truly belonged to him. Dumbledore gazed at the retreating figure of the girl, lost in thought. A ripple stirred within his ancient heart. Even a wizard who had lived for a century and stood at the pinnacle of the world felt an ominous premonition rise within him. Could it be that Tom Riddle and Hermione Granger were truly becoming involved? Hermione pushed open the door to the infirmary, finding the Quidditch team had long departed, leaving only a vigilant Ron and Fred by Harry's side. What did Dumbledore say, Hermione? Ron asked, unsure of what he was hoping for, merely seeking the truth of the matter. Perhaps I was mistaken, Hermione thought, her head bowed, her tone somber. Yet the wand tightly grasped in her hand belied her words. How could it be perhaps? Right is right, and wrong is wrong. It was only then that Ron grasped the implications of Hermione's words. He began to regret his earlier foolishness in preventing her from acting. This was Hermione, a person who had never erred, always possessing motives he might not comprehend. But what if Hermione was indeed correct? That would mean an unregistered animagus, a murderer responsible for the deaths of numerous muggles, a middle-aged man, perhaps balding, transformed into a rat, often nestled in a pocket, occasionally taken out for affection, embraced, even sharing a bed. Stopping Hermione had been a profoundly foolish act. Did Ron not know who she was? When had she ever engaged in peculiar behavior? The mere thought made him nearly wretch. After struggling to regain composure in the infirmary, he was now a staunch supporter of Hermione's actions. Is Harry still unconscious? Hermione did not wish to dwell on the topic further. Her heart was in disarray. Without Dumbledore's support, it was almost a fool's errand for her, a mere third year, to attempt to capture Peter Pettigrew on her own. She did not even know where to find him. Yet, she could not bear the thought of watching Peter escape, leaving Sirius Black to shoulder the blame. After all, he was Harry's godfather. When Harry awoke, how could she face him? Hermione cast a furtive glance at Harry, who lay quietly in bed. She was on the brink of providing him with a happy home. So, what exactly did you bring me here for? Professor McGonagall's voice resounded at the infirmary door. We are concerned that someone may pose a threat to Harry. George explained from the side. With his persuasive eloquence and incessant chatter, he had managed to coax Professor McGonagall into the infirmary. A threat to Harry? At Hogwarts? Don't be ridiculous. However, Sirius Black had already entered once, and it was entirely possible that he would return while Harry was incapacitated to complete the task that Voldemort had left unfinished. Chapter 92. Gryffindor in Action. Dumbledore and our faculty had collaborated with the Aurors to thoroughly search every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, yet no trace of Black had been discovered. Outside the school, the Ministry had deployed additional Dementors, and professors were patrolling the grounds. Even if Black sprouted wings, it was inconceivable that he could enter again. Professor McGonagall asserted confidently. Though her pace hastened, others might not be aware, but as the head of Gryffindor, Minerva McGonagall was acutely conscious of the peculiar occurrences that had transpired since Harry Potter's enrollment. Before Harry's arrival, the most significant event in the school's history was the opening of the Chamber of Secrets half a century ago, which resulted in the death of a Muggle-born child. However, since then, Hogwarts had remained largely untroubled for half a century. Aside from the trivial matter of Slytherin winning the House Cup for 7 consecutive years over the past decade, a fact that still gnawed at her. Ever since Harry set foot in Hogwarts, Gringotts had suffered its first theft. Voldemort had infiltrated the school once more after his previous failures. The chamber had reopened after 50 years, and this year, a prisoner had somehow escaped from Azkaban. McGonagall scrutinized the Weasley brothers and Hermione, who were gathered around Harry's bedside, and then glanced at Harry, who lay like Sleeping Beauty. Her gaze settled on Hermione. It was not that she underestimated the Weasley twins. They were adept at causing mischief. But when it came to devising schemes, the combined wit of all 7 Weasley children could not match a single Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall would wager her position as head of house that if the Weasley twins discovered any sign of black, these audacious boys would rush in without a second thought, neglecting to consult her, their head. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. I made a mistake and wasted your time." Hermione hastily bowed her head in apology once more. What could Professor McGonagall say? A bit of her time wasted was a small price to pay, but the individual before her was an unyielding point accumulator for Gryffindor. Aside from forgiving her, what else could she say? Your concern for Harry is commendable, but next time, ensure you have all the facts before taking action. With those parting words, Professor McGonagall closed the infirmary door and went off to find Madame Pomfrey. Although Hermione admitted her mistake, Professor McGonagall deemed it essential to bolster the protective measures surrounding Harry, lest Sirius Black resort to an unprincipled ambush. The infirmary once again fell into a tranquil hush, with only Draco Malfoy lying on one bed, while the remaining 5 were all Gryffindors. "I understand, but what can I do?" George and Fred exchanged glances. Dumbledore pondered too much, yet we need not. "Let us seize Peter Pettigrew together and prove you were right." Dumbledore warned that if pushed too far, Pettigrew might revert to his old tricks, attempting to create chaos and escape by harming students. Hermione had to concede that Dumbledore was correct. She could not fathom a way to approach the ever-watchful Pettigrew undetected. "Then let us ambush a mouse from behind. We could track his movements." George and Fred chuckled, the twins conspiratorially leaning towards Hermione. "Come, Fred, show her our prized possession." Following this, much to Hermione's astonishment, Fred rummaged in his trousers for a considerable time, finally extracting a stick-like object. It was an old, rolled-up piece of parchment. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," Fred declared, unfurling the parchment, holding up 4 fingers and gently tapping it with his wand. Hermione hesitated, unsure whether to approach. This object, drawn from Fred's trousers, felt inappropriate to show to a 13-year-old girl. It certainly seemed dubious. The mere thought of any lingering scent made her recoil. Yet, it was a magical artifact capable of revealing Pettigrew's whereabouts. The parchment now displayed a complete floor plan of the infirmary, densely populated with their names overlapping one another. While Hermione grappled with her discomfort, Ron was far more straightforward. He dashed forward, exclaiming, "Goodness, what is this?" "The Marauder's map. With this, we can quietly capture Pettigrew from behind." Although Ron posed a question, the twins proceeded to explain to Hermione. They gazed at her with anticipation, eager for the adventure that lay ahead. It is worth noting that neither Pettigrew nor Sirius Black possessed wands. How could a mouse wield a wand? If Black had a wand, he would not have resorted to mauling the fat lady's portrait with his bare hands and a knife. Now, with 2 exceptionally talented 5th years and a knowledgeable 3rd year, albeit with an additional burden, they merely needed to confront a cowardly rat devoid of a wand, and armed with the aid of the Marauder's map to orchestrate a silent ambush. The twins felt their success was highly probable. "So you've possessed such a remarkable item all along and chose not to inform me?" Ron protested, feeling overlooked. Was he still their brother? The twins disregarded Ron's complaints, persistently urging Hermione. It would be perilous. Hermione was reluctant to embark on an adventure with the twins. Mrs. Weasley was exceedingly warm towards her, and Hermione would feel remorseful if her presence caused harm to Mrs. Weasley's children. More importantly, she believed that wielding the Marauder's map while donning Harry's invisibility cloak and sneaking about alone was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 93, A Peculiar Snape. The banter between the twins dispelled Hermione's doubts. "Then let us depart. Remember, the moment we spot him, use the Petri Ficus Totalis spell immediately. But until we catch sight of him, we must not display any hostility." "Aye, Captain." The twins saluted in unison, while Ron was completely overlooked. "We have scoured the Forbidden Forest and the Room of Requirement, yet found nothing. Where do you think we should begin our search?" George posed a crucial question. Given that Pettigrew can transform into a rat, I doubt he would choose to reveal himself within the school. Thus, we must seek not the paths accessible to wizards, but those traversable by a rat, Ron suggested. Or perhaps we should inform Professor McGonagall. She is an animagus who transforms into a cat, which is quite relevant. Yes. Gut. Hermione was reminded by Ron's jest. "Crookshanks. We could utilize Crookshanks to track down Pettigrew." The quartet, accompanied by one cat, embarked on a grand expedition throughout the school in search of the elusive rat. Thanks to the existence of the Marauder's map, they avoided casting the Petri Ficus Totalis spell on every rat that that Crookshanks cornered from the shadows. However, after their extensive search, the rodent infestation at Hogwarts was ultimately eradicated. I suspect he fled at the first opportunity. Ron, breathless and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Rats. If I close my eyes, all I can think of are rats. The twins, too, were beginning to experience a form of rat-induced PTSD, having searched every conceivable location within the school, both permissible and forbidden, yet yielding no results. I suggested we stand outside the girls' restroom and take a quick glance at the Marauders map. It wouldn't require much effort. Ron couldn't comprehend why they were avoiding the restroom. Are you not a man? We are gentlemen. Gentlemen, is it appropriate to crouch outside the girls' restroom? Peering at the parchment to check for Pettigrew, George merely imagined himself and Fred lewdly squatting at the restroom door, scrutinizing a piece of parchment. And he knew that if Angelina discovered them, some individuals would find themselves destined for a lifetime of singleness. Let me go. Now, aside from the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow, the only place we have not searched is the girls' restroom. Hermione volunteered. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Ron immediately rejected Hermione's proposal without a moment's thought. Merely watching the map outside the restroom poses no danger, Hermione insisted, dismissing Ron's concern. Just be careful. We three will remain nearby to assist you. After making arrangements, the three Weasleys formed a triangular formation, standing guard beside Hermione at the restroom entrance, blocking any students who might approach. What are you all doing? Snape, summoned by a female Slytherin student, shouted. 10 points from Gryffindor for each of you. Is it customary to obstruct female students from using the restroom? Is this what Dumbledore teaches you about the etiquette of a Gryffindor gentleman? Severus Snape was disinterested in Weasley's explanations. However, we must capture Peter Pettigrew. Ron could not contain himself and blurted out the truth. Professor, Peter Pettigrew is truly here. Hermione finally located the name of Peter Pettigrew on the Marauders map. You will see for yourself upon entering that he is an unregistered animagus, now transformed into a rat. Miss Granger, do you suppose I am as foolish as Potter and Weasley? Would I barge into the girls' restroom merely based on your word? Snape crossed his arms, gazing with keen interest at the peculiar Granger. It wasn't as if he had never entered before. Ron, who had lost 10 points, muttered behind him. Another 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. How sharp are Snape's ears? He caught Ron's murmurs and callously deducted another 10 points from Gryffindor. If it were not for your recklessness, would I need to enter to rescue you? He, Severus Snape, had also ventured into the girls' restroom. All because of these 2 third years and a certain Potter lying in bed, defying a professor? Another 10 points deducted. If you insist on lingering here, I would not hesitate to strip Gryffindor of all its points. The 4 Gryffindors wore expressions of dismay. Despite cornering Peter Pettigrew, their efforts were thwarted by Snape's sudden appearance. Could Snape possibly be in league with Peter Pettigrew? Ron angrily stomped his foot. In just a short while, Gryffindor had lost 30 points because of him. Although his classmates might remain silent, points deducted by Snape required no justification. Yet Ron felt a sense of injustice. He had once been a Death Eater, spared only by Dumbledore's intervention. According to Hermione's speculation, Peter Pettigrew was likely also a Death Eater. It was entirely normal for Death Eaters to assist one another. George and Fred were equally indignant. That was a sum of 10,000 galleons. I have heard whispers that a certain dark wizard may be plotting a return within the Ministry of Magic. Do you think Snape is merely making a loyalty pledge in advance? Fred quietly shared the tidbits he had overheard from their father. Could it be that Peter Pettigrew knows the whereabouts of the dark wizard? How could that be possible? He has been transformed into Scabbers for so long. How could he possibly know the dark wizard's location? Chapter 94, The Double Agent. Enough. Just a mention of Scabbers makes Ron tremble uncontrollably. He seriously suspected he was suffering from rodent-induced PTSD, merely contemplating a murderer, a middle-aged man who might be balding, who had shared a bed with him for nearly 3 years, left Ron feeling that he would never love again in this lifetime. Compared to spiders, Ron now found himself more terrified of rats. Tell me, if Peter Pettigrew were to escape from Hogwarts, where could he possibly go? Hermione suddenly posed a peculiar question. Where could he go? Surely, he would seek out those Death Eaters who had not been apprehended. I suspect Peter Pettigrew might be residing in Snape's home. The twins, having lost 10,000 galleons, held Snape in the lowest regard imaginable. As a rat, he would merely live out his days. Ron interjected. Are you out of your mind? The twins believe their younger brother is beyond salvation. How long can a mouse without a master survive outside? Not to mention that its identity as a mouse has already been revealed to us. Thus, in order to survive, it has but one choice, to seek out the equally frail Voldemort. Hermione's tone was decidedly assertive. So, he intends to kill the Dark Lord. The Weasley brothers deemed Hermione utterly mad for harboring such a bizarre notion. Could he not simply eliminate the Dark Lord and secure Dumbledore's protection? Ron scoffed. As a fellow Gryffindor, he had bested Professor McGonagall in chess during his first year, soared through the skies in his family's enchanted car, and boldly confronted his fears and a giant spider with a broken wand, even coercing the defense against the dark arts professor to breach the Chamber of Secrets. Ron believed that, were he in such a situation, he would undoubtedly choose to vanquish the Dark Lord. If he had possessed such courage back then, he would not have betrayed Harry's parents. Hermione, observing Ron's head ringing from the twins' playful blows, felt an urge to join in the fray. If that were the case, he absolutely must not be allowed to leave Hogwarts alive. Instantly invigorated, Ron thought that while he might never have the opportunity to defeat the Dark Lord in a one-on-one confrontation, thwarting Voldemort's resurrection was now within his grasp. No, I suspect he has already fled with Snape as assistance. Hermione articulated her hypothesis. What? The Weasley brothers found an uncommon harmony in their disbelief. Yet, these were merely speculations, and she was reluctant to confront the Weasleys with such thoughts. The only certainty was that Dumbledore likely wished to confront Voldemort comprehensively after his resurrection. It seemed the old headmaster deemed sealing him away to be unreliable. Has he escaped? I tossed in the flue powder and pointed him a path, Snape remarked impassively. As for the subsequent exposure of Pettigrew and the Ministry's significant loss of credibility, what was that to Snape? He was merely following the Ministry's warrant to apprehend Black. Did you have an encounter with him? Dumbledore inquired. In agreement with Hermione's assertions, Snape calmly stated, he indeed transformed into a rat. Years of espionage had long since honed his ability to mask any inner turmoil with ease. Pettigrew, an unregistered animagus. Might Sirius Black also be an unregistered animagus? It should be noted that Remus Lupin, a werewolf, would inevitably transform without his potions during his student days. Yet, throughout the years, no rumors had surfaced regarding Lupin's transformations at school. Snape suddenly had an epiphany. Dumbledore's casual remarks interrupted Snape's contemplation. The Dark Lord is currently so weak. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to seal him away, yet you allow Pettigrew to resurrect him? I demand an explanation. Voldemort has discovered a path to immortality. Simply sealing him away will only lead to his inevitable return. It is better to allow him the choice of resurrection, thereby annihilating both his physical form and soul in one fell swoop, thus resolving this issue once and for all. Are you suggesting that Snape never uttered the forbidden words? Indeed, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets last semester was one such instance. He has even begun to absorb other Horcruxes. I fear that if I continue to wait, the Horcrux will transform into its true form, a younger, more mature Dark Lord who has witnessed Voldemort's previous failures. So, do you wish for them to turn against each other? Which side should I infiltrate? Chapter 95, Choices. I had expected you to outright refuse. Will you offer me an option for refusal? Snape felt that not drawing his wand and jabbing it at that insufferable old fool was purely a matter of inadequacy. Had he been capable of overpowering him, Dumbledore would have long known the reason behind the blooming of flowers. Every individual possesses the right to choose, does one not? Thus, I choose to remain aloof, quietly serving as a potions master at Hogwarts. Naturally, that is permissible, but what? Snape sensed that Dumbledore had something significant to sell. The truth is, Voldemort would not spare Harry. Snape longed to retort. Why should I care if that unfortunate child, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Potter, is dead? Yet, that loathsome visage is adorned with a pair of emerald green eyes. Of course, while Voldemort's Horcrux may not seek to kill Harry, we all understand that Voldemort would never relinquish this persistent thorn in his side, one who has caused him to stumble twice. Nevertheless, I respect your choice. After all, everyone is entitled to their own decisions. Dumbledore took a sip of his honeyed grapefruit tea. Snape fixated on the yellow liquid as it traversed from the cup to Dumbledore's throat, deeply regretting his failure to discreetly administer a dose of some laxative to that infernal old fool. It is easy to speak of rights and choices, yet when has Dumbledore ever granted him the privilege of choice? Years ago, upon learning that the Potters would become Voldemort's targets, he resolutely chose betrayal. Yes, he desperately implored the Dark Lord to spare Lily, but deep down, he understood that the Dark Lord's intentions were set. A mere Severus Snape could not thwart the fate of those destined to die. He turned to Dumbledore, hoping that this legendary figure, the only one Voldemort feared, could save Lily's life. And what was the outcome? The Dark Lord nearly honored his promise, twice requesting Lily to step aside. This was a memory Snape had never encountered. Had Lily not insisted on protecting Harry, Voldemort might have genuinely spared her. Conversely, what did Dumbledore do? He did not even act as a guardian for the Potters. Instead, he assigned that foolish Sirius Black the critical role. Lily still perished, and Snape's heart died alongside her. He had believed that Dumbledore was shielding him from retribution for his broken promises, but it seems now that Dumbledore suspected all along that Voldemort had not been entirely defeated, and that he needed to re-infiltrate to safeguard himself. Why, then, should he acquiesce to this untrustworthy scoundrel? The same green eyes as Lily's once again surfaced in Snape's mind. Protect him, even if it is for my sake. Snape could almost hear Lily's voice whispering in his ear. I will do it. For a long while, hoarse-voiced. Snape could not resist the allure of Lily's memory. That is an alternate path, one where he did not succumb to the allure of dark magic, one where he did not part ways with Lily, a possibility too exquisite for him to ever revisit. You must discreetly guide Wormtail to locate Voldemort with urgency. There is no need. The Death Eaters bearing the Dark Mark possess means to consult the Dark Lord, provided that the Dark Lord is willing to listen. Wormtail will soon establish contact with him. Snape resumed his facade of indifference. Is that so? It seems Voldemort's social standing is rather dismal. After all this time, not a single Death Eater has attempted to reunite with him. Dumbledore made a jest, albeit a rather unamusing one. Recently, rumors of the Dark Lord's impending resurgence have intensified. In the North, individuals have begun to commit atrocities under the guise of Death Eaters, and those in Britain are similarly restless. It is possible that Voldemort may not even select Wormtail as his chosen vessel for revival. That is inconsequential, as long as he chooses to resurrect. That is sufficient for us. Dumbledore was indifferent to who assisted Voldemort in his return. He merely required Voldemort's revival. If you believe he would limit himself to just one, given his nature, I doubt that. Until that which has not been destroyed is vanquished, no matter your efforts, you cannot entirely eliminate the Dark Lord. I'm aware. As I mentioned, one Horcrux is currently absorbing the souls of others. Thus, when Voldemort opts for resurrection, he will undoubtedly extract the souls from the remaining Horcruxes. And I can assure you he would not dare to create another. At that point, there shall exist only one Horcrux, one that even a lively Voldemort cannot fully control, making our task of obliterating him significantly easier. This notion was conceived through Dumbledore's meticulous deliberation. Rather than scouring for unknown and cursed Horcruxes, it would be more prudent to allow Voldemort to retrieve them himself. In due course, finding a sentient being will prove far simpler than locating an inanimate object. Dumbledore harbored suspicions. He could not ascertain which peculiar Horcrux was concocting what schemes, yet he was certain that recent changes concerning Hermione Granger were directly related. A Horcrux that has already absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's soul from Harry, along with the fragment within the Gaunt Ring, potentially possesses a completeness surpassing that of Voldemort himself. Dumbledore even contemplated the possibility of transforming Voldemort into a Horcrux, allowing the Horcrux to become the essence, thereby eliminating Voldemort through the destruction of the Horcrux. What if that one intends to conquer the world? Snape inquired. Based on his decision to spare Harry, I do not believe he would pursue such a course. It appears you have orchestrated everything. Speak, what must I do next? A shiver ran through Snape. The last time he exerted himself to convey Voldemort's plans to Dumbledore. Lily met her demise. Chapter 96. Awakening to a world that had collapsed before dawn. At that moment, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew clutched the flue powder bestowed upon him by Snape, successfully managing to approach a fireplace. However, just as he scattered the powder into the hearth, it dawned on him that he was utterly unaware of his intended destination. The path of the flue powder proved to be a dead end. He had no inkling of where to go. He refrained from traversing any of the secret passages he had mastered during his student days, fearing he might encounter the ever-persistent Sirius Black, who harbored a singular desire to see him dead. This method was both the safest and most perilous. The safety lay in the fact that only Snape seemed to know of his status as an animagus, and the girl named Granger appeared to have no connection between him and Scabbers. Perhaps he was simply being overly cautious. Otherwise, the ever-capable Dumbledore would not remain indifferent. Fortunately, Hogwarts housed more than just him as a rat. Following a conversation with the local mice, Peter Pettigrew confirmed that only Snape seemed aware of his identity as an animagus. That Granger, accompanied by the three young Weasleys, was shouting incomprehensible phrases about a mouse-catching brigade and cleansing Hogwarts of its filth, as if merely accompanying Crookshanks in play, had resulted in no petrifications or deaths of any kind. As for how Snape came to know, Peter preferred to remain ignorant. James, after all these years, I find myself still relying on the experiences you and Sirius shared with me during our school days to survive. How did you come to confront the Dark Lord? It's one thing to face him, but why must I be made aware of it? It's one thing for me to know, but why must I be your confidant? The Dark Lord. You have never faced him directly, nor have you been threatened by him. Even in death, you were spared his torment. You cannot fathom his terror. I merely wish to survive, to endure. I have never been as brave as you and Sirius, nor do I possess your resolute convictions. All I desire is to live. I never wish to harm you. I have never contemplated such a thing. Look, the Dark Lord desires nothing more than to kill your son, yet I have refrained from acting against him all these years. So, you can understand me, can't you? You will comprehend my plight, won't you? If it weren't for your obstinate defiance against the Dark Lord, you would not have perished. If not for your insistence on opposing him, I wouldn't have to hide. If it weren't for your relentless struggle against him, Sirius wouldn't be imprisoned in Azkaban, reduced to madness. Thus, it is all because of you. In the shadows of Hogwarts kitchens, Peter Pettigrew and his kin huddled within the crevices of the walls, incessantly murmuring about the past. The surrounding mice instinctively made way, for their lives were already fraught with misery, and there was no need to endure the incessant ramblings of a rat. Harry, you're finally awake. It had been 3 days since the Dementors invaded the Quidditch pitch, leading to Dumbledore's lifetime ban. The slumbering beauty had at last stirred, and Ron, the prince at his side, exclaimed in excitement. I'll go fetch Hermione. Harry, however, halted Ron, who was poised to make a swift exit. How long have I been unconscious? A full 3 days. Everyone has been terribly worried. What about the Quidditch match? Did we win? Harry was deeply troubled by the thought that his mistake had allowed Malfoy to capture the Golden Snitch, a consequence that would leave him in despair. However, it turned out that Malfoy had also lost consciousness, as the match was interrupted by the invasion of Dementors. Ron gestured towards Malfoy, who remained in a stupor, waiting for his own prince. So, did anything happen during this period? Harry rubbed his eyes and adjusted his glasses, which had been set aside. He glanced over at Malfoy, who lay motionless, his expression blank. This unfamiliar sight of Malfoy evoked a strange feeling in Harry, a wish that it could persist indefinitely. A great deal has transpired. I hardly know where to begin, Ron exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the events of the past few days. Let's get to the point, Harry said, propping himself up with a pillow against the headboard. He reached for the water glass on the bedside table, feeling parched after 3 days of slumber. Sirius Black is actually your godfather. Before Harry could swallow a mouthful of water, he inadvertently sprayed it all over Ron's face. I'm sorry, he exclaimed, frantically trying to wipe Ron's face dry. In that moment, Harry wished Hermione were there. With a simple cleaning charm, she could restore Ron's drenched visage. Put the water aside for now, or you'll end up soaking me again, Ron insisted, pressing Harry's hand to force him to set down the cup. Is there anything more shocking than this? Harry could hardly believe what he had missed. His godfather was the very person who had betrayed his parents? He wanted to kill not you, but Pettigrew. Huh. Harry finally understood why Ron had taken the cup away. Otherwise, he would have sprayed water again. Oh, right. Pettigrew is the one who betrayed your parents. Wait, are you saying that the person I thought had betrayed my parents, or my godfather, was innocent, while the so-called hero who died at the hands of my parents' betrayer was actually the traitor, and he is still alive? So you captured Pettigrew. Realizing something, Harry became quite exhilarated. Ooh, no. Ron felt somewhat sheepish. Then you found Sirius and cleared his name? Ooh, no. Didn't you tell Dumbledore? Harry was perplexed as to why they had failed to accomplish such straightforward tasks. Well, Hermione did inform Dumbledore. And then? Harry pressed on. And then there was nothing more. We cornered Pettigrew in the girls' bathroom, only to run into Snape. After he deducted several points from us, we were chased away. And what happened afterward is a mystery to me. Ron's words contained so many pitfalls that Harry was momentarily at a loss for what to critique. Chapter 97. I want to choose you. Hold on. In a moment of urgency, Harry burst into a rap. Are you saying that you cornered Pettigrew in the girls' bathroom, were discovered by Snape, who then deducted points, thereby allowing Pettigrew to escape? Even if he harbored no fondness for Snape, he could scarcely conceive the bizarre scene of Snape, wand in hand, his greasy hair glistening, barging into the girls' restroom only to find Ron and Hermione playing with a rat. Snape did not enter the girls' restroom, Ron corrected. So you were cornered by Snape at the entrance of the girls' loo? Harry inquired. Well, in Harry's eyes, the mere image of Snape guarding the girls' restroom was hardly an improvement. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that any female student would be so foolish as to venture into a restroom guarded by Snape. Harry was convinced that had he been a girl, he would rather soil himself than encounter Snape at the restroom door. That was more or less the sentiment. In any case, the good news was that he would not need to hunt down Sirius Black. Yet, to clear his name, I must capture Pettigrew, mustn't I? Well, we suspect he has already fled Hogwarts. What more could Harry say? Could he blame Ron and the others for failing to apprehend Pettigrew and vindicate his godfather? No, they had done well enough. If not for them, He might have foolishly believed that Sirius Black was the true betrayer of his parents and would have attempted a foolish one-on-one duel with the only family member he had left. "Where's my broom?" Harry suddenly thought of his broom. It was blown away into the forbidden forest, with the Whomping Willow. Ron had been so busy these past few days that he completely forgot that Harry's broom had been reduced to splinters by the tree. "Where is it?" Harry pressed. Professor McGonagall barely salvaged some fragment from the forbidden forest. "Mate, I think it's best you don't look." "Where is it?" Harry insisted. "All right." Ron pulled open the drawer beside Harry's bed, revealing the wreckage of the Firebolt 2000. Harry felt a mix of emotions. He could not comprehend why so much had transpired during his mere 3 days of unconsciousness. "Mate, look on the bright side. Malfoy's Firebolt 2001 is in even worse shape." Ron attempted to uplift Harry's spirits through comparison. "Weasley, what are you shouting about?" "I'm merely stating a fact," Ron retorted, instinctively recoiling at Draco's shout. "If you're awake, I'll go fetch Madame Pomfrey." Although it was Draco Malfoy, Ron felt a twinge of embarrassment for being caught speaking ill behind his back. Seeking an excuse, Ron hastily exited, leaving the two unfortunate souls, who had similarly been unconscious for 3 days, alone. "So, what transpired on the Quidditch pitch?" Draco awkwardly asked. His last memory was of Hermione casting her wand, a silvery light connecting her to Potter, and then nothing. Harry, aside from that green light, could recall nothing else. Yet he did not wish to reveal his vulnerability in front of Malfoy. "We're good, right?" Draco, with a face full of reluctance and arrogance, once again extended the olive branch of friendship toward Harry. "Huh, have you lost your mind to a Dementor? Between us, there are no monumental and irreconcilable conflicts. It is folly to believe that one could confront the Dark Lord alone. Relying solely on Hermione and the Weasleys is woefully insufficient." Draco remained unfazed by Harry's taunts. After narrowly escaping death, thanks to Hermione Granger's timely intervention, Draco experienced a sudden maturation. He came to realize how trivial and laughable their previous skirmishes had been. The Dark Lord's resurrection was inevitable. His Death Eater associates, free and unrestrained, either lurked in the shadows or fled in panic. Yet in Draco's eyes, what difference would it make if the Dark Lord returned once more? Over the past few months, he had not been idle. Through his newly established network, he had unraveled the events of the past 2 years involving Harry, a task made easier by Ron's eagerness to recount his own heroic exploits. Potter, the boy who had once vanquished the Dark Lord, did so again in his first year. What could a mere infant accomplish? The Dark Lord's signature green light had sent his Death Eaters fleeing in terror. At 11, Potter had confronted the Dark Lord, who had possessed Quirrell, and had emerged victorious. Upon learning this, Draco was not in awe of the Dark Lord's mastery of immortality, but rather astonished by Potter's enigma. Had Dumbledore, after a fierce struggle, sacrificed his own longevity to defeat the Dark Lord once, Draco might have believed that the immortal Dark Lord could indeed return. But this was Potter, a boy who excelled only in counter curses, while lagging behind in all other subjects, yet had effortlessly vanquished the Dark Lord twice. Draco concluded that the Malfoy family would be foolish to continue following the Dark Lord. However, their former allegiance as Death Eaters left the Malfoys with little choice during the Dark Lord's resurgence. Almost. Draco perceived that he had carved out a path for the Malfoy family amidst the turmoil, to forge a genuine friendship with Harry. Only through this alliance could the Malfoys adopt a strategy of both offense and defense, whether to betray Potter to the Dark Lord or vice versa, thereby retaining the initiative within their grasp. Draco believed he had grasped the essence of his family's ancestral skill of navigating through adversities, or his own grievances compared to the future of his family. There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Draco recalled the words of Benjamin Disraeli. He aspired to be a faithful practitioner of this truth. The Dark Lord had his Death Eaters, and you, if merely solitary, even with Hermione's brilliance and the Weasleys' loyalty, would fall woefully short. I can provide you with a robust support system, establishing a force composed of heirs from elite families, willing to rally around you. Draco envisioned the possibilities he could offer Potter. Isn't your family comprised of Death Eaters? Harry felt a flicker of temptation at this proposition. Yet he recalled Ron's earlier words. Once my family had no choice, now I wish to choose you. Chapter 98, The Potter Army. Listening to Malfoy's almost confessional declaration, Harry's cheeks suddenly flushed. Harry, who had always aspired to be a solitary hero, found himself feeling quite juvenile in comparison to Malfoy. From the moment he entered Hogwarts and was informed that he was the prophesied savior destined to defeat Voldemort, Harry had embraced this mission as his own. However, he had never truly contemplated how to vanquish Voldemort or what constituted a victory. Perhaps in his heart, He envisioned the climactic confrontation between himself and Voldemort unfolding in a desolate, expansive setting. There they would stand, much like the despised cowboys of the American West, bowing to one another before drawing their wands. The red and green lights would intertwine, reminiscent of the energy beams from the Japanese manga Dragon Ball that Dudley cherished, albeit with a more refined essence. Ultimately, due to the fact that Voldemort stood on the left and, crucially, was not a member of the Sun family, he would lose the duel, shattered by the crimson light emitted from Harry's wand, reducing him to ashes scattered by the wind. As for how to ensure a one-on-one encounter with Voldemort, Harry had not considered it, let alone how to wield the weapon that would triumph over the green light that haunted his nightmares. Harry awoke from his naive reverie. Indeed, how foolish Voldemort would have to be to abandon his Death Eaters and engage in a direct confrontation with a 13-year-old boy. How absurd it would be for Voldemort to be defeated in such a manner. "All right, I accept you," Harry exclaimed as he rose from his bed and grasped the hand that Draco extended toward him. "You shall not regret this decision today." Draco firmly clasped Harry's outstretched hand. "Thus, what shall we name our team?" Harry had fallen into a daydream. No adolescent could resist the allure of forming a team of their own, especially one led by himself to save the world. "Let us call it the Potter Legion." Draco proposed a name he had long contemplated. Since he intended for Potter to serve as a target for Voldemort's ire, it was only fitting to place Potter's name in the most prominent position. Old Dumbledore had suggested the name Dumbledore's Army, but his mother had rejected it outright. Her exact words were, "An organization of children called Dumbledore's Army would clearly have no connection to Dumbledore. If you wish to cast aspersions on Dumbledore, you must call it the Potter Legion." It seemed to bear little relation to Dumbledore, yet Fudge would undoubtedly place the blame squarely on Dumbledore's shoulders. That increasingly arrogant minister of magic would concoct an elaborate narrative. Naturally, Draco, being a good boy, chose to ignore old Dumble and heed his mother's advice. Is that truly a good idea? Perhaps it would be better to call it Dumbledore's Army. Harry protested verbally, yet his mouth, shaped like the iconic swoosh of Just Do It, betrayed his true feelings. "No, it must be called the Potter Army, for this is your army, your support, your glory." Draco, having learned the art of seduction from his mother, felt incredibly powerful. Although Dumbledore was formidable, he had not made any substantial contributions in the fight against Voldemort. "Unlike you, who had triumphed over Voldemort at the tender age of 1, I am not that remarkable. I remember nothing from that time." Receiving extravagant praise from a former nemesis, Harry felt as though the corners of his mouth might touch the corners of his eyes. "Do not be modest. If you were not so formidable, how could you have once again vanquished the Dark Lord, who had possessed Professor Quirrell, before the conclusion of your first year?" Draco, adhering to his mother's counsel, understood that, regardless of a man's stature, one must continuously appease his vanity, employing both actions and words to foster the illusion that he is the most formidable being in existence, thus rendering him malleable. "We're aware of this? Indeed, Dumbledore has suppressed the information to prevent you from garnering too much attention. He deliberately placed you with muggles to shield you from the magical world. Clearly, you have a godfather, and you could have grown up immersed in the magical realm, free from the indignities imposed by muggles, enjoying the treatment befitting a hero. Yet, due to one of Dumbledore's whims, you have endured an additional decade of suffering, forcibly severed from magic for 10 years, bearing the brunt of muggle derision aimed at your heroic parents." Draco also recalled his mother's words. One must not only commend someone like Potter, but also extol the virtues of his oblivious parents, praising their bravery and affection. Concurrently, one must subtly insinuate that Potter's tribulations were unnecessary, a consequence of Dumbledore's actions, thereby sowing discord between the two. Draco remembered, in his naivety, asking his mother why she sought to undermine the relationship between Dumbledore and Potter. It was as if a great revelation had dawned upon him, disregarding the stupefied expression on his father's face. Having said all that, Draco fixed his gaze intently on Potter, his performance having been executed flawlessly. Now it remained to be seen whether the knowledge imparted by his mother would manifest the effect she had claimed in practice. Harry remained silent for a considerable time, reflecting on the years spent at Aunt Petunia's home. Yes, he had survived, but the journey had hardly been joyous. Initially, he believed he was homeless, yet now he understood he had a godfather, one wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, a man who, upon discovering the betrayal of his parents, would escape from prison to exact vengeance. What has Dumbledore been doing? Dumbledore has done nothing. All these years, he has never once visited Privet Drive, not even once. He showed no concern for whether Harry was healthy, happy, or content. Throughout these years, Dumbledore never contemplated aiding Sirius Black in clearing his name. As the individual whom Voldemort supposedly feared most, Dumbledore could not even discern who was a Death Eater and who was not, allowing the innocent to languish in prison while the guilty evaded justice for years. You are right. Let's call it Potter's Army. Chapter 99. Input and Output. With his mother's guidance, successfully securing Potter's compliance, Draco felt a sense of pride, yet the maturity he had cultivated quickly tempered his exuberance. Capturing Potter was merely the first step of a long journey, seemingly significant yet fundamentally the least consequential. According to his mother-esque directive, his small faction required a brain, one sufficiently intelligent yet lacking the stature to assume leadership within the group. Draco pondered for a moment, and an unmistakable candidate emerged in his mind, Hermione Granger. Although Pansy Parkinson had recently been quite close to him, Draco felt that, out of respect for his mother-esque words, Pansy did not possess the qualities befitting a leader of their group. To be honest, Draco felt a twinge of reluctance. Pansy, despite being equally clever, was the polar opposite of Hermione Granger. Draco was certain that if he were to find himself in peril, Pansy would not extend a helping hand as Hermione would. Blood status? What nonsense! Suddenly, Draco recalled a statement Hermione had made. He had previously thought she was mocking him for being a pure blood, but now he realized she was indeed ridiculing the version of himself that once placed blood status above all else. After acquiring a name, what should be the next step? Harry was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Malfoy's mind. He was wholly engrossed in the thrill of the Potter Army. He even contemplated whether he should instruct the Potter Army to embark on a fresh search for Peter Pettigrew within Hogwarts, to exonerate his godfather, whom he had yet to meet and who remained at large. Since it was called the Potter Army, it was imperative to fortify their arsenal. Your Expelliarmus is the finest among all the students in the school, capable even of confronting the Dark Lord. Thus, I would like to invite you to be our practical combat instructor to enhance the combat readiness of the Potter Army. Draco proposed an idea that delighted Harry. Me? Teach you? I'm far from qualified. Harry, despite his verbal refusal, could not suppress the grin that curled at the corners of his mouth. You are undoubtedly capable. In fact, you surpass those inept, self-serving defense against the dark arts professors. Who else could defeat an adult professor alongside a Dark Lord? Draco continued to flaunt his talent for grandstanding. His mother was indeed correct. A little creature like Potter, who had lost his parents at a young age and yearned to play the hero, could be easily manipulated by offering him a chance to shine, coupled with timely applause. What Draco was doing was providing Potter with an opportunity to showcase his skills in the very arena where he thrived, while simultaneously extracting the last ounce of his value. Soon, rumors spread throughout Hogwarts that Harry Potter would be teaching students how to wield Expelliarmus. Regrettably, not everyone was fortunate enough to experience the privilege of being taught by Harry Potter. Draco had traded these opportunities to the elite group that had previously followed him. Why had you been so close to Malfoy lately? Ron believed that Expelliarmus was far more useful than the Patronus charm, yet he was reluctant to mingle with a crowd of Slytherins. Draco introduced him to a world of wonders, starting with the exclusive prefect's bathing facilities. Harry had never considered that prefects had their own bathrooms and washrooms, complete with all manner of luxurious bubble baths he had never encountered before. Next came gifts symbolizing friendship from a pure-blood family. Harry had long grown accustomed to other wizards approaching him to express their gratitude, though such acknowledgments were typically verbal. However, under Draco's introduction, a group of children representing the elite of the wizarding world presented him with gifts from their families as tokens of appreciation. Initially, Harry felt somewhat embarrassed to accept them, but he eventually adapted. After all, he was the one who had vanquished Voldemort twice, making the gratitude he received entirely justifiable. To Harry, Draco had become akin to a half-brother. Ron was perplexed, unable to reconcile the haughty, spoiled Draco with the notion of him being a decent person. He had sincerely apologized to Hermione, who had forgiven him. Why do you still have a conflict with him? Ron wondered, puzzled as to how it suddenly seemed to be his fault. Mate, has Draco put a curse on you? It was easy for Draco to be likable. Given the resources and connections of the illustrious Malfoy family, his previous spoiled demeanor was indeed odd. Hermione, engrossed in her studies, did not look up as she worked to comprehend the principles behind the Patronus charm. The idea of condensing joyful emotions into a tangible creature to serve as a guardian against negative feelings was intriguing. Although ordinary people lacked magical abilities, they too experienced joy. If she could decipher the underlying principles and devise a mechanism for the magical steps, one could simply input joyful emotions to produce a corporeal Patronus. Could this not be considered another manifestation of Tom's assertion that non-magical individuals could wield magic? If this path proved viable, the world she and Harry envisioned could indeed become a reality. Chapter 100. Hermione's small step is a giant leap for the ideal state. Didn't T. Draco stay to accompany you? Ron inquired, munching on pumpkin pie. Lately, Harry had either been frolicking with Draco or spending time with Autumn, significantly reducing his moments with his Gryffindor companions. Ron was uncertain how to feel about this. Was he relieved to no longer be Harry's sidekick or disheartened by the separation? Draco invited you to his home? Ron's mouth dropped open in disbelief. ISNT that akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. What ill intentions could lie beneath? You, the savior who has triumphed over the Dark Lord, venturing into the abode of a Death Eater? Your refusal is entirely justified. Ron felt grateful that Harry had not lost his senses. I believe Dumbledore would disapprove of your visit to the Malfoy residence, Hermione chimed in, taking notes while joining the conversation. Why? Concern for your safety, perhaps. Safety? Are you suggesting there exists a place more perilous than Hogwarts? Harry feigned astonishment, counting on his fingers. Hagrid's three-headed dog, Professor Sprout's devil snare, Professor McGonagall's chess game, Snape's deathly potions, Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell's head, the mischief of Dobby, the spiders in the Forbidden Forest, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and the Dementors wandering about. Uninterrupted Ariès dit-elle d'exposition, stating that Dobby was the Malfoy family's house elf and should be attributed to them. Don't you think house elves are rather pitiable? Hermione interjected suddenly, having not been listening to the boys' discussion. They are quite content with their lot. It is only when you grant them freedom that they become disoriented. Ron countered, despite the fact that his own family had no house elf. So, do house elves truly require freedom? I believe Dobby yearns for it, even in the company of Draco. Harry's knowledge of the magical world remained scant. He only had a vague understanding of Quidditch rules. Why don't you ask Malfoy if he would grant Dobby his freedom? Ron suggested mischievously from his side. Previously, he had been friendless, aimless, and adrift in a chaotic existence. Although Dobby's presence often brought unexpected events, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope in his otherwise dreary life. And now, he was the esteemed leader of a DA, the head of a cadre of pure-blood wizards, the world-renowned savior destined to vanquish Voldemort. Dobby? Well, let us just ensure he doesn't chase after him with a bludger while battling Dementors. Speaking of which, how goes your research on the Patronus charm? Harry thought of the upcoming Quidditch match. If Dementors were to invade once more, he must steady himself on his broom and avoid the sensation of weightlessness that came from tumbling with Draco. I have a basic prototype, Hermione announced, pulling out a disc the size of a pizza, which featured a horn resembling that of a gramophone. What is this? Watch closely, Hermione exclaimed, brandishing her wand and uttering the incantation for the Patronus charm. ISNT that just the Patronus charm? And nothing emerged from your wand? Ron asked curiously, gazing at the tip of Hermione's wand, bewildered that she had failed to achieve her intended goal for the first time. Don't rush. Now grasp these two handles and think of something joyous, Hermione instructed as she placed Ron's hands on the two protrusions on the disc. Joyous thoughts, for Ron, were scarce, especially since the matter of Wormtail's betrayal weighed heavily on him. Ha! Ron wore a goofy grin that nearly made him drool, indicating to Hermione that her guidance was bearing fruit. As Ron's blissful laughter resonated, a stream of silvery light flowed from his mind through his arms and hands into the disc. Subsequently, the disc began to spin like an authentic gramophone, and from the horn emerged a vibrant green snake. Wow, what is this? Ron exclaimed, startled, unwilling to acknowledge that this was his Patronus. Despite his long struggle to materialize a fully corporeal guardian, he found this manifestation hard to accept. There's no need to be alarmed. This is my Patronus. Since I cast the spell, naturally, it is my Patronus that appears, Hermione explained, waving her wand as the snake, which was unfamiliar to the three of them, appeared to nuzzle against it. So, what is the difference between this and casting the Patronus charm directly? Harry questioned, perplexed by the significance of this roundabout approach. Surely, it cannot be that Hermione finds herself devoid of joyful thoughts. Despite numerous drawbacks, this marks a beginning. Her and his aspirations are no longer mere illusions. Chapter 101, A Train's Fright. Meanwhile, aboard the Hogwarts Express, Draco sat in the head boys' compartment, surveying the team he had assembled, his heart brimming with excitement. His small group had taken on a nascent form, adorned with an outward banner, featuring the heads of both male and female students, all prefects save Percy, and the signs of the Ministry of Magic's elite. They were congregated around him, united by a singular motto: how to secure the greatest advantage for themselves and their families upon the Dark Lord's resurgence. Well, that was the slogan in Potter's absence. When Potter was present, the rallying cry naturally shifted to how to uphold justice to the utmost. To be candid, aside from Potter, The other members saw little distinction between the two slogans. Ensuring their families reaped maximum benefits during the Dark Lord's revival was the highest form of justice. Only Potter, with his straight-laced thinking, perceived a difference. By the way, how have you been faring with Granger lately? Is it not a simple task for the esteemed heir of the Malfoy lineage to court a Muggle-born? I hear she has been keeping that arrogant fellow at bay. Well, Draco's position as the leader of this little faction was not entirely secure. They were all purebloods, each with family ties, and their economic power was not fundamentally distinct. The only difference lay in how swiftly the Malfoy family had knelt during the first onslaught of the Dark Lord in Europe, amassing wealth through astute maneuvering, thus escaping retribution when the Dark Lord fell. This left other pureblood families enviously eyeing their fortunes. Upon learning of the Dark Lord's intent to return, the prominent pureblood families resolved to emulate the Malfoy's past actions, aiming to recover their investments in one fell swoop. She is an indispensable component of our plan. If any of you believe someone possesses the capability to replace Granger, do step forward. Draco, having been teased, directly addressed the group's shortcomings. Although they all wielded familial influence and were far from inept, in terms of intellect and capability, they paled in comparison to that Muggleborn. Moreover, Draco was convinced that if he could draw Granger to his side, the rest would be mere trifles, easily vanquished. The others fell silent. Their most cherished lineage was rendered worthless in the presence of Hermione Granger. What is the current state of the Dark Lord? An impatient individual posed a question that loomed in everyone's mind. The Dark Lord is amassing strength, and this time his return will be more ferocious than before. Draco generously shared some less significant information with the group. Our Slytherin prefects seem somewhat anxious. They have lived through the Dark Lord's most formidable era. The path lies before us. Whether to tread it and how to proceed is a choice to be made. Draco adopted a somewhat juvenile, authoritative demeanor, quelling those daring to voice peculiar inquiries. Are these individuals truly experiencing their first venture as traitors? Certainly, it is wise to raise the banner of resistance against the Dark Lord before his ascendance for the benefit of the family, and when the Dark Lord truly rises, to turn one's allegiance towards him in order to continue reaping rewards for the family. Then, when the Dark Lord eventually falls, to reveal oneself as a double agent, thus elevating the family's status and glory to unprecedented heights. As for those who accompany him on this journey, their wisdom and endurance, as well as their potential to falter along the way, are of no concern to Draco. In fact, he would not hesitate to betray his comrades if necessary to solidify his identity as a double agent. Everything is for justice, the justice of the Malfoy family. Thus, he requires Hermione Granger, a witch whose intellect rivals that of his mother, emerging from a Muggle family. This implies that he could manipulate her through the allure of marriage and offspring, potentially propelling her into the position of Minister of Magic, allowing her to further benefit the Malfoy family. Draco's gaze is set on the near future, where he envisions himself basking in glory behind Minister Granger, orchestrating all affairs within the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, a shrill scream interrupted Draco's reverie. He noticed a mouse with a severed digit darting out of the prefect's carriage, most likely a pet belonging to someone. The others in the carriage paid it no heed. It was merely a mouse, hardly worth such commotion. After all, did one not see Gryffindor's foolish Neville's toad roaming about every day? Find it, catch it. Draco, however, did not share this sentiment. What was he engaged in? Contemplating the grand affairs of a double agent. It was a precarious game, walking the tightrope between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. How could one succeed without vigilance? Though perplexed, the others, out of respect for their nominal leader, commenced the search for the mouse within the carriage. A cadre of elite Hogwarts students, each possessing a notable family background, set out to pursue a mere mouse. Peter Pettigrew felt that his life had descended into darkness. He could do little but scurry within the carriage, and, at the current speed, he did not believe leaping from the train was a viable option for survival. Gradually, his range of movement was confined to the vicinity of the front of the carriage. It was clear that a group of prefects and student council members from prestigious families could easily capture a mouse. Before long, the transformed mouse, Peter Pettigrew, found himself cornered by half a dozen students. He could not fathom why Draco was so fixated on a mouse. The 6 students dismissed the trapped creature, unperturbed. It was rumored that Granger owned a cat named Crookshanks, particularly keen on hunting mice. Perhaps Draco intended to bribe the pet to gain proximity to Granger. Pansy, weren't you once on good terms with Draco? Do you not find it curious that he so openly pursues another? Just a mudblood, Pansy retorted. Draco is merely momentarily enchanted by her. Ultimately, he will realize that only a pure blood such as myself is his true destiny. The other 5 paid little mind to Pansy's remarks. They were all pure bloods, conditioned by years of similar education. The sole alternative among the Weasley clan, impoverished to the point of destitution, has become a cautionary tale for all pure-blood wizards. Consider the Weasley family, once illustrious and esteemed, now finds itself in dire straits due to Arthur Weasley's fall from grace and his affection for muggles, to the extent that he can scarcely afford to raise his children. This has been a refrain echoing through the ears of other pure-blood children since their youth. This rodent shall be entrusted to you. Cultivate favor before Draco, lest you be overshadowed by the mudbloods. Amidst the laughter of the second generation from 6 pure-blood families, Peter Pettigrew finds himself at a crossroads. Chapter 102, The Serpent and the Rat. This endeavor is not arduous, having possessed no particular talent from a young age. He has mastered the art of trailing behind the powerful, garnering their sympathy to gain their assistance. As for how these formidable individuals perceive him, Peter Pettigrew naively believes he can remain indifferent, yet his sensitive and fragile heart unwittingly provokes him to seek out stronger and more formidable allies. It is with such a mindset that, upon exiting the confines of school, he sets his sights on the Dark Lord, who has already swept across England. Indeed, it is not the Dark Lord who sought him, but rather he who sought the Dark Lord. This pursuit is hardly challenging. During an era when the Dark Lord ravaged Europe, many sought to align themselves with him. Initially, he did not garner significant favor from the Dark Lord, as an unremarkable Gryffindor failed to pique his interest. However, on that fateful day, the Dark Lord was captivated by a prophecy that fortuitously pertained to those who had once allied with him. Peter Pettigrew recognized that his opportunity to ascend had arrived. He was no longer a mere peripheral figure devoid of the Dark Mark. With the camaraderie of James Potter, he transformed into a valuable aid to the Dark Lord. Even being bestowed with the Dark Mark himself, he reveled in the thrill of betraying James for the Dark Lord's favor. Yet this fleeting euphoria was short-lived. Suddenly, he could not recall the location of James's residence, realizing that James must have employed the Fidelius charm, while the identity of the secret keeper eluded him. Who else could it be but Dumbledore? His hard-earned status plummeted in an instant. Unable to provide further information about Potter, he found himself in a precarious position, with seemingly every Death Eater scrutinizing him. Just when he believed there was no turning back, Sirius Black unexpectedly sought him out, transferring the role of secret keeper to him in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. Was it to have fortune fall from the heavens? Without a second thought, on the day he assumed the mantle of secret keeper, he dashed toward the Dark Lord, betraying James. Trailing behind the Dark Lord, Peter Pettigrew envisioned the accolades he would receive for aiding in the removal of a significant threat, only to witness the Dark Lord enter the Potter residence, never to emerge again. Lucius Malfoy was the first to enter for a reconnaissance mission, and he too did not reappear. When Bellatrix commanded him to go inside, Sirius made his entrance. Their eyes met, and Peter Pettigrew's emotions were profoundly conflicted. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from everyone's sight, employing the art of apparition. What transpired? What else could unfold? The formidable Dark Lord, after extinguishing the lives of James and Lily, was unexpectedly struck down by Harry. Lucius Malfoy must have witnessed the survival of Harry, prompting him to silently flee via apparition. Sirius must have deduced the truth of his betrayal upon realizing that James's residence could be recalled. The situation had descended into utter calamity. Wormtail loathed this world. He had envisioned a life of glory, betraying his friends to aid the Dark Lord in eliminating threats. Yet now he scurried like a rat in the sewers. Glory, unfathomable glory, had eluded him, and he was condemned to bear the title of traitor. No, his life could not be so irreparably tarnished. The mind of Wormtail, accustomed to surviving in the shadows, swiftly contrived a plan to frame Sirius, accusing him of treachery. Then, he would feign death and slip away like a cicada shedding its shell. The execution of the plan unfolded seamlessly. Sirius, that foolish imbecile, was led around in circles and silently bore the weight of all accusations. What a buffoon! Following the devised plan, he transformed into a rat and escaped through the sewers, eventually finding refuge at the Weasley home, replacing Scabbers and continuing to live as a pet. Everything progressed smoothly until this year, when Sirius inexplicably pierced through his disguise and even escaped from Azkaban, intent on hunting him down. The guards of Azkaban, the protectors of Hogwarts, and the fools of the Ministry of Magic merely stood by as Sirius breezed into the Gryffindor common room. Had it not been for the fat lady, the sole diligent sentinel, Wormtail would have been single-handedly vanquished by Sirius. As if being discovered by Sirius weren't enough, how could even the unrelated Hermione Granger, a mere third-year girl, unveil his identity? Even if Hermione were indeed the most astute student Hogwarts had seen in years, how did Draco Malfoy uncover it? He had transformed into an utterly unremarkable rat, not a unicorn. How did it seem that anyone could deduce the identity of someone hiding amidst a pile of rats as an animagus? It eluded his understanding. He was unwilling to accept it. Without a wand and cornered by 6 students, Wormtail, despite his resentment, could only resign himself to the inevitable. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, the opposition might grow careless, offering a sliver of hope, yet such odds were exceedingly slim. If he could start anew, he would remain hidden in the corner of the train, avoiding reckless movements. Just as Wormtail closed his eyes, awaiting the final judgment, a snake emerged from nowhere and swallowed him whole. Where did that snake come from? The students screamed, their wands casting various hues of light, all deftly evaded by the snake's agile maneuvers. Immediately after, the snake, with its remarkable agility, shattered the glass and leapt decisively from the train. A chilling breeze rushed in through the window, leaving the 6 students in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Uncertain, how are we to explain this to Draco? Surely, Hogwarts does not permit students to keep serpents. We must not have inadvertently caused harm to their 2 pets. Inside the belly of the snake, Peter Pettigrew, having endured a tumultuous experience, found himself disoriented upon regaining consciousness, lying in a dense forest with a pitch-black serpent coiled beside him. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, hastily reverting to his human form. "Do you not even recognize me?" Wormtail, Chapter 103. The protagonist residing in Hermione's heart makes yet another appearance. "My master?" Peter Pettigrew quickly amended his statement, not anticipating that his long-lost, unfulfilled glory would seek him out. "Are you surprised to see me?" The voice of Voldemort, still in serpentine form, resonated with a chilling coldness. The once great Dark Lord had indeed fallen to a state where he needed to rely on a mere rat. Such is the cruelty of reality. After encountering Tom, Voldemort's yearning for a corporeal form intensified. He feared that one day the Horcrux, which had suddenly acquired self-awareness, might engage him in a game of identity. Who am I, and who is my master? The Horcrux had obtained a physical form, a true corporeality. While others might remain oblivious, Voldemort was acutely aware. The Horcrux, bearing the foolish name of its muggle sperm donor, mirrored his own appearance. A visage he had never revealed since mastering basic disguise in his 2nd year of transfiguration. Not only had the Horcrux gained a physical form, but it also absorbed the souls of every Horcrux save for the one destroyed by Dumbledore and Nagini. Now, there remained but a singular opportunity, an opportunity of which even Voldemort was unaware. "How could this be, my master? I have been searching for you." Peter Pettigrew's mind raced as he confronted 2 entirely divergent paths. Should he eliminate the Dark Lord before him and continue his aimless wandering? Yet, this was hardly a genuine choice. The notion of vanquishing the Dark Lord had never crossed Peter's mind. All spoke of how Harry Potter had defeated the Dark Lord. Yet here he stood, very much alive, even if concealed within a serpent's body. This was indeed a triumph over death. Thus, there was but one path, to kneel, having already done so once before. This time, Peter could even opt for a swifter, more thorough submission. "Is that so?" Voldemort questioned, though he possessed no better alternatives. Malfoy, utterly unreliable, as one who bore the dark mark yet had not faced scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic, maintaining a notably close relationship with it. Voldemort could not place his trust in Malfoy. Snape, a man preserved directly by Dumbledore, was even less trustworthy than Malfoy. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have infiltrated Hogwarts alongside Quirrell without notifying Snape the previous year. A few trustworthy Death Eaters remain, yet they are all imprisoned in Azkaban. Voldemort is compelled to reflect upon the quality of his followers, realizing they are but misfits. Despite the fact that Sirius Black managed to escape from Azkaban, his meticulously chosen Death Eaters remain obediently confined, showing no inclination to attempt an escape. After much deliberation, Voldemort discovers that he is left with but one option: the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. This harsh reality, which Voldemort was reluctant to accept last year, now looms large. When he invaded Hogwarts on the back of Quirrell, he sensed Pettigrew's presence, yet chose not to enlist the Death Eater masquerading as a pet rat. However, time is of the essence. If he does not restore his physical form soon, the formidable Voldemort risks becoming a mere vessel for the very Horcruxes he created. "Of course, my master, I have been deliberately hiding at the Weasley household to receive your news swiftly." Pettigrew lied through his teeth. "Thank you, my master. Your hope is my mission." The two shared an unspoken understanding. "Yes, my master. Far away in Durmstrang, Tom's brow furrowed. It was unfortunate that Voldemort, the self-proclaimed sovereign of this world, had begun employing mental barriers. Tom found it impossible to observe the behaviors of serpents. Fortunately, Voldemort's capabilities were limited. Restore his body. Tom Riddle's remains had long been replaced by a mere chicken. While using Merope's corpse could suffice, Tom had yet to locate her remains. Your parents wish to meet me? Tom pondered, slightly perplexed. After all, you have implanted a myriad of chaotic notions into their daughter's mind. Should they not be curious about your true identity? Vera blushed slightly. That is the ultimate societal paradigm. How can it be dismissed as chaos? Moreover, it is not I who imposed it upon you. Who can compel you to accept what you do not wish to? Simply put, will you go? Of course, you have sincerely invited me. How could I refuse such an earnest request? With idleness at hand, and considering that Vera's surname, Gustav, was undoubtedly noble, persuading her parents could hasten the spread of the fervent red hue across the world. Then let us depart at once, Vera exclaimed with joy. As you wish. The journey to the Gustav mansion was uneventful. They seamlessly transitioned from the school to the mansion's entrance with remarkable ease. Within Durmstrang, apparition is permitted, and students are not constrained by age in their studies of it. The school's defenses are merely a facade. Anyone may come as they please. As a result, over the years, Durmstrang has produced but one world-renowned dark wizard and a Death Eater headmaster who is perpetually on the verge of fleeing. With no incidents of student fatalities or invasions by Voldemort, nor any rampaging magical creatures. Greetings, I am Tom Riddle. You must be the Tom that Vera often speaks of. Please come in. As the butler opened the door, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Vera welcomed Tom warmly. Beside her stood a well-dressed man, expressionless, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze. Tom often feels an unjust sense of having infringed upon another's possessions, and he is quite innocent in this regard. In Chapter 104, titled A Permanent Solution, while Scandinavia may not be Britain, its culinary offerings are hardly superior. This fact has left Madame Gustav in a prolonged state of regret, as her pastry skills have not had the opportunity to delight her daughter's friends, a lament indeed. Fortunately, the butler arrived just in time to announce that the meal was ready, alleviating Madame Gustav's melancholy. As Tom entered the dining hall of the Gustav residence, his first impression was that it bore little difference from the school cafeteria. A rather absurdly long dining table dominated the space, with Gustav seated at the head of the shorter side and Madame Gustav to his left. Tom was guided by the butler to sit at the opposite end, and had it not been for Vera sitting to his left, he might have suspected that the Gustav family intended to isolate him. If no one possessed magical abilities, this meal would either involve no conversation at all or require shouting for communication. Having been a successor to communism, Tom had never considered that one could dispatch servants back and forth to facilitate dialogue. Yet today, he witnessed this in action. The poor butler, sprinting back and forth across the 10-meter-long table, relayed the conversations between the Gustav couple and Tom and Vera. In Tom's household, one could not claim such a thing. But if there were WeChat today, the butler's step count would surely rank among the top in friend circles. No wonder the aristocrats so readily resort to war over trivial disagreements. Relying on a third party for communication is inherently unreliable, especially when gossip is the topic at hand. Tom had initially assumed that European nobility was characterized by a staid demeanor, akin to the old-fashioned notion of silence at meals. Yet he found them quite akin to the bustling market vendors downstairs. He came to appreciate the brilliance of the round table as an invention. Where your family? Vera's father, Carl, inquired, seemingly intent on stirring trouble. As for the tone, Tom was uncertain, given that this message was relayed by the butler, who had rushed over, breathless. "God," Vera's mother chided her husband. "What do you intend by asking an orphan about their parents? This is hardly the way to provoke a quarrel." The dutiful butler conveyed Madame Gustav's slightly reproachful words as well. Soon after, he was seen dashing back across the table. Tom suddenly entertained the idea of installing 2 telephones at the dining table. Everyone needs parents, especially wizards. Have you ever used magic to seek out your parents? Although the butler felt awkward, he conveyed the inquiry truthfully. Tom was convinced that Vera's father, Carl Gustav, was indeed looking for a confrontation, much like a farmer helplessly watching his precious crops being ravaged by wild boars. Tom felt utterly wronged. He was neither a wild boar, nor had he intruded upon anyone's crops, yet he found himself the target of such ire. After all, the insults were aimed at Voldemort's parents. Voldemort's mother was indeed deserving of criticism, yet Tom was quite innocent in this matter. Besides underestimating the legal protections afforded to him, his actions were quite in line with those of a typical man who has been drugged and is now struggling to regain consciousness. "They are already deceased," Tom remarked nonchalantly. What do you think father will discuss with Tom? Vera inquired with a hint of concern. Matters concerning certain men. As for you, you showed no interest in those well-matched young gentlemen before. Why are you so intrigued by this man of uncertain origins? He possesses ideals. Madame Gustave fell silent, as this response was irrefutable. Indeed, like mother, like daughter, she was just like her own flesh and blood. Inside the study, Mr. Gustave invited Tom to sit down, locked the door behind him, and even cast a magical barrier. Were it not for Tom recently assimilating Voldemort's soul and acquiring a wealth of new knowledge from the library at Durmstrang, he would have been quite anxious. A middle-aged man dismissing his wife, daughter, and housekeeper, confining such a delicate and youthful lad in a private study, creating a sealed room, all while adhering to the highly trusted customs of European nobility. Tom felt a tightening in his core. However, who knows who might ultimately prevail? Now, speak. What is your true intention in approaching my daughter? Tom was taken aback. Why was the conversation still centered around the inept farmer's inability to keep watch over his precious little cabbage? What is your true purpose in getting close to my daughter under the pretense of initiating a new movement? Tom was tempted to retort, wondering if it was possible that Vera had pursued him first, but as a seasoned cad, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. It is not a pretense under the guise of a new movement. I genuinely wish to establish one. Mr. Gustave was momentarily stunned. You, the son of Voldemort, aiming to liberate muggles through magic? Fortunately, Mr. Gustave did not offer tea. Otherwise, Tom might have spluttered it all over him. Who was spreading such slander about him? I'm not Voldemort's son. Oh, a person who understands Parseltongue has visited the Riddle estate and has been to the Gaunt family home is not Voldemort's son. Could he possibly be Voldemort himself? Mr. Gustave drew his wand. Yet, before he could proceed with any further actions, Tom disarmed him effortlessly. The Savior's certified disarming spell is indeed remarkably effective. He toyed with Gustave's wand, inquiring, how did you know I spoke Parseltongue? This skill had not crossed his mind since his escape from the Chamber of Secrets, let alone that Vera's father was aware of his visits to the Riddle and Gaunt estates. Should I eliminate him for good? But how would I explain it to Vera? I can't just say her father met an unfortunate accident. Should I eliminate him for good? Let's just kill them all. Tom held two wands, each pointed at Mr. Gustave, as a single thought echoed in his mind. Eliminate anyone who knows our secret. Chapter 105, What a Pity. Ever since Voldemort had stealthily infiltrated his mind, Tom occasionally heard the slimy voice of that serpentine wretch echoing within his head. The resonance within the cranial cavity is not, in itself, a grave concern, despite the voice being greasy, aged, and nauseating. The issue lies in the fact that this loathsome voice incessantly conveys a singular message: to kill, to annihilate them all. Tom had to concede that Voldemort was indeed somewhat extreme. As one who aspired to dominate the world, whom would he rule over if he exterminated all humanity? Not to mention, the infamous names claimed by the Serpent Hero throughout his reign did not amount to even 30. Eliminate him, the one who knows our secret. Tom began to comprehend the sensation of having an old man residing within his mind. It was akin to experiencing a migraine. The voice within his head was not merely the result of Voldemort's serpent re-entering his consciousness. Whether it stemmed from his own fractured psyche or an absorption of too many fragments of Voldemort's essence remained uncertain. However, the most prudent course of action was to disregard it. Do you intend to kill me? Mr. Gustave asked, executing a French salute, yet maintaining a tone of relaxed ease. Tom, unperturbed and devoid of the weight of a murderer, armed only with 5 fragments of Voldemort's soul, felt no pressure. As for the secret of his failed attempt to kill Harry, which had evaded the notice of another, he preferred to let it linger. However, if you cannot satisfy my curiosity, my Obliviate charm works rather well. Tom was resolute in his belief. As long as no one recalled his misdeeds, it was as if he had never committed any at all. Because I am as well. Mr. Gustave uttered this phrase in Parseltongue. There was no need for astonishment. Though rare, the ability to speak Snake was not so uncommon as to leave only one person in the world capable of it. Mr. Gustave felt a thrill at witnessing a rare look of surprise on the typically impassive young man's face. So you are Voldemort's illegitimate son. Tom, wielding dual wands, exclaimed, feigning ignorance as he pointed at Gustave. He found himself unaccustomed to Gustave's sudden seriousness. Do not regard me with such eyes. I too engaged in similar endeavors in my youth, though regrettably, I failed. Carl Gustave reminisced about his younger days, during that post-war era when the crimson winds swept through Europe, and he had, like Tom, succumbed to the currents of ambition. The outcome was, of course, predictable. How is it that you can deceive my daughter, yet hesitate to articulate your thoughts before me. Gustav expressed disbelief. I do not see the feasibility of sacrificing the interests of wizards for the benefit of muggles. Then what for I do not believe the interests of wizards are being compromised, nor do I think wizards need to sacrifice anything. Mister. Gustav was taken aback by such a response. Anyone can utter pretty words. Then may I inquire, what interests of wizards necessitate such sacrifice? Tom retorted, privilege. Merely that which is invisible, intangible, and only daringly wielded against ordinary people. As a former radical, Gustav perceived the young man before him as excessively extreme. Such a resounding declaration left Mr. Gustav momentarily speechless. Moreover, the amalgamation of magic and science invites a multitude of geniuses to partake in the advancement of both realms, significantly enhancing productivity. The constraints that once hindered the liberation of humanity shall cease to exist, and the utopia envisioned will undoubtedly come to fruition. You underestimate the grotesque nature of humanity. This ideal realm exists solely in the realm of dreams. Even the colossal red giant crumbled years ago. Have the lessons of history not imparted any wisdom upon you? What precisely do you intend to do? Actions are concealed in secrecy, while words lead to ruin. Mr. Gustav, who had just rekindled the flames of hope, was taken aback by the young man's unexpected retort. For the first time, he scrutinized the youth before him with earnestness. Physical appearance remains the most superficial yet direct means of understanding a person. Carl Gustav had to concede that Tom Fines possessed an attractive visage. This was not merely a matter of future handsomeness, but rather an unintentional aura that fosters closeness and trust, an essential talent for those aspiring to achieve great things. Young, exceptional, ambitious, and possessing depth, it is no wonder that his daughter, who had experienced much, was drawn to this wild boar from their farm. It turns out this was no ordinary wild boar, but rather a high-quality, hormone-free, all-natural free-range pig. When Vera encountered Tom once more, it was already late at night. She was curious about what her father and Tom had discussed, but restrained her inquisitiveness. After escorting Tom to the door, her father called her aside. Did you say he has a familiar girl at Hogwarts? Vera, taken aback by her father's question, nodded, mentioning a third-year student named Hermione Granger. What do her parents do? They're Muggle dentists. Vera stood there, perplexed, unsure of her father's sentiments. In the Muggle world, dentists not only earn a substantial income, but also hold a respectable social status. Chapter 106. Let the negotiations begin, Dark Lord. Under the pretense of an interest in books, he deliberately divulged recent developments concerning Voldemort and Dumbledore, successfully unveiling an ancient tome that detailed the intricacies of the soul. The text stated that the act of absorbing souls is inherently fraught with peril, even if it concerns mere fragments. Given that the weight of each individual's soul varies, some souls, even in their remnants, may outweigh the entirety of other souls. When attempting to absorb a soul heavier than one's own, it becomes uncertain which soul will dominate the corporeal form. This was a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He was merely 2 pieces away from obtaining the complete essence of a supreme dark wizard who sought to conquer the world and defy death. The fact that he had yet to successfully seize this innocent, naive little soul suggests that the initial strength of the soul of a transmigrator is commendable. However, if one fails to undertake actions that impact this world, choosing instead to seek mere amusement, and takes advantage of the world's inattention to land a couple of punches, the weight of one's soul will only diminish. Why can't girls lose weight as effortlessly? Simply lying down seems to cause weight to drop dramatically. Tom lamented the world's unfairness, entirely oblivious that it was Voldemort who truly had grounds to complain about injustice. It seems that one can no longer navigate the world with a carefree, game-playing attitude. It is imperative to approach this matter with earnestness and diligence. Otherwise, allowing that wretched Voldemort to resurrect would be utterly disgraceful. I must leave a mark upon this world, a legacy that can rival Voldemort's significance, and Tom harbors great confidence in this endeavor. Whether it be the salvation or destruction of this realm, Tom is resolute in his belief that he can surpass that once failed adversary who has stumbled time and again. His sole disadvantage lies in his youth. A mere 16-year-old in his 5th year, striving to rally a following with an air of authority, faces considerable challenges. He must proceed cautiously, initially attracting peers of similar age, contemplating whether this approach might be too slow as they eventually enter society. Tom ponders, stroking his chin with uncertainty. This endeavor has been his persistent pursuit. Yet the voice of Voldemort within his mind grows ever clearer. Each day, the relentless chant of kill him, kill him, kill him echoes like a mantra. And Tom feels akin to a monk in seclusion. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate Voldemort sidelining Potter, and if he were to personally vanquish Voldemort multiple times, would not his reputation soar? The more Tom contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. After all, Voldemort possesses Horcruxes, ensuring he cannot be defeated in a single blow. Utilizing this former Dark Lord to enhance his own prestige seems an exquisite strategy. Moreover, his profound connection with Voldemort is unlike Dumbledore's aimless search. Voldemort has evaded discovery for countless years. With resolve, Tom seized the moment when the voice urging him to kill briefly faltered, and he infiltrated Voldemort's mind. A serpent, wandering the woods near Hogwarts with a mouse in its jaws, froze momentarily, dropping its prey to the ground. "Are you all right, my master?" If anyone wishes for Voldemort's continued existence, it must surely be Peter Pettigrew, who has just reaffirmed his loyalty. Moses, are you there? Let's discuss a matter." Voldemort could never have anticipated that even he, powerful as he is, would fall victim to a Horcrux. The mental shield he erected could only prevent others from probing his innermost thoughts, akin to a fortified door guarding his mind. Yet, as a former Horcrux of his own creation, Tom's arrival at Voldemort's doorstep, knocking and ringing the bell, was simply unavoidable. Not listening, you wretched being. Caught off guard, Voldemort began to recite his incantations, resolute in his refusal to negotiate with his own Horcrux. The great Voldemort never concedes. "Please listen to me. I have vital matters to discuss." Tom persisted in his relentless knocking at the door. After all, there's no way to install anti-fraud apps in Voldemort's mind, so continuous harassment would be his only recourse. As the leader of this pyramid scheme, he possessed the requisite perseverance. "You will bear me." As Voldemort attempted to forcibly silence Tom's intrusive thoughts, he narrowly avoided colliding with a tree several times. Ultimately, he surrendered to the onslaught, allowing his loyal servant to carry him onward. "My master, I bear your weight," which seems rather inappropriate. The diminutive Peter, who dares not transform into human form, doubts his ability to support the imposing figure of the Dark Lord, Voldemort. As a wizard, is it truly impossible to wield magic without a wand? Voldemort, weary of conversation, remains silent. The once great conqueror of the world, having witnessed the might of firearms in the Muggle realm, understands the peril of relying solely on wands for defense. The bullets fly with such swiftness that a wizard's feeble attempts to counter them with mere wand movements would spell utter disaster. Not only must one wield the wand, but one must also possess the correct angle, appropriate force, and articulate the right incantations. Muggles, in contrast, need only pull a trigger or press a button. Voldemort resolved that upon his return to power, he shall overhaul the educational system of Hogwarts entirely. A wizard who cannot silently conjure instant spells shall receive no diploma. The servant of a great world conqueror cannot be a fool flailing about with a wand like a peacock displaying its feathers. In that moment, Voldemort realizes that the Horcrux he abandoned could indeed serve as excellent material for a subordinate. "Speak, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Chapter 107. "Les Rob, O Dark Lord, do you wish to be resurrected, my Dark Lord?" Voldemort's scales tighten. This Horcrux, which has absorbed 5 of his others, has never been so obsequious or intimate, calling him with such warmth. As the saying goes, unusual behavior often conceals ulterior motives. Voldemort heightens his vigilance, reminding himself to tread carefully and not fall for the weasel-esque trickery. Do you possess a method? The idea is certainly enticing. Yet the bait Tom dangles is far too tempting for Voldemort to resist the allure of resurrection. After all, being a snake is exceedingly inconvenient. Furthermore, possessing another wizard as before comes with excessively stringent prerequisites. A fool like Quirrell is a rare find indeed. The blood of an enemy, the bones of a father, the flesh of a servant, these can reconstruct the corporeal form. Tom speaks with seductive allure. His plan is straightforward. Whether to delay Voldemort's resurrection or to silently bring about his demise, both are too understated for his singular aim of augmenting his soul. According to that tome, once his soul is fortified beyond Voldemort's, he would indeed have the right to transform Voldemort into a Horcrux. If I'm not mistaken, you have already attained a physical form, have you not? Witness, I have validated the feasibility of this method. What, then, holds the great Dark Lord back? Surely, you have not lost the location of your enemy's blood? Have you forgotten the resting place of your own father? Have you no loyal servant willing to sacrifice for your resurrection? Surely not, surely not. At this moment, Tom's tone and expression are reminiscent of a cunning charmer. Sensing an unfamiliar fragrance of tea wafting through the air, the diminutive Peter shivers, his years of living as a mouse rendering him acutely aware of the distant danger. He turns to meet the scrutinizing gaze of the Dark Lord, laden with too much knowledge he wishes to avoid. Though he cannot fathom Voldemort's intentions, his skill in subservience is already finely honed. My master, I am eternally willing to traverse mountains of blades and oceans of fire for you, wherever you command. I shall follow. Gazing at the diminutive star, Peter, Voldemort perceived the insincerity in this servant's words, yet what alternative did he possess? This was the sole individual of utility at his disposal. Malfoy, once reliable, had become a relic of the past. How could this fool dare to discard the diary entrusted to him as if it were mere refuse within Hogwarts? Voldemort had foreseen Malfoy's treachery following his downfall. But did it have to manifest so completely to eliminate Malfoy? Perhaps, yet Voldemort hesitated. When it came to financial acumen, Malfoy remained unparalleled. However, before reinstating the loyalty of the Malfoy lineage, a punishment must be exacted upon them. Snape was indeed useful, but as he had been safeguarded by Dumbledore himself, Voldemort dared not test the depths of his loyalty until he had regained his former might. Bellatrix was loyal, yet she languished in Azkaban while the reckless scion of the Black family had managed to escape. How could there be such a disparity among children of the same lineage? I am aware of that method, yet it does not constitute a basis for our negotiation. Voldemort suppressed his revulsion and shifted his gaze from the loathsome rat, turning instead to continue his negotiations with the cunning weasel. You cannot procure the blood of Harry Potter, who is so meticulously guarded by Dumbledore's layers of protection. The only adversary you could claim is Harry Potter himself, is it not? Do you underestimate me? Let us not even delve into the embarrassing history of your possession of that fool Quirrell to infiltrate Hogwarts. You had the opportunity to personally slay Harry Potter there. Yet what transpired? You were bested by an 11-year-old boy. You were even outmatched by the depraved priests of the Muggle world. Voldemort questioned himself. He was but a serpent, yet devoid of venomous wit. Throughout his journey, he had no need for verbal sparring. A single curse could convey more than 1,000 words. Yet, what transpired with his Horcrux? Why was his tongue so sharp? Not to mention your recent attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts, which nearly left you in utter despair at Dumbledore's hands. Very well, should you procure the blood of Harry Potter for me, I might accept your loyalty. This jest lacks humor. Tom had not anticipated Voldemort's idealistic musings. I demand 100,000 galleons. Though Voldemort was taken aback, the sum was not excessive. It was merely the bounty on 10 small Sirius Black's heads. Yet, he felt compelled to impart a lesson to this awakened Horcrux. While galleons are valuable, for those of us who aspire to conquer the world, they are but fleeting trinkets, utterly inconsequential. Wealth is merely a matter of grasping power. It becomes readily accessible. To wield money as a bargaining chip for his resurrection offended Voldemort. Do not place undue importance on riches. Once I have returned, will not the wealth of this world be at my disposal? So, you cannot present 100,000 galleons at this moment, correct? Tom would not be deceived by a mere serpent. In summary, the conditions are clear. Payment must be made up front in exchange for goods. There's no need to be so mercenary. Voldemort attempted to persuade the Horcrux to broaden its perspective, yet Tom promptly logged off, leaving Voldemort with nothing but the empty sound of a dial tone echoing in his mind. My master? Peter Pettigrew stared at the Dark Lord, who stood frozen for a considerable time before cautiously stepping forward. There was no way he could breach Gringotts, but Hogwarts was truly beyond his reach. Are you here to withdraw money? Peter hastily clutched his wallet within his pocket. After years of hiding in the Weasley home, enduring poor meals, inadequate clothing, and restless nights, he questioned the significance of his existence if the Dark Lord were to extract his remaining savings. No, you must plunder Gringotts. You cannot be serious. Peter nearly fell to his knees before the Dark Lord. If he possessed the skill and courage to rob Gringotts, he would not need to seek refuge with Voldemort. Would it not be far better to abscond with his money and live a leisurely life elsewhere? This is a test of your loyalty to me. Chapter 108, Pettigrew. I'm coming in. Hermione, I have heard that you have recently become enamored with our little achievements. George and Fred stood side by side, surrounding Hermione. Upon learning that Hermione had also begun to explore the creation of prank items, they felt a mixture of emotions. On one hand, they believed that having such an academic powerhouse join their fledgling venture would undoubtedly be beneficial. On the other hand, they worried about the possibility of Hermione excelling and not including them in her endeavors. Well, I think it's a splendid direction, but using it solely for pranks seems rather wasteful. Hermione specifically sought out the twins for their unfinished ingredients for research. She had to admit that when it came to mischief, the twins' talent was indeed exceptional. The ability to devise prank products that could be utilized by both wizards and muggles, altering their approach and perspective, was precisely what she had been seeking, a definitive tool that would empower muggles in the presence of wizards. Huh, the twins exclaimed in unison, pondering how dull and dreary life would be without pranks. How could it possibly be considered wasteful? Harnessing their talents for mischief was surely the most worthwhile pursuit. For instance, there is this candy that, when consumed, causes the tongue to swell dramatically. It appears indistinguishable from ordinary candy. Even the average wizard would find it difficult to discern that it is not merely a sweet treat. The twins enthusiastically promoted their still incomplete creations. Currently, the candy's effects were somewhat unstable. At times it would indeed cause the consumer's tongue to swell, while at other times it simply resembled ordinary candy. The twins were racking their brains on how to stabilize the effect. Their dedication and focus were such that they hardly paid attention to this year's OWL's examinations. Indeed, Hermione acknowledged the twins' assertion. Had she not known this item was merely a prop, she would have tried various methods to test this seemingly unremarkable candy. Not every method being able to reveal the magical essence contained within. Yet, she believed that if she could solve this conundrum, enabling muggles to recognize magical items would no longer pose a challenge. Hermione was convinced that magic followed a specific set of rules. Once she discerned these patterns, all dilemmas would effortlessly resolve themselves. She remained silent, contemplating the necessity of enabling ordinary individuals to recognize the existence of magic before they could wield it, thus facilitating unimpeded communication and interaction between wizards and muggles, ultimately achieving a harmonious coexistence. Otherwise, wizards, imbued with absolute privileges and advantages, would reluctantly yet inevitably be compelled to assimilate among common folk, and over time, the rift between the two parties would deepen, culminating in an unavoidable clash. The previous witch hunts were a product of such an environment. Another uncomfortable truth that wizards were loath to acknowledge was the steady decline in their own capabilities, while the Muggle world advanced at a meteoric pace. This stark reality filled Hermione with trepidation. She feared that a misstep could precipitate another witch hunt prematurely. This time, with the Muggles armed with the gadgets she intended to develop, wizards would find themselves utterly overmatched. Can you imagine the chaos if Filch were to wield magic? The twins exchanged glances. Presently, Filch frequently appeared out of nowhere in the castle, apprehending students who dared to breach school regulations. What if he possessed magical abilities? A simultaneous shudder coursed through them as visions of themselves suspended in Filch's office, subjected to his whims with a wand and a whip, danced in their minds. Meanwhile, Loris voiced her discontent with plaintive meows, prompting Filch to transform them into mice, leading to a chaotic chase throughout the school. Soon after, Crookshanks joined the fray, creating a delightful uproar as two cats pursued three mice. By the way, what a Peter Pettigrew! The twins vigorously shook their heads, attempting to dispel the vivid imagery, hastily diverting the conversation. Following recent events, Hermione's disillusionment with Dumbledore deepened. The seemingly omnipotent wizard appeared helpless when confronted with genuine challenges, merely watching in disappointment as a mouse scurried past his feet. In stark contrast, Voldemort, who had successfully infiltrated Gringotts and Hogwarts, demonstrated far superior execution. Although she knew she ought not to dwell on such thoughts, she could not suppress them. Voldemort, lauded by the academic elite of Hogwarts, gazed at the quivering Peter Pettigrew, uncertain whether to weep or tremble. He never truly expected this timid creature to accomplish anything on his own. If that diminutive mouse had possessed such audacity, he would not have sought refuge with him. Voldemort sighed deeply, lamenting the dwindling quality of his servants. While Draco Malfoy was a failure in many respects, the Malfoy family still held significant standing within the British magical community. Though he could not fully trust Severus Snape, he was nonetheless a master of potions of the highest caliber. And despite Bellatrix's erratic behavior, she was among the most perceptive of the Black family. Only by eliminating Potter could he restore the faith of his former Death Eaters, showing them that his past missteps were mere aberrations. Only by killing Potter could he make that old fool Dumbledore realize that the notions of love and a promising future were mere illusions, reflections in a mirror or flowers in water. Only by killing Potter, his hidden past, shrouded in shame, will remain undisclosed to any third party. In his relentless pursuit to eliminate Potter, he previously inhabited the body of a fool. Now, lowering his standards further, he finds the notion of possessing a repugnant rat to be more palatable than one might expect. My master, I, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, have truly resumed my human form and now prostrate myself before the Dark Lord. Were the Dark Lord still a man, he would have commenced kissing the boots of that insufferable figure. Yet now, the Dark Lord has been reduced to a snake, devoid of feet and incapable of wearing shoes. I am aware that you are incapable of such feats. Hence, I harbor no expectations. Open your mind and allow me to enter your being. Chapter 109. A Serpent and a Rat in Kinship. Upon entering the body of Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort was immediately engulfed by a profound discomfort of the soul. Once a proud serpent, he now found himself begrudgingly confined within the filthy form of a rat, an indignity that only he could fully comprehend. The cowardice inherent in him had never led him to anticipate a day when he would resort to robbing Gringotts, a place revered as the safest in the world. And Hogwarts? Peter had long recognized that Hogwarts had been infiltrated, rendered as porous as a sieve. In times past, the Dark Lord could freely implant his thoughts within Hogwarts. With the entirety of Slytherin, parts of Ravenclaw, and a faction of Gryffindor succumbing to the grand ambitions of the Dark Lord, resolutely joining the ranks of the Death Eaters during their student years. Even with the most formidable white wizard, Dumbledore, serving as headmaster, conditions had not improved. Why had the Dark Lord never attacked Hogwarts? Was it out of fear of Dumbledore, or an inability to conquer it? Peter Pettigrew would never entertain such notions. The students within were merely fresh blood, meticulously prepared for the Dark Lord's purposes. Losing even one would be a lamentable loss. For a Dark Lord poised to rule the world, devoid of servants and subjects, whom would he seek to dominate? But Gringotts is Gringotts, unlike the misleading facade of Hogwarts. This fortress was genuinely erected by the hands of the goblins. Are you afraid? Voldemort sneered. Gringotts? A place he had once infiltrated with a dim-witted Quirrell. Secure? Such notions are mere illusions. The sole reason Voldemort endured the presence of Peter Pettigrew was, well, apart from the fact that this rat was his only available ally. It was Peter's thoughtful preservation of his wand after his fall from grace. Stealing someone else's wand is not difficult, but utilizing one's own is far more convenient. After all, it is Gringotts, my master. Over the years, there has been no report of anyone successfully extracting money from within. Peter attempted to convey to the Dark Lord that their impending endeavor bore little hope of success. I am aware that you once manipulated Quirrell in an attempt to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone and successfully infiltrated the premises. However, that time, there was nothing of value inside. Are you questioning me? Voldemort inquired, his expression darkening. His meticulously crafted plan to infiltrate Gringotts and seize the Philosopher's Stone had already ended in failure, and now, being doubted by his ineffectual servant was intolerable. Enough of your prattling. Voldemort, wielding control over the body of Peter Pettigrew, delivered a stinging slap. Regret enveloped him. He lamented every aspect of his predicament. Though the blow landed on Pettigrew's visage, Voldemort, through the manipulation of his own corporeal form, could feel the sting. He further regretted not having secured a contingency plan for himself, leaving him devoid of a reliable servant should his schemes falter. We'll return tonight, he resolved, opting to act under the cloak of darkness. That night, clusters of goblins congregated, meticulously counting the treasures entrusted to them by wizards. Shouldn't we enhance our security measures? Gorna proposed. Several groups have attempted to breach Gringotts in recent years. What does it matter? They haven't managed to steal anything. Bograd shrugged nonchalantly. Wizards, he mused, often expended great resources on futile endeavors. That cannot be dismissed. The vault of the Lestrange family was indeed breached, Gorna countered. After a prolonged silence, Griphook finally spoke, addressing the increasingly impatient goblins around him. I believe we ought not to involve ourselves in the conflicts among wizards. Wizards' wars? Bograd inquired, puzzled. The Dark Lord is rising once more. In the past 2 years, he has repeatedly infiltrated Gringotts, seemingly in search of artifacts capable of resurrection. As goblins, should we truly entangle ourselves in this? The Dark Lord? Has he not perished? Bograd nearly exclaimed. More? Bograd grasped the crux of the matter. You have all been aware of who has infiltrated Gringotts? He demanded. Aside from the Dark Lord, only Dumbledore could possibly breach Gringotts undetected. The goblins fell silent, acutely aware of their subjugation and discrimination by wizards throughout their dealings. Once, goblins held equal status with wizards. Even now, they serve as the creators of currency within the wizarding economic system. Yet, where do they stand in terms of status? When Voldemort first ascended, he ruthlessly slaughtered goblins, and the Ministry of Magic voiced no dissent, seemingly acquiescing to his actions. This fostered a profound distrust among goblins towards wizards. What tribulations would the Dark Lord's resurgence bring upon wizards? What concern is it of the goblins? They would almost prefer to see wizards engaged in mutual destruction. If the Dark Lord attempts to breach our sanctum again, what should we do? Gornick inquired. Chapter 110. The Wolf Approaches. Before Griphook could finish, the door of Gringotts was forcefully kicked open. The Dark Lord? The goblins cried out in unison. caught off guard by the fact that Voldemort had no intention of stealthily infiltrating. Armed with his wand, Voldemort was no longer inclined to engage in clandestine mischief. With his formidable powers, even in the guise of Peter Pettigrew, he felt more than capable of dispatching a few goblins. Anyone daring to obstruct his path to resurrection would be ruthlessly eliminated. Had he possessed a Horcrux within his current corporeal form, he would have long ago plunged his left hand into the hearts and bones of his foes, while wielding his wand with merciless fervor, conquering the entire realm of magic in a blaze of glory. Instead, he found himself here, asserting dominance over a handful of wretched goblins. You have 10 minutes to gather 100,000 galleons for me, or face annihilation. Voldemort, ever succinct, laid out his demands and the timeline with chilling clarity. My esteemed Dark Lord, we are incapable of amassing such a substantial sum in such a brief span, interjected Bogrod, stepping forward. You have 9 minutes remaining. Voldemort's malevolent gaze settled on Peter Pettigrew's somewhat rotund wrist, a cruel smile forming upon his lips. This despicable species of goblins must be made to understand, through blood and flesh, who truly reigns over this world. Voldemort perceived the Ministry's prior timidity as the catalyst that allowed these grotesque creatures to seize the economic lifeblood of wizards. His sinister gaze fixated on the remaining goblins. Any sign of resistance would be met with a curse that would render them the last of their kind in this world. Even the body of a lowly servant, paired with his noble soul, could unleash half of his formidable power. The unspoken thought lingering in Voldemort's mind, one he was loath to acknowledge, was that as long as he did not cross paths with Dumbledore, he had no equal in this world. As for the Horcrux, Voldemort dismissed the notion that a mere fragment, which had never even unleashed a killing curse, could rival his magnificent form. He merely needed to ensure that this Horcrux did not thwart his resurrection plans. Soon enough, after one of their own had perished, the goblins opened the vaults of all the guests and presented the Dark Lord with the 100,000 galleons he sought. With a flourish of his wand, the mountain of gold vanished in an instant. He then cast several spells toward the corner, shattering the crystal ball that had recorded the events. Having obliterated all evidence, Voldemort vanished into the shadows, riding the plump form of Peter Pettigrew. Quickly, report to the Ministry. The Dark Lord has returned, cried a frantic voice. The Ministry, which had enjoyed a decade of tranquility, felt a jolt of dread as the name of Voldemort echoed once more. What kind of terror did that name evoke? Only those who had endured his reign could truly comprehend. Before long, the Minister of Magic personally led a charge, and the entire Auror Division descended upon Gringotts in a coordinated siege. Where's the Dark Lord? Fudge inquired, suppressing his fear. You mean the Dark Lord who has been dead for over a decade, who, having had his resurrection exposed, chose to invade Diagon Alley and rob Gringotts? What'd he steal? Fudge could hardly believe the goblin's words. And what else? He pressed. Nothing more. He only took the 100,000 galleons. You mean to say that the dark wizard who once nearly swept across Europe did not covet the rare treasures hidden in Gringotts, but instead sought only the galleons produced by your kind? Fudge's voice rose in incredulity. He is indeed an elder who has experienced the pinnacle of the mysterious figure, a Dark Lord who has never been overly concerned with material wealth. Even if he were to return, would his first act truly be to seek riches? Who would believe such a tale? No, there are other matters at hand. Gonnick quietly presented a list. You see, aside from Garen, these are the confidential clients that exist here, and it is not appropriate to speak of them directly. With that, he discreetly signaled to the ringmaster. The list contained treasures crafted by fairies, which, for various reasons, had been seized by wizards. Gonnick thought to himself that it would be remiss not to bear the burden for the Dark Lord, especially as he had taken the trouble to visit. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the Ministry of Magic was absent, he stealthily pilfered these treasures from the vault, claiming that they had been taken by the Dark Lord. Who could confront the Dark Lord for a rebuttal? Fudge stared at the list in silence for a considerable time before tossing it to Rufus Scrimgeour. I fail to see how these items, aside from their decorative value, would aid in the revival of the mysterious figure. Scrimgeour asserted with conviction after a swift glance over the list. You may handle it, Fudge said, waving his hand, delegating the matter to the head of the Auror office, before vanishing with a disapparition. How does the Ministry plan to address the resurrection of the Dark Lord? The ringmaster inquired. What reward shall we receive for providing the Ministry with first-hand information regarding the Dark Lord's revival? He has returned and slain our people, the ringmaster bellowed, pointing angrily at the corpse of Bogrod still lying on the ground. It is your discord over spoils, or perhaps he was an upright fairy who disagreed with your actions, leading you to invoke the name of the mysterious figure to justify his murder. Scrimgeour gestured for the surrounding aurors to take them away for investigation. The notion of the mysterious figure resorting to theft? The seasoned Scrimgeour deemed this the utmost insult to the mysterious figure. Chapter 111. Concealing from Dumbledore. While Voldemort, in an uncharacteristically lowly manner, engaged in the audacious act of robbing Gringotts, the ever-calculating Tom was not idle. What is paramount in any transaction? Tom would tell you it is trust. Of course, the essence of this trust lies in the fact that Tom has yet to attain the power to annihilate all his foes. Defeating Voldemort is not an issue. The challenge lies in the fact that he cannot yet extinguish the life of a Dark Lord whose soul remains unstable and whose strength is not to be underestimated. Tom firmly believes that until he can obliterate him, it is prudent to maintain a relatively positive disposition. Therefore, if he desires galleons, he must offer Voldemort the blood of Harry Potter. As for how providing Voldemort with Harry Potter's blood might allow him to reshape an imperfect physical form, or transform a spectral entity, presumed dead, into a tangible and darker reality, a reality that could harness the collective strength of the populace against a common foe, Tom deemed it unnecessary to disclose this to Voldemort. This is what one might call a win-win. Tom triumphs twice. However, the method of procuring Harry Potter's blood requires careful consideration. Tom personally rushed to Hogwarts and, while Harry Potter was in a deep slumber, inserted himself into the situation. He was certainly not so foolish. Hermione, please assist me in obtaining a sample of Mr. Potter's blood. Skilled in the art of seeking assistance, Tom felt increasingly embodying the essence of a leader, ensuring that the right individuals performed the right tasks at the right moments. Naturally, his tone and demeanor when communicating with Hermione were particularly solemn, exuding a sense of gravity that perplexed her. What do you need Harry's blood for? Hermione was never one to blindly follow others' words. Rather, she was a woman of independent thought and advanced insight. Blood, whether in the realm of ordinary people or that of wizards, conceals profound secrets. Having conducted some research, I believe that Mr. Potter's ability to vanquish Voldemort at the tender age of 1, and again at 11 when he handily confronted Voldemort's manifestation in Quirrell, can be attributed not only to Mr. Potter's bravery and your cleverness alongside Mr. Weasley, but also to the notion that his very being is of a peculiar nature. Speaking is an art. Even though Tom perceived that Harry Potter's repeated escapes from Voldemort were attributed solely to luck and Voldemort's intellectual shortfalls, one cannot express such sentiments so bluntly. While acknowledging Potter's courage and valor, it is equally essential to commend the contributions of his two other companions in their perilous escapades. If his physique is indeed as extraordinary as I surmise, whether due to his lineage or subsequent enhancements, the potential hidden within his blood is of utmost interest. Thus, I wish to explore Mr. Potter's blood to uncover its uniqueness. Tom paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, regardless of whether Mr. Potter's blood possesses any peculiarities, utilizing it in Voldemort's resurrection could further deepen the bond between them, thereby enhancing protection for Potter. Hermione fell into silence. Tom refrained from pressuring her for a decision, opting instead to wait patiently. Tom was well aware that Harry Potter was under the protective enchantment bestowed by Lily Potter. However, after living in the magical world for over 6 months, he found it increasingly irrational to believe that such protective magic resided in blood. Even more baffling was the notion that this protection only shielded Potter's physical form from being touched by specific entities and from magical attacks. Setting aside the fact that safeguarding the soul would be far more effective, Tom struggled to comprehend why an adult wizard would necessitate physical contact when confronting a first-year student. He even began to question whether Quirrell was truly a wizard or merely a priest. Otherwise, what would compel a wizard to forsake the convenience and efficacy of magic in favor of the absurdity of needing to touch an 11-year-old boy? He was also perplexed as to why Dumbledore exhibited such excitement upon realizing that Voldemort's resurrection involved the use of Harry's blood. In accordance with Voldemort's intent to strangle Harry after utilizing Harry's blood for resurrection, he became convinced that once he could touch Harry, he could easily extinguish his life. Yet, Voldemort, as expected, once again demonstrated a profound lapse in judgment, momentarily recalling that he was indeed a wizard and yearning to employ his wand. Tom could not help but voice his incredulity. What had become of the consistency in action? Here was a Dark Lord poised to conquer Europe, a recognized master of dark magic, a leader surrounded by his devoted followers, daring to engage in a one-on-one duel of magic against a mere 14-year-old boy who had barely completed 4 years of magical education. How could such a contest be deemed fair? It would be far more equitable for Voldemort to engage in a physical confrontation with Harry Potter in the presence of the Death Eaters. After all, The spectacle of a 70-year-old man grappling with a 14-year-old boy would certainly provide more intrigue. Musing upon the long silent spirit of Harry, Hermione had barely articulated a thought before she dismissed it. Having known Harry for 2 or 3 years, she felt certain that his soul was robust, whole, and expansive. However, after the removal of Voldemort's fragments, his soul appeared unremarkable, at least not significantly different from that of an ordinary 13-year-old wizard. He remained preoccupied with matters of romance, his studies still lacking, and he continued to revel in the exhilarating yet uncomfortable joy of riding a broomstick. Despite some minor flaws, Hermione understood that it was quite natural for a boy who had spent over a decade cohabiting with a nearly 70-year-old bald man to exhibit certain psychological issues. Therefore, she could confidently ascertain that the Savior's soul, once liberated from the presence of the illegally cohabiting elder, exhibited no abnormalities. Very well, I shall assist you in persuading Harry, for I believe he would willingly sacrifice 2 vials of blood for the betterment of the world, Hermione assured. However, are you certain that resurrecting Voldemort at this juncture is a prudent course of action? While Dumbledore remains relatively spry, and while Voldemort still harbors intense animosity toward Potter, we find ourselves in a controlled environment where we can transform a specter that exists solely in the imaginations of people into a tangible entity. We can allow the tensions and conflicts that the Ministry of Magic has long suppressed to resurface, intensifying the confrontation, which would ultimately serve our ideals. Yet, innocent lives may be at stake.